This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. More than 200 years ago, a large number of strange creatures with metal bodies suddenly appeared all over the world, which once became a nightmare for human survival. Those strange creatures, which humans call genetically modified creatures, are completely different species from humans. Their bodies are made of steel or even crystals, which are completely different from human flesh and blood. Even the lowest level of genetically modified creatures have bodies as hard as steel, and ordinary bullets can hardly cause effective damage to them. The body strength of advanced genetically modified creatures has reached a level that is unimaginable to humans. The hot weapons that humans are proud of can hardly cause effective damage to them, and human society was destroyed in a short time. Until someone discovered that the genetic fluid in the genetically modified organisms can make humans grow incredibly abnormally, like insects turning into butterflies, evolve into a body like metal armor, and use the genetic key to control the genetically modified organisms and transform them into pets. Then they have the capital to fight against the genetically modified organisms. Today, more than 200 years later, it is an era where genetically modified people and genetically modified pets are rampant. Bases built with genetically modified biological materials are increasingly appearing all over the world, and human civilization is gradually showing signs of revival. There is such a thing. This is unscientific. Shen looked at the strange creature that was motionless, like a statue in front of him, his eyes full of uncontrollable surprise. This is a steel-level genetically modified creature, like a horse or a cow, exuding a cast iron-like luster all over its body. At this time, it is standing there motionlessly in the posture of a horse stepping on a flying swallow. Anyone who sees it would think it is a cast iron statue. But Shen was extremely sure that it was not a statue, because a few minutes ago, it was still running like a tank and almost knocked him to the ground. Although it was only the lowest level steel creature among the genetically modified creatures, its strength and speed were not comparable to ordinary humans. Even creatures such as elephants and rhinos with natural divine power could not match it. But Shen just tapped its body with his fingers, and this steel-level iron-horn beast was like being acupunctured and frozen there. Of course, Shen could not acupuncture. In fact, acupuncture in film and television works is not the same as real acupuncture. This kind of acupuncture that can freeze people with one tap has only been seen in film and television works. Even today, when humans can practice evolution, no matter how powerful their own strength becomes, even if they can penetrate a steel plate with one finger, it is impossible to acupuncture an ordinary human, let alone a steel-hard genetically modified creature. Shen stroked his fingers. Still a little unbelievable, he actually did it. Not long ago, he found a very strange genetic mutation egg in the warehouse. The so-called genetic mutation egg is actually an egg laid by a genetic mutation creature. It has been more than 200 years since the emergence of genetic mutation creatures. Humans have long developed a set of theories and methods for using genetic mutation creatures to cultivate and evolve. Genetic mutation eggs are not rare things. Some low-level genetic mutation eggs are not much more valuable than a meal. Shen is a person who does genetic mutation egg business. He has seen countless genetic mutation eggs, but he has never seen such a weird and bizarre genetic mutation egg. The base mutated egg looked like it was covered with mosaics, and the whole body was covered with constantly changing small colored light grids, which looked dreamy and unreal. Shen studied it for a long time, but he didn't find any difference in the base mutated egg. Even when he asked his shop assistants to look at it, they couldn't see the changing mosaics on the base mutated egg at all. In their eyes, it was just an ordinary steel-grade base mutated egg emitting a black metallic luster. This made Shen think that he had hallucinations for a while, until after a sleep, the base mutated egg inexplicably returned to normal. After the mosaic phenomenon was no longer there, Shen found that there was an inexplicable piece of information in his mind. Failed superbase evolution spark acupuncture, affect the state of the creature by hitting the acupuncture points on the creature. After that, things gradually became weird. As long as Shen stared at a creature for a long time, he could see some faint light spots on the creature. Whether it was a human or a base mutated creature, the existence of those light spots could be seen. The difference was only the number and location. Ordinary humans have more light spots on their bodies, while the higher the level of mutants and mutant creatures, the fewer light spots they have. Shen couldn't hold back, and finally conducted an experiment on the iron-horned beast he kept at home today. The result surprised him greatly. He actually acupunctured the iron-horned beast. Standing on the side of the iron-horned beast, Shen stretched out his finger again and pressed the faint light spot on the iron-horned beast's body. The iron-horned beast, which had been fixed there like a statue, instantly resumed its original running state, rushed out, and couldn't stop the car and crashed into the metal fence, making a low cry of pain. The failed evolutionary fire is so terrifying. What if it is a successful evolutionary fire? Lin Shen's excitement was beyond words. If such a fire was used to hunt genetically modified creatures, it would be invincible. As if he had thought of something, Lin Shen trotted out of the animal pen, closed the door, and hurried to the warehouse. He wanted to see if there were any other genetically modified eggs with fire. In the huge warehouse, rows of shelves were filled with many genetically modified eggs. Most of these genetically modified eggs were low-level goods, but this was not the point, because the genetically modified egg with fire was also low-level goods. In fact, there were no high-level genetically modified eggs in his store. After looking through all the genetically modified eggs in the warehouse, he was a little disappointed. He did not see any genetically modified eggs covered by mosaics. That's right. When these genetic mutation eggs were put into storage, I put them on the shelves myself. If there were any, I should have seen them long ago. Lin Shen shook his head, thinking that he was a little too greedy. It was already an unimaginable miracle to have such a spark, so how could he expect more? Restraining his excitement, Lin Shen went to the store. The store he opened was an egg-grabbing store, similar to the very popular Claw doll store in the past. In each egg-grabbing machine, there were several genetic mutation eggs, and you could grab the genetic mutation eggs by inserting coins. Of course, the probability of successful grabbing was adjusted to be quite low, which can basically be said to be a sure-win business. Fifth brother, there are still not many people today. The clerk Zhao Li saw Lin Shen coming and walked out from behind the counter. She took a look at the empty store and said with some concern, "Fifth brother, we have to find a way to get some high-level genetic mutation eggs, otherwise the business will be snatched away by the Easter egg store next door." "Yeah." Lin Shen nodded slightly, but didn't say much. He was the fifth child in the family, with 3 older brothers and a sister, so Zhao Li usually called him the fifth brother. The Easter egg shop next door is really bullying. Their employees came to our store blatantly today to pull people in, saying that the genetic mutation eggs in our store are garbage, and the claws are very loose. Even if they are caught, they are garbage. Zhao Li said indignantly. Lin Shen didn't want to listen to her complaints, because his eyes were completely attracted by an egg-grabbing machine, staring at the egg-grabbing machine. To be precise, he should be attracted by a genetic mutation egg in the egg-grabbing machine, because he saw the weird mosaic again. There's more? Lin Shen was pleasantly surprised. He walked to the egg-catching machine in disbelief, staring at the base-changing egg wrapped in mosaic inside, and said to Zhao Li anxiously, "Go get the key." After Zhao Li got the key, Lin Shen opened the egg-catching machine, took out the mosaic base-changing egg from inside, and looked at it carefully in his hand. Although the size of this base-changing egg is different from the previous one, the luster of the mosaic is almost the same. "Fifth brother, is there any problem with this base-changing egg?" Zhao Li asked doubtfully. "Don't you think there is something different about this base-changing egg?" Lin Shen did not answer, but asked instead, "Is there anything different? Isn't it just a steel-level knife demon base-changing egg?" Zhao Li looked left and right, but couldn't see anything different about this base-changing egg, and the doubt on her face became even stronger. "Take good care of the store. I have something to do, and will go back first." Lin Shen did not say much and left with the genetic mutation egg. He was extremely confused because the business was not good recently. The genetic mutation eggs in the egg-catching machine were put in a week or even earlier. He had seen it countless times, and had not found such a situation before. Why did there suddenly appear such a genetic mutation egg with mosaics? Lin Shen did not understand why there was suddenly such a genetic mutation egg with mosaics. After returning home, he studied it for a long time, but he did not figure out how to transfer the fire to himself. In fact, Lin Shen still did not figure out how the mosaic of the previous genetic mutation egg was transferred to himself. He had studied the genetic mutation egg for a long time before, but he did not figure out why there was a mosaic. Later, he was so sleepy that he fell asleep and left the genetic mutation egg next to him. As a result, when he woke up, the mosaic on the genetic mutation egg was gone, and there was more fire information in his mind. "It seems that I can only try it again. I hope it works." Lin Shen lay on the bed, put the gene-mutated egg beside him, and struggled for a long time. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know how long it took before he finally fell asleep again. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, his first reaction was to look at the gene-mutated egg beside him. After seeing it, Lin Shen suddenly felt like he had eaten a ginseng fruit, and the pores all over his body seemed to be cheering. The mosaic on the gene-mutated egg disappeared, and a fire seed information appeared in his mind. Chapter 2 Failed Super Gene Evolution sparks 7 Steps of War. Guns are faster at 7 steps. I am faster at 7 steps. Lin Shen seemed to have taken stimulants, wishing he could do a backflip on the spot and a 720-degree Thomas turn. Everyone knows that for ordinary people, guns are faster at 7 steps, and guns are both faster and more accurate at 7 steps. The idea that hands are faster than guns at 7 steps is just a human fantasy. If the previous spark-pointing acupoints had not been confirmed, Lin Shen would not have believed that such a thing would happen. But now, he just wanted to find a gun to verify whether the 7 Steps of War was really that magical. However, in Lin Shen's opinion, the 7 Steps of War spark was not as good as point-pointing, because some advanced mutators might be faster than bullets, and this talent was not as powerful as point-pointing. But for humans who have not yet mutated, this is indeed a very incredible ability, and this is not the point. Since there is a second fire, it means there will be more. Lin Shen now wanted to rush out immediately, and visit all the shops selling genetic transformation eggs, to collect all the fire-generating genetic transformation eggs. Lin Shen put on his clothes, and was about to go out. Just as he opened the door, he bumped into a figure. "Brother Xiaowu, where are you going in such a hurry?" The person who was bumped did not move at all, and looked at Lin Shen, who took a few steps back in surprise, frowning and asked, "Lao Yi, are you back? Where is the fourth brother?" Lin Shen stood firm, looked behind the man, and found that the man was alone, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Lao Yi is the fourth brother Lin Xiangdong's man, and the fourth brother has always been inseparable. Since he met Lao Yi, Lin Shen has never seen Lao Yi alone. Every time he saw him, he was following the fourth brother, like a shadow sticking to the fourth brother. Something happened. Lao Yi looked unhappy. He closed the door after entering the house, and whispered to Lin Shen. What happened? Lin Shen's heart sank. More than a month ago, the third master came to find the fourth master and said that he found a steel shell beetle nest outside the base and needed the fourth master's help. The fourth master went without saying anything. When the two quietly left the base, they said they would be back in about half a month. It has been more than a month, but there is still no news. Lao Yi said with a gloomy face. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he said calmly, maybe there are too many steel shell beetles over there, and they haven't cleaned them up yet, so they delayed time. Don't you know the character of the third master? The fourth master can do such a thing, but the third master will never do such a thing. Even if he encounters trouble, he will first find someone to bring back a letter to report safety. As a result, there is no news at all now, so they must have encountered something. Lao Yi shook his head. The third master that Lao Yi mentioned was Lin Shen's third brother, Lin Zongzhen. Lin Shen naturally knew the character of the third master. If it was not absolutely necessary, it would be impossible for him to not send back any news. How many people are there at home? Call them all, and let's go find him. Lin Shen forced himself to calm down and said to Lao Yi, I can't go, and I can't go. Lao Yi shook his head again. Why? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Lao Yi. You can't take risks, and it's useless if you go, Lao Yi said. Lin Shen knew that Lao Yi was not belittling him. Since the accident of the second brother, the remaining 4 siblings of the Lin family have set a rule. The eldest sister of the Lin family is in charge of the family business. The third and fourth brothers go out to fight, and he, the youngest of the Lin family, is responsible for carrying on the family line at home. He is a typical toolman raised at home. According to the third and fourth brothers, the old Lin family must leave a descendant. If they all die, the Lin family must rely on Lin Shen to pass on the incense, and cannot cut off the bloodline. So Lin Shen is already 21 years old, and he has been out of the base only a few times, let alone those dangerous places. It's time now. How can you care so much? Lin Shen frowned. Even if you want to go, it's useless. The third master didn't tell us where they went. And with the abilities of the third and fourth masters, even if they encounter trouble and are trapped for a while, they must have a way to solve it. It's just that they can't come back for a while. If you go, it may make them feel constrained. Lao Yi shook his head and said. Lin Shen was startled. Then what do you mean by coming to me? There is a troublesome matter now. The recruitment meeting jointly held by the Lin, Qi, and Wang families is about to begin. In recent years, the fourth master has represented the Lin family and attended the meeting with representatives of the other 2 families. If we don't attend, the other 2 families in the base may have some groundless speculations, which will be very troublesome and not conducive to our recruitment of genetic mutations. So we must attend this time. Lao Yi said. Lin Shen frowned and said nothing. Nowadays, There are genetic mutations everywhere in the world. Humans have built bases with genetic mutation materials to resist the invasion of genetic mutations. In the Suanio base, the Lin, Qi, and Wang families are in a three-way balance. If the Qi and Wang families know the current situation of the Lin family, it will be very troublesome, and will inevitably be suppressed. What can I do? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi and asked. He knew that Lao Yi came to him, and there must be something he could do. Brother Xiaowu, you and the fourth master are very similar in stature, shape, and voice. If you can wear a mask and pay attention to pronunciation and speaking style, it should be difficult to tell them apart unless you are very close to them. Lao Yi looked Lin Shen up and down and said, You mean? Lin Shen didn't say any more nonsense, knowing that he had to take this risk. In the past, it was his eldest sister and several brothers who protected him from the wind and rain. Now that something happened at home, he naturally had to stand up. Don't worry, the activity venue is in the base, there will be no danger, but you need to be careful about being discovered by the people of the Qi and Wang families, and you also need to think of a reason to wear a mask. Lao Yi sighed. The people of the Qi and Wang families are not easy to deal with. No matter how reasonable the reason is, it is difficult to completely dispel their suspicion. You have to be careful. How much time is left before the recruitment meeting starts? Lin Shen thought for a while, and asked again. Tomorrow morning. Lao Yi said, It's too late to go to the mutation now, so we must carefully consider all the details and make no mistakes. Lin Shen brought Lao Yi into the house, and the two repeatedly considered various possible details. Other things are fine, but the excuse of wearing a mask is hard not to arouse suspicion, but it can barely be justified. Another important issue is that there is another link at the recruitment meeting. Originally, representatives of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families were required to show their skills and kill a mutation creature to show the strength of the Lin family in order to recruit more mutations to join their own family. Lin Xiangdong is the signboard of the Lin family, equivalent to the previous celebrity spokesperson. If Lin Xiangdong is there, this is naturally not a problem, but now only Lin Shen can attend the recruitment meeting, which is very troublesome. Brother Xiaowu, you haven't mutated yet, so you can't participate in the killing of mutated creatures. You can only think of a way to deal with it. However, the Qi and Wang families have recently become suspicious and suspect that the fourth master is not in the base. It may not be so easy to get away with it. After a pause, Lao Yi said, Fortunately, the fourth master usually shows an arrogant temperament. When the time comes, you just need to show your disdain for the representatives of the Qi and Wang families, and let me take your place. The fourth master has the qualifications to be so arrogant. Lao Yi, what grade of mutated creatures will be killed at that time? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. Lao Yi's method is just a method of no choice. If he can't get away with it, he can't expose himself. If it was before, Lin Shen really had no way, but now he has acupuncture and 7-step weapons, so he may not be unable to pass. It's just an ordinary alloy creature. With my ability, I can kill it with one blow. Lao Yi said confidently. Chapter 3. Alloy creatures are more terrifying than steel creatures. In addition to their strength and speed, the hardness and toughness of their metal bodies are also much stronger. The hardness and toughness of steel creatures are generally between 5 and 10, while the hardness and toughness of alloy creatures are between 5 and 20. Once the hardness and toughness exceed 10, it is difficult for pistol bullets to cause damage to alloy creatures. That means that the same steel-level mutation will find it difficult to break the defense of alloy creatures, not to mention a guy like Lin Shen, who has not yet been mutation, and is not even steel-level. Above steel creatures and alloy creatures, there are more terrifying crystal-based creatures. They rarely appear near the Suanio base. Lin Shen has only seen them in some video materials. Occasionally, he will see crystal-based biological materials or crystal-based eggs in stores, most of which are high-end goods flowing out of large bases. Lao Yi, the key details are almost correct. Let's stop here today. Seeing that the sky was about to get dark, Lin Shen stood up and said, Brother Xiaowu, let's check it again. We can't make any mistakes. Lao Yi frowned slightly. That's all I can think of. You know my memory is not very good. I can't remember too much. I have something to go out for. Let's just leave it at that for today. Lin Shen knew that Lao Yi was also doing it for the good of him and the Lin family, but for Lin Shen, he had more important things to do. Brother Xiaowu, if there is anything, I can find someone to arrange it. Lao Yi said. Don't worry, Lao Yi, I know my limits. Lin Shen knew what Lao Yi was thinking, but he could only do it himself. While the shops selling the genetic mutation eggs were still open, he needed to go through them to see if he could find other fire genetic mutation eggs. Even if he could only find one, it would be a huge help to him. I wait for you here. I think about whether there is anything missing. We talk about it when you come back. Lao Yi was helpless. Lin Shen had no way to explain, so he could only say sorry in his heart, then pushed the door and left. Little brother Wu was taken care of too well by the third master and the fourth master. He had never experienced any storms. It's really hard for him to have such a big thing suddenly fall on him. Watching Lin Shen's figure disappear outside the door, Lao Yi couldn't help but sigh. I hope the third master and the fourth master can come back soon. After Lin Shen left home, he went straight to the market in the base. There was a street selling genetic mutation eggs. According to Lin Shen's idea, he could find 2 genetic mutation eggs with fire in such an egg-catching shop. After walking around the street, he should be able to find at least a few more. But after he really walked around, his mood gradually sank. He almost looked through all the shops on this street, but he didn't find even a genetic mutation egg with mosaics. It can't be such a coincidence? The only 2 fire-based eggs are in my store? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Of the 2 fire-based eggs found so far, one was a new product that had just arrived, and that was the first time he had seen it. The other had been in the egg-catching machine for a long time, and no abnormalities had been found before, which was very strange. After thinking about it, Lin Shen came up with only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that the fire-based eggs do not always have fire, but can only see mosaics at a specific time. Another possibility is that Lin Shen himself did not have the ability to see fire before, but suddenly gained this ability recently, so he can see mosaics. Lin Shen couldn't figure out which possibility it was. If it was a recently acquired ability, he hadn't encountered anything special recently, nor had he gotten anything special, so how could he suddenly have this ability? If it was a fire that appeared on the genetically modified egg at a specific time, it didn't seem to make sense either. It was hard to explain why only he could see the fire, but others couldn't see anything. Lin Shen was more inclined to believe that he had acquired some ability, but he didn't know how he had acquired it. Could it be that I am gifted, and my hidden talent suddenly awakened? Lin Shen quickly denied this idea. There are 5 siblings in the Lin family, all born to the same parents. If the family really has this genetic talent, the eldest sister and the others should have awakened long ago. It is impossible that only he awakened his talent. In terms of talent and ability, Lin Shen felt that he should be the worst among the 5 siblings. The eldest sister has a photographic memory, since she was a child. The second brother has unparalleled physical talent. He was born with a weight of 9.5 kilograms, and grew to 1.8 meters, before he was 10 years old. His physical talent is well known for being strong. In addition, he has a strong character, and is willing to work hard. Before the accident, although he was not very old, everyone who saw him would call him second master. The Lin brothers were called master by people, starting with him. The third and fourth brothers are also well known for their high IQ and EQ, and their cultivation talents are also the best in the Suanio base. On the contrary, Lin Shen has neither the talent of photographic memory nor his IQ and EQ are just average. Even in terms of hard work and endurance, he is far worse than his second brother. If there is any genetic talent, it doesn't make sense that it is inherited only by him. What is the reason that caused me to see those fires? Lin Shen was puzzled and couldn't figure out the reason. He visited all the shops on the street, even the roadside stalls, but he was very disappointed. He really didn't find a single fire seed-based mutation egg. Is it really such a coincidence that the only 2 fire seed-based mutation eggs are in my store? Lin Shen didn't believe it was such a coincidence. The probability was even smaller than winning the lottery. But he visited the whole street, and didn't find a single fire seed-based mutation egg. Even if other people had inventory and collections, they wouldn't show them to him. There was no other place to look. Suddenly, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he thought of a place where there were still a lot of base mutation eggs. That's right, the place Lin Shen thought of was the egg-catching shop next to his shop. Speaking of the egg-catching shop, Lin Shen was very depressed. The reason why Lin Shen opened an egg-catching shop was because this business was easy and effortless, and the genetically modified eggs in his shop were all provided by his family, so it was a business that was sure to make money. In fact, his family didn't expect Lin Shen to make money, as long as he was honest and didn't cause trouble or was not dangerous. Lin Shen named his shop Explosive Wealth, originally thinking that he could make a lot of money from this shop and get some pocket money. The business was really good in the first few months. Although it was not a sudden wealth, it also made a lot of money. It can be said that he could make money even if he was lying down. Until last month, an egg-catching shop called Colored Egg opened next to his house, and Lin Shen's good days came to an end. The colorful egg shop got a lot of high-quality genetically modified eggs, and the tightness of the claws was adjusted a little higher. In addition, the variety was complete, the value of the egg-catching coin was low, and the store was large and lavish. Not long after it opened, Lin Shen's business was snatched away. If it weren't for the fact that both the shop and the genetically modified eggs were his own, Lin Shen would have even considered closing the shop, as he simply couldn't compete. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in commercial competition, but according to Lin Shen's observation, based on the genetically modified eggs that were recently seized from the Easter egg shop, it is basically a loss-making business. Not only is it not profitable, it is also losing money. It is obvious that he wants to lose money and ruin his shop. The most intolerable thing is that the owner of the Easter egg shop is actually Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu is from the Qi family. He grew up on the same street as Lin Shen since childhood. They are of similar age. They can be considered childhood friends. But I don't know if it's a grudge from the previous life. The two of them have disliked each other since childhood, and neither of them is convinced by the other. Whatever you have, I must get it, and it must be better than yours. They compete to see who grows faster and taller, who urinates higher and farther, who runs faster and jumps higher, and whose girlfriend is prettier. Anyway, there is nothing they don't compete with, and they can't stand each other being better. If it weren't for this, Qi Tianfu wouldn't have opened the Easter egg shop next to Lin Shen's shop. What evil wind has brought your Lin family's fifth master here? A fat man weighing more than 200 pounds sat behind the counter. When he saw Lin Shen come in, he was startled at first, then narrowed his eyes and laughed, saying in a yin and yang tone. Lin Shen ignored him, and walked around the shop, looking at the genetic mutation eggs and the egg-grabbing machines. Qi Tianfu's shop is more than 2 or 3 times bigger than his. Lin Shen's shop only has a dozen egg-grabbing machines, but here there are at least 40 or 50, and the genetic mutation eggs inside are even more diverse, and many machines have high-quality genetic mutation eggs. Suddenly, Lin Shen's heart beat violently, because he saw a fire genetic mutation egg wrapped in various colorful mosaics in an egg-grabbing machine. Chapter 4. Lin Shen, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Calling you little fifth master is to give face to your third and fourth masters. Do you really think you are a master? Seeing that Lin Shen ignored him, Qi Tianfu said angrily. Today I am really a master. Change all of them into egg-catching coins for me. Lin Shen took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket, and slapped them on the counter. You want to be a master with this little money. Who are you looking down on? I don't want to do your business. Get out of here. Qi Tianfu was stunned at first, and then he snorted coldly after reacting. Do you not want to do it, or are you afraid that I will find out that there is something wrong with the egg-catching machine in your store, and you dare not do it? Lin Shen said calmly. Whose egg-catching machine are you talking about? My egg-catching machine has a tight claw and the quality of the base-changing eggs is high. You know nothing. Qi Tianfu was furious when he heard this. The two of them spoke so aggressively that they had already attracted the attention of customers in the store. Qi Tianfu naturally couldn't take the blame, and Lin Shen was indeed wrongly accusing him. If there is no trick, what are you afraid of? Then change the coins. Lin Shen pressed the money with 3 fingers and pushed it in front of Qi Tianfu. Okay, if you want to catch, I will let you catch as much as you want. Qi Tianfu glared at Lin Shen fiercely, grabbed the money, took out a box of egg-catching coins, and pushed it heavily in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the coins and walked directly to the egg-catching machine with the fire-based egg without saying a word. At this time, there was no one in front of the egg-catching machine. Lin Shen put in the coins and started to operate the joystick. Boss, Lin Shen is too arrogant. Do you want to loosen his claws and let him know the dangers of society? The clerk came to Qi Tianfu and said in a low voice. No, I know that dog very well. He looks like a harmless sunny boy, but he is actually a dog. He must have bad intentions when he came here. Qi Tianfu felt that he had seen through Lin Shen, and snorted coldly. He deliberately angered me when he came. If I loosen his claws, so many customers will see him spend so much money, and can't catch anything. In addition, the dog barks, it will definitely affect our business. Playing these little tricks in front of me is useless. Let him catch as he pleases. How much can he catch? It's just advertising for us. It has to be you, boss, the store said with admiration. Stop flattering me, just watch here. Qi Tianfu laughed and scolded, walked out from behind the counter, stood behind Lin Shen and watched him catch eggs. Lin Shen knew Qi Tianfu was here, but he didn't turn his head to look at him, just catching eggs by himself. It must be said that the quality of the base mutated eggs in Chi Tianfu's egg catching machine is indeed better than that in his store. There are a total of 8 base mutated eggs in this egg catching machine. Although they are all steel base mutated eggs, there are also advantages and disadvantages in steel base mutated eggs. Strength, speed, hardness, and toughness are important data for measuring base mutated creatures. Although the highest value of steel creatures is 10, the data of most steel creatures cannot reach 10. It is considered good to reach 8 or 9, which can be regarded as a small top-quality product. Most of the base mutated eggs used in Lin Shen's store are iron-horn beasts. The speed of an adult iron-horn beast can reach about 8, and the strength is about 7, but the hardness is only more than 5 points, and the toughness is a little higher, which is more than 6 points. Such values can only be regarded as medium and low among steel creatures. The base mutated eggs in this egg-catching machine are 100-tempered steel armor beasts. Although the speed is weaker, only more than 5 points, the strength and hardness are all above 8, and some can even reach 9. The toughness is also above 7, and the combat effectiveness is much stronger than the iron-horn beast. The size of an adult 100 refined steel armored beast is comparable to that of an elephant, but its weight is far greater. It can be used as a mount or a battle pet, and it is also very powerful in transporting large equipment and supplies. It is a very practical pet. In fact, many bases are built with materials from 100 refined steel beast, which is much more valuable than iron horn beast. Different egg-catching machines require different numbers of egg-catching coins. This egg-catching machine with 100 refined steel beasts base-changing eggs requires 4 coins to play once, which is equivalent to 40 yuan to grab a handful. It is also a relatively expensive machine in Chi Tianfu store. Lin Shen tried to insert coins several times, and each time the base-changing eggs were caught, the base-changing eggs fell down when the claws went to the exit. He caught them 5 times, but still had no harvest. Xiao Wuzi, you are not lucky. Chi Tianfu teased beside him. Only people without ability need to rely on luck. Lin Shen didn't even look at Chi Tianfu, and said that he put in 4 more coins and started the egg-catching machine. TSK, if not luck, what do you rely on? Will the Jade Emperor bless you? Chi Tianfu said with a sneer. You can rely on your skills. Lin Shen said, and shook the joystick repeatedly. In Suanio Base, Lin Shen was the first person to open an egg-catching shop. Before him, few people in Suanio Base had played with this thing. Chi Tianfu also followed the trend and opened a shop. He had never played with it before. In terms of understanding of egg-catching machines, Chi Tianfu was much worse. After 5 tests, Lin Shen had figured out what gear this egg-catching machine was adjusted to. Indeed, the claws here are tighter than those in Lin Shen's shop. For ordinary people, it is still very difficult to catch them. According to the set probability, it takes about 20 times to catch a genetic mutation egg. But that only refers to the probability of ordinary people grabbing. The reason why Lin Shen adjusted the claws so loose that he couldn't even grab the genetic eggs in many cases was not to prevent ordinary customers, but those egg-catching masters. Before opening the store, Lin Shen studied it for a while, and watched many videos of egg-catching masters. He knew that this thing was not just based on luck. With the tightness of the claws like this, it was too easy for masters to grab the genetic mutation eggs. Although Lin Shen himself was not a very powerful master, he had been playing with this before opening the store. He opened the store because he liked to play, so he was naturally good at it. The claws in the machine also swayed regularly, with the shaking of the joystick. At this time, the position of the claws was just above the exit, and the exit was below, and it was not aimed at any genetic mutation egg. After the claws swung to a certain angle, Lin Shen suddenly pressed the grab button, and the claws fell diagonally, just grabbing a genetic mutation egg next to it. The mutated egg was caught, and when it reached the top, it fell down before the claws could move. But the claws were originally located above the exit, and the fallen mutated egg fell directly into the exit and rolled out. Swing the claws. Chi Tianfu's face changed slightly. He followed Lin Shen's lead to open a shop, purely to squeeze Lin Shen. He was not interested in catching eggs, but he knew some skills, like swinging the claws. He just didn't expect that Lin Shen could do it. Can you catch eggs like this? The young man who was playing the egg-catching machine next to him widened his eyes, and couldn't help shouting. Lin Shen put the mutated egg he caught into his pocket, turned his head, and looked at Chi Tianfu and smiled. Xiao Fuzi, I opened an egg-catching shop because I like to play this, and you have no interest in these things. You rely on luck to catch eggs, and I rely on skills. After that, Lin Shen threw in 4 more coins, and continued to catch eggs. The same operation was repeated. The claws swung regularly, and fell down again diagonally, catching a base mutated egg. The same scene, the familiar picture, the base mutated egg fell into the exit warehouse again. This kind of claw tightness was not difficult for Shen at all. Although he could not hit it every time, he could reach the level of 50% to 60%. In a short while, Shen caught 4 base mutated eggs, and almost all the customers in the store were attracted to watch. Every time Shen caught a base mutated egg, the crowd of onlookers exclaimed, "So you can play eggs like this? I played it for nothing before, so you can catch eggs like this?" Chi Tianfu's face was as black as if he was sprayed with ink, and he gritted his teeth, but couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Chapter 5. Give me a card. After changing several egg-catching machines, Shen could no longer take all the eggs he had caught, so he asked the clerk to bring a cart. Except for the one he put in his pocket, he put all the other eggs in the cart. After a while, Shen had caught most of the eggs in the egg-catching machines nearby. Shen did not hesitate to change a machine and continue catching eggs. The crowd also followed Shen to move their positions, most of them wanting to learn egg-catching techniques. It was not that there were no people in the Suanio base who wanted to practice egg-catching techniques and make a fortune from Shen's store. It was just that there was no merchant in the Suanio base who made egg-catching machines. The egg-catching machines needed to be transported from outside bases, and the journey was full of dangers. Most people had no chance to get egg-catching machines to practice on their own. In fact, as long as you have the opportunity to practice more, it is not particularly difficult to learn to shake the claws. Fuck, you came to me to buy goods, didn't you? Looking at the genetic mutation eggs that were almost filling up a cart, Chi Tianfu cursed Shen fiercely in his heart. His face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Boss, this can't go on. We will lose a lot of money if we keep catching them like this. Otherwise, let's adjust the machine that Shen is playing with first. The trusted clerk whispered beside Chi Tianfu. Adjust, lower the tension of the claws by 2 levels. Chi Tianfu couldn't bear to see Shen's irritating face, and the words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The clerk hurriedly took out the remote control and quietly adjusted the tension remotely. This time, Shen used his claws, but the claws only lifted the genetic mutation eggs a little distance and then loosened them. Even if he used the claw swinging technique, he couldn't catch the genetic mutation eggs. Many onlookers secretly said it was a pity. I tried twice more, but the result was the same. I couldn't catch the height that would allow it to fall to the exit. At this time, even the onlookers could see that the claws had become loose and they couldn't catch it at all. What's the point of playing this? The store owner is such a jerk. How can you play with the claws so loose? Many people were muttering in a low voice. Shen turned his head and glanced at Chi Tianfu. He saw Chi Tianfu raising his eyebrows proudly, as if to say, I just loosened the claws. What can you do to me? What are you looking at? Are you still going to catch it? Chi Tianfu pouted and said, Of course I will catch it. Shen smiled at him, not angry at all, and then pinched the joystick with his hand and turned it counterclockwise. Everyone didn't quite understand. The claws were so loose, wouldn't it be a waste of money to continue playing? As the joystick turned, the claws inside the glass cover also shook violently. Suddenly, one of the 3 hooks hooked on the connection line between the claws and the set-top box, and the claws became tilted. At this moment, Shen pressed the button again, and the claws shook and fell, grabbing the base mutated egg next to the exit. As the claws rose, the tilted claws pushed the base mutated egg that had just risen a little into the exit warehouse. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Chi Tianfu's eyes widened. Brother, you still have a lot to learn to open an egg-catching shop. Shen took out the base mutated egg and put it in the cart. Chi Tianfu was so angry that he took the remote control from the clerk and adjusted the claws to the loosest. You catch him, and if you can catch him again, I will take your last name. Chi Tianfu was almost mad with anger, secretly swearing in his heart. Who knew that Shen suddenly stretched, then walked to the egg-catching machine next to him, put in a coin, shook the joystick twice, and directly pressed the grab button. Chi Tianfu didn't react at all, and didn't have time to adjust it, and another genetic mutation egg was caught. Dog, this dog thing is really a dog. Chi Tianfu was so angry that his teeth were creaking, and his fingers pressed the buttons of the remote control repeatedly, almost crushing the remote control. Who knew that Shen didn't even think about catching it a second time, and switched to another egg-catching machine, quickly put in coins to catch eggs. Under Chi Tianfu's murderous eyes, he forcibly caught another genetic mutation egg. So a funny scene appeared in the egg-catching shop. Shen kept changing the machine to catch the base-changing eggs. Chi Tianfu, who was furious, didn't care so much and pressed the remote control desperately until he almost adjusted all the egg-catching machines to the loosest mode, and then ended this farce. The base-changing eggs caught by Shen had piled up into a small mountain in the cart, but there were still many chips in the box. I'm tired. Come back next time to buy more. Give me back the remaining coins. Shen casually stuffed the box of chips into Qi Tianfu's hand, and patted Qi Tianfu on the shoulder. Brother, put more good goods next time. You caught such a small amount of broken things after catching for a long time. It's not enough for my consumption for a month. Give him back. Qi Tianfu wanted to jump up and slap Shen twice, but with so many customers around, he could only hold back and swallow it with broken teeth, and let someone exchange Shen's remaining egg-catching coins for money. Let me use the cart. I bring it to you later. You know I'm next door, and I can't run away. Shen pushed a cart full of genetically modified eggs out. When he reached the door, he said to the onlookers, if you want to exchange egg-catching techniques, you are welcome to come to my egg-catching shop. Although my claws are not very tight, they will not change no matter who tries to catch them. If you have the skills and ability, you can catch them at will. After that, Shen pushed the cart and left without looking back. Seeing Shen leave, the original customers in the store also left in a rush, leaving no one behind. Anyone can see that the machines in this store have been adjusted to the loosest level, and now catching eggs is like throwing money into the water. You bastard, I won't let you go. Qi Tianfu finally couldn't help but jumped and cursed. But Shen didn't even turn his head back. He turned around and went into his egg-catching shop and handed the cart to Zhao Li, who was full of doubts. These genetically modified eggs are of good quality. Put 2 or 3 in each egg grabber. Shen finished his instructions to Zhao Li, who looked confused, and left the store on his own. When he returned home, Shen did not see Lao Yi, and thought that Lao Yi had left. Who knew that he saw Lao Yi walked in from outside, and closed the door. Shen immediately realized that Lao Yi must have followed him to Qi Tianfu's egg shop quietly. Lao Yi, did you see what happened just now? Shen said. Lao Yi nodded and said, now is an extraordinary period, and there must be no mistakes. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I followed you. The fourth master often said that you are proficient in eating, drinking and having fun. I used to think that the fourth master was a little disappointed with you, but today I know that it is probably not what I thought. In fact, the fourth master is praising you. If I hadn't followed you today, I would not have thought that there are so many tricks in an egg grabber. Shen smiled and said, we are all family, Lao Yi, you don't have to be so tactful. Among us brothers, I am the one with the worst talent and the most uncertain personality. The only advantage is that I like to eat good food, drink good food, and play new things, which is not a big advantage. Playing is different from playing. Lao Yi shook his head, but did not continue the topic. He pondered and said, but now is not the best time to attack Qi Tianfu. Even if an egg-catching shop fails, it will not have much impact on the Qi family. We still have to solve the current troubles first. Then let's discuss the details tomorrow. Shen knew that Lao Yi wanted to say that he should not lose the big picture for the small at this time, but he did not explain it, because it was really difficult to explain. The two of them repeatedly pondered various details together. When it was almost midnight, Shen said to Lao Yi, go back and rest. There will be a tough battle tomorrow. We have to be in good spirits to deal with it. I sleep in the living room. Lao Yi wanted to say something else, but seeing Shen yawning, he had to give up. Shen nodded, went back to his room, and took out the mosaic transformed egg from his arms while lying on the bed. He looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't find the problem. I hope there will be a good result tomorrow. Shen's eyelids drooped, and he fell asleep holding the transformed egg. Chapter 6. When he woke up, it was still dawn. Shen turned around, and saw that the mosaic on the base transformed egg had disappeared. Some more information appeared in his mind. Only then could he see clearly that this was a base transformed egg of the 100 refinements steel beast, which seemed to be no different from the ordinary base transformed eggs of the 100 refinements steel beast. Failed super base evolution spark, infinite power contract. Infinite power contract. Raise a creature and make a contract with it. Hold the creature and run 1,000 meters every day. As the creature grows and gains weight, it will gain strength equal to the creature's weight. The spark is unique and can only be contracted with one creature. Shen was surprised and happy, thinking, isn't this the legendary cow-holding skill? Folk legend has it that there was a cowherd who carried a newborn calf from home to the mountains to graze every day. As the calf continues to grow, the cowherd's strength grows day by day, until the cow reaches adulthood, and the cowherd becomes a strongman who can lift thousands of pounds. This is obviously an unscientific training method. A calf can grow to hundreds of pounds in a few months, but a person's strength cannot grow that fast. So in reality, it won't take long for the cowherd to be unable to hold the cow, and it is impossible to keep increasing strength. The infinite strength contract can turn the impossible into possible, and complete an unscientific false theory. Theoretically, as long as a giant creature cub can be found, Lin Shen's strength can be infinitely enhanced. The strength of holding a cow is not too strong for a mutant, but what if it is a giant mutant creature? As far as Lin Shen knows, there are some genetically modified creatures whose size and weight can far exceed that of whales. Lin Shen only needs to get a genetically modified egg like that, and cultivate it from a young age to gain power that is so terrifying that ordinary people cannot imagine. This is really cool. The only problem is where to get such a genetically modified egg. Among the genetically modified eggs that Lin Shen can get, the 100 refined steel beast is already the largest. Even if there are some giant alloy creatures, their size and weight are not much larger than the 100 refined steel beast. However, Lin Shen has seen some images. Some of the genetically modified creatures in those images are as huge as dragons. If such a genetically modified egg can be obtained, the infinite power contract is equivalent to a bug-like ability. However, most of such genetically modified creatures are crystal-based creatures. Not to mention whether it is possible to get the eggs of crystal-based creatures. Even if it is possible, the growth cycle of crystal-based creatures is relatively long, and some need several years or even decades to reach adulthood. Relatively speaking, the growth cycle of steel creatures is relatively short, but it is not easy to find a particularly huge one. If you want to have both, you may have to spend some time to find a super large steel creature. This is not a problem that can be solved in a short time. Even if you have money, there is no such thing in the Suanio base. Unless you go to other large bases, there may be hope. Lin Shen is not in a hurry. Even if you use the contract of the 100 refined steel beast now, you can't get power immediately. Anyway, it won't be used in this recruitment meeting. Lin Shen stared at the genetic transformation egg of the 100 refined steel beast. The information of dripping blood to form a contract appeared in his mind, but he did not choose to make a blood contract, but put it in the incubator. There are 2 more base mutated eggs in the incubator. One is the steel base mutated egg steel tail scorpion, and the other is the steel base mutated egg black iron swallow, both of which are base mutated eggs with fire. Lin Shen wants to hatch them out to see how they are different from ordinary steel tail scorpions and black iron swallows. When he came to the living room, Lao Yi was already waiting there. According to the previous plan, Lao Yi brought Lin Xiangdong's clothes and things. After Lin Shen was dressed, he looked in the mirror and didn't think he looked like Lin Xiangdong. Is this okay? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi uncertainly and asked. If you don't look at your face or listen to your voice, you and the 4th master are at least 80% alike. Lao Yi took out a bronze mask that looked like an evil spirit and handed it to Lin Shen, and continued, this mask is made of the material of the alloy creature Qingjiaimo. The 4th master has worn it before, so it should be able to get away with it. Lin Shen took the mask. The mask was as thin as paper, but it was not light. It should be about 2 pounds. The texture was very hard and a little cool to the touch. Putting the mask on his face, it felt a little heavy. He looked in the mirror. The evil face with green face and fangs was really scary. Okay, as long as you don't speak, people who have seen this mask will probably think you are the 4th master. Lao Yi praised, and then said, but your voice is still a problem. Although the 4th master's voice is a bit similar to yours, there are still some differences. You need to pay more attention, and it is best to speak as little as possible. But you can't not speak. You also know that the 4th master's temper will make people suspicious if he doesn't speak at all. Old Yi. Lin Shen pinched his throat and tried several times, and his voice gradually became a little different from usual. Like? Really like? The more Old Yi listened, the more surprised he was. He didn't expect Lin Shen to have such a skill. It sounded like Lin Xiangdong's voice. After all, they are brothers, so their voices are similar. In addition, I liked to go to the karaoke bar for a while before, and I studied the vocal skills a little bit. I can imitate the singing of some singers, and it's quite similar. Lin Shen smiled. Brother Xiaowu, this is really done. As long as you don't make a move, no outsider should be able to tell that you are not the 4th master. Old Yi was even happier after hearing this. Let's call him the 4th master. Lin Shen raised his eyes slightly. He knew that his advantage was that he knew the 4th brother very well. He was not good at acting, so he could only put himself in the 4th brother's shoes. Every time he did something or said something, He had to think about what he would do and say if it was the fourth brother. Lao Yi was startled at first, then he bowed solemnly to Lin Shen, and said repeatedly, "Fourth master, I was wrong, you are the fourth master. Let's go!" Lin Shen walked out first. Lao Yi nodded slightly. He also knew that letting Lin Shen pretend to be Lin Xiangdong was a last resort, and the risk was very high, but there was no other way. There must be flaws, but only by firmly believing that you are the one can you cover up those flaws. It's hard for Xiao Wuge. I hope that the third master and the fourth master can return safely, otherwise even if Xiao Wuge can pass this time, he can't keep fooling around. Lao Yi said in his heart. When Lin Shen and Lao Yi arrived at the venue, the representatives of Qi and Wang had already arrived. They had been sitting on the stage for a long time, and were a little impatient. Lin Shen brought Lao Yi to come late. This was decided in advance by Lin Shen and Lao Yi. They arrived at the place just before the recruitment meeting started. In this way, the representatives of the Qi and Wang families would not have time to talk to Lin Shen so much, and the possibility of revealing flaws would be much lower. Brother Xiaowu, as we guessed before, the representative from the Qi family is Qi Shuheng, and the representative from the Wang family is Wang Tian'er. Their fame and strength are close to the fourth master. Be careful to deal with them. Lao Yi said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lin Shen remained calm and did not say anything. He just walked straight to the stage. There were already two men sitting on the stands. Qi Shuheng, who seemed to be a scholar with a somewhat elegant temperament, and the other strong man, with eagle eyes and wolf eyes, was naturally Wang Tian'er. Lin Shen secretly took a deep breath, looked at the two men with a firm look, and walked onto the stage with a bit of arrogance. I thought Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er would definitely question him for wearing a mask after seeing him, but they did stand up when they saw him coming up, but they didn't talk to him. Instead, they looked behind Lin Shen. What are they looking at? Lin Shen couldn't help but turn around and look. When he saw it, his pupils shrank, and he stayed there. Chapter 7. Lao Yi also turned his head, and saw a man walking slowly towards the stage. Although his face did not change, his eyes had a subtle change. For someone like Lao Yi, who never showed his emotions, such a change in his eyes was enough to explain many problems. But Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er were right next to him, so he had no way to give Lin Shen any hints. Fourth master, do you mind if we invite this friend to watch? Qi Shuheng stared at Lin Shen's eyes, and said with a smile, Shuheng, this is your fault. This person's presence has already given our Suanio base great face, making our recruitment meeting glorious. Moreover, she is an old friend of the fourth master. The fourth master can't thank us enough, so how could he mind? Wang Tian'er said, turning his eyes to Lin Shen's face, and said with a smile, Fourth master, don't you think so? Why would she come here? How could Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er have such a tacit understanding? Could it be that the Qi and Wang families have reached a cooperation? If so, I'm afraid it won't last until the third and fourth masters come back. Lao Yi's heart was burning like fire, but he didn't dare to make any move, otherwise it would only make the Qi and Wang who stared at Lin Shen and wanted to see something from his only exposed eyes more suspicious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Shen's face. Lin Shen looked at the person who had walked onto the stage. His eyes did not change, but his heart was already full of doubts. Can humans carry the spark of superevolution? What made Lin Shen extremely suspicious was not the identity of this person. In fact, he did not see who this person was, but only vaguely recognized that this was a woman. Because the woman's entire body seemed to be mosaicked, Lin Shen couldn't see what she looked like. Since discovering the fire, Lin Shen had only seen fire on genetically modified eggs. He had never seen fire on genetically modified creatures that had already hatched, let alone on humans. In fact, Lin Shen had never thought that humans could have fire, and this discovery made him pleasantly surprised. He was happy because there was another way to get fire, and he was surprised because he had no idea who this person was. Not to mention that he didn't know her. Even if he knew her, he couldn't tell who she was because the woman was covered in mosaics. Brother Lin, how are you? The woman walked in front of Lin Shen and said lightly. This sentence reminded Lin Shen a little. He knew that when his fourth brother Lin Xiangdong was very young, he was sent to a remote Cape base by his second brother to practice, and he stayed there for nearly 10 years before returning. Every time Lin Xiangdong got drunk, he would talk about how advanced the Cape base was, and how awesome the mutators were. If the Cape base was a metropolis, the Suanio base was not even a village compared to it. Of course, Lin Xiangdong said this not to say that the Suanio base was not good, but to pave the way for his own bragging. Every time Lin Xiangdong talked about how talented he was, the bigwigs in the Cape base were vying to train him, and many coaches in the training camps were eagerly waiting. He picked and chose, and reluctantly chose a coach who was known as the best in the Cape base, and practiced with him. The coaches who were not selected by him beat their chests, and stamped their feet, only to regret that they were not capable enough and miss such a rare genius. He also said that when he was practicing, the students in the same class were all so awesome, but when they saw him, they were so scared that they were like mice seeing a cat, and they kept calling him senior brother. It was nothing else, just because he, Lin Xiangdong, crushed his classmates and was invincible in the same level. Lin Shen heard it many times, and felt that Lin Xiangdong's words were unreliable and boastful. If the fourth brother was really as awesome as he said, he could beat his peers in a place like Cape Base. So how come there were still a few people of the same age who could challenge him in a small place like Suanio Base? However, because Lin Xiangdong's eloquence was really good, even if he was bragging, he could tell the story in a dramatic way that made people think about it. In addition, Lin Shen heard it many times, so he remembered a lot of people and names in the story. Of course, those people were used to set off how awesome Lin Xiangdong was, just like background boards. It's just that in order to show that he was more awesome, Lin Xiangdong added some amazing identities to those background boards. What rare natural genius, what son of a rich family, what school beauty, etc. It feels a bit vulgar after hearing too much. Lin Xiangdong talked about a lot of female classmates. Basically, they were fascinated by his charm and personality, addicted to it, and cried and shouted to be his girlfriend, which made him tireless. In Lin Xiangdong's words, the only female classmate who didn't want to date him was a little fan, who was deeply impressed by his cultivation talent and fighting ability. Lin Shen remembered that the little fan girl Lin Xiangdong mentioned was Bai Shenfei, who was one grade lower than Lin Xiangdong, but was a genius girl who turned into a terracotta warrior at the age of 12, and she was also a martial arts fanatic. Every day she was either practicing or on the way to fighting in martial arts competitions. At that time, Lin Xiangdong was only 1 year older than Bai Shenfei. Before he had transformed into a figurine, he defeated Bai Shenfei, who had already been broken into a figurine. Since then, Bai Shenfei regarded him as an idol, and she would ask him for advice every time she had a problem in cultivation. The so-called figurine transformation is an important step in the evolution from human to a mutator, just like the process of insects forming figurines to become butterflies and the body becoming perfect. Practitioners must also go through similar steps to allow their flesh and blood bodies to evolve towards the direction of steel bodies. Lin Shen recalled again that among the background board classmates that Lin Xiangdong talked about, they were basically his classmates, and only Bai Shenfei was a junior schoolmate from a lower grade. This woman calls me senior brother, is she Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen felt that there was this possibility, but he could not be completely sure. After all, Lin Xiangdong must have more than one junior schoolmate Bai Shenfei. If he made a mistake, the consequences would be unbearable for Lin Shen. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Shen looked at the blurred woman and said proudly, "You came to Suanio Base. Why am I the last person to know?" As he said that, Lin Shen also glanced at Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er. Everyone could see that he seemed very unhappy. On the first day of coming to Suanio Base, I went to the Lin family to visit senior brother Lin, but your family said that senior brother Lin was overcoming an important technical difficulty, and it was not convenient to see guests for the time being, so I had to go to the Qi family and the Wang family again, said Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen couldn't see Bai Shenfei's expression and eyes, but she sounded calm and didn't get angry because of his bad attitude. She also explained very patiently, and seemed to be really good to Lin Xiangdong. From what you said, you didn't come to Suanio Base to see me this time? Lin Shen decided to continue testing. If it was an ordinary classmate relationship, his blaming tone would definitely make the other party feel a little abnormal, even if he was not angry. If the woman's tone is not unnatural at all, then she is most likely the white goddess consort. Master Lin, your words are not very authentic. She came all the way to our Suanio Base to find you first, but you blocked her outside the door, and didn't even let her see you. Now we finally meet, but you still wear a broken mask and still can't see her. Do you think you have met or not? Or are you, Master Lin, too ashamed to show your face to others and afraid of being seen by people you know? Or is your face under this mask different from Master Lin's? Wang Tian'er almost said that Lin Shen was a fake. Chapter 8. Lin Xiangdong followed Lin Zongjing out quietly, saying that he was researching something important. Even Lin Shen only found out that Lin Xiangdong was not at the base after Lao Yi came over. He went out with his third brother Lin Zongjin. However, Lin Xiangdong had not shown up for more than a month, which still made the Qi and Wang families suspicious. This time, Lin Shen came wearing a mask, which made them even more suspicious. Standing behind Lin Shen, Lao Ye's palms were already sweating. This situation was something they had never expected before. In this kind of emergency, let alone Lin Shen, even Lao Ye himself didn't know how to deal with it perfectly at this moment. But if Lao Ye jumped out to help Lin Shen now, it would only make them more suspicious. But if he didn't help, Lin Shen might not even be able to get through this level. Just when Lao Ye couldn't help but speak, Lin Shen had already taken the lead. Lin Shen suddenly approached Wang Tian'er, his face almost touching Wang Tian'er's. The sudden action startled Wang Tian'er, because he was very afraid of Lin Xiangdong, and he reflexively stepped back and pulled out the pistol from his waist. Thermal weapons are still very powerful weapons in this era, especially for humans. The threat of pistols still exists. After all, humans cannot be in the state of steel body 24 hours a day, and the vast majority of mutants are not 100% steel body, and some mutants even have a steel body coverage rate of less than 50%. So many people carry pistols, not to deal with mutant creatures, but to deal with their own kind. When discussing the details with Lao Ye last night, Lin Shen had already noticed Wang Tian'er. His strength was the same as Lin Xiangdong. Both of them were alloy-based transformers, but he liked to use guns very much. It was said that many people died under his gun. The moment Wang Tian'er drew his gun, Lin Shen's hand swung out like a venomous snake. Wang Tian'er didn't react at all. He didn't even have time to hold the gun tightly. He felt his fingers loosen, and the gun was taken away. Lin Shen didn't expect that he could take Wang Tian'er's gun directly. After all, Wang Tian'er was an alloy-based transformer. When he burst out with all his strength, his speed was not much slower than a bullet. Originally, Lin Shen didn't think of taking the gun directly. He just wanted to use the speed of the 7-step dry arms to block Wang Tian'er's hand that was pulling out the gun, and then start his mouth cannon. Unexpectedly, the speed given to him by the 7-step dry arm seemed to be faster than he expected, and the unprepared Wang Tian'er didn't react at all, and the gun was taken away directly. Lin Shen, who hadn't even completed his transformation, was able to snatch a gun from the hands of an alloy transformer. This was really too amazing. Lin Shen was ecstatic, and pointed the gun he had snatched at Wang Tian'er's head. Wang Tian'er's face changed drastically. While he dodged diagonally, his skin also changed rapidly. A mysterious blue substance oozed out and turned into a shell-like armor, protecting his body. Even his head and face were wrapped in it. His clothes were torn in many places by the metal shell, revealing a blue metallic luster. Qi Shuheng's eyes were slightly disappointed. With such means and speed, the person who could force Wang Tian'er into such a mess must not be an ordinary transformer. There were not many of them in the Lin family. It seemed that the intelligence seemed to be wrong. Lin Xiangdong had not left the base. The person in front of him was most likely Lin Xiangdong. Lao Ye was surprised and delighted. He really couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. A person who hadn't completed the base transformation could actually snatch the gun from the alloy-based transformer. Even if he took advantage of the opponent's unpreparedness, it was really too amazing. But no matter what, with this move, their suspicion of Lin Shen should be much less, and this hurdle today should be passed. Seeing Wang Tian'er's appearance, Lin Shen laughed arrogantly, threw the gun back to Wang Tian'er, and said disdainfully, "Wang Lauer, don't you want to see the face under the mask? I stretched my face to let you lift the mask, but you were so scared. You are so old, but you can't even hold the gun steadily. How did you survive until now?" Wang Lauer was angry and wanted to say something, but Lao Ye said first, "The time for the meeting to start has passed, don't delay the business, and there are so many people, don't let outsiders see the jokes of our three families. Miss Bai rarely comes here, it's not good to spoil Miss Bai's interest." Lao Ye said this to prevent Wang Lauer from getting angry and really turning hostile, and secondly, to point out the identity of Bai Shenfei, so no one should be suspicious now. "Humph, we will settle this account another day. Business is more important. I won't bother with you today." Wang Tian'er snorted coldly, turned around and walked off the stage. He had to change his clothes. He couldn't recruit radical changers on the stage like this. Lin Shen ignored Wang Tian'er and looked at the woman and thought, this woman is indeed the White Goddess, but why does she have the fire of super radical evolution? Can humans also have the fire of super radical evolution? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a while. The fire was really an extremely wonderful thing. He only thought that the 7-step war allowed him to have a speed faster than a bullet within 7 steps, but now it seems that it is not entirely the case. After actual combat, Lin Shen had a deeper understanding. The real meaning of this ability might be that as long as the opponent uses a gun and is within 7 steps, no matter how fast the opponent is, his shot will be faster than the opponent. This is a bit strong, But the limitations are also great. It's a misunderstanding. Let's take a seat first. Qi Shuheng said gentlemanly, and invited Bai Shenfei to sit next to him. Lin Shen remembered that Lin Xiangdong said that Bai Shenfei was his little fangirl. He also taught Bai Shenfei a lot. The relationship between the two was very good. It can be said that they were both teachers and friends. Of course, Bai Shenfei couldn't sit next to Qi Shuheng at this time. Fourth brother said he usually called Bai Shenfei what? Lin Shen thought about it, and remembered it. He waved to Bai Shenfei and said, "Little Feifei, come and sit here, senior brother." Before, Lin Shen talked to Bai Shenfei like that, and Bai Shenfei didn't mind at all, which made Lin Shen believe what Lin Xiangdong said before. At this time, he naturally had to get along with Bai Shenfei according to Lin Xiangdong's habit, and he couldn't let her see any flaws. After all, Lin Shen couldn't be sure whether Bai Shenfei went to the Lin family first, and what kind of relationship she had with the Qi and Wang families, and why she had to go to the Qi and Wang families for help. After listening to Lin Shen's words, Bai Shenfei didn't hesitate and went directly to the seat next to Lin Shen and sat down. Qi Shuheng could only sit down by himself. After a while, Wang Tian'er, who had changed his clothes, came back and sat down next to Qi Shuheng. The recruitment meeting officially began. Under the arrangement of the host, many base changers who were interested in joining the three major families of Suanio base began to line up on stage to show their strength in order to win the favor of the representatives of the three families. Lin Shen didn't have much interest in these people, and turned to ask Bai Shenfei, "Xiao Feifei, what are you doing in Suanio base?" Bai Shenfei slowly approached Lin Shen, and her lips were almost touching Lin Shen's earlobe. It seems that the relationship between Bai Shenfei and fourth brother is really good. Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly praise fourth brother for his ability. It seems that I misunderstood him when I thought he was bragging before. I don't care who you are. If you dare to call me little concubine again, I will chop off your head now, if the people from the Qi and Wang families reveal your identity. Although Bai Shenfei's voice was low, her tone was very unfriendly. Exposed. Lin Shen trembled and complained in his heart, fourth brother, why are you bragging? I, your brother, was screwed to death by you." Chapter 9. Needless to say, there must be something wrong with the name Xiao Feifei. If Lin Xiangdong hadn't called Bai Shenfei Xiao Feifei so naturally when he first mentioned her, and said that Bai Shenfei liked him to call her that, and would get angry if he didn't call her that, Lin Shen would definitely not call Bai Shenfei that. It can only be said that Lin Xiangdong is a swindler, and he is the kind who will kill people without paying for it. Now Lin Shen can only be thankful that he didn't reach out to pinch Bai Shenfei's cheek when he called her Xiao Feifei. At the beginning, Lin Xiangdong swore that Bai Shenfei had a little baby fat and her face was the cutest. Given his relationship with Bai Shenfei, he pinched her chubby little face a lot. Fortunately, from what Bai Shenfei said, it seems that she doesn't intend to expose me. Lin Shen's mind was racing, and his brain had already turned 7 or 8 corners. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes looking at his nose looking at his heart, like an old monk in meditation. "Who are you? And why are you pretending to be senior brother Lin?" Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Concubine Bai frowned and said again, "What did you say? It's too noisy here, not a place to talk. Why don't you go to my place and have a good chat after the recruitment meeting is over?" Lin Shen would never admit here that he was not Lin Xiangdong. As long as he didn't admit it, no matter what Concubine Bai said, he still had room to maneuver. If he admitted it here, what if Concubine Bai had bad intentions and made a recording or something, and then he wouldn't even have room to quibble, and he would be really finished. Concubine Bai glanced at Lin Shen and said nothing more. While the two were talking in a low voice, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er on the other side were also whispering in private. "It seems that we are wrong in our guess. Lin Xiangdong has not left the base," Qi Shuheng said as he looked at Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei, who were whispering to each other and looked very close. Wang Tian'er frowned and said, "As for what he did just now, there are indeed few people in the Lin family who can do it except the Lin brothers. Even if there are others who can do it, they can't look so similar to Lin Xiangdong. But I still feel that something is wrong." "What's wrong?" Qi Shuheng asked. Wang Tian'er glanced in the direction of Lin Shen and shook his head and said, "I can't tell what's wrong. Since there is such news, even if Lin Xiangdong didn't go out, I think there must be some problems." Qi Shuheng also glanced in the direction of Lin Shen, and then whispered, "That doesn't matter. Aren't there still links for our three families to show their strength later? Let's try him then. With the speed he just showed, the ordinary alloy creatures we prepared before can't test anything, right?" Wang Tian'er pondered. "So we have to change one. Qi Shuheng said confidently. I just got a rare alloy level pet recently, which is just right for testing him. Will alloy level pets work? Wang Tian'er frowned. Other alloy level pets won't work, but mine will definitely work. As long as it is arranged properly, unless he is really Lin Xiangdong, even Lao Yi won't be able to do it, and other alloy level pets of the Lin family will be even worse. Qi Shuheng said confidently. What pet? Wang Tian'er was also a little curious about what kind of pet Qi Shuheng was so confident about. Have you heard of alloy level super speed gunners? Qi Shuheng said. Wang Tian'er was surprised at first, then he said happily. Is it the super speed gunner whose speed attribute reaches 20, and is known as the fastest alloy level super speed gunner? Yes, it is the super speed gunner. Qi Shuheng smiled and nodded. That's great. Let the super speed gunner be his opponent. Unless he is really Lin Xiangdong, he will definitely show flaws under many restrictions. Wang Tian'er was overjoyed. The link of the three families showing their strength has always been that they cannot use various equipment and base-changing pets, and can only use their own base-changing power. In the case of bare hands, the third master of the Lin family is not in the base. Except for Lin Xiangdong, it is estimated that no one can easily deal with the super speed gunner. Although the speed of Lin Shen's previous attack was very fast, in the eyes of Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng, it was still much worse than the super speed gunner. It is impossible to compete with the super speed gunner in speed. Even if the real Lin Xiangdong came, it would be difficult for him to beat the speed gunner in terms of speed, and he would probably win in other ways. Among the alloy class, the speed gunner is the top speed type genetic creature, and it is almost impossible to find one faster than him. But you also saw that the guy is very likely to be Lin Xiangdong. If it is really Lin Xiangdong, my speed gunner would be like a meat bun hitting a dog, and there would be no return. You also know how rare the speed gunner is. Its value. Qi Shuheng did not finish, but his meaning was already very clear. If he wanted him to take out the speed gunner, Wang Tian'er would have to bear the risk. You and I will naturally advance and retreat together. If there is any mistake with the speed gunner, you and I will bear it together. Wang Tian'er didn't hesitate, and gave Qi Shuheng a reassurance. That's it. Qi Shuheng made the final decision. The recruitment meeting was carried out in an orderly manner. Those base changers showed their strength one by one. In addition to wanting to gain fame, they also wanted to show their abilities to the three major families of Suanio base. The stronger the strength, the more likely it is to get better treatment and benefits. If they are favored by the three families at the same time, they may even get a sky-high contract. Of course, those base changers also have the right to choose which family to join, and they don't need to decide on the spot which family to join. Suanio base is just a small base, and there are not many talents. There are only a dozen new base changers in the recruitment meeting held every 6 months, plus some old base changers who re-participated in the recruitment meeting. There are only 30 or 40 people, among which there are only 4 or 5, who can really catch the eyes of the three major families. If there is a particularly eye-catching one, there is only one alloy base changer named Wei Wufu. In a small place like Suanio base, alloy base changers are already considered high-end combat power. Even if they don't participate in the recruitment meeting, they can get good treatment by joining any family. It is because Wei Wufu has just moved to Suanio base not long ago that no one knows him. Otherwise the people of the three major families would have invited him to join. Wei Wufu's performance is also amazing. Without using the alloy body, he easily grabbed the 1000-gene barbell with one hand and waved it casually. The means of holding it easily are definitely not something that the steel level can do. The three families all extended olive branches to him, but Wei Wufu did not decide immediately, just said that he would consider it. All base changers who signed up for the recruitment meeting have demonstrated their abilities, and finally it is the turn of the representatives of the three families to show their strength. I didn't expect that there would be alloy base changers participating in the recruitment meeting today. With Wei Wufu here, the demonstration session we arranged before seems a bit childish. If we bring it up again, it will only make people laugh. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested in listening. Qi Shuheng said to himself. Brother Qi's words make sense. With Wei Wufu here, the previous preparations are indeed a bit shabby. I wonder if Brother Qi has any suggestions. Wang Tian'er immediately said. I just got an alloy pet recently. I use it as a touchstone. What do you think? Qi Shuheng said, as he took out a pet capsule from his coat pocket and threw it out. Chapter 10. The blue metal capsule as big as an egg quickly changed in the air, just like a transformer. When it landed on the ground, it had magically transformed into a robot gunner, with a blue metal exoskeleton all over his body. The robot gunner had a metal holster on his waist, and a metal cowboy hat on his head. The speedster, who was a head taller than the average person, had a skull with a metallic luster on his face, and there was a flash of red light in his eyes. He looked weird and scary, and there was an indescribable sense of horror and beauty. "That's the speedster," someone among the mutants in the audience exclaimed in envy. The speedster is a rare alloy creature that most people have only seen in videos, and most mutants have seen it in person for the first time. "Is it too extravagant to use the speedster as a touchstone?" Lao Yi said. He naturally knew how powerful the speedster was. If he encountered a speedster in the wild, he could use the terrain, equipment, and the power of his metamorphosis pet to deal with the speedster, which was not too difficult. But the current venue was so small, and he could not use equipment and pets. Even Lao Yi was not sure that he could deal with the speedster in this situation, and he might even be injured by the speedster. If that was the case, it would not be valid for him to take action on behalf of Lin Shen, and Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er would definitely force Lin Shen to take action. Although Lin Shen had just shown his ability to snatch the gun with his bare hands, which could be regarded as a stunning skill, Lao Yi knew very well in his heart that Lin Shen had not even completed his metamorphosis, and he must not let him fight the speedster head-on. "I think it's okay. We can't let others laugh at our three families, right? It's rare that Master Qi is so generous and willing to take out such a rare super-speed gunner as a touchstone. I have no problem with it. What do you think, Fourth Master Lin?" Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuheng sang the same tune, and it seemed that they could not tolerate Lin Shen's refusal. Lao Yi wanted to speak up to help Lin Shen, but Lin Shen said lightly, "I have always been ruthless in my actions. It would be a pity if such a rare pet was destroyed like this. It's just an alloy-level super-speed gunner, which is nothing. Since Fourth Master Lin has no objection, let's do it this way." Qi Shuheng said it directly. Lao Yi sighed in his heart. Although Xiao Wugu is smart, he has not experienced much before, and has little experience in handling things. How can he fight against Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er? I can only fight hard and help Xiao Wugu to get through this level. But the speed of the super speed gunner is so fast that there is no chance of a head-on confrontation. If it doesn't work, I can only take the super speed gunner's attack and take a risk, hoping that both sides will be injured. As long as the super speed gunner is destroyed, I should be able to deal with this level. As for whether the Qi and Wang families will be more suspicious, I can't care about it now. There is only one super speed gunner, and we have 3 people. You look at me like this. Isn't this prepared for me?" Lin Shen stared at Qi Shuheng and said coldly. Qi Shuheng coughed twice. "Master Lin, see, you worry too much. Naturally, we take turns to fight. Everyone has to go on the field. How can it be prepared for you alone? We can't miss such an opportunity to show our strength. Master Lin, see, if you are so impatient, we can let you go on the field first. Don't show off your inferior tricks in front of me. Don't you just want to see me take action? Don't bother, it's very simple." Lin Shen raised his right hand and extended a finger in front of Qi Shuheng. "Fourth Master, what do you mean by this?" Qi Shuheng didn't understand what Lin Shen meant. "One strike, just one strike, I can subdue him. If I do it, he belongs to me." Lin Shen pointed his finger at the speeding gunman. "Fourth Master." Lao Yi was anxious. In his opinion, Lin Shen wanted to use this method to force Qi Shuheng to retreat, but this idea was too naive. How could Qi Shuheng retreat at this time? Although the speeding gunman was precious, for the Qi family, it was worth it to use the speeding gunman in exchange for an opportunity to verify Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen waved his hand to stop him from talking, and didn't say anything, just looked at Qi Shuheng with contempt. "Since the Fourth Master is so interested, I will accompany you. Go ahead and do it. If you can subdue the speedster with one strike, he will be yours. But according to our previous agreement, you can only use your own base power, and you cannot use pets or other weapons." Qi Shuheng narrowed his eyes, and said slowly, "It's over." Lao Yi sighed in his heart. Things have developed to this point. It is impossible for Lin Shen to ask him to take over. Lao Yi's mind was racing. When he was thinking about how to break the situation, he heard Lin Shen said okay, and actually stood up and walked down. Lao Yi was stunned for a while. He didn't know what Lin Shen was planning. That was an alloy-level speedster, and Lin Shen was not even steel-level. What could he do? Not to mention that the speed of the speedster was not something Lin Shen could keep up with. Even if the speedster stood there and let Lin Shen hit him, I'm afraid Lin Shen couldn't even break his defense. Although Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er didn't know Lin Shen's background like Lao Yi, they didn't believe that Lin Shen could subdue the speedster with one strike. They all acknowledged that Lin Xiangdong was very powerful, but they didn't believe that Lin Xiangdong could subdue the speedster with one strike. They believed that it was possible for Lin Xiangdong to kill the speedster with one strike, but it was more difficult to subdue the speedster with one strike than to kill him. This was the difference between killing and capturing. Even if the person in front of them was really Lin Xiangdong, they didn't think he could capture the speedster with one strike, leaving the speedster without any room for resistance and struggle. If he could really do that, the speedster should have been killed. In that case, it would be useless for Lin Xiangdong to take it away. Lin Xiangdong is too crazy. Wang Tian'er gritted his teeth and said. Now he was a little convinced that this person should be Lin Xiangdong. Apart from Lin Xiangdong, he really couldn't think of another person who was so crazy in Suanio base. Even if he is really Lin Xiangdong, he has little chance of winning. Qi Shuing snorted coldly. Watching Lin Shen step by step towards the speedster, Lao Yi had already had countless thoughts in his mind, but he didn't know what way to break the current dilemma. We must not let Xiao Wuge get into trouble. Even if he is exposed, we must protect Xiao Wuge. Lao Yi has made up his mind to fight to the death, and he must not let Lin Shen get hurt no matter what. Fourth Master, why don't you use your base change power? Qi Shuing saw that Lin Shen was less than 2 meters away from the speedster, and his body still did not change, so he could only frown and say, A mere speedster, why do you need to use base change power to subdue him? Lin Shen glanced at the speedster and said proudly. After this, not only Qi Shuing and Wang Tian'er felt that Lin Shen was too arrogant, but even Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look. The ordinary mutants in the audience were whispering to each other, thinking that Lin Xiangdong was too arrogant. Chapter 11. They all knew that the fourth master of the Lin family was very strong, but without the use of the base transformation power and the defense of the alloy body, how could a simple flesh and blood body withstand the alloy level power attack? Want to defeat the speed gunner by speed? That seems even more impossible. The speed gunner is a top-level speed-type alloy creature, and its attack speed is the best in the alloy level. Facing the speed gunner, he actually claimed that he didn't need to use the base transformation power. In addition to arrogance, they really couldn't think of a second adjective to describe the fourth master Lin. Only Lao Yi knew in his heart that it was not that Lin Shen didn't want to use the base transformation power, but that he had no ability to transform at all. Lao Yi was ready to force his move, but suddenly saw Lin Shen's eyes looking at him, and the firmness in his eyes made Lao Yi slightly startled. Since the fourth master is so confident, Mr. Qi, you should fulfill him, and don't delay the fourth master's performance. Wang Tian'er's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Lin Xiangdong is very strong, but he is so arrogant that he does not use his base power. His flesh and blood body has the chance to be killed. This may be a great opportunity. Qi Shuing obviously understood Wang Tian'er's meaning and said with a smile, Since the fourth master insists, I can only obey your order. With Qi Shuing's order, the speed gunner's cold mechanical palm moved like lightning, and in an instant he pulled out the pistol from his waist. Fast. It's too fast. The spectators only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the pistol was pulled out by the speed gunner. They didn't see clearly how it was pulled out. Too fast. While they were still marveling at the speed of the speed gunner in their minds, they saw a scene that shocked them even more. The speed of the speedster was enough to shock them, but in a short moment, when he drew his gun, the fourth master of the Lin family, who was standing 1 meter away from the speedster and wearing a devil mask, actually flashed in front of the speedster like an invisible devil. The speedster just raised his pistol, and the fourth master of the Lin family pointed a finger at the speedster's chest armor 1 inch below. How is it possible? Qi Shuing, Wang Tian'er and others, even Lao Yi, were all in disbelief, their eyes widened to the limit. Such a speed has exceeded the speed limit of the alloy level. How did he do it? Lao Yi had no way to understand why Lin Shen, who had not undergone a base change, could have such a speed. Could it be that Xiao Wuge had actually completed the base change a long time ago, and even had been promoted to the alloy level a long time ago? He is a hidden trump card of the Lin family. The more Lao Yi thought about it, the more he felt that there was only this possibility, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why Lin Shen could have such a speed, which was definitely not a speed that a person without a base change could have. The scene seemed to be frozen. Lin Shen's finger was pointing at the speedster's abdomen, the speedster's arm was drooping diagonally, and the pistol in his hand was also pointed at Lin Shen, as if he could shoot through the speedster's body as long as he pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Qi Shuing saw that the speedster was not shot out, and thought that it was because Lin Xiangdong did not use the base power, and only used 1 finger, so the power was not enough to seriously injure the speedster, and he could not help but feel happy. The two agreed to subdue the speedster with 1 strike, but in the end, neither of them was able to beat the speedster back. Although the speed was indeed shocking, he won the agreement. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Qi Shuing smiled and said, But before he finished, his face changed and became very ugly. He couldn't even say the rest. Lin Shen slowly retracted his fingers, without even looking at the speedster, and turned around and went back with his hands behind his back. The speedster was still frozen there, and couldn't move. No matter how Qi Shuheng ordered, he remained indifferent. Numb. God. This is too handsome. I've heard that the fourth master of the Lin family is invincible in his class, and it turns out that the rumor is true. This is no longer invincible, it should be called crushing, right? Without mutation, his speed is faster than the top speed-type mutation creatures. Could he have reached the legendary crystal-based level? Such a strong person, but it's a pity that he doesn't look good. How do you know that the fourth master of the Lin family is not good-looking? If he looks good, why does he wear a mask? It's obviously a flaw in his appearance, right? You know shit, I saw the fourth master of the Lin family with my own eyes, he is really handsome. Then why does he wear a mask? Women are just long hair and short knowledge. He wears a mask because he is too handsome, so he has to wear a mask. Then I don't understand even more. Have you heard that there was a great general in ancient times who was too handsome to intimidate the enemy on the battlefield? So every time he went to battle, he had to wear a mask like a demon, and the fourth master of the Lin family is the same. So that's how it is. I really want to see what the fourth master looks like. No matter what others said, Lin Shen didn't say anything, for fear that he would groan in pain as soon as he opened his mouth, and it was hard to guarantee that he would not show a painful expression. The body of the alloy creature was too hard. Even if the acupoints were relatively weak, it was still the same as a full-strength finger on steel. Lin Shen was so painful that he wondered if his finger was broken, so he could only pretend that nothing happened. While everyone was talking, Lin Shen had already walked back to the stands, came to Qi Shuheng, and stretched out his hand directly in front of him. Do you want to do it yourself, or let me help you? Qi Shuheng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. I, Qi Shuheng, keep my promises. This is yours, fourth master? Qi Shuheng hesitated for a moment, thinking of the terrifying speed that fourth master Lin had just displayed, and the speeding gunman, who was still standing there motionless. He didn't dare to say anything after all, and took out a blue metal key from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen. Each genetically modified creature has a corresponding genetically modified key. The person who has the genetically modified key is the owner of the genetically modified creature, and can obtain the absolute loyalty of the genetically modified creature. Only the genetically modified creature that offers the genetically modified key can be called a genetically modified pet. It is almost impossible for an adult genetically modified creature to offer its genetically modified key to humans, so the general genetically modified pets are cultivated from genetically modified eggs. Once the genetically modified creature offers its own genetically modified key, then who will be its owner is not up to them. Lin Shen took the key and ignored Qi Shuheng. He walked straight to the speeding gunman, who was acupunctured, and inserted the key into the keyhole on his waist. The next second, the speeding gunman's body changed, and the metal on his body kept flowing and shrinking. After a moment, it shrank into an egg-sized blue metal capsule, with the key inserted at one end of the capsule. Lin Shen put away the pet capsule and the key, then walked back to the stands, sat down in his seat, and played with the pet capsule. The pet capsule showed the information of the super speed gunner. Only those who had the corresponding base transformation key could see this information. Super speed gunner, alloy creature. Strength, 11.6. Speed, 19.7. Hardness, 9.5. Toughness, 17.6. Base transformation talent, quick draw, quick shooting. Chapter 12. The attribute limit of alloy creatures is 20, and the speed of the speedster is very close to the limit. There are also top-grade speedsters with a full 20 points of speed. This one is just a little bit off, but not too much wrong. The hardness and strength of the speedster are relatively low among alloy creatures, especially the hardness is less than 10, and the hardness of some steel creatures can also reach this value. However, this speedster has 2 basic transformation talents, and these 2 talents are very compatible with him, which is very good. Theoretically, the upper limit of steel creatures is 1 basic transformation talent, the upper limit of alloy creatures is 2 basic transformation talents, and the upper limit of crystal-based creatures is 3 basic transformation talents. But that is only the upper limit. In reality, many alloy pets have only 1 basic transformation talent, and even many pets' basic transformation talents are completely incompatible with their abilities. In general, the value of this speedster should be very high. In a place like Suanio Base, it should be no problem to exchange for a property. Maybe it was because of Lin Shen's amazing performance, or because the Lin family has always had a good reputation, Several base changers actually decided to sign with the Lin family on the spot, and the number of signees was the largest among the three families. Unfortunately, Wei Wufu still did not express anything, and it seemed that he had no intention of joining any family for the time being. In fact, even if Wei Wufu wanted to sign a contract with the Lin family now, the Lin family would be in a difficult situation. When the third master and the fourth master were here, signing an alloy base changer was nothing, but now that the third master and the fourth master are not here, signing an alloy base changer of unknown origin is also a trouble for the Lin family. Lin Shen basically didn't say much afterwards. It was Lao Yi who was busy. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tiano were not interested in talking to Lin Shen anymore, but they talked a lot with Bai Shenfei very enthusiastically. It can be seen that they wanted to curry favor with Bai Shenfei, but they didn't know what Bai Shenfei's identity was. He hadn't heard Lin Xiangdong mention Bai Shenfei's background. What exactly did Bai Shenfei come to Suanio base for this time? Lin Shen felt a little headache. If it weren't for Bai Shenfei's unexpected variable, today's matter would have been perfectly resolved, but now there is a small tail left. When the recruitment meeting ended and Lin Shen got up to leave, Bai Shenfei followed him naturally. It seems that she would not give up easily if she didn't know Lin Shen's identity. Junior sister, we haven't seen each other for so long, we have to have a good chat. If you don't mind, come to my house for dinner, Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay. Seeing that Lin Shen took the initiative to cooperate, Bai Shenfei agreed. Lin Shen certainly would not take Bai Shenfei to his place, but took her to Lin Xiangdong's place and arranged for her to rest in the living room. Who are you? Bai Shenfei did not intend to sit down, staring at Lin Shen and asked. Who am I? Am I Lin Xiangdong? Is this question important to you? Lin Shen asked slowly. Is it important? Bai Shenfei said directly. Is it important to you, Lin Xiangdong as a person, or what this person can do for you? If it is the former, you can rest assured. If it is the latter, you can tell me, I will definitely not refuse to the best of my ability. Because of the mosaic, Lin Shen could not see what kind of expression Bai Shenfei had after hearing his words. Did Lin Xiangdong go to Hula Mountain? Bai Shenfei suddenly asked this question. Lin Shen was thinking about where Hula Mountain was, and his eyes were confused for a moment. It seems that you don't know anything. Bai Shenfei, who had been staring at Lin Shen's eyes, immediately noticed something, and turned around and was about to leave with some disappointment. Watching Bai Shenfei leave, Lin Shen was very confused. Why did she suddenly say she was leaving? Lin Shen turned around and looked at Lao Yi behind him, but found that Lao Yi's expression was very strange, and he couldn't help but be shocked. Lao Yi, tell me the truth, did the third brother and the fourth brother really go to that Hulu Mountain? Lao Yi's expression was complicated. He pondered for a long time before he said, as if he had made up his mind. Originally, the third master and the fourth master didn't want you, the fifth brother, to know about this matter, but now the situation is complicated. There are outsiders who know about Hulu Mountain. I can't hide it from you anymore. What exactly is Hulu Mountain? Is it near our base? Why have I never heard of this mountain? What are the third and fourth brothers doing there? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel anxious. This matter seemed to be more difficult than he thought. Of course you haven't heard of it, because that place was a temporary name given by the second master after seeing it, and few people know the name of Hulu Mountain. Lao Yi sighed. The name given by the second brother? Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. The second son of the Lin family is called Lin Yin. He has the best talent in cultivation. The brothers of the Lin family were called master by others, and it was from Lin Yin that they started. It can be said that Lin Yin supported the shaky and declining Lin family with his own strength. Even Lin Yin was one of the few strong men in Suanio base, who was promoted to the crystal base level. However, when Lin Yin was at the peak of his career, he disappeared while hunting for base mutated creatures. When Lin Yin disappeared, Lin Shen was less than 10 years old. To him, Lin Yin was almost like his father. Both of his parents died early. Lin Yin and Lin Shen were more than 20 years apart. Lin Yin's influence on him was almost the same as his father's. The so-called elder brother is like a father is probably like this. After so many years, the majestic figure in the memory has begun to become a little blurred, and even Lin Yin's face is a little unclear. However, Lin Shen still remembers that Lin Yin treated him very well. When he was a child, he often took him to play and bought him delicious and fun things. Lin Shen's love of playing was half because he was spoiled by Lin Yin. Wasn't the place where the second brother disappeared to be Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen frowned and asked. Lao Yi nodded. Little fifth brother is really smart. The last place second master went before he disappeared was Hulu Mountain, and he never came back after that. Did third and fourth brothers find clues about second brother, So they went to Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen pondered. That's one of the reasons. Lao Yi paused, and before Lin Shen asked again, he continued, Third Master and Fourth Master said they went to Hulu Mountain mainly to get you a genetic mutation egg for transformation. Lin Shen was slightly stunned when he heard it. With his strength, he could have transformed into a genetic mutation a long time ago. Third and Fourth brothers had been persuading him to transform into a genetic mutation later, but it turned out that they were preparing a genetic mutation egg for him. There is only one way to complete the transformation from human to genetic mutation, which is to extract a special substance in the body of a genetic mutation creature and use this substance to change oneself until the transformation into a genetic mutation. This special substance can come from a genetically modified organism or a genetically modified egg, but before it can be transformed into a figurine, a genetically modified egg is necessary. The quality of this genetically modified egg can affect the quality of the steel body after the genetic transformation to a certain extent. Chapter 13. It's just that Lin Shen doesn't quite understand that only one steel-based egg is needed to complete the first metamorphosis. Even if there are alloy eggs or even crystal-based eggs, they cannot be used. A metamorphosis egg that is too advanced may completely metallize the human being in the metamorphosis and turn him into a lifeless statue. The metamorphosis is a very magical and dangerous process. Only the right amount of energy can allow a flesh and blood human to have a steel base. The process is even more bizarre and strange than the complete metamorphosis of a butterfly. Is it necessary to take risks in such a dangerous place for a steel-based egg? With the strength of the Lin family, there should be no pressure to buy a top-quality steel-based egg. As if seeing the doubt in Lin Shen's heart, Lao Yi explained, generally speaking, the best steel metamorphosis eggs mostly have only one attribute that reaches the full value of 10 points. It is already very rare to have two attributes that reach the full value of 10 points. The third and fourth masters want to find you a metamorphosis egg with at least 3 or even 4 attributes, so they went to Hulu Mountain. Lao Yi smiled bitterly and continued, if they had known that you, Xiaowu brother, had completed the metamorphosis, they would not have to go to Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen heard that Lao Yi blamed him a little. Lao Yi thought he had metamorphosed, but did not tell the third and fourth brothers, so they took unnecessary risks. But Lin Shen had no way to explain. How could a human without metamorphosis make the super speed gunner lose the ability to fight back with one blow? How did they know that there was such a metamorphosis egg in Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with this matter. Because Hulu Mountain is actually a metamorphosis point. Lao Yi said slowly. When Lin Shen heard the word mutation point, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, and said in shock, there is a mutation point near us. More than 200 years ago, mutated creatures appeared all over the world. They were not everywhere at the same time, but some special places began to appear first, and then slowly radiated to the surrounding areas. The place where the mutated creatures first appeared was called the mutation point. There are not only many mutated creatures near the mutation point, but also very terrifying high-level mutated creatures. There was once a base with hundreds of crystal-level mutators, who wanted to break into the outer area of a mutation point to plunder resources. As a result, an extremely terrifying mutated creature was alarmed. Not only were all the mutators who went to the mutation point wiped out, but the mutated creature also flew to the nearby human base and directly destroyed the human base, causing countless casualties. Since then, when building a general base, they will deliberately avoid being near the mutation point. Lin Shen had never thought that there would be a mutation point near the Suanio base, but over the years, he had never heard of any terrifying advanced mutation creatures appearing nearby. No wonder a person like the second brother would get stuck in there. Lin Shen was a little annoyed. If the third and fourth brothers were really stuck in there, because of finding mutation eggs for him, he would never be able to rest in peace in his life. Lao Yi, do you know the location of Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen asked. Little fifth brother, don't ask me about this. I will never let you go to Hulu Mountain. Even if the third and fourth masters die, they will not want you to take risks. Lao Yi shook his head immediately. Then send someone to Hulu Mountain to check the situation. Lin Shen groaned. No, the third master and the fourth master would rather take risks to keep the secret of Hulu Mountain. If we send someone there now, if the secret of Hulu Mountain is exposed, the painstaking efforts of the third master and the fourth master will be in vain. Lao Yi rejected Lin Shen's proposal again. Lao Yi, since the name of Hulu Mountain was given by the second brother, and no outsiders know it, why does the white god concubine know the name of Hulu Mountain? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen suddenly looked up at Lao Yi and asked. Lao Yi said in a deep voice, this is what I want to say. The fourth master should not spread the matter of Hulu Mountain. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er are not right today. They seem to be very sure that the fourth master is not in the base, otherwise they would not have been so blatant again and again. What do you mean? Lin Shen groaned and did not continue. We may have a traitor in our ranks. Lao Ye's face was gloomy. How many people know that the fourth brother followed the third brother to Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen asked. Except for me, no one knows that the third and fourth masters went to Hulu Mountain. The only ones who know that the fourth master went out are those 4 guys. There are quite a lot of people who can guess that the fourth master might go out. Lao Ye said thoughtfully. The 4 guys Lao Ye mentioned are the 4 people that Lin Xiangdong trusts the most besides Lao Ye, and they are all alloy-based transformers. Lao Ye, who among the 4 do you think is likely to be a traitor? Lin Shen also knew those 4 people. They were all Lin Xiangdong's confidants. They had been with Lin Xiangdong through life and death for so many years, and they had a life and death friendship. They also had many enemies with the people of the Qi Wang family. It seems unlikely that they are traitors. They have been with the fourth master for so many years. The fourth master saved their lives, and they also saved the fourth master's life. I really can't believe that there are traitors among them. Moreover, they have been following the fourth master for many years, and have offended the Qi and Wang families. It is really hard to believe that they will defect to those 2 families. That's what's scary. Lin Shen sighed. Lao Ye, now I can only trust you. Don't worry, Xiaowu brother, I will definitely find the traitor. If it is really one of the 4 of them, I will dig out their hearts with my own hands to see if it is black. Lao Ye said viciously. You should investigate privately, don't make a big fuss. Even if you find out, don't act rashly. Everything will be discussed after the third and fourth brothers come back. Lin Shen said. What if? I say what if. What if the fourth master and the third master are really trapped and can't come back? No what if, they will definitely come back. Yes, the third master and the fourth master are both extraordinary people. They have experienced all kinds of storms. This time, they will definitely come back safely, just like before. Lao Ye paused and said, Fortunately, Brother Xiaowu, you are already an alloy-based transformer. With you, the Lin family still has a backbone. Even if the third master and the fourth master really have an accident, I will risk my life to help you protect the Lin family's business. Lin Shen glanced at Lao Ye and nodded. Lao Ye, then it all depends on you. Help me find the traitor first. Brother Xiaowu, don't worry, I check it out now. Lao Ye said and walked out. After watching Lao Ye leave, Lin Shen took off the mask on his face, frowned and muttered to himself. This Lao Ye, he has repeatedly encouraged me to go to Hulu Mountain for rescue. I hope I'm overthinking. Lin Shen wanted to go to Hulu Mountain, but he didn't have the strength to do so. He would be sending his head there in vain. Although acupuncture is very powerful, it requires the ability to hit at close range. The 7-step weapon is only effective when the opponent uses a gun. Only a few of the genetically modified creatures use guns. If he goes, it will be like sending himself to death. If you want to help, you must first make yourself less of a burden. Lin Shen thought for a moment, left Lin Xiangdong's residence quickly, and returned to his own residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Shen came to the hatching chamber and looked at the 3 genetically modified eggs inside, thinking about something. In more than a day, the steel-tailed scorpion should be able to hatch. Let's see the situation first, and then decide. Lin Shen felt that these genetically modified eggs, with supergenetic evolutionary fire, should have extraordinary properties. If the steel-tailed scorpion has a high property after hatching, he will directly use the genetically modified eggs of the black iron swallow or the 100 refined steel beast to complete the genetic transformation. What kind of existence is the super-base evolution fire? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of Bai Shenfei again. It was incredible that Bai Shenfei, a human, actually had the super-base evolution fire on her body. Lin Shen really wanted to get the fire on Bai Shenfei. If the fire had the ability to defy the heaven, he would have more capital to go to Hulu Mountain. But until now, Lin Shen still didn't understand how the fire was transferred to him. In actual operation, as long as he slept with the base mutated egg with fire, he could get the ability of the fire. The problem is that Bai Shenfei is a person, and a woman. He can't let a woman he just met once sleep with him, right? If spending money can solve the problem, Lin Shen is now willing to use his own small treasury to exchange Bai Shenfei for sleeping with him. But this is obviously not realistic. So you are the Lin Shen, the younger brother of the Lin family, who is proficient in eating, drinking and having fun, who is often mentioned by senior brother Lin. A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned around, and saw a human-shaped mosaic sitting on his sofa. It couldn't be anyone else except concubine Bai. Chapter 14. Lin Shen had actually thought of this possibility, and was very careful. There were also many mutants guarding the Lin family compound, including alloy level ones. Goddess Bai was still able to come to Lin Shen's room without anyone noticing, and even sitting behind him was not discovered by anyone. This was not something that Lin Shen could avoid by being cautious. It was a huge gap in strength. Sister Bai took so much effort to come to me. You probably didn't want to ask me for advice on eating, drinking and having fun, did you? At this point, Lin Shen simply spoke frankly. I remember senior brother Lin said that you are 10 years younger than him, so it's appropriate for you to call me senior sister. Goddess Bai nodded slightly and said, in fact, I had already guessed your identity at the recruitment meeting. The reason why you left later was for another reason. Do you know what the reason was? I really don't know. I have to trouble senior sister Bai to solve my doubts. Lin Shen's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had thought of something, but in the end, he said nothing. Bai Shenfei smiled and said, it's not that you don't know, but you thought about it but didn't say it. It seems that what you said is a little different from what senior brother Lin said. It's not just about eating, drinking and having fun. After a pause, Bai Shenfei continued, the mutator who followed you today is called Lao Yi, right? When senior brother Lin was practicing at the Cape base, he was the one who took care of senior brother Lin's daily life. I have also seen him several times. Lin Shen just looked at Bai Shenfei and said nothing. Bai Shenfei was right. He had guessed that what Bai Shenfei wanted to talk about was Lao Yi. But from Lin Shen's point of view, there were some things he couldn't say and didn't want to say. There is something wrong with Lao Yi. Bai Shenfei was surprisingly direct. What's wrong with Lao Yi? Lin Shen did not comment, but asked calmly. When I mentioned Hulu Mountain, his eyes were wrong. Bai Shenfei said. People say that women's intuition is the most accurate. Senior sister Bai thinks that Lao Yi's eyes are wrong, so it must be him who is wrong. Lin Shen said. Senior brother Lin said that you are the most well-behaved and never swear. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. You don't even use a swear word when you swear, so you really don't need to swear. Bai Shenfei was not angry, but just said lightly, I will ask you 3 questions, you can answer or not. After asking these 3 questions, if you still think that Lao Yi is fine, then just take it as my intuition. I can answer, and I won't shirk it. Lin Shen said. The first question, did he persuade you to go to Hulu Mountain? Bai Shenfei asked. No. Lin Shen shook his head. Second question, do you think he persuaded you to go to Hulu Mountain? Bai Shenfei asked again. It seemed that the second question was the same as the first one, but Lin Shen hesitated and did not answer immediately like the first question. Bai Shenfei seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted, and did not wait for Lin Shen's answer, and continued to ask, was it his idea for you to pretend to be senior brother Lin to attend the recruitment meeting? Lin Shen did not answer this question immediately. It was not that he wanted to hide it, but Bai Shenfei's question aroused some of Lin Shen's previous doubts, and made him think about what happened in the past 2 days again. After asking 3 questions, Bai Shenfei did not force Lin Shen to answer. She sat on the sofa and looked at him with interest. Before the recruitment meeting, although Lin Shen was also preparing means to deal with emergencies, it was just in case. Normally, Lao Yi should help him solve most of the problems. But in fact, what Lao Yi did was much less than Lin Shen expected. These can also be explained by Lao Yi's concerns and unwillingness to deepen the suspicion of the Qi and Wang families. But later, Lao Yi did have the suspicion of guiding Lin Shen to Hulu Mountain intentionally or unintentionally several times. Lao Yi is an old man in the Lin family. He was already in the Lin family when the second brother was young, and he took care of the fourth brother for so many years. Lin Shen did not want to doubt him, but the current situation of the Lin family made Lin Shen have to think more. But Lin Shen still couldn't figure it out. If Lao Yi wanted him to go to Hulu Mountain, he obviously had the opportunity at the beginning, so why did he go around in such a big circle? He doesn't know where Hulu Mountain is. As if seeing through Lin Shen's heart, Bai Shenfei suddenly said this. Bai Shenfei's words immediately made Lin Shen connect the cause and effect. If Lao Yi didn't know where Hulu Mountain was, then the person in the Lin family who was most likely to know where Hulu Mountain was could only be Lin Shen. This made sense. If Lao Yi really had some plans, he would go through so much trouble just to find out whether Lin Shen knew where Hulu Mountain was. Sister Bai, what you said is just speculation. Although Lin Shen had some doubts, he would not deny Lao Yi, who had fought for the Lin family for so many years, just because of a few words from Bai Shenfei, an outsider. I know where Hulu Mountain is. Bai Shenfei didn't say much, but every word seemed to hit the nail on the head. Lin Shen was surprised and looked at Bai Shenfei with some disbelief. Do you know where Hulu Mountain is? If even Lao Yi didn't know where Hulu Mountain was, How could Bai Shenfei know where it was? Of course I know. Bai Shenfei said lightly. The reason why I came to Suanio Base was because of Brother Lin's request. If he couldn't come back after the recruitment meeting, I would protect you to Hulu Mountain. Since fourth brother wanted me to go to Hulu Mountain, why didn't he and third brother take me directly when they went, but instead asked you to take me to Hulu Mountain after something happened? Lin Shen felt that it didn't make sense. He didn't take you to Hulu Mountain because he didn't know you had already transformed and reached the alloy level. Even I was surprised. Senior brother Lin clearly said that you hadn't transformed yet. Goddess Bai stared at Lin Shen and said curiously, you brothers have been together for so many years, and you have already transformed to this level. Someone as smart as senior brother Lin didn't know anything about it. How did you do it? Lin Shen smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't have a transformation at all, so Lin Xiangdong certainly couldn't find out. Senior sister Bai, why did fourth brother ask you to escort me to Hulu Mountain? If it was for the top-grade transformation eggs that I could transform, do you think I still need to go now? Lin Shen still didn't quite believe Goddess Bai and asked tentatively. Who told you that senior brother Lin went to Hulu Mountain to find you a top-grade genetic mutation egg? As soon as the white goddess said this, she had already thought of the answer and continued. If it was Lao Yi who told you, then it is even more certain that he is suspicious. Didn't fourth brother go to Hulu Mountain to find me a top-grade genetic mutation egg? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Of course not. Even if senior brother Lin didn't know that you haven't transformed yet, he only needs a steel-grade genetic mutation egg to find you a genetic mutation egg. If it is for a crystal-grade top-grade genetic mutation egg, it is understandable. For a steel-grade top-grade genetic mutation egg, there is no need to go to a place like Hulu Mountain to risk your life. The white goddess said firmly. Then why go to Hulu Mountain? And why do you want me to go to Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen couldn't suppress his curiosity. For a possibility that may make you the strongest man under the starry sky. The white goddess said slowly, pausing for each word. Chapter 15. Lin Shen stared at Bai Shenfei for a long time without saying anything. He didn't quite believe what Bai Shenfei said. If there really was such a thing in Hulu Mountain, why would Bai Shenfei give him the opportunity? Just because he was Bai Shenfei's senior's younger brother? Let's take a step back and say that Bai Shenfei was really his little fangirl, as Lin Xiangdong said. It's impossible for her to give up such an opportunity just because of Lin Xiangdong's entrustment, right? What's more, the facts are very different from what Lin Xiangdong said. Bai Shenfei is definitely not the little fangirl that Lin Xiangdong said. You don't believe me? Bai Shenfei understood Lin Shen's strange look. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. After a pause, Lin Shen said sincerely, a long time ago, we brothers and sisters had already made an agreement that the glory of the Lin family would be carried by them, and I would only be responsible for passing on the bloodline of the Lin family. Compared with becoming the strongest man under the starry sky, I want to pass on the bloodline of the Lin family, especially in this situation. It's too late. Bai Shenfei listened to Lin Shen quietly, and suddenly sighed. What do you mean by late? Lin Shen was slightly stunned, not knowing what Bai Shenfei meant by saying this without a beginning or an end. If you said this before I went to Qi and Wang's families, I could still stay in the base, but now it's too late. Bai Shenfei said helplessly. Why? Lin Shen still didn't understand what Bai Shenfei meant. I have made an agreement with Qi and Wang's families to take them to Hulu Mountain. Bai Shenfei said. You took them to Hulu Mountain. What does this have to do with me? Lin Shen frowned. If you hadn't participated in the recruitment meeting and hadn't shown such strong abilities, it would naturally have nothing to do with you. But now it's different. Do you think that with all the elites from the Qi and Wang families out, they will keep you in the base? Bai Shenfei said. Lin Shen's face changed slightly. Just like the Lin family was on guard against the Qi and Wang families, they were also on guard against the Lin family. With all the elites of the other two families out, it was impossible to leave Lin Shen, the fake Lin Xiangdong, in the base. Even if they were forced, they would definitely take him with them. Now Lin Shen had no way to explain that he was not Lin Xiangdong. Even if he could make them believe that he was not Lin Xiangdong, he could not explain the method of subduing the speeding gunman with one shot. It would only make the Qi and Wang families more afraid, and they might even join forces to control the Lin family first. If they thought more darkly, it was very likely that the Qi and Wang families had known that he was not Lin Xiangdong, and even his impersonation of Lin Xiangdong was a conspiracy set up by the Qi and Wang families. It was just an excuse to capture Lin Shen and forcibly take him to Hulu Mountain. After all, Hulu Mountain was discovered by the Lin family, and the second, third, and fourth masters of the Lin family all went to Hulu Mountain. If he was calculated by the Lin family, he could also take Lin Shen as a hostage. But they didn't expect that Lin Shen would have such a terrible ability, so it was even more impossible to keep him in the base. Sister Bai, if it was really Brother 4 who asked you to escort me to Hulu Mountain, why did you tell the Qi and Wang families about Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen stared at Concubine Bai and asked. This is also arranged by Brother Lin. Concubine Bai didn't seem to have any intention of explaining in detail. Lin Shen stared at Concubine Bai for a long time, but because of the mosaic, he couldn't see Concubine Bai's expression and eyes at all. After a while, Lin Shen sighed and said, It seems that I have to go this time. Sister Bai, I only have one last question. Since Hulu Mountain has such an opportunity that can make people become the strongest under the starry sky, why don't you want it yourself? You remembered it wrong. I was talking about the strongest man under the starry sky, not the strongest person under the starry sky. Getting that thing is just a possibility. There is still a big difference between being rich and being rich. Bai Shenfei's tone was calm, but she was unquestionably tough. Bai Shenfei's meaning was very clear. Even if Lin Shen got the things in Hulu Mountain, he could only become the strongest man. She, Bai Shenfei, was stronger than the strongest man, and was the strongest person under the starry sky. Sister Bai is really confident. If I understand correctly, you already have that thing, right? Lin Shen said. If you don't have confidence, there is no need to embark on this evolutionary path. Bai Shenfei said lightly. Do you plan to go to Hulu Mountain as Lin Xiangno or Lin Shen? Qi, the Wang family didn't know that the fourth brother went to Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen looked at Bai Shenfei with disbelief. Bai Shenfei didn't tell Qi that the third and fourth brothers of the Wang family went to Hulu Mountain. How could they all follow Bai Shenfei to Hulu Mountain with all their elites? I only know that senior brother Lin and your third brother went to Hulu Mountain, and I told him the same thing. I don't know anything else. Concubine Bai seemed to have something else in her words. After a little thought, Lin Shen understood the deep meaning of her words. The Qi and Wang families already knew that Lin Xiangno went to Hulu Mountain, but they didn't know whether Lin Xiangno had returned, so theoretically they couldn't be sure whether it was Lin Xiangno who attended the recruitment meeting, unless they knew that Lin Shen pretended to be Lin Xiangno. Then I will go as the fourth brother, and please ask senior sister Bai to help me cover up a little. Lin Shen thought for a moment and said. Bai Shenfei laughed when she heard this. You want to test Lao Yi? Sister Bai, you are worrying too much. Lin Shen neither admitted nor denied it. This is your own business. I am only responsible for escorting you to Hulu Mountain. Bai Shenfei did not say anything more. Then I will have to wrong you, Sister Bai. In front of others, I can only call you junior sister. Lin Shen said. It's just a title. It doesn't matter. You get ready. I have already agreed with the Qi and Wang families to set off for Hulu Mountain the day after tomorrow. After saying this, Bai Shenfei got up and left. I don't know who immediately turned hostile after hearing the name of Xiao Feifei. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, but said, What is in Hulu Mountain? How could the Qi and Wang families believe it so easily? They don't trust me. Even if I wasn't there, they would still go there as long as they knew the news. It's just that they are afraid that I will go there first, so they have to cooperate with me. As for the things in Hulu Mountain, you will know what they are only after you see them. The things in each base mutation point are different. It can be determined early. That thing is the key to the road to strength. With it, you have the opportunity to become a real strongman. After Bai Shenfei finished speaking, she walked out of the room and disappeared in a flash, like a ghost. The day after tomorrow? I hope it's in time. Lin Shen glanced at the incubator. The 3 base mutation eggs that had been sucked away by the fire were still motionless. After thinking for a moment, Lin Shen came to the study, took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. Dear sister, although I have not been able to enjoy the company of my parents for 21 years since I was born, I have never felt a sense of loss or anxiety. You have given me all the most beautiful fantasies about my mother and sister, so much so that even I feel that I am overly spoiled. God has been too good to me. I am afraid that I have spent 10 lifetimes of kindness to be born as your younger brother in this life. I think the second, third, and fourth brothers have had the same idea. Being your younger brother is the proudest thing in our lives. But as a younger brother, I am still very dissatisfied with you. You gave us the best of everything, but left nothing for yourself. You are still alone to take care of us. Do you want us to be scolded as the brother supporting demons? Sister, you are too good and too selfish. You are so selfish that you don't even give us a chance to give. Your brothers have grown up, and they also want to taste the beauty of giving for their relatives. The 3 brothers can still use me as a test subject. Who else can I use as a test subject? I heard from the 4th brother that there was also an excellent man who wanted to walk hand in hand with you, but he finally parted ways with that man because he couldn't let us go. This is what you are wrong about, sister. Do you think your brother is so incompetent that he can't even take care of himself? If there is an afterlife, I hope I won't be your brother in the next life, because I am no longer worthy of receiving more goodness from you. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can be your brother in the next life, and I will return all the doting you have given me tenfold. Sister, when you see this letter, I should have gone one step ahead. Don't be anxious or sad, give me some time to find some connections below, so that we can become siblings in the next life. Promise me that you will live for yourself in the rest of your life, and don't let me owe more, otherwise you won't be able to pay it back in the next life. If you still like that man, go find him, don't give your brother face and sleep with him. Sister, I will wait for you in the next life, your beloved brother Shen. Put the written letter into an envelope, and put it into an iron biscuit box. In the past, my elder sister would always put Shen's favorite things in this iron box. If Shen himself cannot come back this time, the eldest sister should be able to find the letter after returning to the base. If he can come back, he will destroy the letter as soon as possible, leaving no trace. Deep down, Shen is not so opposed to going to Hulu Mountain for adventure, but because of the original agreement, he is unwilling to go out of the base for adventure. But there is still a certain impulse in his body. It is absolutely self-deception to say that he is not tempted by the things in Hulu Mountain. Putting the iron box back to the old place, Shen was in a daze when he suddenly heard a strange sound from the hatching chamber. Chapter 16. Shen was delighted and hurried to the hatching chamber. He looked through the glass cover and saw a crack on the mutated egg of the steel-tailed scorpion. Crack! There was another crisp sound, and several cracks appeared on the mutated egg that was as hard as steel. These cracks spread outward from a point. Crack! The center of the crack was suddenly pierced, and a slightly curved black steel thorn pierced through, with a terrifying sharp coldness flashing at the tip. Before Shen could see the black steel thorn clearly, the black steel thorn suddenly retracted in the next second. Crack! Almost at the moment of retraction, the black steel thorn pierced out again. Under the continuous piercing, the eggshell could not withstand it, and was completely broken. A black metal scorpion with a black body, and the size of a palm crawled out. Is this a steel-tailed scorpion? Shen stared at the steel-tailed scorpion that was gnawing at the eggshell, and was slightly surprised. There are many genetically modified creatures, like steel-tailed scorpions near the Suanio base, and they reproduce very quickly. The value of genetically modified eggs is not high, and basically you can get them for the price of a meal. There are also many genetically modified people who have steel-tailed scorpions as pets, and even ordinary people who have not undergone genetic mutations have many steel-tailed scorpions as pets. Shen has seen so many wild and pet steel-tailed scorpions, but he has never seen a steel-tailed scorpion like this one. Generally, steel-tailed scorpions have steel-colored shells, and most of them have some rust-like spots on their shells. But this steel-tailed scorpion is completely black, as if it were made of black iron, and its body size is slightly larger than that of ordinary newly born steel-tailed scorpions. Without time to think carefully, Shen quickly took out a few slightly larger egg shells, which made the steel-tailed scorpion very angry. It waved its claws and scorpion tail with its teeth and claws, trying to attack Shen and take back the egg shells. After trying several times, it found that it could not attack Shen at all, so it could only eat the remaining small egg shells angrily. After eating, the steel-tailed scorpion turned a few times, then jumped up and rushed towards Shen's face like a cannonball. Shen was well prepared, and raised a metal shield that he had prepared long ago and blocked it in front of him. With a bang, the scorpion's tail pierced the metal shield and actually made a small hole. If it weren't for its tail hook not being long enough, the metal shield would have been pierced by it. Shen was surprised and happy. The shield in his hand was made of alloy biological materials. It should be impossible for ordinary steel creatures to break through it. The strength and hardness of the steel-tailed scorpion were not enough to cause damage to such a shield, let alone a newly hatched steel-tailed scorpion. Even an adult steel-tailed scorpion would not be able to do anything. This steel-tailed scorpion was able to penetrate the alloy shield directly, which only means that its strength and hardness are much stronger than those of ordinary steel-tailed scorpions. The genetically modified eggs with fire seeds are indeed different. Shen blocked the steel-tailed scorpion's attacks again and again until it gradually became exhausted. When genetically modified creatures are just born, they need to eat their own egg shells to replenish the physical strength consumed by breaking the shells, so that they can have strength. This steel-tailed scorpion only ate a little egg shell, and its physical strength was not replenished at all, and it was exhausted after a while. The steel-tailed scorpion, which had no strength to attack Shen anymore, turned around a few times, and suddenly lifted its tail forward as much as possible, revealing its abdomen behind. The abdomen was also shining with cold light like a black iron shell, and one part suddenly popped out and turned into a small black iron key and flew towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the key, breathed a sigh of relief, put down the shield in his hand, and placed the remaining eggshells in front of the steel-tailed scorpion. The genetically modified creature that had just broken out of the egg was in a confused state and had little physical strength. It was the easiest opportunity to tame it with eggshells. If you miss it, it will be much more troublesome to tame it. The steel-tailed scorpion quickly ate all the eggshells, and its body became darker and colder, and there was a little cold light flashing on the scorpion's tail. With the genetically modified key in hand, the steel-tailed scorpion seemed to be able to sense Lin Shen's thoughts, crawled in front of Lin Shen, turned around and raised its tail, and aimed the keyhole under its belly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen inserted the key back and turned it gently, and the steel-tailed scorpion's body suddenly changed incredibly. All parts of the steel-tailed scorpion's body were rotating, and it was shrinking while changing. It soon turned into a black metal capsule the size of a quail egg. Lin Shen reached out to catch the pet capsule, pulled out the key, and his eyes fell on the information displayed on the side of the capsule. Mutated steel-tailed scorpion, steel creature, evolvable strength, 10. Speed, 9.9. Hardness, 10. Toughness, 10. Genetic talent, strengthened armor-piercing thorns. Lin Shen was overjoyed when he saw the attributes of the steel-tailed scorpion. The 4 stats were almost full of steel level, and the genetic talent was armor-piercing thorns that could enhance the armor-piercing ability, and it was also strengthened armor-piercing thorns. Armor-piercing thorns talents were common, and powerful armor-piercing thorns talents seemed to be possessed by only some special genetic creatures. This mutant steel-tailed scorpion was undoubtedly a top-grade offensive pet. These were not enough to make Lin Shen so ecstatic. What really surprised him was that this mutant steel-tailed scorpion actually had the attribute of being able to evolve. This means that the mutant steel-tailed scorpion has the opportunity to be promoted to alloy or even crystal-based level, and its value is not comparable to that of ordinary steel pets. Although the speed gunner is alloy level, his upper limit is just that, and there is no possibility of promotion. Now he is a powerful helper for Lin Shen, but he is destined to be eliminated in the future. If this mutant steel-tailed scorpion is properly cultivated, it may play a much greater role in the future than the speed gunner. The fire seed-based mutation egg is indeed extraordinary. Lin Shen put away the mutant steel-tailed scorpion capsule, and his eyes fell on the other 2 base mutation eggs that have not yet hatched. It's a pity. I don't have time. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Base mutation takes time, not just 1 or 2 days. If he hadn't gone to Hulu Mountain, Lin Shen could have chosen one of the remaining 2 base mutation eggs to complete the base mutation and upgrade to steel level. But now it's too late. The Qi and Wang families can't wait for him to complete the base mutation before going to Hulu Mountain. So far, Bai Shenfei is still a friend or foe, and her actions are full of contradictions, which are really hard to guess. The super evolution fire on her body makes her origin even more mysterious, and Lin Shen really can't judge. In addition, there must be spies inside the Lin family, which can be said to be internal and external troubles. Lin Shen found a backpack and put the remaining 2 genetic mutation eggs in it, intending to take them to Hulu Mountain. If there is a chance, maybe he can complete the genetic mutation there. These things are still difficult to become real combat power for the time being, or the ability given by the fire is more real, but where can I get the fire? Where are there a large number of genetic mutation eggs that I haven't seen? Lin Shen thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of where there were a large number of genetic mutation eggs that he hadn't seen. The genetic mutation eggs in that place were not normal genetic mutation eggs, but some dead eggs that failed to hatch. Those genetically modified eggs not only failed to hatch genetically modified organisms, but also completely solidified during the hatching process, and could no longer be used to extract genetically modified liquid. Most of them would be smelted and used as industrial materials. Although they were dead eggs, they were still genetically modified eggs after all, so Lin Shen still planned to try his luck. The 3 major families had warehouses specifically for storing dead eggs. If Lin Shen wanted to see the warehouses of the other 2 families, he would have to think of some ways. He could see his own warehouse if he wanted to, without any scruples. I hope the latest batch of dead eggs has not been sent to the factory yet. Lin Shen didn't want to wait for a moment, and went out to his own warehouse where the dead eggs were stored. Chapter 17. Brother Xiaowu, why are you here? Song Yuan, who was guarding the warehouse, seemed very surprised to see Lin Shen. Song Yuan was also an old man in the Lin family. It was said that he was almost 80 years old. When Lin Shen's parents were still alive, he had already been guarding the warehouse gate. Later, when the eldest sister was in charge, Song Yun was still guarding the warehouse gate. I heard from the eldest sister that when the parents were still alive, Song Yun would often come to the house and drink a few cups of wine with Lin Shen's father and brag about it. They had a very good relationship. After the parents passed away, Song Yun rarely came to the house for dinner. Uncle Song, are there any dead eggs in the warehouse? I want to take a few back. Lin Shen directly explained his purpose. The eldest lady hasn't come back for a few months. Without her signature, the dead eggs have not been transported to the factory for smelting. The number is still quite large. Song Yun paused and continued with a strange look. But Brother Xiaowu, the people of the Lin family have been doing business based on integrity for so many years, and have never done anything to cheat people. Even if there are any difficulties, they are only temporary. If you destroy the golden signboard of the Lin family, it will be difficult to think about it later. Lin Shen was slightly stunned, and then he realized that Song Yun had misunderstood. Song Yun must have thought that he wanted to take the dead eggs back to the egg-catching shop to pass them off as good ones, and use them to compete with Qi Tianfu. Uncle Song, you worry too much. I just want to take a few dead eggs back to make a few small toys. Lin Shen explained casually. That's fine, but you can't take too much, and you have to sign, otherwise the young lady won't be able to enter the account when she comes back. Song Yun said, as he took out a bunch of keys, fumbled for a long time before picking one, opened the door of the warehouse, pushed the door open, and led Lin Shen into the warehouse. Generally speaking, dead eggs are weighed according to their grade, and dead eggs of different grades are piled together. After all, they can only be used as materials. Song Yun was very careful. Even the steel-grade dead eggs were neatly arranged. Each dead egg was labeled with the type of dead egg and the time of storage, etc. Lin Shen took a look and saw that there were nearly 1,000 steel-grade dead eggs, but not so many alloy-grade ones, only more than 100. Unfortunately, there were no mosaics on these dead eggs, which made Lin Shen a little disappointed. Is that all? Lin Shen looked at Song Yun and asked. All the steel-grade ones are here, and some of the alloy-grade ones are in the small warehouse. There is also one crystal-based one in this small warehouse, but the material value of that thing is also very high. Without the signature of the eldest lady, even if the third master comes, he can't take it. Song Yun said. Take me to see the remaining alloy-grade dead eggs. Lin Shen said without comment. Song Yun didn't say anything more. He took Lin Shen to a special small warehouse in the big warehouse. The small warehouse was just like a vault made of alloy. Song Yun opened several locks before opening the heavy alloy door. The metal used to build the small warehouse was not ordinary alloy, but alloy-grade base materials. Although it was not pure base alloy, the thickness was very scary. It was impossible for ordinary alloy-level masters to break the door of the small warehouse in a short time. These alloy-level dead eggs have top-level hardness and toughness, all above 18. If used to make equipment, it can allow steel-level base changers to have a little self-protection or resistance when facing alloy creatures. Miss wanted to make you a set of scale armor before, but unfortunately I didn't find a suitable foundry, so it was delayed. Song Yun pointed to a row of shelves against the wall and said. On the shelves were placed base mutation eggs of different sizes and colors. Most people could not really tell the difference between dead eggs and live eggs. Are they all here? Lin Shen took a glance and was immediately disappointed. He did not see any mosaics at all. The alloy-grade ones are all here, and the crystal-grade one is over there. Song Yun pointed to the other side and continued, but you can't take that one now. Lin Shen turned his head and saw a base mutation egg that was like a sapphire and emitting a hazy glow under the light. It was placed on a special shelf with a glass cover outside. Although it was a dead egg, it was still beautiful beyond description, as if there were countless blue facets emitting faint light inside. Unfortunately, there was still no mosaic on it. Lin Shen shook his head and sighed, a little disappointed, but when he thought about it, it was right. How could a fire-seeding base mutation egg be so easy to find? In Lin Shen's own understanding, the fire is equivalent to the bug of this world, and the abilities of those fires are pseudoscience or even anti-science. Any fire ability can be said to be a bug-like existence. If it is really that easy to find, he does not need to mutate at all, and can be invincible with the fire ability alone. Just when Lin Shen was disappointed, and was about to take 2 dead eggs back, his eyes accidentally swept across a corner in the small warehouse, and his heart suddenly jumped. What is that? Lin Shen suppressed his inner excitement, and pointed at the thing in the corner, and asked Song Yun. Lin Shen really couldn't tell what it was, because the thing was blocked by mosaics, and he couldn't see what it was at all. What is certain is that it is not a genetic mutation egg. No genetic mutation egg is long. That thing is at least 3 or 4 meters long, and it is definitely not a genetic mutation egg. Oh, that thing, it is a genetic mutation creature similar to a snake. Song Yun looked in the direction that Lin Shen pointed, and after recalling for a moment, he continued, that thing was brought back by the third master. I heard from the third master that it should be an alloy creature with the ability to evolve. When it was promoted to a crystal base, it failed for some reason and died. When the third master found it, it was already wrapped in the figurine, with only its head exposed, and its body was completely solidified. The third master broke the figurine and brought it back. He originally wanted to make something after melting it, but he didn't make it several times. None of them could melt it, so it was useless and left it here. The third master said that this thing should have almost completed the transformation to crystal base. I don't know why it failed, but the body may have been partially crystallized, so the hardness and toughness are comparable to the crystal base level. I just don't know why it is difficult to melt. I will have the opportunity to go to those bases with ultra-high temperature furnaces in the future, and I can try to cast something. Lin Shen walked to the side of the thing while listening to Song Yun, and reached out to touch the dead base creature. After the finger touched the thing, he immediately felt a hint of coolness on his fingertips, but it was not cold. He stretched out his hand and found that although this thing was long, it was not very thick. With the length of Lin Shen's fingers, he could easily wrap his hand around it. The fingers slowly stroked its body. The surface was smooth and had some fine lines, a bit like a mirror-polished metal with fine patterns carved on it. Song Yun said that this thing looked like a snake, but Lin Shen felt that it was not that similar. The body shape of a snake is generally thick in the middle and thin at both ends. Except for the tail at the end, which is particularly sharp and thin, the rest of the body of this thing is almost the same thickness. Moreover, a snake of this length cannot be so thin. As a genetically modified creature, its body length and thickness are somewhat disproportionate, and it looks a bit like a crudely made extended javelin. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to hold the middle part and lifted it up with a little force. Chapter 18. Like Lin Shen's estimate, the length of this thing should be more than 3 meters, but less than 4 meters. It feels good to hold. After swinging it twice, it is surprisingly easy to use. It really looks like a javelin with a special shape. It is not very heavy, only about 10 pounds, which can be said to be unexpectedly light. For ordinary people, swinging more than 10 pounds is already quite strenuous. Fortunately, Lin Shen has been using the base transformation fluid to strengthen himself. Although he has no base transformation, his strength is not comparable to that of ordinary people, so there is no problem in swinging it. Uncle Song, lend me this thing. Lin Shen looked at Song Yun and said, Okay, sign and take it away. Song Yun was unexpectedly straightforward. Are you really letting me take it? Lin Shen confirmed again, with some disbelief. After all, this is also a semi-crystalline base material, which is of high value. Song Yun smiled and said, There is no equipment in our base that can smelt this kind of material. It's useless for you to take it away. You have to return it later. Okay, then I take it away. Lin Shen signed and lent the things out. On the way back, Lin Shen was still thinking about whether to go to the warehouses of Qi and Wang to take a look, but he couldn't find a suitable excuse, and it was impossible for them to let him, a member of the Lin family, enter the warehouse. It's a great fortune to have this harvest. I wonder what kind of fire it can bring me. Lin Shen wanted to go home immediately, and lie on the bed with it to sleep. When passing by his own store, he found that many people were gathered in the open space next to Qi Tianfu's egg shop, and he didn't know what they were doing. Lin Shen didn't want to make trouble, and just wanted to go home as soon as possible, but he found that Qi Tianfu was also in the crowd, cursing and looking very unhappy. What's going on over there? Lin Shen came to his store, and saw Zhao Li standing on the threshold, looking over there, so he asked, Fifth brother, someone set up a ring-tossing stall next to the Easter egg shop, and robbed Fatty Qi of a lot of business. That guy is almost angry to death. Zhao Li said with a smile. Ring-tossing? Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Of course, he knew about the street stall game of ring-tossing. Find a place to put various prizes. People who want to play pay to buy plastic rings, stand in the position marked by the stall owner, and throw the plastic ring. If the prize is circled, you can take it away. This kind of street stall game is not uncommon. There are many markets. There are also stall owners who use genetic transformation eggs as prizes. This is not enough to surprise Lin Shen. What really surprised Lin Shen was that someone dared to set up a stall next to Qi Tianfu's store. The stall owner was really brave. The strange thing is that with Qi Tianfu's arrogant temper, he didn't smash the stall. Besides, how could a ring-tossing stall attract so many people? It's not like no one has played the ring-tossing game before. Lin Shen was curious, so he put the body of the genetically modified creature into the storage room, and then went out to squeeze over there to take a look. This look immediately surprised Lin Shen. This is indeed a ring-tossing stall, but there is only one prize. A person sat on a chair with a genetically modified egg on his head, which was the only prize in this ring-tossing stall. Many people who bought plastic rings stood outside the rope pulled by the stall owner, stretched out their hands, and threw them on the top of the person's head, hoping to catch the genetically modified egg. At least 7 or 8 people were constantly throwing plastic rings, but although the distance was only 4 or 5 meters, no one could catch the genetically modified egg on the person's head. After someone threw all the circles in his hand, he immediately took out money and threw it into the box put by the stall owner, and then took another circle to throw. Lin Shen saw that the box said 10 yuan per circle, and the price was not cheap. The reason why so many people were willing to spend money to play was that the base mutation egg on the person's head was an alloy base mutation egg. Even if the alloy base mutation egg had poor properties, it could be sold for 5 figures. In comparison, this little money was naturally nothing. Among those who kept throwing circles was Qi Tianfu. He cursed in a low voice while throwing circles, but he couldn't hit it. He was a little off every time. What really surprised Lin Shen was not these, but the stall owner who was sitting there with the base mutation egg on his head. It was Wei Wufu, who had performed very well in the recruitment meeting before. For an alloy base mutation, it is actually very easy to make a little money. Just hunting some steel creatures, you can make money without taking too much risk, which is much better than setting up a stall to make this little money. To put it another way, he only needs to join a certain force, and the money he can get every month will not be less than 5 figures. Such a person actually set up a stall on the street, and I don't know what he is thinking. Qi Tianfu did not attend the recruitment meeting. He obviously did not know Wei Wufu. He was throwing the ring and cursing there. If he knew that Wei Wufu was an alloy-based transmuter, he should have behaved more gracefully. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more strange it felt. It was indeed difficult to put the ring. It was really not easy to hit the target with a ring with a diameter of 20 centimeters from 4 or 5 meters away, but it was not too difficult. Accuracy is actually not related to strength. First, it depends on practice. After practicing for a long time, practice makes perfect, and the accuracy will be much better. The second is to rely on talent. If you want to be accurate, you just need to practice. If you want to be particularly accurate, you have to rely on talent. It is not necessary to be particularly accurate to throw a ring at such a close distance. You just need to practice a little bit and throw it a few times. Even if you are lucky, you should be able to hit it once. But Lin Shen stood here for a while, and those people had thrown at least hundreds of rings, but no one could hit it. They were a little bit off every time. Qi Tianfu alone threw at least 20 rings in this period of time. Several times, the rings fell on the genetic mutation eggs and bounced out again. Qi Tianfu was so angry that he threw the rings in his hand to the ground. When Lin Ying took Lin Shen to the market to play before, Lin Shen spent a lot of money on the ring-tossing stalls, but rarely hit it. Later, he asked his second brother to buy a ring for him, and kept practicing at home. In a few days, he could hit it about 8 out of 10 times. When he went to the market to play ring-tossing again, the stall owner was about to cry. After he was able to hit the target, Lin Shen felt that it was boring and rarely played since then. Lin Shen was also a senior veteran. After watching for a while, he felt that there must be something wrong. Under normal circumstances, someone should have hit the target long ago. It is impossible that he always missed the target. Wei Wufu is really interesting. He could have just robbed the money, but he had to do this. Lin Shen thought to himself. Fuck you, you are cheating, right? Qi Tianfu took another 20 circles, but still missed the target. He had hit the target several times, but it was still bounced out. Finally, he couldn't help but explode, pointing at Wei Wufu's nose and cursing. My skills are so bad, my luck is bad, and now I have no character. Lin Shen would certainly not miss the opportunity to laugh at Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu turned around, and saw that it was Lin Shen. He was about to curse, but he seemed to have thought of something and swallowed the curse words that were on the tip of his tongue. He stared at him with a sneer and said, You, Shao Yi, have high skills and good luck. If you can, show me how to trap one. If you can, I will call you my master every day from now on. Chapter 19. Forget it, I don't have a grandson as useless as you. Lin Shen pretended to be disgusted. He knew what means Wei Wufu used, but he couldn't tell what means it was. It would be useless to use tricks. It was impossible to trick him. There was no need to make a fool of himself. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you have the ability, just trick him. If you trick him, I will accept you even if you call me your grandson. If you don't have the ability, don't talk nonsense to me here. Qi Tianfu pointed at Lin Shen's nose and cursed. Lin Shen was about to retort, but he heard Wei Wufu, who had been sitting there like an old Buddha in meditation, suddenly say, "You will know if you can trick him or not after trying it." Qi Tianfu and Lin Shen couldn't help but look at Wei Wufu. Qi Tianfu frowned, and Lin Shen felt strange. What does Wei Wufu mean by saying this suddenly? Others can't tell, but I know very well that he must have done something. But from his tone, is he not going to do anything? This doesn't make sense. Lin Shen felt that something was fishy. He didn't think that Wei Wufu would be grateful to him for letting him get the alloy egg just because he said that to help him out. With Wei Wufu's strength, even if he didn't help him out, Qi Tianfu couldn't do anything to him. If they really went to fight, Qi Tianfu would definitely suffer. Lin Shen didn't understand for a moment whether Wei Wufu's words had any deep meaning, or if he simply wanted to cheat him out of some money. Just now I said he cheated, and you said that I didn't have good skills, character, and luck. Now that he has asked you to cheat, why don't you cheat me? If you don't dare to cheat, that's fine, as long as you admit that what you said just now was bullshit and call me Master Fu, I will forgive you today and let you go. Qi Tianfu used words to squeeze Lin Shen. He thought that Wei Wufu must have said that because he wanted to cheat Lin Shen of his money, so he added another brick. Qi Tianfu was cheated, and he was so angry that he couldn't sleep. If Lin Shen was also cheated, he would instantly feel that the world is wide open and his whole life is sublimated and bright. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not, the key is that Lin Shen can't have an easy life. It's just a ring, so just do it. Lin Shen said as he walked to the box, took out 100 yuan and threw it in, and counted out 10 rings. Lin Shen didn't fall for Qi Tianfu's provocation, but he felt that Wei Wufu was really a bit strange. He was probably setting up a stall here today not just to make money, but seemed to be targeting him or Qi Tianfu. He wanted to see what Wei Wufu was trying to do. Is 10 rings enough? If you don't have money, just tell me, and I pay for it. Qi Tianfu pouted. Whether it is enough, you will know after you hit it. Lin Shen said, as he threw a ring in his hand directly to the top of Wei Wufu's head. After not playing for so many years, his technique was obviously rusty, and this ring didn't hit anything. Xiao Wuzi, I won't talk about your character, but your technique is not good enough. Qi Tianfu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. I'm saving face for you. You just threw at least hundreds of rings, right? If I hit it with one, wouldn't it make you look incompetent? Lin Shen threw the rings while talking, and threw 2 more while talking, but still missed everything. I don't need others to give me face. If you have the ability, you can hit it. Whoever doesn't hit it is a grandson. Qi Tianfu snorted coldly. Xiao Fuzi, you are such a ruthless person that you even curse yourself when you are ruthless. Lin Shen was amused by Qi Tianfu's words, and threw a circle out casually. Just as he was about to say something, he was stunned. The circle fell on the alloy egg, and the ring hit the egg wall. After bouncing for a while, it fell down again, and landed firmly on Wei Wufu's head, trapping the alloy egg. Qi Tianfu's face turned black, and the flesh on his face was shaking with anger. He jumped 3 feet high, pointed at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu with shaking fingers and cursed, You shameless Lin Shen, this is another trap you set for me, right? You found this guy to trick me, right? Before Lin Shen said anything, Wei Wufu stood up, took the alloy egg from his head and threw it to Lin Shen. While packing up his things, he said, I got it, the alloy egg is yours, I go with you. Okay, you are really in the same group, Xiao Wuzi, you are getting more and more shameless. How dare you use such a dirty trick? Qi Tianfu's face was extremely ugly, and he looked like he was going to fight Lin Shen to the death. Lin Shen felt puzzled and didn't understand what Wei Wufu meant. Why did he want to follow him after trapping an alloy egg? No, brother Wei, what do you mean? If you don't want to part with this alloy egg, I give it back to you. Wei Wufu packed up his things, put the big bag on his back, and said expressionlessly, The prize is me and the alloy egg. If you win, I will naturally go with you. Lin Shen understood, frowned and said nothing. Now it seems that Wei Wufu set up this stall just for him. It's not that easy to leave. Qi Tianfu's muscles trembled, and a mysterious substance, like steel, oozed out from his skin. In a moment, it turned into a thick steel shell that wrapped his whole body and burst his clothes. Qi Tianfu, like a steel tank, stood in front of Wei Wufu, and his fist wrapped in steel directly hit Wei Wufu's chest, and cursed, If you play with skills, I will admit defeat, But if you play dirty, I will kill you. The huge steel fist was in front of Wei Wufu in an instant, but Wei Wufu seemed to have seen nothing and bumped into it with his chest. The onlookers exclaimed. Qi Tianfu's steel fist was about to smash a big hole in Wei Wufu's chest. The next second, something unexpected happened. Qi Tianfu's steel fist hit Wei Wufu's chest heavily, but it did not smash his chest, and it did not even stop Wei Wufu's steps. There was a loud bang of metal colliding. Qi Tianfu screamed and retreated, covering the hand that hit Wei Wufu with his other hand, and retreated several steps, then sat down on the ground. The steel shell on his fist was broken, blood was constantly oozing out, and his 5 fingers were still shaking, and he couldn't even hold it. I'm afraid the finger bones were either broken or cracked. Lin Shen, you are so good, you found an alloy level to deal with me, my Qi family will never let you go. Qi Tianfu endured the pain in his hand, and climbed up, staring at Lin Shen fiercely. He is not from my Lin family, and I didn't ask him to deal with you, believe it or not. Lin Shen explained, turned around and left. Wei Wufu followed with a big bag on his shoulder, and when he passed by Qi Tianfu he said, My name is Wei Wufu, come to me if you don't agree. After saying that, Wei Wufu left without looking back. Wei Wufu. Qi Tianfu was stunned. Although he didn't know Wei Wufu, he had heard about the emergence of an alloy-based transformer at the recruitment meeting. However, he never expected that this street vendor was actually the alloy-based transformer Wei Wufu at the recruitment meeting. Yesterday, Qi Tianfu heard that someone in his family had specifically looked for Wei Wufu, hoping that he would join the Qi family, but was rejected. Before the Qi family went, the Wang family had already gone, but was also rejected. It was said that the Wang family had fought with Wei Wufu, wanting to use their strength to subdue Wei Wufu, but with just one punch, the alloy-based transformer of the Wang family had his alloy shell blasted out, and he didn't dare to fight again, and retreated in embarrassment. The people who went to the Qi family had some ideas at first, but because they saw the Wang family's embarrassed appearance, they only invited Wei Wufu to join the Qi family, and left after being rejected, without daring to fight. The Qi family calculated that Wei Wufu should be a top alloy-based transformer, and the hardness of his alloy body is at least 19. The transformers compete to see who is hard enough. If the hardness is not enough, it is just trash. There is a big difference between the same alloy level. For such a person, there is no need to cooperate with Lin Shen to set a trap for Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu knows himself well. He knows that if a top alloy-based transformer wants to get him, there is no need to go through so much trouble. Could it be that Wei Wufu was really tricked by Lin Shen? Qi Tianfu felt a little regretful. If he hadn't insisted on letting Lin Shen do it, if he had insisted, maybe it would be Qi Tianfu who tricked Wei Wufu. The onlookers were even more amazed at Lin Shen's good luck. He only spent 40 yuan to trap an alloy egg and an alloy-based transformer. Chapter 20. If Lin Shen knew that Qi Tianfu would think this way, he would definitely think that he was blinded by greed. On the way back, Lin Shen had already persuaded Wei Wufu to return the alloy egg to him and let him go wherever he wanted. Wei Wufu only had one sentence. Since Lin Shen had trapped him, he was Lin Shen's man, and he would go wherever Lin Shen went. Lin Shen didn't say anything more. Wei Wufu was obviously coming for him. Even if he didn't trap him, Wei Wufu would definitely find other ways to stick to him. It seems that this Wei Wufu is also coming for Hulu Mountain. What kind of things are there in Hulu Mountain that attract strong men like Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu? Lin Shen didn't chase Wei Wufu away again. He settled him in the guest room of the Lin family compound, and had someone secretly watch him. Brother Xiaowu, I heard that you trapped Wei Wufu back? Lao Yi came over quickly. That's right. Lin Shen nodded slightly. There must be something wrong with Wei Wufu. Qi and Wang both sent people to invite him to join, but he refused. Wang Chuan, the alloy-based transformer of the Wang family, wanted to give him a warning, but his alloy shell was broken with just one punch. Lao Yi sighed. Brother Xiaowu, you shouldn't have brought this trouble back. If I don't bring him back, will he not come? Lin Shen said indifferently. Come if you want to. There are many people who have ideas about our Lin family now, and he is not the only one. Lao Yi wanted to say something, but Lin Shen said first. I have promised Bai Shenfei that I will go to Hulu Mountain with her the day after tomorrow. People from Qi and Wang will also go with us. Go back and prepare. Come with me the day after tomorrow. Lao Yi's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he said anxiously, Brother Xiaowu, you are confused. How can you take outsiders to Hulu Mountain? It's not me who takes them to Hulu Mountain, but concubine Bai who takes us to Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen looked at him and said, She can't know where Hulu Mountain is. She must want to trick you into taking her to Hulu Mountain. Tell me in detail what she said. Lao Ye's face was a little gloomy. I don't know where Hula Mountain is. What's the point of her lying to me? Lin Shen roughly recounted the content of his conversation with concubine Bai. Most of it was true, but he omitted the part about Lao Yi. It's impossible. If it was really the fourth master who asked her to take you to Hula Mountain, how could I not know about this? Lao Ye's expression changed. Lao Yi, I can't not go this time. Where is Hula Mountain and what is there? Now you can tell me, we have to prepare in advance. Lin Shen stared at Lao Yi and said, Brother Xiaowu, did the third master and the fourth master really not tell you about Hula Mountain? Lao Yi asked in a deep voice. No. Lin Shen answered directly. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen for a long time before saying, the third master and the fourth master did not tell you, of course, they have their reasons. If I tell you, it might delay their business. Well, since we have already promised concubine Bai, let's go to Hula Mountain with her first to see what she is planning. Lao Yi thought for a while, and said, there are only a few alloy-based transformers in the family now. We have to decide who to take with us. At least 2 alloy-based transformers should be left behind to avoid being taken advantage of by the Qi and Wang families. No need. The third and fourth brothers are not here. Even if we bring all the alloy-based transformers, we are no match for the Qi and Wang families. So I only plan to take you. If that way Wufu must go, then we can take him with us. Lin Shen said. How can this be possible? Lao Yi shook his head hurriedly. Only if they stay at the base can we protect our Lin family's property. With the third and fourth brothers at Hula Mountain, we won't suffer any loss. Lin Shen interrupted Lao Yi again. What if the third and fourth masters are trapped and can't get out? Lao Yi continued to persuade. If even they can't protect themselves, what's the point of us taking a few alloy-based transformers? Lao Yi, this is it. If you think it's too dangerous, then stay at the base to help me guard the house. Lin Shen said lightly. I will definitely be by your side, Xiaowu brother. Even if I risk my life, I have to keep you safe. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of the fourth master? Lao Yi said excitedly. Then let's do this. Go back and prepare. We set off the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Shen said. Okay, I go back and prepare first. Lao Yi said, as he was about to leave. The moment he turned around, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed Lin Shen's chest. Lao Yi's speed was too fast. Without the blessing of the 7 steps of weapons, Lin Shen didn't react at all, and Lao Yi's palm pressed on his chest. Lin Shen only felt a huge force coming, and he couldn't help but take several steps in a row. This was when Lao Yi was shocked and forced to hold back most of the force. Little five brother you. Lao Yi looked at Lin Shen in doubt. That's right, I'm not an alloy-based changer, nor a steel-based changer. I haven't changed yet. Lin Shen said calmly. Then how did you? Lao Yi asked doubtfully. I was able to subdue the speedster because my third brother gave me something to save my life. Unfortunately, that thing can only be used once. I had no other choice but to use it. Lin Shen said. Brother Xiaowu, you really haven't changed. Lao Yi still couldn't believe it. Look for yourself. Lin Shen rolled up his sleeves and stretched his arm in front of Lao Yi. Lao Yi reached out and touched Lin Shen's flesh and bones carefully. After the change, even if the power of the change is not used, the body will be different, especially the bones, which will be higher in density and harder than the bones of ordinary people. This cannot be faked. Lao Yi knew that Lin Shen really didn't change after just one touch. Brother Xiaowu, you haven't changed yet. It's too dangerous to go to Hula Mountain. Lao Yi looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and said, It doesn't matter. You will protect me, right? Besides, if I say I won't go now, will the Qi and Wang families agree? Even if the Qi and Wang families agree, will the White Goddess agree? Lin Shen retracted his arm and put down his sleeves. Don't worry, Brother Xiaowu. I, Lao Yi, will definitely protect you even if I risk my life. Lao Yi swore. That's all. Go back and prepare. I can only rely on you for this trip. After sending Lao Yi away, Lin Shen fell into deep thought. He felt that there were more and more suspicious points about Lao Yi, and he was no longer trustworthy. The Qi and Wang families were watching covetously, and the White Goddess and Wei Wufu were difficult to guess. This trip might be full of crisis. Lin Shen didn't quite believe in either Bai Shenfei or Lao Yi, because his third and fourth brothers had said before that no matter what happened, they would not let Lin Shen go out to take risks. So if they asked Lin Shen to go to Hula Mountain, Lin Shen was skeptical. But if Lin Shen didn't go, I'm afraid they would use tough measures. At that time, not only would Lin Shen be forcibly taken to Hula Mountain, but the Lin family that his brothers and sisters had worked hard for so many years would also suffer a heavy blow, so he had no choice. I must add some more chips to myself. I hope this fire will be useful. Lin Shen put the javelin-like body of the genetically modified creature beside the bed and laid down on the bed. Wei Wufu's alloy egg was in Lin Shen's hand, but it took time to hatch the alloy egg, and it might not be used for a while. The speedster is a good helper, but it is not enough to deal with such a complicated and dangerous situation with only one speedster. Lin Shen regretted not getting a few alloy pets around him. Now there is really no place to get alloy pets. He had not been out of the base before. There were people protecting him in the base, so he didn't need those pets at all. It seems that the only thing I can rely on is those bug-like fires. Lin Shen fell asleep in a daze while thinking about it. I don't know how long I slept, but Lin Shen felt as if there was something cool watering on his body. The coolness slid across his skin, making his hair stand up involuntarily, and he woke up. Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked. His eyes widened immediately, and he almost jumped out of bed in fright. It's not that he didn't want to jump up, but his body was entangled by something like a snake, tied like a stick, and he couldn't jump up at all. That thing is alive. Lin Shen looked at the thing that looked like a snake, raising its head and looking at him, and finally saw its true appearance. Chapter 21. When Lin Shen touched it before, he felt that this thing didn't look much like a snake, and now it looked even less like one. Snakes have heads, but this thing's head is not very obvious. At first glance, it looks more like an earthworm, with only an almost invisible hole at the top, which should be its mouth parts. Its body doesn't look much like an earthworm, and it looks a bit like a snake skin rope woven from dark red metal wire. In general, if you don't look closely, this thing looks like a rope. Lin Shen couldn't tell what it was, and he didn't have time to think about it. As if sensing that Lin Shen had woken up, the thing's body suddenly swelled up. The body, which was only about 3 centimeters thick, suddenly swelled to the thickness of a bucket. The mouthparts, which looked like pinholes before, also swelled up to the point where they could easily swallow a human head. Inside the mouthparts, there were circles of blood-colored crystal saw teeth like gears, slowly rotating inside its body, flashing blood light that flickered, like a blood crystal crusher that was starting up. If the head was swallowed by it, it would probably be shredded into blood and flesh residue in just a moment. Seeing that the monster's horrible mouthparts were about to swallow Lin Shen struggled desperately, because the front half of the monster's body was swollen, and the back half had not yet swelled, which gave Lin Shen, who was originally entangled, a little space. At the moment when the monster's mouthparts were about to fall, a hand suddenly pulled out. Lin Shen was desperate, and punched a red dot under the monster's head. That was the acupuncture point Lin Shen saw on its body. Because of the monster's expansion, the red dot also became much bigger. Bang! When the monster's mouthparts were about to swallow Lin Shen's head, Lin Shen's fist also hit the red dot hard. Lin Shen could feel the severe pain from his finger bones, and it was estimated that the finger bones were either broken or cracked. The monster's body was not completely pressed, but it became a little slow, and it still swallowed Lin Shen's head. The acupoint pressing did not work completely. If it was just strength, Lin Shen's strength could not even break the monster's defense. Lin Shen's head tilted to one side desperately to avoid the monster swallowing, and at the same time, his fist smashed the red dot on the monster's body frantically. The finger bones felt a heart-wrenching pain, but Lin Shen didn't care so much. Even if the bones were all broken, it was better than losing his life here. Blood splashed on the monster's body. It was all the blood splashed from the flesh and blood on Lin Shen's fist. The monster was not injured at all. The monster was still moving slowly, not completely pinned down, but its movements had become very slow, and the force that bound Lin Shen's body gradually became weaker. Lin Shen's other hand finally came out, pressing the monster's swollen front end and pulling his body out. At this time, Lin Shen's previous hand could no longer make a fist. His fingers were bent and hanging unnaturally, the torn flesh was blurred, and blood kept dripping out. The monster's body was also shaking violently, and every time it shook, its body was also wriggling in the shaking, as if it was about to break the restraint of the acupoints on its body. Lin Shen knew that it was not that the ability of acupoints was useless, but that his own strength was not enough, and he did not completely seal the monster's acupoints. Just like someone wearing a piece of armor, you know where the acupuncture points are. If the force cannot penetrate the armor, it is naturally impossible to penetrate and affect the acupuncture points. Fortunately, the vibration generated by the bombardment can be transmitted and have a certain impact on the monster. Lin Shen used his good hand to touch the clothes at the head of the bed, trying to find the pet capsules of the super speed gunner and the steel-tailed scorpion. But when he touched it, he did not touch the capsule of the steel-tailed scorpion, but only the capsule of the super speed gunner. At this time, he did not care to think so much, and took out the key hidden close to his body, and opened the pet capsule directly. The pet capsule changed quickly, and the super speed gunner appeared in front of Shen. Under his command, he drew his gun and shot at the monster. The bullet hit the red dot, but it was bounced to the side, leaving only a little white mark on it, and the monster's body squirmed faster. Shen was shocked and realized that the ability of the fire seed could only work when he used it himself. Even if the external force could hit the acupuncture point, it would not have the effect of acupuncture. This further proves that the power of the fire seed is not scientific at all. The speeding gunman shot at other parts of the monster's body, but the result was even worse. The red dot left a trace that was equivalent to nothing, and no trace was left at other places. The bullet that hit the monster's mouth hit the blood crystal-like sawtooth and was directly shattered. Those blood crystals were harder than the monster's body, which reminded Shen of what Uncle Tsong said before, that this guy had an accident when he was promoted to the crystal base, and he already had a partial crystal base body. Seeing that the monster was about to break through the restraint of the acupuncture, Shen had to rush forward himself, pulled up the bed sheet and wrapped it around his hand, and hit the red dot with his other uninjured fist. After a few punches, the bed sheet wrapped around his hand had a trace of blood seeping out, and the monster's body became very slow again, almost unable to move. But Shen knew that this was not a solution. If he continued to fight like this, his hand would be crippled sooner or later. Once the monster is no longer restrained by the power of acupuncture, then not only he, Shen, but the entire Lin family compound will probably be bloodbathed by the monster. This is a base-transformed creature with crystal-based power. If the third and fourth brothers were here, there should be a way. Now there is no strong man in the entire Lin family who can compete with this base-transformed creature. Sending people over is just sending them to their deaths. So at the beginning, Shen had no chance to press the alarm to call people over, but now there is no need to call people over. The houses where the siblings live are specially designed with strong defense capabilities and good sound insulation. After so much trouble, no one outside heard the noise and rushed over. Shen's first thought was to escape, leaving behind a useful body, so that he would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. If his life was gone, no matter how big his family business was, it would be useless. Just as he was about to turn around and escape, Shen's mind moved again, and he thought of the Fire Infinite Power contract he had obtained before. The Infinite Power contract requires a blood contract to be signed with a creature, and it does not say that it must be signed with a newly born creature. However, adult creatures will not grow anymore, so signing a contract is useless, so under normal circumstances, it must be signed with a juvenile. But the Infinite Power contract actually has another advantage, that is, after signing a contract with a creature, the creature is equivalent to becoming a pet, and it is difficult to disobey the owner's orders. Of course, this contract is not just a matter of dripping blood on it. It is necessary to draw a blood contract on the other party's body with blood, and the other party cannot resist during the process. Once they resist, the blood contract will fail. If he can choose, Shen would of course want to find a genetically modified creature with sufficient growth potential to sign a contract of infinite strength. Now, for the sake of his own life, the safety of the Lin family, and the Lin family's industry, he has to try to see if he can sign a contract of infinite strength with this creature. Of course, it is not without benefits. The level of this creature is high enough. Although it may not be possible to use it to enhance strength, it has a powerful pet, which will be of great help to the trip to Hulu Mountain. As for whether it is willing or not, whether it will resist, Shen does not intend to ask its wishes. He uses acupuncture to forcibly control its body, and complete the contract of infinite strength. After understanding this, Shen no longer hesitated. He endured the bursts of piercing pain from his finger bones, and punched the red dot on the monster again. After activating the infinite power contract, the other hand trembled as it drew the blood contract on the monster. The hand was covered in blood, and even the step of biting the finger was omitted. It was strange to say that after activating the infinite power contract, Shen's blood stained the monster's skin, which was harder than steel, and penetrated into it like a branding iron on the flesh. Even under the control of the acupoint power, Shen could still see that the monster's body trembled obviously, as if it was burned. Unfortunately, under Shen's crazy continuous beating without hesitation, the monster could not move at all, and it was difficult to disrupt the formation of the blood contract. When Shen's hand that was hitting the red dot was almost unconscious, the blood contract was finally successfully drawn. At the moment the blood contract was completed, the originally dim blood-colored pattern suddenly burst into a scorching light like magma. The next second, The blood pattern and the scorching light penetrated into the skin and disappeared, and the body of the monster that was originally shaking violently also calmed down. Chapter 22. Lin Shen sat down on the chair, his hands still shaking in pain. He wanted to pick up the water cup on the table next to him and drink some water to calm his nerves, but he couldn't hold the cup with both hands. He screamed in pain as soon as he touched the cup. After the monster calmed down, without Lin Shen hitting the acupuncture points, it quickly recovered its ability to move. The enlarged front end slowly returned to its original state. Like a dark red snake skin rope, it came to Lin Shen, slowly raised its head, and opened its mouth. This time its mouth did not become larger, but just opened a little, revealing the inner cavity that rotated like countless blood crystal gears, and then lowered its head and spit out a small ruby-like key. Lin Shen stretched out his hand regardless of the pain, and with his clumsy fingers covered in blood, he picked up the ruby key with trembling like Parkinson's disease. After getting the key, Lin Shen was completely relieved. With this key, this strange genetically modified creature could no longer pose any threat to him. After looking at the key and its mouthparts, Lin Shen was wondering where the keyhole was, and whether he had to put his arm in to find it. At that moment, the body of the genetically modified creature began to change rapidly. Its several meter-long body quickly shrank into a dark red pet capsule the size of a peanut. This thing has a much higher IQ than ordinary genetically modified creatures. It can enter the pet capsule state by itself. Can it also open the pet capsule without the key and turn back to the biological state by itself? Lin Shen was a little confused and doubted whether the pet key still had absolute binding force on it. Mutated Death Crusher, Mutated Alloy Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Mutation Talents, Mutation Devouring, Mutation Evolution, Enhanced Armor Breaking Spike, Enhanced Instant Speed, Enhanced 100 Refinements. After Lin Shen read its information, he was simply stunned. Shock could not express his feelings at the moment. Lin Shen had only heard of the term mutated alloy creature. Legend has it that someone has obtained one, but Lin Shen has never seen one, and there is no definite news about who has a mutant pet. And this thing is just an alloy creature. Why does it have 21 attributes? The upper limit of the attribute of an alloy creature should be 20. How come it is 21? Even for a mutant creature, I have never heard of an attribute that exceeds 20. What made Lin Shen feel even more abnormal was that this guy had 5 mutation talents, and some of them looked familiar. At this time, Lin Shen didn't have the energy to think about it. He took out a few tubes of medicine from the cabinet and poured them into the basin. He poured half a basin of purple-red liquid and soaked both hands in it. He immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain in both hands, which was not much better than putting his hands in a frying pan. He resisted the urge to pull his hands out of the liquid. These medicines were bought by his elder sister at a high price, and they were truly left for him to save his life. It is said that it is made of the genetic fluid of several special genetically modified organisms. Its manufacturing process and formula are the top secrets of the Cape Base. No one except the Cape Base can make this kind of medicine, and the price is as high as 5 figures. Lin Shen poured 5 bottles, which cost tens of thousands. But it was really expensive for a reason. After the initial pain, Lin Shen only felt that the wound on his hand was recovering at an astonishing speed, and the bleeding of the wound had stopped. If it continued to soak like this, it would probably take a few days for the broken bones to be almost healed. No! Lin Shen suddenly thought of something and ran to check. Sure enough, the pet capsule of the mutant steel-tailed scorpion, as well as the genetically modified eggs of the black iron swallow and the 100 refined steel beasts were gone. After carefully studying the information of the Death Crusher, Lin Shen probably guessed that those things should have been swallowed by it. The 2 talents of the Death Powder, Mutation Swallowing and Mutation Evolution, should have the ability to plunder the genetically modified talents of other creatures. The other 3 enhanced skills were plundered by it. Lin Shen quickly figured out the cause and effect. Because the name of the mutant Death Crusher was too long, Lin Shen simply simplified it and called it Death Powder. What Lin Shen didn't understand was that the capsule of the Speed Gunner was together with the mutant steel-tail scorpion capsule at that time. So why didn't the Dead Fan swallow the Speed Gunner capsule? Is it because the Speed Gunner's level is high and its swallowing ability can't swallow it so easily? Or is it that it only swallows creatures that have hit fire? Lin Shen didn't figure out the reason for a while. It's a bit of a loss to lose 3 top-quality pets with evolutionary potential, but it's directly converted into the combat power of the Dead Fan, which is more useful for my current situation. Lin Shen restored the Dead Fan to its biological state, and carefully studied its various abilities. Strengthening the armor-piercing thorns makes its spike-like tail have a powerful armor-piercing ability. Coupled with its own abnormal properties, it is a certain threat to crystal-based creatures, not to mention alloy creatures. It can hit them with one shot. Strengthening instant speed is the ability to increase speed in a short period of time, which is also a very practical talent. Strengthening Balian Lin Shen has not figured out what the ability is. It seems that it is not an active ability, and the dead fans have no way to demonstrate it. Mutation Devouring and Mutation Evolution have no way to demonstrate it. It is only known that it is the ability of devouring and evolving. Lin Shen can only roughly guess that it is the key to the plundering-based mutation talent. As for whether there are other effects, we have to wait for actual combat to find out. However, even without these three talents, relying only on strengthening armor-piercing thorns and strengthening instant speed, plus the abnormal properties of the dead fans, it is enough to make it stand at the top of the combat power of alloy creatures. With the combat power of the dead fans, Lin Shen felt that this trip to Hulu Mountain might still have a chance of a comeback. The reason why there is still a possibility is that both Qi and Wang have crystal-based combat power. The dead fans can barely be regarded as pseudo-crystal-based. They may not be able to gain an advantage against real crystal-based creatures. A possibility is still a possibility, and it is better than nothing. Lin Shen, who is in a dilemma, is very optimistic. He continued to soak his hands in the potion. He didn't have much time. If his hands could not recover when he went to Hulu Mountain, it would be very troublesome. It was not until this time that Lin Shen had time to pay attention to the extra fire information in his mind. Lin Shen was actually very curious about what kind of fire the dead fans would carry. Imperfect Super Base Evolution Fire Sacrifice to Heaven, Teammates Sacrifice to Heaven, Boundless Magic Power, the more they die, the stronger the combat power, the mountains of corpses, and the sea of blood. The show is amazing. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide for a while, and couldn't react for a long time. Chapter 23. It turns out that in addition to failed fire, there are also imperfect fire. If there are imperfect fire, does it mean there are perfect fire? And what does this sacrifice to heaven mean? Can all my teammates die before I can strengthen my strength? This is too bad. And how should I define this teammate? If I think my teammates are teammates, can I regard all enemies as teammates? Killing an enemy teammate will make me stronger. Lin Shen thought greedily. He studied for a while, but he didn't figure out how to use this sacrifice to heaven. It seems that it is not an ability to use actively. The effect can only be known when it works in the future. For the rest of the time, Lin Shen stayed at home to heal his wounds, hoping to heal the wound on his hand before leaving. Every 12 hours, he had to change the potion, and 5 bottles of potion were needed to completely soak his hands. The potion alone cost 6 figures. Fortunately, these potions are really powerful. Although they didn't completely heal Lin Shen's hand injury before departure, it's not a big problem. He can lift heavy objects normally. If he wants to fight with high intensity, it's still a bit difficult, for fear that the bones that haven't fully grown will crack again. Lin Shen brought potions with him, and applied them every once in a while. It should be healed in a few days. During the recovery period, Lin Shen took some low-level genetic mutation eggs to feed the dead fan. The guy accepted everything and ate 20 or 30 of Lin Shen's steel genetic mutation eggs. He thought that after eating so many genetic mutation eggs, he would definitely get a talent, but he didn't get a fart. Not to mention talent, even his body shape didn't change at all. Lin Shen was wondering if only those who ate the mutated creatures with fire could plunder talents. Before the agreed departure time, Lao Yi brought an alloy-grade pet capsule to Lin Shen, which was a platinum beast. Platinum beasts are not particularly rare alloy pets. They are fast, and are mostly used as mounts. Many people like to use platinum beasts as mounts. In addition to its fast speed, the main thing is that this guy looks really good. It is snow white, and has a single horn on its head, just like the legendary Holy Unicorn. It is the first choice for many appearance control mounts. Lin Xiangdong himself is an appearance control. Among his mounts, there is a platinum beast. Lao Yi found such a platinum beast to make it easier for Lin Shen to continue to dress up as Lin Xiangdong. The two platinum beasts look exactly the same, but Lin Xiangdong's is a top-grade 20-speed beast. The speed of the one Lao Yi found is 18.4, which is a little worse, but it is enough for impersonation. The ghost-faced white beast was wearing a chain mail made of alloy. If he didn't take action, no one could tell that he was not Lin Xiangdong. When the two were about to go out, Wei Wufu followed them. He didn't say anything, just followed Lin Shen silently. Lao Yi glanced at Wei Wufu and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Shen. The three of them went to the agreed meeting place together. The people from the Qi and Wang families had already arrived. The leaders Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er were talking to Bai Shenfei. Are you the only 3 people from the Lin family going? Wang Tian'er frowned at the three people. Are 3 people not enough for a mere Hulu mountain? Lin Shen sat on the back of the platinum beast, with no intention of getting off. Wang Tian'er's face darkened, and he wanted to say something, but Qi Shuheng stopped him with a look. Qi Shuheng smiled and said, each family has its own situation. It doesn't matter how many people want to go, as long as everyone works together. Since everyone is here, let's go. Bai Shenfei glanced at Wei Wufu, who was following Lin Shen, and said nothing. She stretched out her hand and threw a white pet capsule. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a pet that was as white as jade, like a cow and a triceratops. When everyone saw her mount, their eyes were a little strange. The mount was obviously a crystal-based creature. People from the Cape base are really extraordinary. Even their mounts are crystal-based. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. No one said anything else. Everyone summoned their own mounts, and the group left the base in a mighty manner. Lin Shen looked around curiously. Since he was born, he has left the base only a few times. The outside world is still very novel and interesting to him. Most of the places on both sides of the road are covered with green plants, and there are flowers of various colors scattered among them. There are undulating hills everywhere, but if you look closely, you will find that those hills are not actually mountains, but buildings covered with green plants. More than 200 years ago, this was still a modern city, but now it is almost impossible to see the appearance of the city. The roads and buildings that occasionally appear are also dilapidated, and many have collapsed and been occupied or buried by green plants. Among those green plants, there are occasionally some strange plants, which are actually metal branches and leaves. Lin Shen knew that those were not works of art made of metal, but real living metal plants. These metal plants were also a kind of genetically modified organisms, but the genetically modified liquid in their bodies was very rare and difficult to refine. Most of the time, they would be cut down and used as materials. Everyone was not in the mood to talk too much. They urged their mounts to follow Bai Shenfei and galloped wildly on the green field. Some low-level genetically modified organisms encountered on the road were frightened and fled everywhere, and they were too lazy to chase them. After walking around for most of the day, at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, they only walked 70 to 80 miles. Suddenly, a colorful road appeared in the mountains ahead, and Bai Shenfei stopped in front of the colorful road. Everyone stopped, and Lin Shen looked around, and then he found that it was not a colorful road at all, but a road full of colorful metal flowers, extending to the distance, and he didn't know how long it was. I came here a few years ago. At that time, the colored steel flowers here were only scattered among the green plants, and you could only see a few clusters occasionally. In just a few years, so many have grown, like a long river. Lao Yi said beside Lin Shen. He was mainly speaking to Lin Shen, fearing that Lin Shen would reveal his identity if he didn't recognize these colored steel flowers. Where there are colored steel flowers, there must be steel-tailed scorpions. There are so many colored steel flowers here, and there must be many hidden steel-tailed scorpions. Let's go and explore first. Wang Tian'er looked at Bai Shenfei and said. Okay. Bai Shenfei nodded slightly without any expression. Wang Tian'er seemed to want to show off in front of Bai Shenfei. He didn't ask Qi Shuheng and Lin Shen for their opinions, and asked a mutator riding a unicorn to explore the way. After the man's mutation, a steel shell appeared on his body, and then he carefully urged his horse forward. The unicorn's speed was very slow, and the horse's hooves stepped on the colored steel flowers, making a tooth-grinding squeaking sound, which was very uncomfortable to hear. After running forward for 20 to 30 meters, there was still no steel-tailed scorpion. The man became bolder and sped up a bit. After running for more than 100 meters, there was still no steel-tailed scorpion. The mutant stopped, turned his horse's head, and shouted to the side, "Boss, there is no steel-tailed scorpion here." Strange, there are so many colored steel flowers, but there is not even a steel-tailed scorpion. This is a bit wrong. Wang Tian'er pondered. Steel-tailed scorpions love to eat the liquid in the colored steel flowers. If there are such flowers, there must be steel-tailed scorpions. It is also 9 out of 10. Now there are no steel-tailed scorpions here. There are only 2 possibilities. One possibility is that these are not colored steel flowers, but just look like them. The second possibility is that something strange happened here, so we can't see the steel-tailed scorpions. Qi Shuheng looked at Bai Shenfei and asked, "Miss Bai, can we bypass this flower path?" Bai Shenfei took out a notebook from her bag, looked at it, and said, "No, we can only go in from here." Everyone's eyes were on the notebook in her hand. Even Lin Shen and Lao Yi were no exception. Lin Shen thought, does she really know the way to Hulu Mountain? There won't be a map to Hulu Mountain in the notebook, right? Since we can't take a detour, Let's explore the road carefully. Shi Shuing looked at Wang Tian'er. Wang Tian'er shouted at the man on the flower path, and the man turned his horse's head and continued to explore the way forward. Not long after, he disappeared in the depths of the flower path. After waiting for more than half an hour, the man rode back on his horse. Second boss, this flower path is more than 10 miles long, and there is a canyon at the end. There are no colored steel flowers in the canyon. The man returned to Wang Tian'er and said, "Have you seen a steel-tailed scorpion?" Wang Tian'er asked. "No." The man shook his head. Wang Tian'er looked at Shi Shuing, and Shi Shuing said to a mutator beside him, "You also go and explore, and walk along the other side of the flower path." The mutator of the Qi family also used the mutator power, and most of his body was covered with steel armor. He rode an iron-horned horse into the sea of flowers. Because of the previous exploration by the Wang family, the mutator of the Qi family was obviously much faster, and he had returned in less than half an hour. The flower path is more than 10 miles long, and there is indeed a canyon at the end. There are no colored steel flowers growing in the canyon. No steel-tailed scorpions were found on the road, and no other mutated creatures were seen. The man said very straightforwardly, "What do you think, Miss Bai?" Shi Shuing looked at the white goddess. "The place we are going to is that canyon, and we can only go from here," the white goddess said. "In that case, let's go to the canyon first. What do you think?" Shi Shuing looked at Wang Tian'er and Lin Shen again and said, "That's the only way." Wang Tian'er and Lin Shen had no objection. The group set out on the flower path again. Lin Shen looked at the flower path under his feet. Those colored steel flowers were very gorgeous. The flowers were only the size of a fingernail. The petals were in the shape of shells, and the edges were very thin, like a sharp blade. It was no problem for a pet with a body of steel to step on it. If a flesh and blood body fell on it, it would probably be covered with wounds immediately. Everyone was very alert, fearing that there would be any problems. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual after walking 7 or 8 miles. It was indeed as the two pathfinders said before, there was no colored steel scorpion in the flower path, nor any other genetically modified creatures. Everyone could not help but speed up. When they were about to rush to the valley, they suddenly saw the entire flower path swaying. They were all shocked and quickly stopped their mounts. Steel-tailed scorpions. So many steel-tailed scorpions. Someone screamed in horror. Lin Shen looked carefully, and saw clearly that it was not the colored steel flowers that were swaying, but countless palm-sized steel-tailed scorpions that emerged from under the colored steel flowers. They were so dense that it looked like a scorpion river, even under their feet. Chapter 24. Several screams were heard immediately, and dense steel-tailed scorpions crowded around the mount's legs, with their scorpion tails flashing coldly at the mount's hooves and legs. The alloy mounts were still able to resist the scorpion tails, but the legs and hooves of the steel pets were not so lucky. They were stabbed by countless scorpion tails, and they jumped desperately in fear. Several base changers were almost thrown off. "Save people, rush over." Wang Tian'er made a prompt decision, rushed over, and pulled a Wang family base changer who was about to be thrown off directly to him, and the two of them rode together. Everyone followed suit, pulling those base changers who did not have alloy mounts onto their own mounts, and then rushed forward quickly. They had already gone 7 or 8 miles deep into the flower path, and retreated further, so they simply rushed forward directly. Fortunately, the scorpion tails of those steel-tailed scorpions could hardly cause damage to alloy pets. Everyone rushed past and trampled to death countless steel-tailed scorpions. After rushing for 4 or 5 miles, the road was full of densely packed steel-tailed scorpions, and no one knew how many of them there were. From a distance, a canyon appeared in front of them. The canyon was connected to the flower path. It was only a thin line apart, but there was not a single colorful steel flower in the canyon. The densely packed steel-tailed scorpions seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. No matter how crowded they were, they could not rush into the canyon. Everyone was refreshed and rushed towards the canyon at an accelerated speed. As the person in front was about to rush to the canyon entrance, he suddenly saw a colorful light and shadow drilled out from the ground, and a base changer who rushed in front was pierced through with his mount. The man looked down at the blood hole on his chest, and the colorful huge scorpion tail that pierced out diagonally. His face was full of horror. He opened his mouth to say something, but he could not make a sound. Only streams of blood gushed out. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, the man's body and his mount were lifted up and suspended in the air. A colorful giant scorpion tail swayed slowly behind him, causing the man's body and mount to sway in the air. Everyone's eyes were filled with horror. You know, the man and his mount were both alloy grade, but they were pierced so easily. The hardness of the scorpion tail was amazing. Some riders couldn't stop their momentum and tried to rush over from the side, but two colorful scorpion tails emerged from the ground and instantly pierced their mounts. Fortunately, the two alloy base changers reacted quickly enough, jumped off their mount sideways, and landed in the dense scorpion tide. The scorpion tail of the steel-tailed scorpion pierced them, clanging non-stop, but fortunately the steel-tailed scorpion was not strong enough to pierce their alloy carapace. The two swept away the steel-tailed scorpion on their bodies, and immediately jumped up again, landing on the mounts of the base changers, who responded. The ground cracked, colorful steel flowers flew everywhere, and a scorpion as huge as an elephant with a colorful body emerged from the ground, with three scorpion tails hanging on its back and dancing strangely. That's the alloy-level Magic Armor Scorpion King. No. The Magic Armor Scorpion King should only have one scorpion tail. How can it have three? Lao Yi stopped in front of Lin Shen and said in horror. The three scorpion tails of the Magic Armor Scorpion King swung violently, and the corpse hanging on them was thrown out like a cannonball and hit the ground hard. A big pit was smashed on the ground, and it was submerged by the surging steel-tailed scorpions in just a moment. It was definitely dead. The Scorpion King swung his scorpion tail and wanted to stab other base changers. An alloy base changer couldn't dodge in time and could only use his alloy-wrapped arm to block the scorpion tail. Who knew that the scorpion tail was so powerful that the alloy base changer and his mount were smashed to the ground, and cracks appeared on the alloy shell on his arm. Seeing this, other base changers dodged one after another. The fierce three-tailed Scorpion King blocked the canyon, and no one dared to rush over for a while, looking for death. Seeing that two of his alloy base changers were killed, Wang Tian'er threw out a black crystal pet capsule in anger. The pet capsule turned into a pitch-black crystal bird in midair, with wings spread out to a length of 4 or 5 meters, and turned into a black lightning and rushed towards the three-tailed Scorpion King. The three-tailed Scorpion King waved his terrifying scorpion tail and stabbed at the black crystal bird that was flying towards him, but the black crystal bird stretched out its claws and actually grabbed a scorpion tail each. The third scorpion tail stabbed into the big bird's chest, and the big bird lowered its head and pecked it, and actually pecked the hard multicolored alloy scorpion tail in the middle. The claws that looked like hooks and blades exerted force violently, and the other two scorpion tails were immediately broken. The big bird made a strange cry, grabbed the broken tail and swung it, throwing the huge Scorpion King's body into the air. With a flap of its wings, the big bird went up in the opposite direction, like a moon blade slashing the sky, instantly cutting the Scorpion King's extremely hard body in half, and smashed it heavily on the ground, smashing two large pits on the ground. The big bird raised its head, and let out another long cry, flew back to Wang Tian'er, and circled above his head. Is that the black bird? Lin Shen looked at the black crystal bird, which looked like a phoenix but had no feathers, and looked like a crow but had a voice like a phoenix. The reason why the Suanio base was called the Suanio base was because a nest of crystal-based Suanio eggs was found nearby. The Lin, Qi, and Wang families all relied on the Suanio to build their families. It is said that at that time, the ancestors of the three families of Lin, Qi, and Wang found the nest of the black bird together, each got a black bird egg, and relied on the power of the black bird to establish the black bird base. Later, the Lin family lost the black bird and declined to the point of being almost kicked out of the three families. Fortunately, the second master Lin Yin appeared in the Lin family, which allowed the Lin family to stabilize the situation. To this day, the black bird is still the strongest pet in the black bird base. Even if the three families later got crystal-based pets from other channels, they are still difficult to compare with the black bird. It is said that the black bird may be a top-level crystal-based creature with full surroundings. Because the Lin family no longer has a black bird, Lin Shen has never seen a black bird. These are all heard from his family. The black bird of the Qi and Wang families has been passed down and rarely appears. Now Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er are the heads of the two families, and it is not surprising that they have a black bird. It was unknown whether they were frightened by the fierce power of the black bird or because the Scorpion King was dead, but the steel-tailed scorpion stopped attacking everyone and burrowed into the ground. They retreated completely in a moment. Brother Lin really didn't lie to me. The black bird is indeed a top-level crystal-based creature. Concubine Bai stared at the black bird and said, "It's just a black bird. It's not bad in a small place like ours. It's nothing in a place like the Cape Base." Wang Tian'er said, and asked people to collect the base transformation liquid in the Scorpion King's body. Everyone saw his thoughts. He used the black bird to kill the Scorpion King directly. In addition to revenge for his family, He probably wanted to monopolize the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King was obviously not an ordinary alloy creature. Both the body material and the base transformation liquid were rare and good things. The Scorpion King was killed by Wang Tian'er, so naturally no one competed with him and let him collect the genetic fluid. The Scorpion King's body could not be left here, so Wang Tian'er directly asked 2 geneticists to drag the body back to the base with their pets. After everyone entered the canyon, it was almost dark. After several discussions, they decided to rest here for a night and continue to move forward early tomorrow morning. Lin Shen and Lao Yi lived in the same tent, while Wei Wufu was on guard outside the tent. Lin Shen asked Lao Yi to give him a tent, but Wei Wufu refused to use it. He just sat outside Lin Shen's tent, leaning against his backpack and resting with his eyes closed. Fourth Master, the situation at the flower path seems to be a little wrong today. In the tent, Lao Yi lowered his voice and said to Lin Shen, "What's wrong?" Lin Shen asked. "We explored twice at first, but didn't find any steel-tailed scorpions. After we entered and reached a place where we couldn't move forward or backward, the steel-tailed scorpions suddenly attacked. It was obviously premeditated. Ordinary genetically modified creatures don't have such intelligence. And that magic armor Scorpion King actually has 3 tails, which is much more powerful than the magic armor Scorpion Kings we have seen before. The genetically modified creatures here are very unusual," Lao Yi said. "The genetically modified creatures here are indeed a bit strange." Lin Shen nodded slightly. "This is not the main problem. The real strange thing is that black bird." Lao Yi's eyes flickered. "Are you saying that the black bird is too strong?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. Lao Yi shook his head and said, "The Suanio is very strong, there is no doubt about that. Otherwise the 3 families would not be able to rely on the Suanio to build a base." After a pause, Lao Yi's voice became a little lower. "Didn't you see? Those steel-tailed scorpions are very afraid of the Suanio. Not only the steel-tailed scorpions, but even the 3-tailed magic-armored Scorpion King is also afraid of the Suanio. When they saw the Suanio, their movements became a little stiff, otherwise they would not be killed in 2 moves. Maybe it's just because the Suanio is too strong. After all, there is a level difference." Lin Shen groaned. Lao Yi did not comment, and said mysteriously, "Brother Xiaowu, I seem to have heard from the 4th Master that the place where the ancestors of the 3 families found the Suanio egg seems to be near this canyon." Chapter 25. "Are you trying to say that Suanio is related to Hulu Mountain where we are going?" Lin Shen understood what Lao Yi meant. Think about it carefully. Although Bai Shenfei came from the Cape Base, she only studied and trained at the Cape Base. Even we don't know what her family background is, let alone the Qi and Wang families. Why do they trust Bai Shenfei so much and take such a big risk to come here? Along the way, they almost obeyed Bai Shenfei's orders, and even the alloy-based transformers who died or were injured did not complain to Bai Shenfei, just because Bai Shenfei said she knew where Hulu Mountain was. Even we are doubting why the Qi and Wang families trust her so much. This is too abnormal," Lao Yi said. "What do you think?" Lin Shen did not mean to guess, and motioned Lao Yi to continue. "I think about it, maybe there is a possibility that the White Goddess does know where Hulu Mountain is, but she can't get in by herself, and must rely on some special things or power to get in." Lao Yi's voice was so low that Lin Shen, who was close at hand, could hardly hear it. "Xian Niao?" Lin Shen heard what Lao Yi said. "Yes, it is the Suanio. If, as she said, it was the 4th Master who asked her to take you to Hulu Mountain, then she only needs to take you there by yourself. Even if she needs help, she can take people from our Lin family. Why must she take the Qi family and the Wang family?" Lao Yi said with a cold snort. "I couldn't figure it out before, but today when I saw Wang Tian'er using the Suanio, I suddenly figured out something. The only thing in common among the 3 families is that they all have the Suanio, and the Suanio was obtained near this canyon. Maybe the key to entering Hulu Mountain lies in the Suanio, so she must let all 3 families come here. In order to gain the trust of the Qi and Wang families, I'm afraid she has already told them that the Suanio is the key to entering Hulu Mountain, so Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er will listen to her and do what she says, just to find Hulu Mountain. As long as they find Hulu Mountain, they can get rid of everything in Hulu Mountain that we have exclusively. They are just using each other and calculating against each other. Since Concubine Bai knows where Hulu Mountain is, and the Qi and Wang families have Suanio, why did they let us come? We don't know where Hulu Mountain is, and we don't have Suanio." Lin Shen pondered. "Maybe they are afraid that the 3rd Master and the 4th Master didn't die in Hulu Mountain. If something happens, they can take you as a hostage." Lao Yi said this, looking up at Lin Shen's eyes, and continued with a complicated expression, "Maybe there is another possibility. What possibility? Lin Shen felt that Lao Yi looked at him like this, and what he said next should be related to him. Maybe they suspect that you have Suanio. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen with a burning gaze, and spoke slowly word by word. Lin Shen was stunned when he heard this. How could I have a black bird? Not to mention that the Lin family's pet black bird has been lost a long time ago. Even if it wasn't lost, it should be the second brother who inherited the black bird. If the second brother couldn't, there were still the third and fourth brothers. How could it not be my turn? The Lin family's black bird was indeed lost, but that doesn't mean that the Lin family doesn't have a black bird. Lao Yi said in a low voice. What you said is too strange. Since it has been lost, it must be gone. Lin Shen stared at Lao Yi, not knowing what he wanted to say. Little fifth master, you may not know this. In fact, the black bird eggs found that year were not 3, but 4. The ancestors of the Qi and Wang families each got a black bird egg, while the ancestors of the Lin family got 2 black bird eggs. What? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice couldn't help but rise a little. Lao Yi quickly reached out and covered Lin Shen's mouth. Speak softly, be careful of the walls have ears. Why haven't I heard about our Lin family getting 2 Suanio eggs? After Lao Yi let go of his hand, Lin Shen lowered his voice again. I also heard about this from the master before. One time, the master asked me and San Yun to drink together. When we were happy, I don't know how we talked about Suanio. Lao Yi recalled. The master said that the Suanio nest was discovered by the ancestor of the Lin family, and he also contributed the most in the process of obtaining the Suanio. So when he saw that there were 4 Suanio eggs in the nest, the Qi and Wang families each got 1, and the ancestor of the Lin family got 2 alone. Then why have I never heard that our family has 2 Suanio? Could it be that both Suanio were lost together? Lin Shen asked in confusion. No, only 1 Suanio egg was lost. After the other Suanio egg was brought back by the Lin family ancestor, no one has seen it again, because the Lin family ancestor said that the other Suanio egg did not hatch successfully and became a dead egg. Lin Shen was slightly startled. Then our Lin family ancestor's fate is really bad. For Suanio eggs hatched 3 Suanio eggs, and the other one became a dead egg. You don't believe it either, right? The Qi and Wang families didn't really believe it either. They always suspected that the other Suanio egg of the Lin family was not a dead egg, but was hidden as a trump card. So even during the period when the Lin family was at its most declining, the Qi and Wang families did not. The reason why they killed the Lin family was because they were afraid that the Lin family might have another black bird hidden. This gave the second master the opportunity to rise, and allow the Lin family to maintain its current status. Lao Yi continued to recall. During that time, the Qi and Wang families had been testing the Lin family, wanting to know if the Lin family had another black bird hidden. If not, the best outcome for the Lin family would be to take away all the benefits of the black bird base, and even to destroy the family. But they didn't expect the second master to be so powerful. Before they could find out the result of their testing, they found that even if the Lin family didn't have the black bird, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with the second master, and there was no chance. Later, the growth of the second master had frightened them, and the third and fourth masters also grew up and rose. At that time, the Qi and Wang families were as scared as their grandsons, and they probably couldn't even sleep well. The Lin family, without the Suanio, was more frightened by the presence of the 3 masters than by the Suanio. Lao Yi was a little proud when he said this, and laughed twice. If the second master hadn't disappeared without a trace, the Suanio base would have been left with only the word Lin. Lao Yi stared into Lin Shen's eyes again as he spoke. Little fifth brother, you should know best what kind of people the 3 masters are. In a place like the Suanio base, there is no need to use the Suanio. If the Lin family really still has a Suanio, then it can only be on me, the most useless old fifth, right? Lin Shen is not a fool, so he naturally understood what Lao Yi meant, and sighed helplessly. Lao Yi, I really haven't seen any Suanio. When the second and third brothers were here, I can walk around the Suanio base freely, and I have alloy-based transformers protecting me at any time, so I don't need that thing at all. Besides, do you think that with my strength, even if I have the Suanio, I can survive under Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er? I'm afraid that I will be killed by them before the Suanio is summoned. Brother Xiaowu, I definitely believe you. But it's useless for me to believe you. The Qi and Wang families don't believe you, and the Bai Shenfei doesn't believe you. I think that Wei Wufu is also coming for the Suanio, otherwise why would he stay with you? Lao Yi said coldly. I can't do anything if they don't believe me. I really don't have it. Lin Shen thought for a while and said, and no matter how powerful the Suanio is, it is just a crystal-based creature. It's hard to say whether it is really that useful. Lao Yi wanted to say something, but heard noisy sounds and screams coming from outside. The two of them were startled and hurried out of the tent to see what was going on. Wei Wufu, who was guarding outside the tent, had stood up and looked up at the night sky. The other people in the camp did the same, looking up at the sky. Lin Shen looked up in the direction they were looking at, and when he saw it, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah!" Chapter 26. The night sky at 8 or 9 o'clock already looks very clean. Perhaps because of the decline of human technological civilization, the number of stars visible to the naked eye in the night sky is obviously much more than before, and it also looks particularly bright. But at this moment, the bright stars in the sky seem particularly dim. The night sky is occupied by orange-red colors, like the morning glow filling the sky, and like the twilight burning the sky red. The source of the orange-red color does not seem to be real, and it is difficult to describe what kind of existence it is. It seems to exist, but it seems not to exist. It can be seen, but it seems not to be seen completely. The orange-red light is like the outline in the painting, while the main part is empty and distorted. It is said that there is nothing there, but the starry sky seen through the hole is distorted. It is said that there is something, but nothing can be seen. Only the orange-red outline emits a strange light, recoloring the starry sky, and the blank space is like a twisted bird covering the sky, flapping its wings and soaring. The hollow twisted slowly flew over the heads of Lin Shen and the others, and whether intentionally or unintentionally, it went straight to the other end of the canyon. The orange-red light illuminated the long and dark canyon from near to far, and gradually reached the farthest place. Taking advantage of the light, everyone saw from afar that at the end of the canyon, there was a strange mountain standing in the clouds. The mountain stood proudly among the mountains, making the surrounding hills of all sizes look like small mounds without the momentum that the mountains should have. What's even more strange is that the shape of the mountain is too strange. Lin Shen has never seen much of the world, and the mountains he saw today are more than the total number of mountains he had seen in the previous 20 years. But there are many people who have traveled and have extensive knowledge. But no one has ever seen such a mountain. The shape of the mountain is like a huge gourd, which falls obliquely among the mountains. How can a mountain grow into the shape of a gourd? It is really hard to imagine what kind of landform changes and natural erosion it has experienced to make it look like it is now. Hulu Mountain. That must be Hulu Mountain. A trembling voice sounded, which was not a trembling of fear, but more of surprise and excitement. Lin Shen also felt that the mountain should be Hulu Mountain. It was too vivid. I think the reason why the second brother gave it a random name called Hulu Mountain was for this reason. What Lin Shen didn't quite understand was that such a huge Hulu Mountain was not too far from the Suanio base, so it should be easy to find. Why did only the Lin brothers know where Hulu Mountain was before? Such a majestic and strange mountain, if you look at it from afar, you may never remember it for a lifetime. Many people should have seen it, and it is easy to associate it with the three words Hulu Mountain. Has no one ever thought of it this way? No. Lin Shen suddenly woke up. When they came to the canyon, it was not dark yet, and the vision was very good at that time. If there was such a strange-shaped mountain in the distance, they would not be able to see it. Why did no one see it during the day, but suddenly saw such a mountain now? Is there really a fairy mountain that can hide from the world as the legend says? Lin Shen thought to himself. The orange-red light gradually faded away, slowly hiding behind the huge Hulu Mountain, until the last ray of light disappeared, and the majestic and strange Hulu Mountain was no longer visible. In the darkness, it was unknown whether it was still standing there. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle, and the people from the Qi and Wang families looked at Bai Shenfei. As Lao Yi analyzed, the reason why they needed Bai Shenfei was because they didn't know where Hulu Mountain was. The unexpected appearance of the orange-red light guided them in the direction of Hulu Mountain, and they themselves had the black bird, so they could enter Hulu Mountain and no longer needed Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen couldn't see what Bai Shenfei's expression was now, and it seemed that it was not very good. Miss Bai, it seems that we must renegotiate our cooperation now, Qi Shuing said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Cooperation emphasizes fairness, and you get as much as you pay. If you don't pay, even if we are willing to give, Miss Bai, a person like her, will not bother to ask for it, right? Wang Tian'er also said with a smile. How do you want to renegotiate? Bai Shenfei said lightly. If you want to play games, you need chips. Miss Bai, you don't have chips now, but it doesn't matter. You can play with us. I make the decision. I give you 10% when the time comes. Brother Tian'er, do you have any objections? Qi Shuing said. Miss Bai is very capable, and 10% is not too much. Wang Tian'er also said. What if I don't agree? Bai Shenfei said coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Even if the deal doesn't go well, we still have righteousness. We won't make things difficult for Miss Bai. But if you have different ideals, you can't make plans together. If Miss Bai has the ability, just go to Hula Mountain by yourself. We will never stop you. With Miss Bai's ability, you will definitely return with a full load. No matter how much you take, we will never be jealous. Wang Tian'er said with certainty. He was sure that Concubine Bai could only cooperate with them. Without the Black Bird, it would be a problem whether they could enter Hula Mountain, not to mention whether they could even reach Hula Mountain. In that case, let's go our separate ways. Concubine Bai looked at Lin Shen and asked, Do you want to go with me? Before Lin Shen could answer, Wang Tian'er had already said, Miss Bai, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to worry about the affairs of our three families. Are you willing? Concubine Bai ignored Wang Tian'er, and didn't even look at him, and continued to look at Lin Shen and asked, You are my junior sister, of course, I have to take care of you. Lin Shen said, and walked towards Concubine Bai. Lin Shen thought very clearly. Even if Concubine Bai came with a plot, his needs for himself were far greater than those of the Qi and Wang families. Of course, what Lin Shen wanted to see most was that Concubine Bai and the Qi and Wang families would fight first. This would be the most favorable situation for him. You want to go with an outsider? Will your Lin family not even care about the past friendship between our three families? Qi Shuang said coldly. People from the Qi and Wang families have already stood between Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei. They can't let Bai Shenfei take Lin Shen away. If the Lin family still has a Black Bird, it will be troublesome. Wang Lao, you'd better think it over. If I join forces with my junior sister, do you think you have a chance of winning? Lin Shen said calmly. Wang Tian'er said disdainfully, If you are really that bastard Lin Xiangdong, I really dare not stop you. It's a pity that you are just Lin Shen of the Lin family, who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Why don't you take him down? Lin Shen knew something was wrong when he heard what he said before, and turned to look at Lao Yi beside him. Only Lao Yi could be 100% sure that the person standing here was Lin Shen, and not Lin Xiangdong. Wang Tian'er could be so sure that he was Lin Shen, so it was most likely Lao Yi's problem. Of course, it could also be Wei Wufu. He should have guessed that Lin Xiangdong was Lin Shen in disguise, but Lin Shen still felt that Lao Yi was more likely. The moment Lin Shen turned his head to look at Lao Yi suddenly pulled out a knife and put it on Lin Shen's neck, sighing, Brother Xiaowu. I'm sorry. I had no choice. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash of cold light in front of him, and he couldn't help but retreat in horror. Lao Ye's retreat speed can be said to be extremely fast. Even Lin Shen was a little surprised that Lao Ye's old body could be so fast, not inferior to the top alloy creatures. But he retreated so quickly, but there was still a scar on his face that spanned the entire cheek. Although it was not deep, it was very hideous and terrifying. Wei Wufu, holding a cold jade tang sword, stood in front of Lin Shen, and the blade of the cold tang sword was still dripping with blood. You go first, I block here. As Wei Wufu spoke, the mysterious substance in his body surged, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a purple armor, wrapping his majestic and tall body, like a purple-armored martial god. Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to really help him, and he didn't have time to think about it. He climbed onto the platinum beast and ran out of the canyon. A Qi family radical, who was closest to Lin Shen, wanted to stop him, but suddenly saw a flash of cold light, and the radical's head instantly flew into the air, and his body fell down with blood splattering. Wei Wufu pointed the jade-like tang sword at the ground, blood flowing down the blade. He was a man of few words, ruthless, and would cut people down at the slightest disagreement. Wei Wufu was really a ruthless man, and even Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart when he saw him. Brother Tian'er, our Suanio base seems to be underestimated. Anyone dares to shit and pee on our heads. I can't stand it. Can you? Qi Shuang's eyes flashed coldly. I can't stand it either. Wang Tian'er said coldly. Then kill him. Qi Shuang said in a sinister voice, shaking his hand and throwing out a pet capsule. Almost at the same time, Wang Tian'er also threw out a pet capsule. But before their pet capsules turned into living things, a sapphire-like rapier pierced through the two pet capsules, like a string. Hasn't the person who taught you to practice taught you that pet capsules are not used this way? Bai Shenfei held the long sword in her hand and flicked it lightly, and the two alloy pet capsules that were pierced instantly broke into pieces and shattered all over the ground. Qi Shuang and Wang Tian'er looked at each other, and without saying much, they took out the pet capsules again, but this time, they didn't dare to throw them out carelessly like before, and held them up above their heads with their hands. Others from the Qi and Wang families also surrounded Wei Wufu, and Bai Shenfei. Leave Bai Shenfei to us, and you kill that bastard Wei Wufu. Wang Tian'er stared at Bai Shenfei and said coldly. Two phoenix calls sounded at the same time, and two black birds jumped up from the raised palms of Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er, shooting at Bai Shenfei like two black light blades. They were afraid of Bai Shenfei, and the strongest black bird was used at the first move. Wei Wufu on the other side was also surrounded by the two mutants, and the sound of fighting was endless. Lin Shen originally planned to run away to see the situation first, but when he turned around, he saw a figure chasing him. He was riding a platinum beast with a speed of 18.4, and the figure was riding nothing, and his speed was faster than the platinum beast. The distance between the two was closing quickly. Lin Shen saw that the man was wrapped in a black scaly metal shell, and his body was very thin. He looked very scary, like a monster hybrid of a human and a snake. Don't run away, Xiaowu brother, you can't escape. Let's talk it over. As long as you cooperate, I will risk offending Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er to ensure that you leave here safely. Lao Yi flashed past Lin Shen and blocked the way of the platinum beast. Chapter 27. Lao Yi, do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi coldly and said, Xiaowu brother, I really treat you like my own child. Lao Yi was interrupted by Lin Shen before he finished speaking. You are worthy? Lin Shen's face was full of disgust. You are still young, not as old as me, so you don't understand. Lao Yi sighed. Lao Yi, if you admit your betrayal openly, I will still look up to you. Don't disgust me by being a whore and wanting to be a saint. Lin Shen continued with a cold face. Don't talk nonsense. What do you want from me? I only want the black bird. I don't want anything else. Lao Yi said. I have said it many times, I don't have the black bird. Lin Shen already knew that Lao Yi's many attempts before were all to find out whether he had the black bird. Brother Xiaowu, you don't have to lie to me. The Lin family must have another black bird, and that black bird must be with you. Lao Yi held the short blade and slowly approached Lin Shen, saying as he walked, if it was really a dead egg, why would the Lin family not show it to others? As long as the dead egg was taken out, the suspicion of the Qi and Wang families could be dispelled, but the Lin family never thought of taking it out, even at the critical moment of the family's life and death. So it must not be a dead egg, but the fourth black bird. The black bird was passed down to your generation. I know the tempers of the three masters very well. If there was a black bird, they would definitely leave it to you. You have been fearless all this time, because you have the black bird as a trump card, right? So that's what you think? Lin Shen suddenly realized why Lao Yi was so sure that he had the Suanio. It turned out that it was Lin Shen's confidence that made Lao Yi have an illusion. Unfortunately, the source of Lin Shen's confidence was not the Suanio, but the fire and pet fans that he accidentally discovered. Brother Xiaowu, you have never suffered, and you don't know the sufferings of the world. Some things are not as simple as you think, and I am not as simple as you think. The Suanio is very strong, but it depends on who has it. Believe it or not, even if you have the Suanio in your hand, if you really want to fight me, you won't even have a chance to fight. Lao Yi said sincerely. Speaking of which, I also watched you grow up. If you leave the Suanio, I promise not to hurt a hair on your head. If you can get some benefits in the Hulu Mountain, I can also give you a share in the future. Don't force me to do it, that's definitely not what I want. Lao Yi, don't talk nonsense anymore, it will only make me feel sick. I don't have the Suanio. If you don't believe it, just kill me and search me. Lin Shen sat on the back of the platinum beast and said coldly to Lao Yi. Brother Xiaowu, do you really have to force me? If you let me do it, I won't be able to spare your life. You and I both know the tempers of the third and fourth masters. If I do it to you, there will be no turning back, so I can only silence you. Lao Yi's voice also became cold, and he tightened the short blade in his hand. It was a weapon made of alloy, in the style of a short sword, not a dagger. The blade was like brass, but the edge was white. Why are you afraid of my third and fourth brothers? Lin Shen suddenly asked. Lao Yi was slightly startled. He did not expect Lin Shen to suddenly ask such a question. After a little thought he said, because the third master and the fourth master are both very strong, so strong that people who have seen their strength cannot help but feel fear. How should I put it? It is not entirely correct to say that they are strong, because they do not have absolute overwhelming strength, but if people of the same level as them, or even higher levels than them, fight to the death with them, I believe they will be the ones who survive. If the second master is still alive, it will be even more frightening. The Lin family is indeed lucky to have so many children. If they can survive, even if only one survives, the Lin family will definitely become a powerful evil in the future. Lao Yi, have you forgotten that my last name is Lin? I am also their brother. Lin Shen said calmly. Lao Yi laughed. Yes, your last name is Lin too. I believe you may be as powerful as the third and fourth masters in the future, but you are not good enough now. If you were also an alloy base changer now, I would never dare to be your enemy. Unfortunately, you haven't even completed the base change. Even if you have the black bird, it is useless. I can kill you before the black bird touches me. You don't even have a chance. Killing you, there is no need for base change. Lin Shen said lightly. Lao Yi's eyes turned cold, and he said lightly, in this case, I will give you a chance to summon the black bird. Lin Shen reached out and took out a pet capsule, which turned into a super speed gunman and placed it beside him. It seems that you still don't give up. Lao Yi saw that Lin Shen summoned not the black bird, but the super speed gunman one from Wang Tian'er, and narrowed his eyes and said. Lin Shen ignored him and directly ordered the super speed gunman to attack. The speedster quickly drew his gun and pulled the trigger at Lao Yi. Sparks flew from the muzzle, and the bullet flew out at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Dang! Lao Yi did not move, and the short blade flashed. The bullet shot at his face was split into two, flew over Lao Yi's body, and fell to the ground. Lao Yi held the short blade in his hand, and walked towards Lin Shen expressionlessly. Dang dang dang. The speedster kept shooting, but he could not stop Lao Yi's steps at all. The bullets shot at him were all cut down by his short blade. Lin Shen frowned slightly. He did not think Lao Yi was so strong. The speedster's speed was the top among the alloy creatures. Lao Yi's speed was faster than him, and he could cut bullets accurately. This was not something Lao Yi could do with his usual ability. His speed was no slower than the finger that Lin Shen used to press the acupoints on the speeding gunman. Summon the black bird, this is your last chance. Lao Yi had already walked in front of the platinum beast and swung his knife to cut a deep scar on the platinum beast's neck. With the speed of the platinum beast, there was no chance to dodge, and the body immediately fell to one side. Lin Shen had to jump off the back of the platinum beast and stand in front of Lao Yi. Lao Yi continued to walk towards Lin Shen. The short blade in his hand was like the tongue of a venomous snake, as if it would spit out at any time and give Lin Shen a kiss of death. Bang! Lin Shen did not wait for Lao Yi to take action, but asked the speeding gunman to shoot again. It was just that when the speeding gunman shot, Lin Shen also moved. The 7 steps of war allowed Lin Shen to have a speed faster than a bullet, but there was no rule that he must use this speed to attack the shooter. Lin Shen moved as fast as lightning, pointing his finger at the lower part of Lao Yi's throat, where he could see the acupuncture points. Sure enough, Lao Yi seemed to have expected Lin Shen to have some tricks. When Lin Shen made his move, his short blade also moved at the same time, slashing at Lin Shen's arm. Lao Yi's speed was even faster than Lin Shen's. No wonder he was so confident. Such speed was no longer at the alloy level. Dang! The short blade in Lao Yi's hand had already slashed at Lin Shen's arm, and Lin Shen's finger was still some distance away from Lao Yi. Chapter 28. Lao Yi originally thought that this knife could cut off Lin Shen's arm, but when the blade hit his arm, it seemed like it was cutting on an extremely tough steel wire rope. Not only did it not cut it off, but it also caused pain in his wrist. Just when Lao Yi felt something was wrong and wanted to withdraw his hand, a dark red shadow tore through the sleeve of Lin Shen's arm and wrapped around Lao Yi's arm like a snake. In the previous knife, Lao Yi cut off the dead powder wrapped around Lin Shen's arm. Lin Shen knew that his finger could not be faster than Lao Yi. Lao Yi reacted very quickly. The moment the dead powder wrapped around his hand, his other hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the head of the dead powder, trying to pull it apart. Unfortunately, he underestimated the dead powder. The moment he grabbed the head of the dead powder, the tail of the dead powder was like a scorpion's tail, instantly piercing his palm and wrapping around it, instantly binding both of his arms. What the hell is this? Lao Yi's face changed slightly. In this situation, he suddenly attacked Lin Shen. He ignored the dead powder wrapped around his hand, used one leg as a fulcrum, and kicked Lin Shen's head with the other leg like a phantom. As long as he kicked Lin Shen to death and got the key of this strange pet, he could immediately reverse the situation. Lin Shen had expected this move. He had already started to retreat before Lao Yi kicked out, and almost at the same time, he let the speedster shoot. When Lao Yi kicked out, Lin Shen's speed had exceeded the speed of the bullet. He retreated and dodged the kick. The wind from the leg blew his hair all over the place. The speedster's bullet also hit Lao Yi. Although the speedster's hardness was a little worse, it was also alloy grade. The bullet hit Lao Yi's strange scale carapace, and only a few sparks were broken, and the bullet was bounced off. Both Lao Yi and Lin Shen were shocked. Lao Yi was shocked that Lin Shen could still use such a speed. He thought that Lin Shen could not have too many life-saving methods like that. It was amazing that he could use it twice. He did not expect that he could use it all the time. Lin Shen was shocked that Lao Yi was not only fast, but also had such a high hardness of alloy shell. The bullets of the speeding gunman had almost no effect on him. Lao Yi chased Lin Shen with all his strength and wanted to raise his legs again, but before he could raise his legs, the dead powder had already wrapped around him. Lao Yi wanted to raise his other leg, but just halfway up, he was also entangled by the dead powder. Suddenly, the whole person fell backwards like a mummy. At the same time that Lao Yi fell, another gunshot rang out. Lao Yi, who had just fallen to the ground, saw Lin Shen's finger pointing at a place below his throat. A hint of joy flashed in Lao Yi's eyes. Even if Lin Shen had a life-saving method, how much strength could he have? It was impossible for him to break his alloy shell. But Lin Shen's initiative to approach him gave him the opportunity to kill Lin Shen directly. As expected by Lao Yi, Lin Shen's finger on him could not cause any damage to his metal shell, but it just felt like a vibration from being poked by a stick. Lao Yi wanted to open his mouth to use his killer move, but suddenly he felt that his mouth could not move. In fact, not only his mouth, but his entire body could not move. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes in horror. He finally knew the real reason why the speedster was subdued by Lin Shen's finger. Originally, he thought that the speedster could not move because he was hit in a vital part, but now it seems that this is not the case. Pry open his mouth. Lin Shen gave the order to the die fan. The die fan's tail suddenly penetrated into Lao Yi's mouth, directly piercing his teeth, and then stretched his mouth open, rolling out a thin piece like a willow leaf. The thin piece was as transparent as a green ghost, obviously made of crystal-based materials, and thinner than the blade of a razor. Lin Shen took the green leaf blade and stretched out his hand to point at Lao Yi again. Lao Yi, who had several broken teeth and a mouth full of blood, immediately regained the ability to speak. Brother Xiaowu. No. Master Xiaowu. I shouldn't underestimate you. I shouldn't underestimate you as a member of the Lin family. Lao Yi, what has my Lin family done to you? Lin Shen asked coldly. No, the Lin family has never done anything to me. Lao Yi smiled bitterly. Since the Lin family has done nothing wrong to you, and you are so old, what's the point of getting the things in Hulu Mountain? How many years can you live? Lin Shen wanted to get some information about Hulu Mountain from Lao Yi. Lao Yi was so desperate, he must know something. It is because I don't have many years to live, so I want to go to Hulu Mountain. Only by going to Hulu Mountain can I continue to live. I haven't lived enough, and I don't want to die yet. Lao Yi said. What do you mean? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, and the information revealed in Lao Yi's words surprised him. Brother Xiaowu, I can tell you everything I know, just ask you to save my life. Lao Yi begged. You say. Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi expressionlessly. It was only then that I learned some of the secrets of Hulu Mountain by chance, when I overheard the conversation between the third master and the fourth master. At that time, the third master and the fourth master were talking about the second master. They said that a long time ago, the second master went out for a very long time. After returning, he was very excited and told them that there were good things in Hulu Mountain that could make people immortal. When they were strong enough, he would take their brothers and eldest sister to Hulu Mountain, and the siblings would all achieve immortality and eternal youth. Lao Yi recalled. Do you really believe that there is something in this world that can make people immortal? Lin Shen frowned. Second master will not lie. If second master says there is, then there must be. Lao Yi's eyes were full of desire. Just for this sentence, you want to enter Hulu Mountain at all costs? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. The older people get, the more afraid they are of death. I really just don't want to die. In the future, I will definitely assist you wholeheartedly, and dare not have any more thoughts. Lao Yi said. You have no future. Lin Shen said lightly. Lao Yi's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he struggled and shouted, Little Fifth Master. You are a member of the Lin family. You can't keep your words. Before he finished speaking, the tail of the dead powder stabbed his forehead fiercely, and pierced his head directly. Killed in one blow, Lao Yi's eyes widened to a degree that living people could not imagine, and he died with his eyes open. Lao Yi had never thought that Lin Shen, who usually laughed and ate and drank all day, would be so cruel, nor did he think that the people of the Lin family would go back on their words. I didn't promise not to kill you. Even if I promised, I wouldn't let you live. You are too threatening to me. If it wasn't for the surprise, I wouldn't be sure to defeat you. Giving you a chance would be sending myself to death, and I don't want to die. Lin Shen bent down to search Lao Ye's body and took out everything on him. He felt extremely disgusted, but at this time, staying alive was more important than anything else. After a while, Lin Shen took out everything on Lao Ye's body. A short alloy blade, a crystal-based green leaf blade, 2 alloy pet capsules, and 3 capsule keys. 2 of the keys were obviously matched with the 2 pet capsules, and the other key was actually crystal-based, as crystal clear as yellow crystal, and the key handle was heart-shaped. Strange, why is there only a key but no capsule? Lin Shen was puzzled, and looked at Lao Ye's body again. Chapter 29. Lin Shen searched the corpse twice again, and even touched the lining of the corners of the clothes carefully, but did not find any hidden pet capsules. Lao Ye did not have any crystal-based pet capsules on him, not because he had not used them in time. Generally speaking, some people would hide their keys, and only take their pets out to avoid being taken away by others. What's the point of taking only the keys without the capsules? Lin Shen frowned and thought. For a moment, he could not figure out the reason, so he had to put the keys away first. Lao Ye's 2 alloy pets. One is the heavy armored monster he rides, and the other is the wind-breaking meteorite swallow. Heavy armored monster, alloy creature. Strength, 18.5. Speed, 12.7. Hardness, 16.7. Toughness, 11.6. Base transformation talent, defense enhancement. Wind-breaking meteorite swallow, alloy creature. Strength, 10.9. Speed, 19.1. Hardness, 17.6. Toughness, 18.7. Basic transformation talent, quick slash, swallow return. The heavy armored beast is not fast, and cannot catch up with the platinum beast, so Lao Ye put it away when chasing him. This thing is thick-skinned and strong, and it is okay to use it as a thick shield or to explore the way. Although the power of the wind-breaking meteorite swallow is not strong, its other attributes are not bad, and its dual talents are also good. Quick slash can convert speed into destructive power, which makes up for the problem of insufficient power, to a certain extent. Swallow return can make the meteorite swallow suddenly turn back during high-speed flight, catching people off guard. The platinum beast was killed by Lao Ye, and the heavy armored beast was just used as a mount, and the wind-breaking meteorite swallow was also a good helper. Boom! There was a loud noise suddenly from the direction of the canyon, as if something exploded. Lin Shen thought for a moment, put away his things, and quietly sneaked towards the battlefield. He still put the death powder into his clothes, and wrapped it around himself. When Lin Shen returned to the canyon entrance and looked inside secretly, he found that there was no one there, only some tents were left, and the bonfire was still burning. A large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared where the fight had just taken place, and several corpses were lying around. Lin Shen observed for a long time, and summoned the meteorite swallow to explore the way, and found that the tents were empty, and the others did not know where they went. Not finding any danger, Lin Shen went over carefully and looked at the corpses. There was no Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu among them. They were all radicals from the Qi and Wang families. What happened? Why are they all gone? What's the matter with this big pit? Lin Shen was puzzled. There were still a lot of supplies and gifts in the tent. It can be seen that they left in a hurry, and did not have time to take many things away. On the ground leading to the depths of the canyon, you can see messy footprints and hoof prints. They should have gone into the canyon. Are they chasing someone, or are they attracted to something? Lin Shen thought for a moment, and decided to follow and take a look. He summoned a heavy armored monster, and let the super speed hand sit in front of him, while the meteorite was exploring the way ahead. He didn't dare to walk too fast to prevent the genetically modified creatures hiding in the dark nearby. Not far away, he saw several bodies of genetically modified creatures lying on the ground, and the genetically modified fluid in the bodies had not been collected. Lin Shen checked the injuries on the bodies, and continued to chase. At a distance, some corpses of genetically modified creatures could be seen, but not even a human figure was seen, nor were any living genetically modified creatures found. The canyon was very long, and it was almost dawn when we reached the end of the canyon, but we still did not find any trace of Bai Shenfei and the others. The sky gradually brightened, and Lin Shen looked into the distance. There were continuous mountains in front of him, but he did not see the majestic and mysterious Hulu Mountain. Hulu Mountain is so majestic that it can be seen clearly at the entrance of the canyon. How come I can't see it here? Lin Shen's doubts became even greater. There were many trails in the mountains, and fortunately there were hoof prints on the ground, so Lin Shen followed the hoof prints and chased down. There were many metal plants in the mountains, and even some tall trees that looked like they were made of steel, like a steel jungle. The most common type of tree was a red maple-like tree, and those trees that were 7 or 8 meters high were covered with red copper-like leaves. Lin Shen followed the hoof prints, and made many twists and turns in the mountains. After 2 or 3 hours, he was surprised to find that he had returned to the canyon. Strange. Lin Shen was even more confused. He was sure that he had been following the hoof prints, and had not seen Bai Shenfei and the others come back. How could he come back again? I'm afraid Hulu Mountain should be here, but I just can't see it. They have Suanio, and may have entered Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen thought about it, and there was only one possibility. Unfortunately, he didn't have Suanio, so he couldn't find the place even if he wanted to enter Hulu Mountain. How could such a majestic mountain be hidden? It's incredible. Lin Shen tried to enter the mountains to look for them again, but still found nothing, and finally returned to the canyon. What was even more strange was that there was no trace of the genetically modified creatures in the mountains. Theoretically, there should be many genetically modified creatures in the area near the genetically modified point. Everything here seemed a little weird. Forget it, my strength is limited. Even if I enter Hulu Mountain, I am afraid I can't help much. On the contrary, I may become a burden to the third and fourth brothers. Lin Shen thought about it, and decided to go back to the base first. He must complete the genetic transformation as soon as possible, otherwise his own strength is too poor, and even with a powerful pet, it is not safe. Lin Shen, who was about to go back, suddenly saw a figure stumbling back on a mountain road in the distance. Because the distance was too far, Lin Shen could only see that it was a person, and he couldn't see who it was. With a thought, he took his pet and hid in the woods, observing the figure from a distance. The figure seemed to be drunk, staggering from side to side, and didn't come down the mountain road for a long time. However, as the distance got closer, Lin Shen could see the man's appearance clearly and was shocked. The metal armor on the man's body was like a cracked tempered glass, with tiny cracks all over his body. Blood was seeping from every crack, and his whole body was dripping with blood, which looked extremely terrifying. It was a miracle that he could survive until now. No wonder he stumbled all the way, and could hardly walk. Lin Shen vaguely remembered that this man was an alloy-based transformer of the Qi family. He was very skilled, and was a well-known figure in the Qi family and the Suanio base. His name seemed to be Qi Guan, and he was a direct descendant of the Qi family. Seeing that no one else followed him on the mountain road behind, Lin Shen hurriedly walked out of the woods and walked towards Qi Guan. Qi Guan, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Where are the others? Lin Shen asked loudly from a distance. Qi Guan saw Lin Shen and wanted to rush over, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. He struggled to crawl for a few times, but couldn't get up. Help, help me, I'm dead. Qi Guan lay on the ground and stretched out his hand to Lin Shen with all his strength, his eyes full of desire for life. Unfortunately, he died before he finished speaking. His face fell to the ground, his hands drooped weakly, and he didn't move or make any sound. What do you mean he's dead, Qi Guan, Qi Guan? Lin Shen called a few times, but he didn't respond at all. He asked the speeding gunman to turn his body over. The blood stained the ground with a bloody human-shaped mark. It seemed that he really couldn't survive. Lin Shen went over and touched his arteries and nose. He was already dead. Lin Shen looked carefully at the metal armor on his body. There were countless cracks all over it, just like glass that was crushed alive. He didn't know what kind of force could hurt him like this. Suddenly, Lin Shen noticed that he seemed to be holding something in his other hand. It was dead, but his fingers were still tightly clenched. Lin Shen squatted down and stretched out his hand to pry it open, but he couldn't pry it open. He took out Lao Ye's short blade and pried it for a long time. He broke his fingers, and finally saw what he was holding. Chapter 30. Watch? Lin Shen was a little surprised. Originally, I thought that the thing Qi Guan was still holding tightly after his death would be something precious, but I didn't expect it to be a watch, and it looked like an electronic watch that was not very valuable. The strap, case and dial were all black, and only the dial had white numbers. Could it be that this watch has special commemorative significance for Qi Guan? If there is a chance, I can help him take it back and return it to his relatives. Lin Shen picked up the watch and looked at it, and found that the time displayed on it was a bit wrong. 7 seconds? This watch is broken. Lin Shen looked at the sky. It was not dark yet, so how could it be early in the morning? Lin Shen looked at the time, and the time on the watch was still running. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Soon the time on the watch returned to 0, and a voice suddenly came from the watch. Confirmed user's death. Found new user. Binding successful. Transfer countdown starts 10, 9, 8. The time on the watch became 10 seconds, and the time began to decrease by seconds. What the hell? Lin Shen threw the watch away in a hurry. The watch fell to the ground and continued to count down. Lin Shen subconsciously stepped back and stayed away from the watch. But when the watch counted down to 0, Lin Shen felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly became distorted. The sky, mountains, trees, flowers, and earth were all twisted together in Lin Shen's eyes and spun rapidly. After a while of dizziness, Lin Shen, who had a splitting headache, suddenly felt his body sink, and he couldn't help but lie on the ground, as if his body was carrying 1,000 pounds of gravity. Lin Shen pressed his hands on the ground and slowly stood up with great effort. The weight on his body made him feel that it was difficult to stand. The shaking muscles in his legs made him feel overwhelmed, as if his legs would go soft and fall to the ground at any time. What the hell is going on? Lin Shen was stunned by what he saw. There were no mountains or canyons in front of him. What he saw was a white beach and a blue ocean. On the beaches around him, white steel bodies, covered with steel thorns, and sea turtles as big as millstones were lying on the sailor beach, doing nothing. Due to Lin Shen's sudden appearance, hundreds of steel thorn turtles turned their heads and looked over, their eyes focused on him. Lin Shen swallowed his saliva and subconsciously wanted to raise his hand to rub his eyes, to confirm whether he had hallucinations. But the action of raising his hand was many times more difficult than before, and there was a delay between his thinking and consciousness. Before his hand touched his eyes, Lin Shen found that he was wearing a black electronic watch on his left wrist. Lin Shen's first reaction was to reach out to take off the watch. Just as his fingers touched the strap, he heard a cold electronic synthesized voice from the watch. The transmission cooling time has not ended. Forcibly releasing the transmission device will start the transmission again, and the user will cause irreversible damage during the transmission. Lin Shen's hand stopped instantly, and he thought of the horrible injuries on Qiguan's body. Qiguan's injuries, could they be caused by this injury? Thinking of those injuries, Lin Shen did not dare to touch the watch again. Alloy mutators were injured like that. What would he, a weakling without any mutation, look like after such an injury? Would he just turn into a pile of meat scraps? The time displayed on the watch became 71 hours 59 minutes and 54 seconds, and the time was still decreasing. Does this mean that this teleportation equipment can only be used again after 72 hours? Lin Shen made an intuitive judgment. There was no time for him to think about anything more, because after a moment of daze, those steel thorn turtles crawled towards him angrily. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that Lin Shen had dug up their ancestral graves and wanted to tear Lin Shen into pieces. Lin Shen wanted to run, but he stopped after taking only one step. His whole body seemed to be carrying a heavy object, and he couldn't run at all. Lin Shen hurriedly touched his body, and took out the pet key and pet capsule with difficulty. Before those steel thorn turtles rushed over, he summoned the heavy armored monster. Under Lin Shen's control, the heavy armored monster bit his chain mail, lifted him up, and threw him on his back. Lin Shen lay on the back of the heavily armored monster, holding its neck tightly with both hands. The heavily armored monster roared, and its alloy thigh, which was thicker than an elephant's leg, stepped directly on the steel thorn turtle that was rushing over. Crack! Crack! The sound of steel breaking came, and the steel thorns and steel shell on the steel thorn turtle were directly crushed, and liquid like mercury splashed out. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the speed of the heavily armored monster was much slower than before, and the speed of those steel thorn turtles did not seem to be as fast as the steel creatures that Lin Shen had seen before. Is it a gravity problem? Lin Shen was guessing, but felt the watch on his hand vibrating. He looked at the watch sideways, and found that it was no longer showing time, but flowing text. Kill the steel creature steel thorn turtle. Kill the steel creature steel thorn turtle. As the heavy armored monsters continued to trample, messages kept flowing on the dial. The alloy-level heavy armored monsters were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in a group of steel-level steel thorn turtles, and launched a one-sided slaughter. Knowing that they were no match, those steel thorn turtles still desperately charged at the heavy armored monsters, each fearless, as if they were anxious to reincarnate. They were kicked by the heavy armored monsters one by one, and in a short time, 20 or 30 of them were trampled to death. Lin Shen was still a little confused at first. Why didn't these steel thorn turtles run away? The genetically modified creatures were not fools. Even ordinary animals knew to run away. The IQ of genetically modified creatures was not lower than that of ordinary animals, and even higher. How could they not know to run away? When his eyes fell on the place where the steel thorn turtles were originally lying, he understood it instantly. There were sand pits there, and in some of the sand pits that were still exposed, Lin Shen saw eggs the size of ping-pong balls. So these steel-spine turtles are laying eggs? I have mistakenly entered a collective delivery room. Shen suddenly realized. Looking at the genetically modified eggs in the sand pits, Shen suddenly thought that if he could take all these genetically modified eggs back, it would be a very considerable income. The egg-laying ability of steel-spine turtles seems to be very strong. Just a rough glance, there are at least 7 or 8 genetically modified eggs in a sand pit. With so many sand pits, there must be thousands of genetically modified eggs, right? I just don't know if the teleportation equipment can teleport them back together. There are also materials on these steel-spiked turtles. Although the value is not too high, the quantity is large and can still be sold for some money. Shen was thinking about it, and suddenly heard a scream from the heavy-armored monster. Shen looked down and was shocked. The heavy-armored monster stepped on the back of a steel-spiked turtle. The steel-spiked turtle was not crushed to pieces like other steel-spiked turtles, but the heavy-armored monster's foot was pierced by the steel thorns on its back. What's going on? Shen looked at the steel-spiked turtle that was stepped on. Whether in terms of size or appearance, it was no different from an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. It seemed to be an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. But how could the thorns of a steel creature pierce an alloy creature? Shen couldn't help but look at his watch, wanting to see if there was any information about the steel-spiked turtle on it, but he didn't see any information about the steel-spiked turtle, but saw some other information instead. User, unfounded lower life form. Strength, 5. Speed, 5. Hardness, 5. Toughness, 5. Theoretical upper limit of life form activity, 100 years. Transformation talent, none. Shen was stunned. This low-level life form that has not been transformed, could it be me? But after thinking about it, it is indeed true, all 4 aspects are 5, a complete scumbag. Such a scumbag is already the limit of ordinary humans. This is the physical quality obtained by consuming a lot of transformation fluid over the years. Chapter 31. The armored monster pulled up its foot, and stepped hard on the steel-spiked turtle again. The result was still the same. The armored monster's foot was pierced again. The dorsal thorns of the steel-spiked turtle were unimaginably hard. The armored monster roared in pain, but still refused to give in. It wanted to step on it with its other foot. Shen quickly ordered it to retreat. The steel-spiked turtle looked ordinary, but it was definitely not an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. Although the armored monster was very reluctant, it had to follow Shen's order and turn to rush towards other steel-spiked turtles. One kick after another, the armored monster regained its previous invincible posture and crushed several steel-spiked turtles in a moment. The steel-spiked turtle, which looked ordinary, but was actually not ordinary, chased the armored monster and wanted to fight it, but was forcibly controlled by Shen to avoid it. The speed of the armored monster was very slow among the alloy-class monsters, but it was still faster than the steel-spiked turtle. Therefore, no matter how frantically it chased, it could not catch up with the armored monster. It watched helplessly as the armored monster trampled to death one steel-spiked turtle after another. Shen suddenly found that the speed of the armored monster slowed down, and even the running movement was a little wrong, as if it was limping. Was it so badly injured just now? Shen felt a little strange. If the injured foot just now affected its mobility, why did the symptoms only appear now? Looking down at the injured foot of the armored monster, Shen suddenly felt that it might not be just an injury. The wound on the armored monster's foot did not ooze out the base transformation fluid, and it did not look that the injury was serious, but its entire leg seemed to be unable to bend, and it stabbed when walking, as if it was not its leg, but a crutch. Not good. The steel thorn turtle's steel thorns seemed to have something like toxin attached to them. Shen saw the problem. The toxin-like thing was still spreading on the armored monster's body, making the armored monster's movements more and more restricted. The steel thorn turtle caught up with it, and the armored monster violently kicked it with its feet, but it bit its ankle and couldn't shake it off. I wanted to kick it with my other leg, but that leg was now like a piece of wood and didn't obey. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer from the chaos. Shen summoned the meteorite swallow with a ruthless heart. The meteorite swallow took advantage of the opportunity when the steel thorn turtle bit the armored monster's ankle tightly and turned into a black flying blade to slash at its neck at an astonishing speed. Who knew that the steel thorn turtle's movement speed was not fast, but its neck shrank incredibly quickly, and it actually let go and shrank its neck, avoiding the meteorite swallow's attack. The steel-spiked turtle, which dodged the attack of the meteorite swallow, stretched out its neck again like lightning, and wanted to bite the leg of the heavily armored monster again. However, it never expected that the meteorite swallow, which was clearly flying forward rapidly, would make a strange turn and fly back at a faster speed than before, and slash at the neck of the steel-spiked turtle again. Firstly, The steel-spiked turtle had never expected such a move, and secondly, the distance was too close, and the speed of the meteorite swallow was so fast that it did not give it a chance to retract its neck. A black lightning flashed across, and with a click, the steel-spiked turtle's neck was cut off by the meteorite swallow like a flying blade. Its neck was not as hard as its tortoise shell and back thorns, and it was killed by the meteorite swallow with the double blessing of quick slash and swallow return, killing the mutant steel creature poisonous thorn turtle. After the steel-spiked turtle died, Lin Shen's face did not show much joy. Instead, he ordered the heavy-armored monster and the meteorite swallow to clean up the remaining steel-spiked turtles faster. The steel-spiked turtles, who swore to defend the genetic mutation eggs, still launched a death charge towards the heavy-armored monster without fear of life and death. If there was a choice, Lin Shen did not want to kill them all. After all, the value of steel materials was not high, and it should be impossible to teleport back with so many things. The reason why he ordered the heavy-armored monster and the meteorite swallow to speed up the killing of the steel-spiked turtles was because he was a little worried. Not long after, the things Lin Shen was worried about developed in the worst direction. The two injured legs of the heavy-armored monster could no longer move, and the body began to become stiff, and it became a little difficult to walk. What was even more uncomfortable was that the wings of the meteorite swallow began to become stiff, the flight trajectory became extremely unstable, and the speed became slower and slower. There were several times when it almost fell from the air. Fortunately, they are all alloy creatures, one level higher than the steel thorn turtles, otherwise they would have been killed by the swarm of steel thorn turtles. Lin Shen didn't dare to go down and press the acupoints of the mutant poisonous thorn turtles before, because he was afraid that he would also be infected by the toxin or something else, so he asked the meteorite swallow to try. The result was terrible. The uninjured meteorite swallows were also infected. Lin Shen didn't know how to save them. He could only watch their bodies become stiff little by little, and finally they couldn't move at all, as if they had turned into metal statues. There were still a dozen steel thorn turtles left. Fortunately, Lin Shen also had a super speed gunner, who shot and headshot the remaining steel thorn turtles. We must leave here quickly. Lin Shen did not dare to stay here any longer, fearing that the bodies of these steel-spiked turtles, and the genetic mutation fluid flowing out of their bodies, would attract other genetic mutation creatures. Lin Shen had already planned to abandon most of the genetic mutation eggs in the sand pit, and only put some in his backpack for backup. I wonder if the mutant poisonous stinger turtle has laid eggs here. While Lin Shen was thinking, the dead powder that had been wrapped around his arm suddenly moved on its own, crawled out of his sleeves, and crawled towards a sand pit like a snake. Dead powder, come out. Don't touch my mutant genetic mutation eggs. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he moved towards the sand pit step by step. He couldn't even straighten his waist, and it was extremely difficult to walk. It was a pity that the dead powder didn't listen to his orders and plunged into the sand pit. Before Lin Shen walked to the sand pit, the dead powder crawled out again, and then pounced on another sand pit. Lin Shen had given up chasing it, and watched the die-hard fan shuttle quickly through the sand pits, visiting hundreds of sand pits. After the die-hard fan crawled out of the last sand pit, he actually pounced on the body of the mutant poisonous sting turtle. His body and mouth parts expanded to a great extent, and he actually swallowed the body of the mutant poisonous sting turtle in one gulp. I haven't collected the base mutation fluid yet. That's the base mutation fluid of rare mutant creatures. Lin Shen was very depressed. All the good things were wasted by it. This is the material of mutant creatures. Although the level is a bit low, the word mutation is enough to make it valuable. What's more regrettable is that the mutant poisonous sting turtle should have laid eggs, which are likely to be mutant eggs, and they must have been embezzled by the die-hard fan. If Lin Shen got it, he could use the mutant eggs to complete the base mutation, which would definitely be better than other steel-based mutations. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to completely control the dead fan actually crawled back and climbed onto Lin Shen's arm, shrinking as it crawled, and finally turned into a capsule in Lin Shen's palm. Gene mutation evolving. Lin Shen saw this message on the capsule. Oh my god! Evolving at this time. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen tried to unlock and summon the dead fan, but the key didn't work after several attempts, and he couldn't summon it at all. In this dangerous place, this dog thing actually ate and evolved on its own. It was unknown how long it would take to complete the evolution. Lin Shen wanted to curse its ancestors. Chapter 32. The ground was full of corpses of steel-spiked turtles, and the heavy-armored monsters and meteorite swallows had become lifeless metal statues. The heavy-armored monsters were too big to take back, but the meteorite swallows could be taken back. But Lin Shen was afraid that it might carry that kind of toxin, so he didn't touch it. If I had known this, I should have let the dead fans deal with the poisonous turtles. Lin Shen was afraid that the dead fans would also be poisoned to death, so he didn't dare to use them. Now that he saw that Guy directly devoured the corpse of the poisonous turtle, not only was he fine, but he also evolved. He knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. The mutant poisonous turtle is a mutant creature, but there is no fire on its body. Is it because of the place, or does the mutant creature not necessarily have fire? Lin Shen didn't have time to think too much. After collecting as much of the base mutation fluid of the steel-spiked turtle as possible, he moved along the coastline. The outside of the white beach is a steel jungle. Unlike the area near the Suanio base, there are no green plants here at all, and all the plants are in metal. Lin Shen didn't dare to rush into the steel jungle. With his weak body, if a mutant suddenly emerged from the bushes, he wouldn't be able to run. Looking along the coastline, there were large reefs and cliffs in the distance, and the view there was clearer. Lin Shen wanted to see if he could find a place to hide there. As long as he could survive for 72 hours, he could activate this damn teleportation device and go back. After walking a few meters, Lin Shen felt that he couldn't go on, otherwise he would never reach the reef area in his lifetime, and would be exhausted to death. He called the speedster over and asked him to squat down. Lin Shen lay on his back and let the speedster carry him. It was not that Lin Shen did not want to challenge himself, but he was already sweating and sore all over after walking a few meters. What exactly is this place? Is it the inside of the mysterious Hulu Mountain? If the inside of Hulu Mountain can form its own world, then what kind of existence is Hulu Mountain itself? Did the third and fourth brothers come here? Is it possible that the missing second brother is here? Lin Shen lay on the back of the speedster and thought a lot. He also knew that the third and fourth brothers might still be alive, but the possibility of the second brother being alive should be very slim. The speedster's speed was obviously affected, but he was still able to walk briskly, without much problem. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers along the coastline, Lin Shen suddenly saw a person lying on the beach in front of him. The man was lying on the beach, and small waves of waves hit his body from time to time, but the man did not move at all. Is he a dead person? The distance was too far. Lin Shen could not see the man's appearance clearly, so he asked the speedster to speed up. He was wondering if the man was from the Qi family or the Wang family, but when he got closer, Lin Shen immediately recognized the clothes on him. Wei Wufu. Is he dead? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Although he knew that Wei Wufu followed him for a purpose, he had helped him when Lin Shen was in danger. Seeing him die here, he was somewhat sad. Walking next to Wei Wufu, the speedster let Lin Shen go. Lin Shen asked the speed gunman to drag Wei Wufu's body out to a place where the waves could not hit him. Wei Wufu's clothes had many torn places, but he did not seem to be injured. His hair was messy and soaked by the seawater, sticking to his scalp in strands. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to feel his breath and touched his artery. He was surprised to find that this guy was still alive, as if he had just fainted. This discovery made Lin Shen a little entangled. If Wei Wufu had not helped him before, Lin Shen would have asked the speed gunman to shoot him immediately to avoid disaster. However, Lin Shen was influenced by his brothers and sisters, and he always had a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. He could not do such a thing as killing someone who had helped him now. Just when Lin Shen was considering how to deal with Wei Wufu, this guy woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Shen, and was slightly startled, but he did not say anything. He pressed his hands on the sand and wanted to get up. But when he moved, his face suddenly changed. It seemed that something was wrong with his legs. He was not able to stand up, but only sat up with his upper body. Are you okay? Lin Shen looked at his legs and asked. My legs can't move. Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen was silent when he heard this. If his legs were disabled, his life would be over. For a mutant, it would be impossible to fight against mutant creatures without legs. It's just disabled, not disabled. Wei Wufu seemed to see what Lin Shen was thinking and said expressionlessly. Lin Shen felt that this was just Wei Wufu's last stubbornness. His legs looked like he had no feeling at all. What else could it be but disabled? However, Lin Shen did not want to dwell on this question now. He noticed that Wei Wufu had the same watch on his wrist, so he asked, what happened after you covered my escape? Why did you all disappear when I returned to the canyon? How did you get here? I met a monster, but I couldn't beat it. I ran away. I was too slow to die. I ran into the mountains. The black bird led the way. I found Hulu Mountain. There was a cave on the mountain. I entered the cave and got here. I had a watch on my hand. I fell into the sea. There were genetically modified creatures in the sea. I couldn't beat them. I fought hard. The genetically modified creatures retreated. I fainted. When I woke up, I saw you. Lin Shen was stunned by Wei Wufu's concise way of speaking. Most people speak with cause and effect, and then add polishing descriptions. Often, most of the information in a paragraph is useless. This Wei Wufu is good. He doesn't say any nonsense. All of his words are useful information points. It's like reading the outline of a question. What monster? Lin Shen noticed Wei Wufu's word choice. He used monster, not genetically modified creature. I don't know, it looks like a human, but not a human. It looks like a genetically modified creature, but not a genetically modified creature. Wei Wufu answered. Well, can you describe the appearance of that monster? Lin Shen felt as if he had heard it, but also as if he hadn't heard it. Wei Wufu was about to answer, when he suddenly heard the sound of the sea surging. They both turned their heads and looked at it. Their faces changed immediately. A monster with a body made of blue metal, eyes like rubies, looks like a human, but has fish scales on its body, fins on its back and head, and gills under its cheeks emerged from the sea. It was holding a red metal fork in its hand, staring at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu with a fierce look, and stepped on the sea water step by step towards the beach. You go, you can't beat it, a mutant alloy creature. Wei Wufu said. Nonsense, why don't I go if I can? Lin Shen's physical fitness is a big problem. He can't run away, so he could only quickly ask the speedster to come and carry him. But the speedster's movement immediately attracted the attention of the mutant creature. It didn't care whether the speedster was heading for it or not. Its scaly legs burst out with terrifying strength and speed. It instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rushed to the speedster's side, stabbing the speedster with a fork. You are fucking sick. Lin Shen wanted to cry, but had no tears. Chapter 33. It's rare to see mutants outside, but how come there are so many mutants here? And I only met 2 on this beach. Lin Shen knew that he couldn't retreat at this time, otherwise he would be finished. Wei Wufu was so cruel, and his knife was so fast, but he couldn't beat this mutant, let alone the speedster. Once the speedster died, he would be like meat on the chopping board, and could only be slaughtered. Shoot! Lin Shen gritted his teeth and gave the order. The speedster pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet shot out from the barrel and shot at the mutant's head. While shooting, the speedster leaned sideways and narrowly avoided the mutant's fork. The mutant tilted its head and dodged the speedster's bullet. Its speed was about the same as the speedster's. It could only be thankful that the speedster was a top-level speed pet, otherwise it would be difficult to avoid this fork. Next, Lin Shen reached out and took out something from his pocket and threw it to Wei Wufu with all his strength. Although they only fought for 1 round, Lin Shen knew that the speedster was definitely no match for him. Speed was the speedster's most powerful weapon, but he still couldn't take advantage of the mutants. In other aspects, he was definitely much worse than the mutants, and there was no way he could fight. Wei Wufu caught the thing that Lin Shen threw over, which was a leaf-like crystal blade. He immediately pinched the blade with 2 fingers, stared at the mutant, and whispered, "Go!" Lin Shen ignored him. When Wei Wufu had a pet and a crystal-based tang sword, he was no match for the mutants. Now with just a leaf blade, it would be strange if he could beat the mutants. Find the right opportunity, shoot his eyes, and leave the rest to me, Lin Shen shouted. Wei Wufu frowned slightly. He could not understand what Lin Shen meant by saying this. He did not think that Lin Shen had any ability to hurt the mutant creature. Wei Wufu did not say anything. He also knew that Lin Shen could not escape far. Once he and the speedster died, Lin Shen would also die. It did not make much difference whether he escaped or not. After the mutant creature dodged the bullet, it swung the fork in its hand and swept it across the waist to the speedster. The speedster did not have time to fire the second shot. It can be seen that in terms of speed, the mutant creature still has a slight advantage. Its speed value may be the full value of 20. Of course, it is also possible that the speed value exceeds the upper limit of 20 like the dead powder, reaching the over limit of 21, but Lin Shen felt that it was not as fast as the dead powder, and it should not have reached 21. The speedster could only retreat quickly, and fired another shot while retreating, and the bullet still shot at the face of the mutant creature. This was Lin Shen's deliberate action, and he had the speedster shoot at the mutant's face. At such a close distance, the mutant still dodged the bullet by turning around, and at the same time, he swung his fork in a big circle and swept it towards the speedster again. Now! Lin Shen suddenly shouted, and the speedster did not retreat, but advanced instead, almost rushing in front of the mutant and shooting at his face. Almost at the moment when the bullet was fired, the mutant's fork swept the speedster's waist, sweeping the speedster to the side, with his waist obviously twisted, and the alloy spine seemed to be broken. Because the distance was too close, the mutant had to twist its neck to avoid the bullet. A green light flashed in the air and shot at the left eye of the mutant, who was swinging his neck to avoid the bullet. The ruby-like eye was pierced by the green leaf, causing the mutant to reach out to grab the green leaf stuck in the eye in pain. Wei Wufu saw that Lin Shen actually rushed to the mutant at the same time, and his speed was faster than the bullet fired by the speeding gunman. Even seeing Lin Shen's speed, Wei Wufu still didn't think that Lin Shen's rush was a good decision. He could see that Lin Shen was simply a guy without mutation. He didn't know what means he used to be able to burst out at such a speed for a short time. Not to mention that such a speed was not much faster than the mutant. Even if it was faster than the mutant, his strength was not enough to hurt the mutant, and rushing over was no different from committing suicide. Especially when Lin Shen actually used one finger to hit the mutant's waist with all his strength. Wei Wufu thought that Lin Shen's finger would definitely break, and the mutant would definitely be unscathed. Dang! Lin Shen's finger hit the mutant's waist hard, making a dull sound and Lin Shen's painful groan. As Wei Wufu expected, Lin Shen's finger bones were broken and twisted into a chilling state. And just as Wei Wufu thought, the mutant was unscathed. Even if Lin Shen attacked its weak ribs, it still couldn't hurt it at all. But what happened next made Wei Wufu stay there. The mutant stood there motionless, holding the fork in one hand and the blade in the other, like a robot that suddenly ran out of power. It hurt so much. Lin Shen grimaced in pain, his twisted fingers swollen like little carrots. The look in Wei Wufu's eyes when he looked at Lin Shen became a little strange, as if he saw him for the first time. He had seen Lin Shen pin down a speeding gunman, but he had never thought that he could pin down even this mutant creature. What kind of power was that? Wei Wufu had never heard of it. A human without mutation could actually have such speed and incomprehensible means. Lin Shen was something. Don't move, come here. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen take out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and was about to apply it on his fingers, and suddenly spoke. Lin Shen was already used to Wei Wufu's style of speaking, and was too lazy to ask again. He dragged his heavy body and moved to Wei Wufu's side. Squat down, hand. Wei Wufu said again. Lin Shen understood what he meant, squatted down, and stretched out his injured finger in front of him. Wei Wufu's fingers flashed, and he suddenly stroked Lin Shen's injured finger. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard, and Lin Shen screamed in pain. Apply medicine, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen's scream stopped. After the instantaneous pain passed, his finger didn't hurt that much, and he felt much better. He looked down and found that the twisted finger had straightened. Without saying anything else, Lin Shen poured a few drops of medicine from the bottle and applied it on the injured finger, but his eyes were always fixed on the mutant. Fortunately, the mutant was not as strong as the dead powder. Its acupoints were pressed, and it could not move anymore. However, Lin Shen didn't know how long the acupoint pressing effect would last. Looking at the speedster, his spine was broken. Although he was not dead yet, he could not even crawl up, and it was impossible for him to shoot again. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and moved to the mutant creature, reaching out to pull out the leaf blade stuck in its eye, but the leaf blade was pinched by it, and no matter how hard Lin Shen tried, it was difficult to move the leaf blade. You have not mutated. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and asked. He was very sure that Lin Shen had not mutated before, but now he doubted his judgment. No. Lin Shen lowered his hands helplessly, looked at Wei Wufu and said, You can still move your hands. Can you come and kill it yourself? If you can't kill it, give it to you. Wei Wufu took out something and threw it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out to catch it and found that it was an egg. Yes, it was an egg, not a mutated egg. Mutated eggs are all metal or crystal shells, and this egg is like chicken eggs and duck eggs, with a grayish-white shell, thin and fragile. It was a little smaller, a little bigger than a pigeon egg. I'm not hungry yet. Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu asked him to eat this egg. Not to mention that he wasn't hungry. Even if he was hungry, eating such a small egg wouldn't be a problem. If you don't want to eat it, use it to mutate, Wei Wufu said. Use this egg to mutate. Are you sure? Lin Shen's mind was full of question marks. How can you mutate with this thing? He thought Wei Wufu was joking with him, but looking at Wei Wufu's expression, he didn't mean to joke at all. If you want to live, use it to mutate. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen's doubts and continued. Lin Shen still couldn't believe that this thing could mutate, and even if it could mutate, it would be a long process, at least 3 to 5 days, at most half a month, and at most 1 or 2 months. How could he mutate in such a place? I'm afraid that before he could complete the mutate, the acupuncture would have become ineffective, and the mutant creature would come and kill him with a fork. Very strong, fast, difficult, success means life, failure means death, Wei Wufu said again. Chapter 34. Lin Shen has completely adapted to Wei Wufu's way of speaking. He knows what Wei Wufu is saying, that this egg has great potential, and will be used for genetic mutation very quickly. Their current situation is difficult. Lin Shen must do genetic mutation, so that they can survive successfully. If they fail, they will definitely die in their current situation. Are you really sure that this thing is a genetic mutation egg? Are you sure you didn't take it by mistake? This is really not the small boiled egg you brought? Lin Shen confirmed again. Because no matter how he looked at it, this was just an ordinary poultry egg, and it had nothing to do with a genetic mutation egg. Are you afraid? Give it back to me, Wei Wufu said. Then I try. Lin Shen thought, if this is an ordinary egg, then he won't lose anything. If it's really like what Wei Wufu said, this egg has great potential, then he will make a profit. Wei Wufu is such a tough guy, and the gene-mutated egg that he said is strong should not be ordinary stuff. But why haven't I heard of any gene eggs that can allow people to complete gene mutation in a very short time? Since he has made a decision, Lin Shen no longer hesitates. He is not a person who drags his feet. After taking a look at the mutant creature that can't move at all, Lin Shen picked up the egg-like gene-mutated egg and swallowed it. Yes, he swallowed it whole. Humans who have not undergone gene mutation cannot directly swallow the gene mutation liquid or the gene mutation egg. Generally, they need to extract and make a base liquid needle first, and then inject it into the body according to the dosage. Humans who have undergone gene mutation can directly swallow part of the gene mutation liquid, but there are also certain risks. The nature of the mutation fluid is more like a virus. Humans infected by it gradually coexist with the virus, and try to control the virus, and make it a part of themselves. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, the nature of the mutation fluid and the virus is somewhat different. If humans who have not undergone mutation want to complete the mutation, they need to swallow a complete mutation egg, including the shell, and change their body structure through its infection. Because before this, a large number of mutation fluid injections have been used, which is probably equivalent to a lot of vaccines. The risk of this infection is actually not great. After all, the lowest level steel level mutation eggs are used. The failure of mutation is at most a headache and fever, which is similar to catching a cold. Seeing Lin Shen swallow the egg, Wei Wufu's eyes showed some recognition, and he thought to himself, 6 people who have used the number 14 original egg have died, and no one has succeeded so far. This Lin Shen can be so calm and composed when he knows that he will die if he fails. He is indeed an extraordinary person. Maybe he can really succeed. Wei Wufu himself did not realize that it was his weird way of expression that misled Lin Shen. Lin Shen was misled because he had never heard of death if the gene mutation failed. He had no such concept in his mind, and was completely unaware of this problem, so he misunderstood it. Of course, if Lin Shen knew, he might be more interested. The third and fourth brothers had been persuading him not to rush into gene mutation, meaning that they wanted to find him a gene mutation egg with strong enough potential. If Lin Shen knew the origin of this egg, he would probably make the same choice in the end. Of course, there was another important reason that prompted him to make such a decision, that is, he no longer had any pets that could be used. With only this body, he could hardly even walk. If he did not immediately enhance his own survival ability, he would still die. Under normal circumstances, swallowing the genetic mutation egg can still be processed first, but now there is naturally no such condition. Fortunately, this egg is not big, and Lin Shen reluctantly swallowed it whole. As soon as the egg entered his stomach, Lin Shen knew that this was really not an ordinary bird egg, but a genetic mutation egg. Almost as soon as the genetic mutation egg entered his stomach, a chill that almost froze a person came out of his stomach and instantly spread to his whole body. Lin Shen immediately lost control of his body and fell straight to the ground, but his nerves became extremely sensitive. A hair falling on his skin would make him feel pain. Even when dust fell and touched his skin, it would make his skin red and swollen immediately. It hurts. It really hurts. Lin Shen had never realized that there would be so much dust in the air before. Those dusts that were usually not felt at all fell on Lin Shen, making him feel like he was being pricked by needles all over his body. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen lying motionless on the ground, and thought a lot in his mind. The reason why the original egg number 14 is called the original egg, not the genetic mutation egg, is because its origin is different from that of ordinary genetic mutation eggs. More than 200 years ago, various genetic mutation creatures suddenly appeared all over the world, and those genetic mutation creatures first came from the genetic mutation zone. Most people have no concept of the genetic mutation zone. They only know that it is an area where genetic mutation creatures gather. What they don't know is why the mutation creatures gather in the mutation zone, and why they all start to appear in the mutation zone. People like Wei Wufu know very well that the mutation zone becomes the mutation zone because of the existence of the original eggs. It is because these original eggs, which come from nowhere, fall all over the world and infect nearby creatures, causing those creatures to mutate, that there are mutation creatures. After more than 200 years of efforts, a small number of original eggs in the mutation zone fell into the hands of humans. The Base Alliance counted a total of 16 known original eggs, 11 of which have been used for mutation, and it is unknown how many have not been counted. Every human who uses the original eggs for mutation is much stronger than the human who uses the mutation eggs for mutation, and can be called a monster among the mutations. Except for the two who have died, the other humans who use the original eggs for mutation have all become the best among human mutations, and are truly at the top of the pyramid. It is very dangerous to use the original egg for mutation. Almost every known original egg has a human life. The original egg in Wei Wufu's hand is codenamed 14 in the data of the Base Alliance. It is the 14th original egg that has been discovered and recorded. The original egg number 14 has been discovered for more than 70 years. 6 humans have tried to use it for mutation, and all of them died without exception. Each of the 6 people before had made sufficient preparations, and their physical fitness and other aspects were already at the peak of ordinary humans, but they still failed. Wei Wufu could see that Lin Shen's physical fitness had also reached the limit of ordinary humans, which was the most basic condition for using the original egg for mutation. Without such conditions, it is almost certain to fail. With such conditions, the possibility of failure is also very high. Lin Shen has such physical fitness, but he has not mutated at this age. In Wei Wufu's opinion, isn't this just waiting for the original egg? For some reason, Wei Wufu felt that Lin Shen might succeed, because some of the things Lin Shen did made him feel unbelievable, and seemed a little unscientific. Threads are coming out. Wei Wufu's eyes lit up when he saw white threads that were countless times thinner than hair, and looked like fine fluff emerging from Lin Shen's skin. Chapter 35. Lin Shen was experiencing indescribable pain from cramps and marrow knocking. If he could make a sound, his throat would probably be torn apart. It was a pity that he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs, let alone scream. He couldn't even blink. Lin Shen had heard people say before that the process of genetic mutation was similar to the process of butterfly transformation. The process of insects transforming into butterflies is called complete metamorphosis, and the body structure will undergo earth-shaking changes, as if it has evolved from one life form to another. Some people even say that insects are actually just a placenta that can move, and the butterfly that grows in the placenta will dissolve and absorb the placenta after a certain period of time. This statement is of course unfounded. The process of human genetic mutation is also a reorganization of the body structure. The shell of the genetic mutation egg melts, decomposes, becomes silk, and forms figurines. The genetic fluid inside merges with the human body to build a new steel body. This process is similar to the process of breaking rice into powder, and then adding other materials to stir to make rice flour. The pain can be imagined. Of course, the transformation does not require the body to be broken into pieces, but the process of the base fluid blending into the whole body is also very painful, and it can be said that it makes people want to die. The higher the quality of the base transformed egg, the more painful the process will be. Lin Shen only heard that base transformation is painful, but he didn't expect it to be so painful. White filaments grew out of his body, intertwined together, and gradually turned into an oval white figurine. Wei Wufu's expression was a little complicated. Before Lin Shen, none of the humans who tried to use the number 14 original egg for base transformation could reach the stage of forming a figurine. They all died not long after swallowing the original egg. Lin Shen was able to form a figurine, which meant that the shell of the original egg had melted and decomposed into a new structure in his body, which was half successful. The next step was to see whether Lin Shen's body could withstand the combination with the base fluid, which could also be understood as whether it could coexist with foreign viruses. When Wei Wufu was staring at the figurine formed by Lin Shen, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the mutant creature that was pointed at. The mutant trembled slightly, which made Wei Wufu frown slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Wufu pressed his hands on the ground fiercely, causing his body to jump up, but unfortunately the part below the waist was shaking, and did not listen to his command at all, which greatly affected his speed. Wei Wufu pounced in front of the mutant creature and pointed his finger at the depression on the mutant creature's waist, which was exactly the position Lin Shen had pointed it before. The power of his finger was many times stronger than Lin Shen's, and the depression was pressed down a few more points. Unfortunately, when Wei Wufu looked up at the mutant creature, he found that the mutant creature's body trembling did not stop. What method did he use? Why can he do it, but I can't? Wei Wufu sighed inwardly, stretched out his hands to support himself, jumped up again, and then clapped his hands fiercely, pushing the mutant's body out directly. The mutant rolled more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. The gravity here is too strong, and it is not easy to push it so far. Wei Wufu just wants to delay some time as much as possible. According to the data, humans who use the original egg to mutate will be very fast. They will die quickly, and if they succeed, they will also die quickly, without having to stay in the terracotta for several days or months like the mutated eggs. Most of them complete the mutation within 3 to 10 minutes after the formation of the figurine, and can directly break out of the figurine. Wei Wufu only needs to hold on until Lin Shen breaks out of the figurine. With Lin Shen's magical means, plus the steel body transformed from the original egg, it may be difficult to defeat this mutant creature, but the hope of escape will be greatly increased. Wei Wufu looked at the mutant creature lying on the ground in the distance, its body constantly trembling, and calculated how much time he could delay if the mutant creature recovered its ability to move first. Not enough. Wei Wufu looked at the watch on his wrist, and muttered to himself. The mutant creature's body was shaking more and more, and it seemed that it would recover its ability to move at any time. From the time Lin Shen formed the figurine to now, less than a minute had passed. No matter how fast Lin Shen was, it would take more than 3 minutes. Wei Wufu pressed his hands on the ground again, and crawled towards the mutant creature in the distance. When he came to the mutant creature with a violently shaking body, Wei Wufu pushed the mutant creature's body, and continued to push it away. After pushing for a while, the mutant's body suddenly shook, then raised its arms, and moved its body, but it looked a little stiff, like a robot performing break dance. Without saying a word, Wei Wufu rolled directly behind the mutant, and locked its neck with his arms in a naked choke. This move, when used on a human, can put pressure on the human carotid artery, causing the brain to lack blood supply and fall into a coma for a short period of time. It is naturally not so effective when used on mutants. In addition, Wei Wufu's legs cannot exert force to wrap around the mutant, so the effect is even smaller. This was also Wei Wufu's helpless choice. Fighting the mutant head-on was not advisable, and it would only kill him faster. Behind it, at least it was not easy for its claws and legs to touch Wei Wufu. Like humans, its arms did not have the ability to flip backwards, at least not completely. Wei Wufu only wanted to delay it for a while, as long as he could delay it until Lin Shen broke out of the terracotta warriors. The mutant's body quickly returned to normal. Regardless of Wei Wufu's throat lock behind him, he pulled out the leaf blade that pierced his eyes with one hand and threw it aside. As the leaf blade was pulled out, the mutant's eye injury actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon, it was completely restored to its original state. This is why Wei Wufu said that it could not be killed. When he fought with the mutant in the sea, he had severely damaged the mutant many times. Unfortunately, the mutant's recovery speed was too fast, and it could not be killed at all. Finally, it was Wei Wufu who used his life-saving ability to severely injure the mutant's body to the point where it was almost torn into pieces, making it difficult for it to recover for a while, and thus temporarily scared off the mutant. Unfortunately, Wei Wufu's own body also had problems due to the use of that kind of power. After climbing onto the beach, he fainted, and his legs could not recover for a while. The mutant reached back with one hand to grab Wei Wufu's head, and its dagger-like nails scratched Wei Wufu's cheek and pierced into the sand. Wei Wufu locked its neck, swaying his body left and right, avoiding the mutant's grabs again and again. The mutant's other hand dropped the fork and also grabbed Wei Wufu behind him. Seeing that he could not escape, Wei Wufu could only loosen the arm that locked its neck, pressed hard on the sand, and rolled out. "Come, kill me!" Wei Wufu tried to attract the mutant's attention with provocation. The mutant creature also has emotions. Logically, it should want to kill Wei Wufu first after Wei Wufu did this. But for some reason, after the mutant creature looked at Wei Wufu, it picked up the red fork on the ground and turned around without hesitation to rush towards the figurine made by Lin Shen. This was beyond Wei Wufu's expectations. His reaction was fast enough. He pressed his hands on the ground and burst out all his strength. Like a cannonball flying close to the ground, he caught up with the mutant creature, hugged one of its legs with both hands, twisted it hard, and twisted the mutant creature to the ground. The mutant creature kicked back with its other leg. Wei Wufu's legs had no ability to move, and he couldn't dodge at all. He could only let go of one hand, and hugged its other leg. I thought that after being tossed around by Wei Wufu, the mutant creature would be angry, and would fight him to the death. Who would have known that the mutant creature, whose legs were held by Wei Wufu, did not stab at Wei Wufu, who was holding its legs after raising the red fork in its hand, but swung it with all its strength, and the red fork broke through the air and stabbed at the figurine made by Lin Shen. Chapter 36. Wei Wufu also reacted very quickly. Almost at the same time when the mutant raised the fork, he loosened one hand, grabbed a stone in the sand beside him, and threw it at the fork thrown by the mutant with all his strength. Unfortunately, the stone was too small and not tough enough. It hit the red fork and immediately exploded into powder. Although it also caused the trajectory of the fork to deviate slightly, it was only a little bit, and it still flew towards the figurine. This was all Wei Wufu could do. There was nothing else he could use. His legs were difficult to move, and he couldn't catch up with the fork that was thrown out. The fork was inserted diagonally into the figurine, and actually penetrated the figurine directly, which made Wei Wufu a little stunned. The original egg looks ordinary, but it is not ordinary. It is much stronger than the ordinary steel-based mutant egg, and the figurine it transformed into is also stronger than the ordinary steel figurine. Although the mutant is alloy grade, the fork has been partially unloaded by the stone, and the figurine itself is strong, so it should not be penetrated. Being penetrated so easily can only mean that the strength of the figurine is much lower than Wei Wufu expected. How could it be? It's wrong. It's too weak in comparison. Wei Wufu couldn't help but mutter to himself. What he was thinking was, how could the strength be so low? Something was wrong. Compared with the people who used the original egg figurine before, the strength of Lin Shen's figurine was too weak. I don't know why, but it turned out like that when he said it. The mutant creature seemed to have some special obsession with Lin Shen, and it was not known whether it was because Lin Shen pressed its acupoints or for some other reason. The figurines had been penetrated, but because they were slightly off-center, the mutant creatures refused to give in and dragged Wei Wufu towards the figurine step by step. Wei Wufu had no power in his legs, and even holding the mutant creature's legs with both hands, he could not stop it from moving towards the figurines. While Wei Wufu was thinking frantically about how to stop the mutant creature from delaying time, the mutant creature suddenly stopped by itself. Wei Wufu didn't know what happened, so he raised his head to look at the position of the figurines, wondering what happened and why the mutant creature stopped by itself. As far as he could see, Wei Wufu saw that the red fork stuck in the figurine was actually emitting hot air, and the heat was getting thicker and thicker. In just a moment, the metal rod of the red fork gradually turned golden red, and the color became brighter and brighter, looking like the state of steel being burned red. In fact, Wei Wufu and the mutant creature both felt the scorching heat emanating from the red fork, otherwise the mutant creature would not have stopped. In just a short while, the red fork had completely turned into a crystal gold color, which was very similar to the way steel was about to melt under calcination. Wei Wufu was a little confused as to why the temperature was so high. Genetic mutation is not steelmaking. With such a high temperature, people would be burned to ashes. What is the point of genetic mutation? Could it be that the energy of the original egg is too strong, which produced such a high temperature? Wouldn't Lin Shen be dead? No wonder those who wanted to use the 14th genetic mutation died in the end. With such a terrifying energy, not to mention humans, even a body of steel would not be able to withstand it and would be melted. Wei Wufu thought to himself. The mutant also stared at the burning fork with a puzzled look. The hardness of the fork was the same as its body. If the fork could be burned like this, it would also be burned like that. This made it a little suspicious. The scene fell into a strange silence for a while. The original sense of urgency of life and death was gone, but it seemed more tense and exciting. Just when the fork was about to melt, a sudden chill surged out. The temperature of the fork dropped rapidly, and it turned from gold to red in an instant. After the condensation, the fork was still red, but it became translucent, as if it had turned from metal to crystal. The mutant showed ecstasy in his eyes. It seemed that his fork had turned into a crystal-based material. Crack! When the mutant was surprised, the fork suddenly broke, just like tempered glass breaking into countless crystal particles and falling on the beach. Lin Shen dead? When Wei Wufu saw this scene, he felt that Lin Shen in the figurine must be dead. The alloy fork was broken into this state, so Lin Shen in the figurine must be dead. Even if Lin Shen could survive the extreme heat at the beginning, he couldn't survive the final condensation. Not to mention that Lin Shen didn't have a base change. Even an alloy base changer probably couldn't survive it, and the alloy fork was the best proof. The mutant seemed to think so too, and its eyes had shifted from the figurine to Wei Wufu, who was holding its legs. Crack! Another crisp sound immediately attracted Wei Wufu, and the mutant's eyes back to the figurine. I saw dense cracks appearing on the figurine. The next moment, the whole figurine broke apart with a loud crash, revealing a figure that was originally wrapped in the figurine. The polished steel armor that looked like a mirror tightly wrapped a slender and strong body. The armor, which looked like a mirror, reflected dazzling light from different angles under the sunlight, and was as beautiful as a dream. The sky and the ocean were reflected on the armor, which made the armor more mysterious and profound. The mutant stared at Lin Shen, and subconsciously raised his legs to rush towards Lin Shen, but found that his legs were still held tightly by Wei Wufu. He could not rush out, but stumbled and almost fell. "Old Wei, let it go." Lin Shen's voice came from the armor. Wei Wufu was slightly startled, wondering why Lin Shen did not attack now, but asked him to let go of the mutant. "This guy is an alloy level mutant, not an ordinary alloy creature. The original egg mutated into the steel level. It is indeed possible to kill the enemy above the level, but it is not easy, not to mention that the opponent is a mutant alloy creature. Lin Shen has just successfully mutated and became a steel level, so he should not be that strong." Wei Wufu still loosened his hand as Lin Shen said. The mutant creature, which had no power to restrain it, did not rush to Lin Shen immediately. Its ruby-like eyes looked at Lin Shen in doubt. It did not rush to Lin Shen. Instead, Lin Shen walked towards it step by step. With Lin Shen's footsteps, the mirror-like steel armor on its body gradually exuded an endless burning breath, and gradually seemed to be burned red, gradually turned into golden red, and then golden yellow. The brilliant color carried a burning breath, just like a Holy Spirit warrior burning life. The mutant creature subconsciously took a half step back. The next second, the mutant creature became angry for its cowardice, as if it could not accept that it would be scared away by a steel creature. When it was about to rush towards Lin Shen, it suddenly saw white clouds rising from Lin Shen's blazing armor. The temperature of the armor dropped sharply, and it no longer showed that brilliant brilliance. When the mutant saw Lin Shen coming from the rising clouds, its pupils suddenly shrank, as if it saw something that made it feel extremely terrified. In the intermittent, in the place where the clouds could not cover, the armor on Lin Shen's body actually showed a translucent crystal state. With just one glance, the mutant retreated quickly without hesitation, like a dog that had lost its home, turned around and jumped into the sea, desperately diving into the depths of the sea. Crystal-based level? Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen, who walked out of the clouds. The translucent crystal armor exuded a crystal-clear brilliance in the sun, which was more dreamy and incredible than when it was a mirror armor. Chapter 37. "Old Wei, I carry you on my back. Let's find a hidden place first." Lin Shen came to Wei Wufu and stretched out his hand. "I have a hand." Wei Wufu used his two hands to support his body and crawled forward. His speed was still very fast. Lin Shen could hardly keep up with him even if he walked on his two legs. The two rushed to the reef area and finally hid behind a relatively hidden reef. While rushing, the translucent armor on Lin Shen's body had gradually become turbid. Now it was no longer transparent. Not long after sitting down, it returned to the mirror steel armor before. Of course, Lin Shen could not be a crystal-based level. He just looked like it just now. Sitting down against the reef, Lin Shen looked at the information displayed on his watch. User, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Hardness 11. Toughness 11. Base Transformation Rate 1%. Theoretical Upper Limit of Life Form Activity 200 years. Base Transformation Talent, Super Base Transformation. Super Base Steel Creature is another term that Lin Shen has never heard of. It seems that Super Base may correspond to mutation, or a higher grade than mutation. Could this Super Base be related to the fire seeds that failed to evolve into Super Bases? Lin Shen guessed in his heart. All 4 stats are 11, which is a little higher than the full values of the 4 stats of the steel level that Lin Shen has heard of. With the example of dead fans before, Lin Shen does not find it strange. The term base transformation rate has actually been heard before, but there is no such detailed data. If the steel level wants to be promoted to the alloy level, it needs to absorb base transformation liquid. The more base transformation liquid absorbed, the better the quality, and the higher the success rate of being promoted to the alloy level in the future. I think this base change rate is the intuitive reflection of the success rate of base change after absorbing the base change liquid. The theoretical activity limit of a living body should be how long it can live in theory. It was 100 years before the base change, and now it is 200 years, which has doubled. The base change talent super base change is the ability to make Lin Shen's steel body look like a crystal base. Because there is no detailed information, according to Lin Shen's own understanding of super base change, this talent is somewhat similar to the tempering of glass, or the heat treatment commonly used when forging steel. The tempering of glass and the heat treatment of steel are essentially a technology that heats glass or steel to a state where it is about to melt but not melted, and then cools it quickly to increase the strength of the glass or steel. The blessing of super base change to the steel body is very similar, but there are also differences. After heating, the hardness of glass or steel will decrease. The hardness decreases during this period of time. After rapid cooling, the hardness will increase. During the heating process of super base change, the hardness not only does not decrease, but also continues to increase. After extremely fast cooling, the hardness is greatly enhanced. Not only the hardness, but also all the surroundings will be greatly enhanced during this process, including speed and strength. Ultrabasicization also has its disadvantages. After heat treatment, glass and steel will normally maintain the enhanced effect. However, ultrabasicization cannot be maintained forever, and will slowly return to its previous state. Moreover, using ultrabasicization consumes a lot of energy. Just like now, Shen feels as if his body has been hollowed out, and he is very hungry. It is even difficult to maintain the state of steel body. After removing the steel body, Shen took out the steel spike turtle base transformation liquid he had collected before, and drank a few gulps of it. If there was a choice, Shen would not want to drink these unprocessed base transformation liquids directly, but unfortunately, he had no choice now. He could only replenish his physical strength. After drinking a few big gulps, after the base transformation liquid entered his stomach, Shen felt that his body was like a dried sponge that met water, and quickly absorbed the base transformation liquid. After drinking the base transformation liquid several times in a row, Shen felt that his condition was much better. Not long after drinking the base transformation liquid, the watch vibrated again. Absorbing steel base transformation liquid. Base transformation rate +0. Absorbing steel base transformation liquid. Base transformation rate +0. Shen drank so much base transformation liquid, but the base transformation rate did not increase at all. Would you like some? Shen handed the water bag filled with base transformation liquid to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was not polite. He took the water bag and drank a lot, wiped his mouth, and gave it back to Shen. Mutation? Wei Wufu looked at Shen and asked. Is the mutated egg you gave me a mutated egg? Shen pondered and asked back. It seemed that Wei Wufu didn't know the true quality of the mutated egg. No, the original egg, number 14. Wei Wufu replied. Shen said with some distress. Old Wei, I have little education, low cultural level, and very limited understanding ability. Can you trouble you to explain it in a more popular way? Social phobia, it's hard to say. Wei Wufu replied. You? Social phobia. Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a strange look. Who would have thought that this strong man like an iron tower, with a cool and cold expression all day long, who could turn people with poor psychological quality into social phobia with just one look, would actually be a social phobic himself? Then let's talk slowly. Shen had no choice but to patiently chat with Wei Wufu. When he was mutating, he had already realized that there was something wrong with the mutated egg. The whole mutating process was very different from what he had heard before. When he was mutating, he really felt like his body was melted and reconstructed. Thinking about that pain now still makes Shen shudder. After a long chat with Wei Wufu, Shen finally roughly figured out what was going on. 6 died before me? Shen was suddenly a little scared now. According to Wei Wufu, mutators who use the original egg for mutating are also strong and weak. But no matter how weak they are also mutant mutators, which are still much stronger than ordinary mutators. Wei Wufu actually doesn't know much information, because most mutators who use the original egg for mutating will not easily tell others their mutating information, and most of the information about them is also judged from their actual combat performance. What is certain is that Wei Wufu himself is a base mutator who uses the original egg. He was a mutated steel creature at first, and then after being promoted to the alloy level, he became a mutated alloy level. From Wei Wufu, Shen also learned a very critical piece of information. A mutated base mutator can only increase the base mutation rate by absorbing the mutated base mutation liquid of the mutated creature. The general base mutation liquid is ineffective for him. Where can I find a super base creature? Shen smiled bitterly, not knowing whether he was blessed or cursed now. If he couldn't find a super base creature, would he have to stay at the steel level forever, and it would be difficult for him to break through in this life. Old Wei, is your leg okay? When Shen looked at Wei Wufu, he saw Wei Wufu making a gesture to silence him. Shen immediately shut up, then followed Wei Wufu's gaze, and looked out from the gap between the reefs. He opened his mouth in surprise. What did I see? Is that an angel? Am I dead? Is this the paradise in the legend? Lin Shen saw a handsome creature wearing a white robe, with white wings on its back and golden curly hair, flying on the sea. It was obviously not a genetically modified creature, let alone a human. Lin Shen could only think that it was a creature in myth and legend. Chapter 38. No, not dead, not on a planet. Wei Wufu said in a low voice. You mean, this is on another planet? In other words, that angel-like guy is an alien. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant, but he was even more surprised. Originally, he thought he was in the cave inside Hulu Mountain, but he didn't expect that he had left his planet and came to another planet. Yes. Wei Wufu answered affirmatively, but his eyes were always fixed on the angel flying over the sea, and then continued, Heavenly man dangerous. How do you know he is a heavenly man? Lin Shen asked in confusion. Before, there were many dangerous. The universe, humans, are very weak. Wei Wufu emphasized the word dangerous again. Wei Wufu meant that he had seen many heavenly men before, and they were very dangerous creatures. In the universe, humans are a very weak race. So, you have been to other planets before, and you have been to many planets? Lin Shen was even more surprised. Yes. Wei Wufu nodded again, his eyes still fixed on the angel on the sea. This world is far more complicated than I imagined. Lin Shen saw from afar that the angel was also wearing a black thing on his wrist. Although he couldn't see the details, it looked like the same transmission device on their wrists. It has long been speculated that the genetically modified creatures are alien creatures, but it has always been just speculation. Now it seems that it is not speculation, but the people who know the truth, for some unknown reason, chose to conceal the truth. The celestial being seemed to be looking for something on the sea. After flying back and forth several times, he probably didn't find what he was looking for. After wandering on the sea for a long time, just when Lin Shen thought he didn't find what he wanted and was about to fly away, he saw the celestial being stop in the air. What is he doing? Lin Shen saw the celestial being stretch out one arm. Because the distance was a bit far, he couldn't see clearly what he meant by doing this action. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, who shook his head. Obviously, he didn't know what the celestial being was doing. The two looked for a while, and suddenly found that the sea water under the celestial being surged up, and the waves were much bigger than before. Suddenly, the waves on the sea surface exploded, and a huge figure broke through the waves, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the celestial being suspended in the air. Crystal-based creature. Lin Shen opened his mouth slightly, surprised by the hugeness and beauty of the crystal-based creature. The whole body was dark blue, like a body like aquamarine, just like the legendary crystal-swallowing sky python, and the part that rushed out of the sea was already dozens of meters long. Under the sunlight, countless scales on the dark blue body reflected light, which was extremely brilliant and gorgeous. Such a huge body, I don't know how many tons it weighs, and the momentum of breaking through the sea is really a bit of the momentum of swallowing the sky and the sun. Lin Shen couldn't help but think, it's hard to imagine, how can there be such a huge creature on a planet with such strong gravity? Shouldn't the stronger the gravity of the planet, the smaller the size of the creature? If I can find the genetic egg of this giant python and sign a blood contract with it using the infinite power contract, then how powerful will my power be? What a pity. The giant python opened its huge mouth and swallowed the celestial being in the air. Compared with it, the celestial being's body was really pitifully small. The next second, Lin Shen saw the white robe on the celestial being torn, and the white jade-like substance quickly overflowed from his body, instantly wrapping his whole body and condensing into a white jade shell. Even the wings behind him were coated with a very thin layer of jade. From a distance, the celestial being looked like a statue of an angel warrior carved from crystal white jade, with a heroic look and holiness. The celestial being flapped his wings, like a startled wild goose flying across the sky, and a white jade foot stepped on the top of the giant python's head. The giant python was hit hard, and the sky-high giant python fell back into the sea with a bang, stirring up waves dozens of meters high. The celestial being took advantage of the victory and rushed towards the giant python in the sea water. Before he rushed to the front, a huge tail suddenly swung out from the waves next to him and hit the celestial being hard. Tianren had no time to dodge, and with his arms in front of him, he took the blow from the giant tail. His body flew out like a cannonball, flew dozens of meters in the air, and crashed into the sea. Being hit by such a terrifying force, even a crystal-based level can't withstand it, right? Lin Shen muttered to himself. The giant python flipped over and also dived under the sea surface. The sea water suddenly rolled more violently, and countless turbulent currents stirred up a series of fountain-like water columns, like a continuous volcanic eruption, constantly surging on the surrounding sea surface. It seems that Tianren was not killed, and he actually fought with a giant python in the sea. He obviously has wings, but he wants to give up his advantage to fight with the crystal-based level blue giant python in the sea. Is he brainless, or is his strength so great that he can ignore the influence of the environment? Lin Shen pondered. Strong. Wei Wufu said the word strong, but he didn't know whether he was referring to the celestial being or the giant python. From time to time, a section of the giant python's body appeared on the sea, but the celestial being never appeared on the water. On the surging sea, a water column as high as 100 meters suddenly exploded, and the celestial being's body flew out of the water column. The giant python broke through the waves like a shadow, opened its mouth to swallow the celestial being, and swallowed it whole in one gulp. The celestial being, it seems not so good, Lin Shen thought secretly. But the next second, Lin Shen saw a big hole exploded in the abdomen of the giant python, and the celestial being rushed out of the hole. Boom! The body of the giant python fell freely and hit the sea surface. The surging waves rushed onto the beach, flooding the hiding place of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Fortunately, the waves came and went quickly. After the waves receded, the heavenly being pulled the body of the giant python onto the beach step by step. Maybe the heavenly being had consumed too much energy in the battle, or maybe the giant python's body was too heavy. Without the buoyancy of the seawater, the heavenly being could not drag its body halfway onto the beach. Plop! The heavenly being fell straight to the ground, and lay on his back on the beach without moving. The hole in the abdomen of the giant python continued to flow out the base transformation liquid, but the heavenly being was still motionless, as if he was dead. You stay, I go. Wei Wufu supported his body with both hands, and crawled towards the body of the giant python. Lin Shen roughly guessed that Wei Wufu should want to drink the base transformation liquid of the giant python. Maybe the thing would be useful for his physical injuries. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shen did not go out, and continued to hide behind the reef. Wei Wufu crawled closer, looked up and down at the person, then crawled directly to the wound of the python, opened his mouth and drank the blue base liquid that flowed out. Friend, that's my prey. I don't think I invited you to enjoy my prey? A hoarse voice sounded behind Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu turned his head, and saw that the person actually slowly climbed up from the ground, staring at Wei Wufu with a cold look. Chapter 39. Aliens also speak Mandarin? When Lin Shen heard the angel speak, he was a little confused for a moment. More than 200 years ago, when human technology was at its most advanced, no one could break out of the solar system, let alone discover aliens. Besides, how many years of human history has it been? How many years has Mandarin been around? Even if we set off on a light-speed spaceship from the day Mandarin appeared, we probably haven't even reached the alien planet yet. Is it a joke to spread Mandarin to aliens? But that celestial being's Mandarin is really standard. At least Lin Shen feels that he is definitely not as standard as him. Looking at the celestial being whose white jade armor disappeared and whose original appearance was restored, still smiling, Lin Shen felt a little awkward no matter how he looked at it. Wei Wufu wiped the base change liquid on his mouth and said, as if he was a little embarrassed, "You die, it's a waste." Lin Shen understood Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu meant that he thought the celestial being was dead, and the base change liquid would be wasted if it flowed to the ground. But Tianren didn't understand Wei Wufu. His smiling face gradually turned cold. He stared at Wei Wufu and said, "You want me to die? It seems that I called you friend wrong. Trash like you don't deserve to be my friend, so you can only die." Lin Shen finally understood why Wei Wufu was socially anxious. With the way he spoke, if he wasn't socially anxious, others would be. Wei Wufu obviously felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so he simply didn't explain. "Pretend, you weak, lie down," Wei Wufu said. Tianren didn't know how he understood it. Anyway, he actually understood it, and his face became even colder. "You said I was pretending, and you said I was weak, and you asked me to lie down and die? You have no strength," Wei Wufu said again. Okay, a mere crippled alloy human actually said I have no strength. Then I will let you see whether I, Tianqin, have strength or not." Tianren punched Wei Wufu, who was sitting. Lin Shen hesitated whether to go up to help. The Tianren called Tianqin was too powerful, 2 levels higher than him. He didn't think he could kill Tianqin by jumping 2 levels. Wei Wufu didn't even have the intention to hide. He supported himself with one hand and clenched his fist with the other hand. The 2 fists collided with each other, and what surprised Lin Shen was that it was a tie. Wei Wufu's upper body fell back and hit the giant python. It didn't seem to be hit hard, and he sat up again soon. Tianqin also stepped back a few steps, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Wei Wufu was only at the alloy level, one level lower than Tianxin, but this attack was evenly matched. Even Lin Shen could see that Tianxin had just fought with a giant python and had consumed too much energy. He was now out of strength and might even be injured, but it was not visible on the outside. "Don't pretend, lie down." Wei Wufu looked at Tianxin and said. Tianxin swallowed the blood that was about to come to his mouth and stood there, laughing angrily. Okay, a crippled alloy level scum dared to laugh at me. Today I will let you see how easy it is to kill you, a scum. As he said that, Tianxin took out a gun from somewhere, pointed the gun at Wei Wufu and said coldly, "Barbaric and uncivilized country bumpkin, do you know what this is? Tianren also use guns?" Lin Shen was very surprised. He thought Tian Xian would bring out something earth-shattering since he was so arrogant, but it turned out to be just a revolver. The power of a pistol should not be enough to cause harm to a mutant alloy base changer like Wei Wufu. Lin Shen was a little confused. Why did he take out a gun at this time? Could it be a high-tech product like a laser gun? Lin Shen had thought that he would bring out some powerful base change pet capsule pistol. Wei Wufu rarely said a complete sentence, and his eyes became a little solemn. "I didn't expect that you, a barbaric and uncivilized country bumpkin, have some knowledge and can recognize a pet capsule pistol." Tian Xian was a little surprised, but immediately regained his arrogant attitude, holding the pistol and said, "This is a pet capsule pistol, but it is not an ordinary pet capsule pistol. It is called an angel revolver. The speed of accelerating the pet's transformation can reach 44, that is, it is faster than the crystal-based speed. The accelerated pet capsule can transform into a pet state in a very short time after leaving the muzzle. And it will reach the place where I shoot at a speed of 44. Do you know what this means?" Without waiting for Wei Wufu to answer, Tian Xian said sinisterly, "And the compressed space inside my angel revolver can be loaded with 7 pet capsules. Guess how many crystal-based pet capsules I put in it?" Wei Wufu was silent. Of course he knew what that meant. He couldn't dodge the bullets fired from the angel revolver. If he used his body to block it, even if he blocked it with his arms couldn't resist the crystal-based pet that hit him at a speed of 44. As for how many crystal-based pet capsules there are in the angel revolver, it is actually not important. Only one is enough to kill him. And there is no doubt that the celestial beings would not have crystal-based pets. They are born crystal-based. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He did not expect that there was such a thing as a pet capsule pistol. From Tian Xian's description, the pet capsule pistol is a device that accelerates the transformation of pets and gives pets an initial speed. It can accelerate to 44. That thing is really quite terrifying. It is much faster than inserting the key by hand to transform the pet capsule into a combat posture, and it is almost difficult to be interrupted. But Lin Shen still doesn't understand it. It seems that using the pet capsule pistol, it seems that the pet can be transformed into a combat posture without a key. Then what is the need for the key? However, this is what Lin Shen is happy to see. If this is true, then he only needs to take the gun, and the pets inside will be his, right? High-tech stuff. I like. Lin Shen used the power of base transformation and turned into a steel body. Mysterious steel material gushed out of his body, covering the outside of his body, forming a mirror-like armor, wrapping his entire body in it. Don't shoot yet. Let's talk. In fact, we can cooperate and win-win. There is no need to become enemies. Lin Shen hurriedly walked out from behind the reef. He had to get within 7 steps of Tian Xian before he launched the pet capsule. Tian Xian was shocked when he saw that someone suddenly came out. When he saw clearly that the person who came was actually a steel shell, he was so angry that he laughed. What kind of day is today? What kind of garbage dares to jump out to discuss me? First a disabled alloy, and now a garbage steel. Cooperate with me. You country bumpkins from a barbaric society, waste scum, what qualifications do you have to cooperate with me? Do you really think that I can't kill you just because I'm injured? No go. Wei Wufu frowned when he saw Lin Shen coming out. He knew that although Lin Shen was only at the steel level, if he really started fighting, the alloy level might not be his opponent. But after all, the level is there. It was so difficult for the two of them to deal with a mutant alloy creature. Tian Xian in front of them was much more difficult to deal with than that mutant alloy creature. Although Lin Shen's speed was very fast before, it was much slower than the 44-speed pet capsule pistol. Chapter 40. Lin Shen ignored Wei Wufu and continued to say, as he walked over, "Aren't you curious about why we are here? I don't care why you are here." Tian Xian obviously didn't buy it, and the muzzle of the gun was still pointed at Wei Wufu, ready to shoot immediately. In his opinion, even a disabled alloy-level creature was more threatening than Lin Shen, who is a steel-level creature. Do you know that there is a creature that is more advanced than a mutant creature? If you kill it, you will never know where that creature is. Lin Shen spoke faster, and said that whether he could save Wei Wufu's life depended on his own luck. What did you say? Tian Xian really stopped his finger, although the muzzle of the gun was still pointed at Wei Wufu. His eyes looked at Lin Shen. It seems that you know what I am talking about, right? Lin Shen said as he walked, and it seemed that he was walking towards Wei Wufu, but in fact, Wei Wufu was within 7 steps away from Tian Xian. Tian Xian did not stop him, and said coldly, I don't know, I hope what you know can help you save your life. Above the mutant creatures, there is another advanced creature, you should know this, right? Lin Shen said. That's just a legend, don't tell me that there is such a legendary thing on this planet. Tian Xian said he didn't believe it, but he didn't seem to have the intention to shoot. If you don't believe it, then shoot. Lin Shen had already walked to Wei Wufu's side, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Whether I believe it or not is my business, you should explain it clearly first. Tian Xian said. It's not clear. Lin Shen shook his head. Why can't you explain it clearly? Tian Xian was puzzled. Because I can't make it up anymore. Lin Shen laughed. You are looking for death. Tian Xian felt insulted by Lin Shen, and he didn't even go to fight Wei Wufu. He turned the gun and pointed it at Lin Shen, and pulled the trigger. This is exactly the effect Lin Shen wanted. The moment Tian Xian pulled the trigger, his speed suddenly increased to an unimaginable degree. The firing rate of the Angel revolver is 44, which is faster than the crystal base, and Lin Shen's current speed is faster than 44, just like a phantom. Tian Xian's finger hasn't been pulled to the bottom. Lin Shen has already arrived in front of him. Under Tian Xian's puzzled, surprised, unbelievable, and fearful eyes, Lin Shen's finger tapped him hard. Tian Xian's body suddenly froze there, and he had already pulled half of the trigger, and couldn't pull it any further. Impossible. How can a steel trash have such a fast speed? Not to mention that it is a barbaric and uncivilized trash race like humans. Tianqin felt that his 3 views and cognition were overturned. It is impossible for the steel level to have such a fast speed. This is an iron law. Not to mention humans, who have entered the universe for a short time, even races that have developed in the universe for countless billions of years, cannot break the barriers between levels. What made Tianqin even more difficult to understand was that although he was injured, his physical strength was still there. What means did a steel level use to make him unable to move with one blow, and even difficult to speak? Tianqin looked at Lin Shen, his eyes full of puzzlement and confusion. Wei Wufu's eyes were also a little complicated, and he thought to himself, this person is getting more and more outrageous. Lin Shen didn't care what they thought, and slowly took off the pet capsule gun from Tian Xian's hand. In Lin Shen's opinion, the celestial being without the protection of the shell is much easier to deal with than the basic creature. Tian Xian's body is very tough, and alloy-level weapons may not hurt him at all, but he is soft, and the acupoint pressing ability is soft but not hard. The harder it is to press, and the softer it is. No matter how tough you are, even if you are invulnerable to swords and guns, but you are soft, you can be pressed casually. Sometimes Lin Shen himself feels that the ability of acupoint pressing is exactly the same as human nature. If you are strong enough, it is difficult for others to control you. If you are too weak, even if you are very capable, you are still easy to be controlled by others. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. Old Wei, can you use this? Lin Shen looked at the structure of this pet capsule pistol, which is very similar to a revolver, but also a little different. The white jade gun body is somewhat similar to the Tianqin carapace, and is engraved with mysterious runes, but the shape is exaggerated, with a sense of beauty that blends retro and technology. The firing pin of the gun is in the shape of an angel's small wings, which looks very unique. Lin Shen can also shoot, but he doesn't know how to open the magazine. This is a little different from the guns he has seen, and he wants to see what pet capsules are inside. Yes. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen handed the gun to him. After Wei Wufu took the gun, he pressed a certain part of the gun body, and then swung it directly, and the gun wheel swung out diagonally. Wei Wufu took a look and handed the gun back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the gun and looked at it, and couldn't help cursing. A poor guy is still loading it, so shameless. There are 7 magazines on the gun wheel, each of which can be loaded with a pet capsule, but there are 6 empty magazines, and only one is loaded with a pet capsule, and it is an alloy-grade pet capsule. No wonder that guy didn't shoot all the time. It turns out that he can only shoot one shot, and it may not kill Wei Wufu. Lin Shen pushed the gun wheel back. But Qi? Wei Wufu said another sentence. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant, and imitated Wei Wufu, and pressed down on the gun body. Under the butt, a magazine-like thing was pulled out, and it was not filled with bullets, but a key. This thing is designed quite cleverly. After playing with it for a while, Lin Shen had completely understood how to use it, and his heart was full of surprises. For others, this is a powerful weapon for using pets. The key is the strength of the pet inside. The gun is just an acceleration launcher. For Lin Shen, with this thing, he can have a speed faster than the crystal base level. But Lin Shen has not figured out where the energy for accelerating the transformation and movement of pets comes from, and whether it can be used all the time. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu said he didn't know. This thing can't be made by humans. It is a product of alien technology. Only a few humans have this thing, and most of them are purchased from aliens or bartered. Wei Wufu has come into contact with some pet capsule pistols before, but he only knows how to use them, and he doesn't know much about the structure. Your name is Tianqin, right? I'm giving you a chance now. Whether you can grasp it depends on you. Lin Shen stretched out his hand and tapped Tianqin again. Tian Xian immediately regained his ability to speak. After a change of expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "Friend, what you said just now is right. I think we can cooperate and win together. Let's be friends. Next, you are not going to say that you know there are creatures above the mutants on this planet, right?" Lin Shen curled his lips and said. Tian Xian said seriously, "It is possible, but I am not sure about this. I only know that a world king died on this planet. If we can find his relics, we can ascend to heaven in one step. I came here with great difficulty and hardship just to find the relics of that world king." World king. Lin Shen looked at Tian Xian in confusion. The one who draws the sky as the boundary, points to the earth as the king, rules over thousands of stars, and controls the life and death of billions of races is the world king. Only the most powerful and invincible king in the universe is qualified to be named the world king. Tian Xian said slowly. Chapter 41. Lin Shen suspected that Tian Xian was just learning on the spot, and used the same trick he had just used on him on himself. Do you think I will believe it? Lin Shen took out the leaf blade, walked in front of Tian Xian, and stabbed it into his eyes. I have evidence. In my backpack. Tian Xian shouted. Lin Shen's hand could not stop, and he moved it away forcibly. The leaf blade did not pierce his eyes, but pierced his eye bags below. I have to admit that the strength of the crystal-based body is really terrible. Lin Shen used the leaf blade to pierce it, but only a shallow wound was made, just breaking the skin. Sorry, you shouted too slowly. I didn't stop it. I pay attention next time. Lin Shen said with a smile. It's okay. It's not your fault. Tian Xian quickly said it was okay. I'm telling you to be careful and shout faster next time. What are you thinking? Lin Shen said as he walked behind Tian Xian. He saw that there was indeed a small backpack on his back, which was woven with metal wire and tied between the two wings. Lin Shen took the backpack off and wanted to tear it apart with force, but after pulling it twice, the bag was completely intact. It's a Tiantang brand backpack, a famous brand, high-end goods, made of crystal spinning material, durable. If you like it, I give it to you. Tian Xian said flatteringly. This is originally mine. Why do you give me my things? Lin Shen glared at him. Yes, the bag is in your hand, of course it's yours. I was confused and said the wrong thing. Tian Xian said this, but he was already gnashing his teeth in hatred. Asshole, trash, idiot, don't give me a chance. When I recover, I must snatch all your things, even your underwear, and I will snatch them 10 times. Lin Shen was too lazy to pay attention to him. After studying it for a while, he found that the bag actually had a combination lock. Friend, the combination is 6 sixes. Tian Xian was much more sensible. Without waiting for Lin Shen to ask, he reported the combination himself. You Tianren people are so advanced. Why are you still using this traditional combination lock? Lin Shen did not turn the number wheel, but looked at Tian Xian and asked. Other unlocking methods such as fingerprints, pupils, face unlocking, and even DNA locks are not very reliable after defeat. The combination lock can last longer. Tian Xian has a small flame of the devil in his heart, swaying wildly. Unlock quickly. Unlock quickly. How can I give you the real password? Once the password is entered incorrectly, I will let you know how ignorant and stupid you country bumpkins are. That makes sense. Lin Shen's hand reached out to the combination lock, and his fingers were already on it. Under Tian Xian's eager gaze, he did not turn the numbers, but turned his head to look at Tian Xian again and said, You said that your civilization is so advanced, and the celestial beings are so smart and thoughtful. They even thought about the problem of bags being robbed after defeat, and they must have designed a mechanism to unlock the door for the enemy. What if my memory is not very good, I remember the password incorrectly, and if I enter the password incorrectly, will there be any danger? This? Tion Xion's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Oh, my memory is not very good. What was the password you said just now? Lin Shen asked with a smile. 6 sixes. Before Tion Xion could answer, Wei Wufu, who was swallowing the base transformation liquid in big gulps, wiped his mouth and said. Tion Xion's face suddenly turned black. Lin Shen was clearly trying to give him a way out, but just as the steps were put up, he hesitated for a moment, and Wei Wufu took them down. Can you speak? If you can't speak, can you learn it in a few more years? Tion Xion wanted to go up and slap Wei Wufu hard. No, he remembered it wrong. The password I just told you is 994,572. Tion Xion said with a stiff face. Lin Shen had already guessed that the password lock had an anti-theft design, and would definitely not open it himself. If he didn't find a way out now, he would definitely suffer later, and he didn't want to suffer. Is that so? Lin Shen tilted his head, and looked at Wei Wufu and asked. No. 6 sixes. Wei Wufu seemed to speak much more fluently at this time. You? Tion Xion cursed the 10,000-word essay in her heart, but she had to put on a smile and said, Friend, that friend was a little far away just now, so he must not have heard clearly. I said 994572. You believe me, you will never be wrong. Good friends don't lie to good friends. Okay, since we are good friends, then I believe you. Lin Shen stretched out his finger, and dialed the number wheel to 994572. With a snap, the lock opened. Tion Xion saw that Lin Shen actually entered the password he said to unlock the lock, and she regretted it in her heart. If I had known this, I should have made up another one. Tion Xion's teeth were about to break with regret. There was no point in regretting now, and she could only watch Lin Shen pour out everything in the bag. In addition to a few clothes, there was a metal box the size of a glasses case in the bag, and other miscellaneous items that looked like daily use items. Where is the evidence you mentioned? Lin Shen looked at Tion Xion and asked. It's in that box. Tion Xion said helplessly. Lin Shen picked up the box and looked at it left and right, and then surprisingly without any nonsense, he stretched out his hand and slowly opened the unlocked box. What is this? Lin Shen looked at the things in the box with some surprise and asked. Haven't you heard of the story of the 3 treasure boxes of the ancient king of the world? Tion Xion was slightly startled, but immediately said, The ancient king of the world is the king of the world I am talking about. He conquered the universe, and in just 10,000 years, he became a generation of kings and founded his own universe dynasty, the Ancient Dynasty. Unfortunately, the Ancient Dynasty only existed for a short period of more than 20 years, and was replaced by other dynasties. A dynasty founded in 10,000 years was replaced in just more than 20 years? Lin Shen felt that the gap was too big. Who says it's not? The Ancient Dynasty is the shortest-lived dynasty in the history of the universe, which is a pity. However, the story of the Ancient King and the 3 treasures box is widely circulated. After hundreds of millions of years, it is still talked about with relish. Tianqin vividly recounted the story of the 3 treasures key. The Ancient King had almost no defeats in his life. It sounds like it took a long time to establish a dynasty in 10,000 years, but in the history of the entire universe, there are not many people who can start from scratch and establish a dynasty in just 10,000 years. After the establishment of the Ancient Dynasty, the Ancient King encountered a strange thing. His closest friends, anyone he cared about, died one after another in accidents. The Ancient King of the world was so powerful that if someone deliberately harmed the people around him, he would have taken strict precautions. His most beloved concubine died under his nose, and the Ancient King of the world had no way to deal with it. After that, his relatives died one after another in front of him, which proved that it was definitely not an ordinary calculation, but destiny. It was God's punishment for him for killing too many lives when he founded the dynasty, and he wanted him to be cut off from relatives and friends and old alone. The Ancient King of the world, who was invincible in the universe, tried all kinds of means, but could only watch his brothers, close friends, wives, concubines and descendants die in front of him one by one because of accidents. In the end, the Ancient King of the world had to offer a reward to the entire universe. Whoever could solve his dilemma would have power and wealth at his fingertips. If you want power, you can dominate the sky, and if you want wealth, you can become the richest man in the universe. After the reward was offered, Many talented people and swindlers came, but still no one could solve the dilemma. Until the direct bloodline of the ancient king was only a little prince and 2 little princesses, someone finally came to help the ancient king out of the dilemma. The man asked the ancient king to build 3 treasure chests, and then open the first treasure chest, and asked the ancient king to put the most valuable thing he thought into the box, and repeatedly warned him that it must be the most valuable and precious thing he thought except for emotional things. The ancient king thought that the man wanted his most valuable thing in return. At that time, the ancient king had reached a desperate point, and a little bit of personal belongings was nothing. Almost without hesitation, he put the most valuable and precious thing he thought into the box. The man nodded, opened the second treasure chest, and continued to tell the ancient world king to put in what he now thought was the most valuable and precious thing. The ancient world king did not hesitate, and put in what he now cherished the most. The man nodded again, continued to open the third chest, and asked the ancient world king to put in what he now thought was the most valuable thing. This time, the ancient world king felt a little unhappy, thinking that the man was too greedy. He asked again, and he had already put in his 2 most precious treasures, but he was still not satisfied. The ancient world king thought that he just wanted something valuable anyway, so he picked a very valuable thing, and put it in. Although it was not his most precious thing now, its value was not much different. The man locked all 3 treasure chests, and then unexpectedly returned the 3 keys to the ancient world king, and then said something even more unexpected. The man's general meaning was that if the 3 treasures that the ancient king of the world had just put in were really the most precious and valuable things he thought at the time, then the ancient king of the world's dilemma would have been solved. However, if the 3 treasures placed inside were not the 3 treasures that the ancient king of the world thought were the most valuable, 1 blood relative would die if 1 was wrong, 2 would die if 2 were wrong, and 3 would die if 3 were wrong. The ancient king of the world would only have 3 blood relatives left. If all were wrong, they would all die. The ancient king of the world asked the man how to calculate wrong and how to calculate right. The king of the world should ask his heart about this question. After the man finished speaking, he floated away, without asking for any rewards, and did not take the 3 treasure chests away. As a result, the man's words really came true. The little prince died, and the 2 little princesses survived. The reason why the ancient dynasty was so short-lived has a lot to do with this incident. Tianqin sighed. Later, the ancient realm king died, and the ancient dynasty fell apart because there was no successor. No one has ever seen the 3 treasure box again, but the 3 treasure keys have been passed down. It is said that the 3 treasure box was carried by the ancient realm king. As long as you can find the burial place of the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure keys, you can get the 3 most precious treasures in the universe. You don't want to tell me that this is one of the treasure keys? Lin Shen said, looking at the key in the box, with a complex look in his eyes. Yes, this is one of the 3 treasure keys, Tianqin said with certainty. Lin Shen saw that Tianqin's expression did not seem to be fake, but it was hard for him to believe that this key was one of the 3 treasure keys, because this key looked very similar to the golden crystal key he found on Lao Yi. Chapter 42. If we only look at the story that Tian Xin told, there are loopholes everywhere. But rumors are full of loopholes, and many of them are far from the truth. But it is also possible that there are some shocking facts hidden in those absurd rumors. Maybe it was not God who made the ancient king of the world alone, maybe his relatives and friends did not die in accidents, and it is even possible that there was no one who asked the ancient king of the world to put the treasure in the treasure chest. Even if it was put in, could the ancient king of the world not take it out again? But if this key is real, then what lock can it open? Is it really related to the ancient king of the world? Maybe there is really a treasure chest, although it may not be the ancient king of the world's treasure chest at all. Lin Shen held the key and looked at it again and again. Except for the different sawtooth shape, this key is extremely similar to the one on Lao Yi in terms of size and material, and even the heart-shaped design is exactly the same. If there really is a 3 treasure key, why does Lao Yi have one? If this is a story Tian Xin made up to save his life, then what are these 2 keys for? Lin Shen was puzzled. There were too few clues. Putting away the keys, Lin Shen did not ask Tian Xin anything else, and took the water bag to collect the base transformation liquid flowing out of the python's wound. Wei Wufu had just drunk a lot, and now he couldn't drink anymore. Old Wei, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Lin Shen asked while collecting the base transformation liquid. Good. Wei Wufu nodded. That's good. Lin Shen also put his mouth close to it, and sucked the genetic fluid that overflowed from the wound. After drinking a few sips, Lin Shen stopped drinking. These genetic fluids are indeed good things. These genetic fluids are useful for Wei Wufu, which means that this is a crystal-based mutant. But after Lin Shen drank it, the information displayed on the watch was still the genetic rate plus 0. For him, it can only be used to quickly restore physical strength and energy, and cannot increase the success rate of genetic mutation. It is a waste to drink it now, and drinking too much may cause problems. After all, the energy content in it is extremely high. However, after Wei Wufu drank a lot of genetic fluid, his legs gradually regained consciousness. Friend, what I said is true. We can work together to find treasure chests. There are exactly 3 treasure chests, one for each of us. When the time comes, can I let you pick it first? Tian Xian was still talking over there. How do you know that the ancient world king died on this planet? Didn't you say that no one knows where the ancient world king died? Lin Shen chatted with Tian Xian in a casual manner. To be honest, my sister-in-law's second aunt's uncle is a historian. Tian Xian said sincerely. After listening to the previous part, Lin Shen had no interest in listening any further. A clear sound of a phoenix suddenly came from the sky. Lin Shen immediately looked in the direction of the phoenix sound, and immediately saw the orange-red halo of the translation. It's that bird. No. It's flying over here. Lin Shen saw clearly that the terrifying orange-red halo was actually flying over here, and without saying a word, he called Wei Wufu and ran. He couldn't even see what the bird looked like, and didn't know how terrifying it was, so he didn't dare to face it. Friend. Take me. Tian Xian shouted anxiously as Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were about to run away. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, turned around and carried Tian Xian to continue running. The 3 of them didn't run far, and the orange-red halo was already close, so they could only find a place to hide in the reef. Fortunately, the orange-red halo was not aimed at them. Seeing the orange light covering the sky falling, the entire white beach and ocean turned orange-red. Lin Shen and the other 2 were nervous, and they all leaned back behind the reef, thinking that the orange-red light might cause damage such as high temperature and burning. As a result, after the light fell, they did not feel the temperature rise nearby. The huge body of the giant python was directly picked up and thrown into the sky in an instant. Such a huge body, I don't know how many tons it weighs, and ordinary cranes probably can't lift it. At this time, it was thrown hundreds of meters high like a toy. It is really hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it is. Another phoenix cry, an orange-red halo shot up into the sky, meeting the giant python in the sky. The moment it touched, the giant python disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the twisted halo. Under the stunned gaze of the 3 people, the orange-red halo flew towards the depths of the ocean and disappeared in a moment. Steel sacrifice +1. Steel sacrifice +1. Lin Shen suddenly had some more information in his mind. After careful thinking, it turned out that the ability of the heaven sacrifice had moved. What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled. He looked around and didn't find anyone nearby. Why did the heaven sacrifice suddenly react? In the information about the increase in sacrifices, Lin Shen felt a heat flow in his body out of thin air, and the heat flow spread to his whole body, as if his blood was boiling, all the cells in his body were active, and his muscles were full of strength, as if any punch could penetrate steel. Alloy sacrifice +1. After such a message, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the heat flow in his body seemed to explode, and the terrifying energy filled his whole body, surging, as if he could not suppress the volcano that was about to erupt. It can be clearly felt that his body has been terribly strengthened, and even the steel armor on his body has been continuously strengthened. On the mirror-like armor, a blood-colored halo actually bloomed. What's the matter with that kid? Tian Xian was stunned, and his heart was full of weirdness. No matter how you look at Lin Shen, he is just a small piece of steel-level trash, but he was able to burst out at such a terrifying speed before, and he could also make him unable to move with just one finger. Now he is actually emitting light, just like the blood-colored Buddha light, which feels more and more outrageous. Wei Wufu also stared at Lin Shen, whose body was glowing with a bloody halo. He didn't know what was going on. How could a body of steel have color? Could a body of steel be enchanted? I've never heard of it. Nothing? Wei Wufu asked. Nothing, you watch him first, I go take a look. Lin Shen pressed Tian Xian's acupoints again. His strength was obviously many times stronger than before. This time, Tian Xian cried and snot in pain. Lin Shen turned around and left. He could vaguely sense the location of the sacrifices. Now the sacrifices were constantly increasing, and they were still in the same location. He wanted to see what was going on, and what those sacrifices were. With the blessing of the heavenly sacrifice, Lin Shen felt full of strength. The gravity here was no longer too much for him. He rushed into the steel forest with the wind under his feet and headed in one direction. Hearing the sound of fighting and screaming from a long distance, Shen quietly sneaked over and found that there was a mountain outside the steel forest. At the foot of the mountain, a group of people were besieged by a group of genetically modified creatures. Those genetically modified creatures were very strange. Each of them was bigger and more majestic than the Hulk. They were monster giants made of metal lumps. The largest number of them was the gray steel giant, and there were probably thousands of them. There was also a taller giant, with a blue metallic luster on its body. It should be alloy grade, and there were dozens of them. There were also several giants with a body like black jade, about 7 or 8 meters tall. Each of them was extremely powerful, and their fists were like black jade hammers. They should be crystal grade without a doubt. The most terrifying thing was that among the many giants, there was a terrifying giant king who was more than 10 meters tall and had a body like obsidian, and there was an obsidian crown on his head. The people besieged by the giants were the people from Qi and Wang families and Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei was fighting the giant king alone, and the situation did not look very optimistic. And the people from Qi and Wang families kept falling down under the siege of the surging giant tide, all relying on the 2 black birds to support them. When Shen saw someone fall down, he had a reminder of sacrifice +1 in his mind. There was no doubt that those sacrifices were the people from Qi and Wang families. The watch on his wrist was also constantly vibrating, and his various values were skyrocketing wildly. Chapter 43. Now Shen can be sure that those sacrifices are from the Qi and Wang families. What is a little strange is, what exactly is the reason that made them become sacrifices to the heaven? On the way to Hulu Mountain, people died at that time, and Shen already had the skill of offering sacrifices to the heaven, but the sacrifice to the heaven at that time was not triggered. Shen thought about it, and finally his eyes fell on the watch. If there is any difference between now and before, it is that they have all come to this planet, and they all have such a watch that can be teleported. Does it mean that anyone with a watch is my teammate? Tian Xian also has a watch on his hand. Is he my teammate? Shen now has an impulse to go back and kill Tian Xian immediately and test it. Shen thought about it, but still suppressed this impulse. Ignorance is terrible, so Shen wants to know more, and wants to understand as much as possible what this world is like. Wei Wufu is a window to understand the world, but the problem is that this window is not big enough and has some problems, so it is very difficult to open it. Tianxin's window is big enough, so he needs to learn more from Tianxin, and can't kill him so easily. Qi and Wang families suffered heavy casualties. Almost all the steel level ones have died, and no steel level ones can survive such a battle. Alloy level base changers are not much better. If it weren't for the support of Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer's crystal level pets, they would almost die. Shen didn't mean to rush out to help, but just lurked and watched the battle silently. Although it is cruel, this is the law of survival. If he hadn't been lucky enough to have the ability to spark fire, he would have fallen into the hands of the Qi and Wang families, and his fate would have been worse than death. The most eye-catching beings in this fierce battle were undoubtedly the White Goddess and the 2 black birds. Although the White Goddess fought the Giant King, she didn't gain the upper hand, but she wasn't completely suppressed by the Giant King, and she was able to fight back and forth. Shen estimated that the Giant King was most likely a mutated crystal-based being, and had a similar combat power to the blue giant python. The White Goddess was able to fight the Giant King without losing, and her level was not much different from Tian Xian. The 2 black birds were also extremely fierce, hovering in the air and falling from time to time. The alloy giant couldn't even block its claws, and would be directly scratched and exploded. The crystal-based giant was also panicked and dodged in front of the black bird, and didn't dare to confront the black bird head-on. The 2 black birds held back more than 10 crystal-based giants, and the other 4 crystal-based pets couldn't take advantage in a one-on-one fight. How come these people are surrounded by giants in such a place? Shen frowned and looked around. Logically, the mountain is bare all around. Why would they come to such a bare place instead of hiding in the steel forest, where it is convenient to hide? It is even more abnormal that so many people are surrounded by giants. Could they be surrounded when they wanted to go up the mountain? Then why would they want to go up this lonely mountain? Shen couldn't help but look at the mountain. The mountain is not very high, a few hundred meters, and you can see rows of pits on the mountain from a distance. There are many of them. Shen estimated that it is very likely that the giants usually stay in those pits like stones. The people from the Qi and Wang families wanted to go up the mountain, but they didn't realize that those were not natural stones, so they were surrounded. What on earth do they want to do on the mountain? Shen was too far away to see what was on the mountain. Those giants should have been attracted by them. I'm going to the mountain now to take a look. Maybe I can get some benefits. The power in Lin Shen's body continued to rise, surging in his body, making him lie here and do nothing, which was really uncomfortable. He did it as soon as he said it. Lin Shen went around and came to the other side of the mountain. After carefully looking around to make sure that there were no base-transformed giants, he began to climb up. In fact, even if there were base-transformed giants, Lin Shen was not afraid. As long as he didn't meet the Giant King, he didn't even need to use the fire ability now. He could compete with those giants with only the strength of his physical body. Under the blessing of the sacrifice to the sky, his 4 circumferences had broken through 20 and were approaching 30, and he was fully qualified to fight with ordinary crystal-based creatures. As the offerings increased, his circumference was still growing, but not as fast. As expected, the giants were led away by the Qi and Wang families. There were also many pits on the mountain here, which must have been the resting places of the giants before. I climbed to the top of the mountain, but I didn't see even a steel giant, but I found a cave. I was wondering why I didn't find anything along the way. It turns out that the cave is here, and can only be seen from the front. Could it be that those people wanted to enter this cave, and were surrounded by the giants? Lin Shen thought again. Did they want to hide in the cave, or did they find something in the cave? Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't need to worry about this problem. He just needed to sneak into the cave and take a look. Looking down the mountain, the battle was even more brutal. There were less than 20 people left from the Qi and Wang families. There were countless giants killed and injured. The bodies of giants were everywhere at the foot of the mountain. The Giant King and the White Goddess were fighting fiercely, and they had no spare energy to pay attention to the top of the mountain. Lin Shen crawled on the ground and moved closer to the cave. He didn't want to attract the Giant King. Fortunately, the Giant King really didn't have the spare energy to distract him, and Lin Shen entered the cave smoothly. Genetic transformation eggs. The first time Lin Shen entered the cave, he saw the genetic transformation eggs in the pool at the innermost part of the cave. The cave was quite large, but not deep. You could see the bottom at a glance. At such a high place, there was actually a hot spring pool at the innermost part, and the spring water in the pool was still steaming. In the middle of the pool, there was a black diamond-like base mutation egg, half a meter high. This was the largest base mutation egg that Lin Shen had ever seen. From the appearance, it was clear that this was a crystal-level base mutation egg. Could this thing be the offspring of the Giant King? If so, it would be very powerful. Lin Shen jumped into the pool. The water in the pool was not deep, and it could not submerge his calves. He grabbed the base mutation egg with both hands and tried to pick it up, but he failed to pick it up the first time. Lin Shen was shocked. His current strength was 27 points. He could easily lift an elephant with one hand and play with it as a ball, but he failed to pick this thing up. How heavy was this thing? Of course, Lin Shen did not expect it to be so heavy, so he did not use much force. This time, Lin Shen pulled out his posture and hugged it with the easiest posture. As expected, he picked up the half-meter-high black diamond-like base mutation egg. It's so heavy. Lin Shen felt a little tired, so he carried the genetic transformation egg out of the pond and put it down. It was too heavy, and he used all his strength to carry it, so he walked too slowly. Fortunately, the genetic transformation egg is egg-shaped. Lin Shen pushed the genetic transformation egg out directly. There was nothing else in the cave except the genetic transformation egg. Chapter 44. He looked at the situation at the foot of the mountain. There were less than 10 people left in the Qi and Wang families. The battle between the White Goddess and the Giant King was not very optimistic. When he first came here, there were more than 200 people. Now there are only a few left. Lin Shen was a little sad. After all, humans have only obtained part of the power of mutation. It is difficult for them to be metallized inside and outside like mutation creatures. Generally speaking, humans are at a disadvantage in the same level. These people can hold on until now, mainly relying on the black bird. In addition to the 2 black birds, the crystal pets of Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er are almost dead. In this battle alone, the Qi and Wang families have suffered heavy losses, and their strength has been greatly reduced. Even if the 3rd and 4th brothers can't come back in a short time, with Lin Shen here, they should be able to compete with the Qi and Wang families. The premise is that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er can go back alive. If they and the black bird are defeated here, the Qi and Wang families will basically not be able to compete with the Lin family. Because several alloy teammates died, Lin Shen's stats have exceeded 30, which is not low in the crystal base level. The upper limit of the crystal base level is 40, and Lin Shen is now over 30. The ability of offering sacrifices to the heaven is really powerful, but it is a bit labor-intensive. Isn't it good to live well? You have to rush to die. There are not so many troubles in the world, and they are all troubled by mediocre people. Shen was in a good mood. While the Giant King was not paying attention to this side, he pushed the base-changing egg out. Who knew that he had just pushed the base-changing egg out of the cave, and heard a roar from the foot of the mountain. The Giant King, who was originally fighting fiercely with the White Goddess, actually left the White Goddess behind and rushed towards the mountain frantically. How did he get discovered? Does the Giant King have telepathy? Shen clearly saw that the Giant King didn't pay attention to this side and came out, but he was still discovered. He subconsciously stepped back a little and returned to the cave. The Giant King had obviously discovered him, but he didn't give up and rushed up at full speed. My attributes are so strong now, what's there to be afraid of? Just go straight to it. Shen subconsciously still felt that the crystal-based creatures were very powerful. For a moment, he didn't remember that his current attributes were not weaker than the crystal-based level. He turned around and wanted to run, but he thought about it and stopped again. In addition to the sudden increase in attributes brought by the sacrifice to the sky, Shen's greatest confidence also came from acupuncture and his super-based transformation. His current attributes are definitely not as good as the Giant King, but after the blessing of the super-based transformation, it is very likely that his attributes are not weaker than the Giant King. Instead of running away, it is better to try to see how powerful he can be with the dual blessing of offering sacrifice to heaven and super-based transformation. Even if he cannot defeat them, he will have no problem escaping. With the angel revolver in his hand, he can rush out with a bullet after firing a shot, and the speed is not comparable to that of the Giant King. At this moment, Shen directly used super-based transformation, and the armor outside his body quickly became as brilliant as burned steel. Under the rapid quenching of ice gas, the armor became translucent, which looked very similar to the crystal-based level, and ordinary people could not tell the difference at all. Shen's series of actions were all completed in the cave on the top of the mountain, and Bai Shenfei and others at the foot of the mountain did not see it. Bai Shenfei even wondered why the Giant King suddenly abandoned the battle. As the Giant King roared, all the giants left them behind and rushed up the mountain following the Giant King's body, which surprised and delighted the people of the Qi and Wang families. They didn't know what happened for a moment, but they all felt like they had escaped death. Let's go! Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuhan called on the surviving subordinates to retreat. As they retreated, they turned their heads to look up the mountain from time to time. Suddenly, everyone found a human figure on the top of the mountain. Is that a human mutant? Someone couldn't help but wonder. It's a human mutant. Or a crystal. No wonder those giants suddenly ran up the mountain. That crystal stole their home. Besides us, there are other human mutants here, and it's a crystal? We fought hard, but that bastard took advantage of us. How shameless. Humph, cleverness backfired. He thought he was clever and helped us out, but he got trapped. I'm afraid he's dead. While everyone was discussing, the Giant King had almost rushed to the top of the mountain. It couldn't wait and jumped up directly. The rocks under its feet were shattered like a spider web under the pressure of the terrifying force, forming a web-like crack area of dozens of meters. The Giant King jumped high and almost instantly arrived in front of Shen, faster than an ordinary bullet. Coupled with its huge body, and the huge gas explosion sound produced by the sonic boom, it makes people feel that its punch can smash the entire mountain. Concubine Bai had been paying attention to the situation on the top of the mountain. She had been thinking about who that person was. Is it senior brother Lin? Or Lin Zongjing? Whether that person was Lin Xiangdong or Lin Zongjing, seeing that he did not dodge, but swung his arm and punched, his small fist met the terrifying black fist of the Giant King. Concubine Bai did not think that was a good choice. She had fought with the Giant King for such a long time, and she knew the Giant King very well. Its strength and hardness were both top level in the crystal base, and it might even have broken through the limit of the crystal base level. The speed was slightly weaker, but it was stronger than ordinary crystal-based creatures, which should be around 37. The weakest point of the Giant King should be toughness, which is estimated to be less than 30. The influence of toughness is usually not obvious, but it is also equally important. Just like forging a knife, after heat treatment, the hardness of the blade steel is increased, but if the toughness is not good, it cannot cut some harder things. So chefs usually have two knives, one with high hardness and thin blade for cutting vegetables, high hardness, and where resistance, can stay sharp for a long time. The other bone-cutting knife has a thick blade, and its hardness may not be particularly high, but its toughness is better. It will not damage bones when cutting, or at least it will not break when slapping garlic. The low toughness of the Giant King is only relative to its other properties. In fact, its toughness is not low among the crystal-based level. And its body is so thick, not as thin as a slicing knife, so it is not a problem if its toughness is a little low. Under the attention of everyone, Shen, who was standing on the top of the mountain, punched the Giant King who was punching in the air. Bang! There was a loud bang between the fists. The next second, everyone widened their eyes, and saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. In the explosion, countless dense white cracks appeared on the Giant King's obsidian body in an instant. The next moment, the Giant King's huge body in the air exploded, turning into countless fragments that flew out in a splashing manner, with a few black-based liquids in the middle. Boom! Exploded, said a Wang family alloy-based transformer in a trembling voice. The scene was too shocking. Not only him, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er also did not come back to their senses for a long time. The power of that punch was really unbelievable. It was a top-level crystal-based creature, and it was actually bombed by a punch. Bai Shenfei's eyes were also full of complex colors, and she muttered to herself, "Who is he?" The giants who rushed to the top of the mountain stopped involuntarily at this moment, staring blankly at the figure on the top of the mountain that was not huge, but made them afraid. Chapter 45. After killing the Giant King, Shen felt the surging power of offering sacrifices to the heavens in his body recede like a tide, and he couldn't help but frown secretly. No wonder it is an imperfect supergenetic fire seed. It sacrificed so many lives, but it only killed one Giant King and then died. It is indeed not perfect. Shen didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and pushed the gene-changing egg, and then went down the road from the back mountain. The giants who rushed to the middle of the mountain didn't dare to catch up, and watched Shen disappear behind the top of the mountain. The gene-changing egg rolled down, and Shen couldn't catch up with it. He was worried that it would break if it rolled down like this. Fortunately, the gene-changing egg was much harder than he imagined. It rolled faster and faster until it rolled down the mountain and hit a boulder more than 10 feet high, smashing the boulder into pieces, but the gene-changing egg itself was not hurt at all. Shen came down from the mountain and wiped off the stone powder on the base-changing egg, but found no trace. It is worthy of being a crystal-based level. Shen praised in his heart, and pushed the base-changing egg in the direction he came from. Before returning to the beach, he met Wei Wufu in the steel forest. At this time, Wei Wufu was able to walk, but he didn't seem to have fully recovered, and his legs and feet looked a little unsteady. "Why are you here?" Shen thought something happened over there, and asked hurriedly. "The sound, looking for you," Wei Wufu said. Shen was relieved when he heard this. It was probably because Wei Wufu heard the sound of him blowing up the Giant King, and was a little worried, so he came here to find the sound. "Let's talk about it when we go back," Shen said while pushing the base-changing egg forward. When the two returned to the reef, Tianqin was still there, motionless, and the effect of acupuncture was still continuing. Crystal-based egg? Tianqin was slightly surprised when he saw the base-mutated egg pushed back by Shen. Crystal-based creatures are not rare, but it is not so easy to find crystal-based eggs. Shen brought back a crystal-based egg in such a short time, and no one knew where he found it. Shen did not say that this was a mutated crystal-based egg, but pushed it to the corner and hid it first. "Friend, what do you think about what I said before? If we work together, there is a high probability that we can get the treasure chest left by the ancient realm king." Tianqin persuaded Shen more eagerly. Now he no longer believes that Shen is only a steel level, and believes that Shen's steel body is just an illusion, and he is actually a crystal-based level, and not an ordinary crystal-based level. After all, what kind of existence is the ancient realm king? Shen chatted with Tianqin in a casual manner. In the following period of time, Shen learned a lot of information about the universe from Tian Xian, and the more he listened, the more frightened he became. In the past, Shen thought that the crystal-based level was already a big boss, but for the races in the universe, there is no difference between the crystal-based level and the steel level. Steel, alloy, and crystal base are collectively referred to as base-changing creatures in the universe, and they belong to the lowest level of existence. However, this does not mean that the base-changing stage is not important. According to Tian Xian, the base-changing stage is very important. It is the stage of laying the foundation. Only with a high enough foundation can you go further, and become stronger in the future. For example, the Tianren clan is born at the crystal-based level, and there is only a very small probability of giving birth to some steel-level and alloy-level newborns, which are all congenitally maldeveloped. Shen kept chatting with Tian Xian, but he didn't mention the matter of looking for the remains of the ancient king of the world. He was very clear in his mind that with their current strength, compared with the existence of the ancient king of the world, the gap between them could be said to be heaven and earth. If the ancient king of the world left some means, they might not even know how they died. Lin Shen still insisted on his previous decision. When the teleportation device could be used, he would teleport back directly. Saving his life was the first priority, and everything else could be done slowly. Now the whereabouts of the third and fourth brothers were unknown, and they should have come to this planet, but the planet was so huge that it was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. If they died here, Lin Shen would have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of continuing the innocence of the Lin family, and he couldn't take risks with his useful body that he was completely unsure of. Tian Xian also saw that Lin Shen didn't want to find the remains of the ancient king of the world at all, but just wanted to get information from him. But his life was in Lin Shen's hands, and he didn't dare not speak up. He was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Under Lin Shen's coercion and inducement, he got a lot of secrets from Tian Xian. According to Tian Xian, mutation is just the first small step out of the planet. Humans are carbon-based creatures, and they are highly dependent on oxygen and the environment. Without mutation, it is difficult to survive on other planets in the universe. This planet only has stronger gravity, and the environment is similar to where humans live. Some planets have very thin oxygen, or even no oxygen at all, and humans without mutation cannot survive in such places. There are also various high temperature, low temperature, and various radiation environments, which are not places where ordinary humans can go. They talked until the countdown on the watch was about to end, and Lin Shen also had a relatively macroscopic understanding of the universe. Are you really not going to look for the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world? That is a treasure that can allow you to directly cross the racial class. Tianqin wanted to continue to persuade Lin Shen. Things are good, but you have to live to enjoy them. I am not blessed with the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world, so go find it yourself. Lin Shen saw that the countdown on the watch had ended, indicating that he could teleport again. He said hello to Wei Wufu and prepared to teleport back with the base-changing egg. Don't go. You have to unlock it for me first, Tianqin said anxiously. It will be unlocked naturally when the time comes, Lin Shen said, and started the teleportation device with Wei Wufu and left here. He didn't kill Tianqin. First, it was not easy to kill him. Without the blessing of the sacrifice to the sky, his strength was not enough to kill Tianqin, who was comparable to the mutated crystal base. Second, Lin Shen also had other plans, and didn't think about killing Tianqin. After Tian Xian regained control of his body, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had already left for a long time. The light and shadows in front of Lin Shen's eyes spun, and when his vision recovered, he found himself in a dark cave. Except for a light like a window far ahead, he could not see anything. Old Wei. Lin Shen called a few times, but no one responded. He could only push the base-changing egg, and tentatively walk towards the light. The light gradually became larger, like an open door. There was a light, and it was very close to the door, but it was still pitch dark nearby, and the scene outside the door could not be seen. After Lin Shen tried several times, he found that there was no danger in passing through the light door, so he pushed the base-changing egg out. The scenery in front of him changed again, and Lin Shen found himself back in the mountains outside the canyon before, but the watch on his hand disappeared. Looking back, there was no light gate or dark cave. There was only a small hill a few hundred meters away. It seemed impossible that there could be such a long cave on such a small hill. Seeing Wei Wufu standing not far away, and no one else nearby, Lin Shen walked a few steps to that side, but still nothing, and he couldn't go back to the dark cave. It seems that if I want to go in next time, I must find the black bird to lead the way. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged a few words, and the two took turns pushing the base-changing egg to the canyon. When he reached the flower path, Lin Shen suddenly heard a cracking sound, and cracks appeared on the base-changing egg. Chapter 46. Damaged? When Lin Shen saw the cracks on the genetically modified egg, his first reaction was that it was damaged when it rolled down the mountain. On second thought, this was the genetically modified egg of the Giant King. How could it be so easy to be damaged? If it's not damaged, then it's just the right time for this thing to hatch, and it hatched, Lin Shen thought. Wei Wufu watched from the side without saying anything, but silently used the genetically modified power, and the mysterious substance flowed out of his body, and turned into a shell to protect his whole body. According to Lin Shen, the Giant King is likely to be a mutant crystal base level, and its offspring are naturally also mutant crystal base level. Even if it is in a naive state just after birth, it may not be so easy to tame it. There are more and more cracks on the genetically modified egg, and Lin Shen also took out the capsule gun. If the little thing inside attacks him, Let it suffer a little. Crack. Crack. There are more and more cracks on the genetically modified egg, and suddenly it splits in two from the middle, and a round thing rolls out of it. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were originally ready for a beast-taming battle, were stunned after seeing the appearance of the thing. Even the look in their eyes when they looked at the thing became extremely surprised and unbelievable. What is this thing? Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. But no matter how Lin Shen rubbed, all he saw was that fat thing. What rolled out of the genetically modified egg was not a genetically modified creature. The reason why it is not a genetically modified creature is that there is no metal object on it. With white feathers, a round body, red eyes, and pink claws, it looks exactly like a fat white pigeon. Genetically modified creatures cannot be flesh and blood, so this fat white bird does not look like a genetically modified creature. But it clearly came out of a genetically modified egg, so what else could it be if not a genetically modified creature? Not to mention that Lin Shen did not understand. Even Wei Wufu was at a loss. When the two were full of questions, the little thing shook its body and walked towards the fragments of the genetically modified egg. Maybe because it was too fat, it walked like a duck with its butt twisting back and forth, which was funny and a bit silly. The little thing pecked it down, which shocked Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The genetically modified egg was heavy and hard. It rolled down the mountain and smashed the big rocks into pieces, but it was not hurt at all. Such hard fragments were easily pecked by the little thing and swallowed quickly piece by piece. This fat bird is indeed a genetically modified creature, but I don't know why it has grown into this shape. Never mind, let's tame it first. Lin Shen rushed over and wanted to grab the fragments, intending to use his usual means to tame this strange genetically modified creature. Lin Shen had just rushed to the fragments, and before he had time to pick them up, he found that his fat bird was shaking its butt and running towards him. This scared Lin Shen, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Wei Wufu was also facing a great enemy. Because the fat bird was too fat, it didn't walk fast. It flapped its wings anxiously a few times. Maybe it was really too fat. Not to mention flying, it couldn't even jump, and it couldn't catch up with Lin Shen. Just when Lin Shen was looking at its funny appearance and felt a little bit amused, the fat bird's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Not good. Lin Shen immediately realized that something was wrong. Before he could make any move, he found that the disappeared fat bird appeared at his feet, stretching its round head and rubbing his calf, looking like it was acting cute and coquettish. Lin Shen felt that he had really broadened his horizons today. He had never seen or heard of such a genetically modified creature. He carefully reached out his hand and stroked the feathers on the fat bird. The fat bird did not reject it at all, and even leaned its body against Lin Shen's hand. After stroking it, Lin Shen was more certain that it was really a flesh and blood body. Under the snow-white fluffy feathers, there was warm flesh and blood, not cold metal. What on earth is this? Does it have a pet key? Lin Shen picked up the fat bird and studied it carefully. The fat bird cooperated very well, and did not move, shrinking its neck, and its red eyes looked at Lin Shen curiously. It's fine that the giant king's egg is not a little giant king, and Lin Shen can barely figure out how it turned out to be a fat pigeon with flesh and blood. After looking at it for a long time, he couldn't see where on it could hide a pet key. Key. Do you have a key? Give me the key, Lin Shen said to the fat bird. The fat bird tilted its head and looked at him with confusion. Seeing that the fat bird didn't understand, Lin Shen put it down and took out a pet key to show it to the fat bird. Do you have this thing? Give it to me. The fat bird still didn't understand, and its little face was full of confusion and ignorance. It shook its butt and ran to Lin Shen's feet, rubbing its head against his legs affectionately, and making a cooing sound. Okay, stop rubbing and go eat your food. Lin Shen was speechless and helpless, picked up the fat bird and put it back next to the genetic mutation egg fragments. The fat bird happily lowered its head to peck at the fragments, twisting and turning, looking really silly and cute. What do you think? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu beside him with a wry smile. Wei Wufu stared at the fat bird for a long time before he uttered 4 words. Too fat. Lose weight. I know it's fat. I'm not talking about this. Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Shen was speechless for a while. The fat bird is about the same size as an ordinary pigeon, but it is much fatter and almost round. With its white feathers, it looks like a snowball from a distance. Its body is not big, but its appetite is not small. So many genetic mutation egg fragments were eaten up by it in just a short time. I don't know how it can eat so many fragments with such a small body. After eating, the fat bird swayed to Lin Shen's body again, stretched its head to rub against Lin Shen, and scratched him with its little claws, as if trying to climb up. Lin Shen reached out and picked it up, and the weight of the fat bird did not increase at all. The weight of the base-changing egg was so heavy that even Lin Shen, who was blessed by the heaven, had a hard time holding it up. The fat bird ate all the fragments of the base-changing egg, but its weight was still very light, not much heavier than that of an ordinary pigeon, as if those fragments were not eaten by it. Let's go back first. Lin Shen put the fat bird in the backpack, and the mouth of the backpack was open without a lock. This backpack was obtained from Tianqin. Tianqin said it was a paradise brand. On the planet where he lived, this was a famous brand. The fat bird was very obedient, staying in the bag, with its round head sticking out of the bag, and its red eyes curiously looking around. I don't know whether getting this thing is a blessing or a curse, Lin Shen thought to himself. Now he was asked to throw the fat bird away, but he was reluctant to do so. After all, although this thing was a little strange, anyone could see that it had strong abilities. Chapter 47. When the two returned to the Suanio base, they found that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er had not returned yet. They were teleported to the planet earlier than Lin Shen. Lin Shen entered later than them. Their teleportation device cooled down much earlier than Lin Shen's, so they should have teleported out earlier. They have not returned yet. Either they are dead and cannot be teleported back, or they do not want to come back and have other gains on the planet. Lin Shen still hopes that they can come back. After all, if they go to Hula Mountain next time, they will need the Suanio on them to lead the way. The people of the Qi and Wang families became unusually quiet when they knew that Lin Shen was back. No one dared to inquire about the news. They were very afraid that their people would never come back, so the Qi and Wang families might not be able to compete with the Lin family. However, the 4 managers of the Lin family came to visit Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not say anything, but just asked them to do their job and maintain the normal operation of the Lin family's business. After sending off the 4 stewards, Lin Shen had a good chat with Wei Wufu, and finally let Wei Wufu stay in the Lin family. Wei Wufu didn't have to take care of the Lin family's business, he just had to follow Lin Shen to do things. The reason why the Lin family was in a hurry to come back was that there were 4 important things to do. The first thing was to wait for the dead fan to evolve. It was Lin Shen's main battle pet. With it, Lin Shen would have more security when he went to that planet again. The second thing was to get more pets, equipment, and fire to prepare for the next trip to that planet. The third thing was to have a blind date and have a child. No matter how much preparation there was, no one knew what dangers would be encountered in that place. In case Lin Shen couldn't come back, the Lin family had to have someone to continue the bloodline. This was what he promised his brothers and sisters, and he had to do it. The fourth thing is to learn a basic transformation technique that suits him. After the basic transformation, you can start practicing the basic transformation technique, which is a method of cultivation that can purify and refine the basic transformation body. In simple terms, it is to remove impurities in the steel body, alloy body, and crystal body, so that the properties are higher and the basic transformation liquid can be better absorbed. Of course, this is just the human understanding. In fact, the basic transformation technique is not called basic transformation technique in the universe, but evolution technique. In the universe, evolution technique can be said to be varied and numerous, and almost every race has its own unique evolution technique. However, evolution techniques also have their own advantages and disadvantages. According to Tianqin, the most popular evolution techniques in the universe are Tianqin, All Things Born, Evolution Theory, Chemical Nerve, and Source Sutra. These are the abbreviations of the 5 top evolutionary techniques. For example, the full name of Tian Xin Ju is Tian Renhe Idealistic Ju. It was originally created by the Tian Ren clan. Later, it was widely circulated. Many races took Tian Renhe Idealistic Ju as a compulsory course, claiming it to be the top of the 5 major evolutionary techniques. Of course, Lin Shen felt that Tian Xin was somewhat boastful. Lin Shen analyzed himself that these 5 evolutionary techniques were not actually top level, but just the most widely circulated and classic ones. The principles are the same. Lin Shen does not believe that the upper-class races in the universe would be so kind to share the most advanced evolutionary techniques with other races. There are too many races in the universe. It is difficult for a race like humans, who have just entered the universe, to attract the attention of those big races. Many races will disappear silently soon after entering the universe, and then new races will rise again. Tianqin said that he knew the human race, but only a very few humans, and those humans were not very famous, they just happened to know it. Wei Wufu also confirmed this point. Many humans have indeed gone out, but there are no human strongmen known to the universe so far, only a few human strongmen with little fame. Tianqin said that there is a universe race ranking, and humans are not even qualified to be on the list. The ranking of that ranking is up to 100 million, and most races, like humans, are not qualified to be on the list, which shows that there are many races in the universe and the competition is fierce. As for whether there will be invasions by large races in the universe, in fact, there is no need to worry too much about this so far. Even for those large races, it is extremely difficult to reach another life planet through space travel, and it takes too long. Maybe when they sail over, humans have already been annihilated in the long river of history. The passage between the planets mainly relies on the teleportation device, which is the watch device that Lin Shen wore before. The teleportation device can only be used when it reaches a fixed teleportation area, and the teleportation is directional. Each teleportation device only corresponds to one planet. No teleportation device has been found to teleport here yet. Even if there is one, the genetic resources here are so scarce that there will probably not be many people coming. Just like the planet that Lin Shen and his friends went to before, you can find mutant creatures just by walking around. On Lin Shen's side, the probability of encountering mutant creatures is about the same as winning a lottery. What puzzled Lin Shen was that there were so many mutant creatures on that planet, but not even a single fire was found. This was a bit strange. Could it be that only the native mutant creatures here have fire? Lin Shen had to have such an idea. This point needs to be confirmed by finding more fire. Lin Shen recalled that heaven and man are one idealistic secret he learned from Tian Xian. Although he memorized it, he did not plan to practice it. First, he did not trust Tian Xian, and second, it was not necessary at all. Because on their planet, there is not only heavenly heart secret, but also evolution theory, life of all things, nerve transformation and source sutra. The 5 classic evolutionary techniques in the universe are all circulated here. Lin Shen compared the heaven and man are one idealistic secret mentioned by Tian Xian, which is almost exactly the same as the basic transformation technique heavenly heart secret he had seen before. The content is roughly the same, with only a few details that are different. It's just that in the basic transformation technique, the 5 classic evolutionary techniques are all abbreviated. The only difference is that the only part of the base transformation technique that has been passed down is the base transformation level, and what Tianqin said also includes the latter part. Lin Shen also asked Wei Wufu about this. He didn't know who first passed these evolution techniques back. At first, there was only the base transformation part. Later, some humans also got the latter part, but most of them were not complete. As Lin Shen guessed, the 5 major evolution techniques are actually just relatively basic evolution techniques. Even in large bases, some big families have abandoned these 5 classic evolution techniques and practiced more advanced evolution techniques. Just like Wei Wufu, his family has these 5 base transformation techniques, but he practices another evolution secret technique. It is said that his elders in his family got a secret evolution technique of a large cosmic family because of a certain opportunity. And Wei Wufu has promised Lin Shen that he will teach him that evolution secret technique. Chapter 48. Talent is a wonderful thing. For the same thing, people without talent find it difficult, while people with talent find it simple. Lin Shen wondered if he was particularly untalented. He had been studying very hard, but he could not learn what Wei Wufu taught him. The movements were obviously the same, but Lin Shen could not sense the flow of power in his body that Wei Wufu said. Don't worry, it's simple, learn. Wei Wufu tried to teach him how to do it over and over again. Lin Shen really wanted to tell Wei Wufu that he was not in a hurry, but simply could not learn it. Old Wei, I know what's going on. Let's stop here today. There is no rush for this kind of thing. You can bear more fatigue and teach me slowly. I will learn slowly. There is a long way to go. Lin Shen received the news that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer had returned to the base, so he stopped practicing temporarily. It has been 7 or 8 hours since the morning. Lin Shen has learned the movements and theories for a long time and memorized them. I don't know why he can't put them into practice. Suanio Base is such a small place, and nothing can be hidden. Lin Shen asked someone to find out a little bit, and found out that Qi and Wang's families had only 7 people back, plus by Shenfei, there were 8 people, which was a heavy loss. However, it was said that when they came back, they pulled back several carts of things, which were covered tightly, and no one knew what was inside. Lin Shen estimated that after they escaped from the giant mountain, they went to other places and got some things, but he didn't know what they got. Not long after, Bai Shenfei came to visit, and Lin Shen asked someone to take her to the reception room. Sister Bai, you must have gained a lot on this trip. Lin Shen said, as he poured tea for concubine Bai. Concubine Bai stared at Lin Shen, as if she wanted to see something from his expression. No, but I almost died there. Concubine Bai said lightly. I heard that you came back with Wei Wufu? Lin Shen nodded and said, I hid after I escaped. I was a little worried about your safety, so I didn't leave. I waited for 3 days until Wei Wufu came out. He said that he was separated from you after entering the cave, and he didn't know your situation. We waited for a long time, but you didn't come out. I thought. Concubine Bai stared at Lin Shen's eyes, as if she wanted to judge whether what he said was true or false. After a while, she said, I did encounter some troubles. If it weren't for the help of masters, I'm afraid it would be really troublesome. Master? What master? Is there anyone stronger than you in the Suanio base? Lin Shen asked in surprise. Of course, he is much stronger than me. Bai Shenfei couldn't tell anything from Lin Shen's expression, and asked thoughtfully, I heard that your second brother disappeared after entering Hulu Mountain many years ago? Are you saying that the master who helped you was my second brother? Lin Shen asked back with a look of surprise. Bai Shenfei said lightly, I didn't see the man's appearance, I just guessed. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er guessed that the man was your fourth brother, but I don't think so. Your fourth brother is not that strong. Lin Shen showed disappointment. My second brother has been missing for many years, and we all thought he had died. If it is really him, it would be great. By the way, what did you gain? Lin Shen asked again. The gains of the Qi and Wang families are not enough to offset their losses. In addition, they suspect that the expert is your third or fourth brother. They should not dare to have any ideas about your Lin family in the future. After a pause, Bai Shenfei continued, Now that the matter here is over, I will return to the Cape base today. Are you willing to go back to the Cape base with me? I can introduce you to join the training camp where I am, which is also the training camp where senior brother Lin has been. Lin Shen was really a little hesitant. He didn't want to join any training camp, but after Bai Shenfei left, he didn't know if he would have the chance to see her again, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to get the fire on her. After pondering for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly looked up at Bai Shenfei and asked, Senior sister Bai, do you have a boyfriend now? Bai Shenfei was slightly startled. Why are you asking this? If not, what do you think of me? Lin Shen thought, if he could take down Bai Shenfei, he could not only get the fire, but also solve the problem of blood inheritance of the Lin family. You want to be my boyfriend? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. Who doesn't want to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Although Lin Shen couldn't see her expression, from her tone, it seemed that there was a little possibility, which surprised Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen couldn't see what Bai Shenfei looked like, but just by looking at the eyes of others looking at Bai Shenfei, he knew that Bai Shenfei must be good-looking. If he could really let Bai Shenfei be his girlfriend, it would not be a loss. It's a pity, I don't like my brother. Bai Shenfei stood up and said, Since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Bai Shenfei thought that Lin Shen didn't want to go to the Cape base with her, so she found such an excuse to reject her tactfully. Lin Shen sighed helplessly. He also knew that if he spoke so rashly, how could Bai Shenfei consider him, and he would not consider himself either. After sending Bai Shenfei to the gate and preparing to turn back, Bai Shenfei turned around and suddenly said to Lin Shen, If you really want to be my boyfriend, it is not impossible. Senior sister, just tell me what conditions you have. Lin Shen pondered. Bai Shenfei took out something and threw it to Lin Shen. If you can learn this, come to the Cape base to find me, and then I can consider giving you a chance. After that, Bai Shenfei turned and left without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything else. Senior sister, I take your word seriously. Lin Shen took the thing, and found it was a diary. He opened it and looked at it. There were handwritten words inside. Really? The voice of Bai Shenfei floated from afar, and the person had already walked away and could not be seen. Is this the base transformation technique? Lin Shen looked carefully, and found that it was all familiar content. It should be some kind of base transformation technique, but because there was only content but no name, he didn't know what this base transformation technique was called. When he turned to the end, there was only the base transformation part, and no content after that. Suddenly giving me a base transformation technique, what exactly does Bai Shenfei want to do? Lin Shen couldn't figure out what Bai Shenfei meant for a while. Back in the house, Lin Shen studied it carefully several times. This base transformation technique is more complicated than the one taught by Wei Wufu. It should not be an ordinary thing like the 5 classic base transformation techniques. It seems that this base transformation technique is quite advanced. If you can learn it, you can solve the problem of base transformation technique, get a beautiful and strong girlfriend to continue the incense, and get the fire seed. It can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Shen thought about it, and felt really excited. But he also knew that even if he really learned this basic transformation technique, Bai Shenfei might not really be his girlfriend. He couldn't figure out what Bai Shenfei meant. After Bai Shenfei left the Lin family, she looked at the Lin family gate at the end of the street from a distance and muttered to herself, "It is not so easy to practice talent theory. I don't know how many geniuses can't practice it, otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck at the basic transformation level and can't break through. I don't know what kind of talent can be used to practice talent theory and become the key to open the door of my destiny." Chapter 49. As expected by concubine Bai, the Qi and Wang families became obedient and stopped making trouble. They even made some concessions on matters involving the interests of the three families. The reason was simple. The punch that Lin Shen used to kill the giant king was too scary. They didn't need Tian Xian. They thought that there were only the Lin brothers in that place besides them. They were naturally very scared, afraid that the man was one of the Lin brothers, and would come back to trouble them. Lin Shen didn't plan to attack the Qi and Wang families for the time being. Firstly, his strength was not enough, and secondly, he really didn't have extra time and energy. These days, he has been learning the basic transformation technique with Wei Wufu, but there is still no progress. He can't sense the flow of power that Wei Wufu said. "Old Wei, can you help me see how this basic transformation technique works?" Lin Shen gave up decisively. With his current attributes, if he can practice it, it should be effective in these few days. If there is no effect, it would be a waste of time to persist. Lin Shen was not a persistent person. He let go decisively when it was time to let go. He did not like to wait for miracles to happen. Wei Wufu took the notebook handed over by Lin Shen and slowly flipped through it. This notebook was not the one that Bai Shenfei gave to Lin Shen, but one that Lin Shen copied down himself. Wei Wufu read it once, then turned it over and read it again. He flipped through it several times in the middle, and it took him more than 2 hours to read it. Lin Shen waited patiently on the side, not rushing Wei Wufu. "You asked?" Wei Wufu put down the notebook and looked at Lin Shen and said, "Can I practice it?" Lin Shen asked bluntly. "Try." Wei Wufu answered with only one word. "If you can practice, practice. If you can't practice, don't practice." "What does try mean?" Lin Shen frowned. "Advanced, there are mistakes, there is no follow-up, change, try, no harm," Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen understood. Wei Wufu said that this basic transformation technique is very advanced, but there are some mistakes in the middle, and there is no follow-up. He can help to correct it. It's okay for Lin Shen to try to practice it. This is similar to what Lin Shen thought. There is really no harm in trying. As for the mistakes in the basic transformation technique, Lin Shen actually copied them wrong on purpose. "Old Wei, help me correct it. I plan to give it a try," Lin Shen said. "Okay." Old Wei took paper and pen and corrected all the places he thought were wrong. Lin Shen watched from the side. The places that Old Wei corrected were all the mistakes he made himself. He didn't find any problems in other parts. "Old Wei, do you know what kind of base transformation technique this is?" Lin Shen took the base transformation technique modified by Wei Wufu and asked casually. Originally, Lin Shen did not expect Wei Wufu to really know what kind of base transformation technique this is. After all, such an advanced base transformation technique should be confidential to anyone who possesses it, and it is impossible to spread it casually. Who knew that Wei Wufu hesitated for a moment and actually said, "Maybe no." Lin Shen was very surprised and hurriedly asked Wei Wufu in detail what was going on. Wei Wufu explained for a long time before Lin Shen understood what was going on. Wei Wufu had never seen this base transformation technique before, but he had heard of a base transformation technique that was very similar to the base transformation technique that Lin Shen copied down. Most of the basic transformation techniques that humans practice are passed down from the universe, and only a very small number are created by humans. Among the few basic transformation techniques that humans created, most of them are borrowed or copied from other basic transformation techniques. Wei Wufu knows only one basic transformation technique that is completely created from theory to methods. That is the basic transformation technique talent theory created by Bai Ye, who is known as the first person in basic transformation. It is because the idea of talent theory is completely different from that of other basic transformation techniques. So although Wei Wufu has not read talent theory, he can guess that it is talent theory. Of course, Wei Wufu also used the word maybe, which means that he cannot be very sure that this is talent theory, but he just guessed that the possibility is very high. Wei Wufu said that Bai Ye is almost invincible with talent theory, and Lin Shen was puzzled at first, why he had never heard of such a famous person. I only found out later that Byakuya's strength is limited to the basic transformation level, because no matter how hard he practices theory of talent, he can't break through the basic transformation level. In other words, Byakuya can only be invincible at the basic transformation level, and there is no possibility of promotion, and the entry requirements are too high, and ordinary people can't practice it at all. Later, there were stronger people who studied Byakuya's theory of talent, but unfortunately the results were the same. No matter who practiced, they couldn't break through the basic transformation level. To this day, there is still a school of people who insist on studying theory of talent. It is said that there were some breakthroughs more than 10 years ago, but after so many years, no one has really been able to practice theory of talent successfully. In fact, apart from Byakuya, few people in history have been able to practice talent theory, let alone break through. This is really interesting. If you don't have talent, you can't practice it. If you have talent, you can't break through it. This kind of basic transformation technique is really not worth spreading. It's almost like destroying geniuses. Lin Shen plans to give it a try. As long as you don't break through the basic transformation level, the basic transformation technique can be replaced, so it doesn't matter if you try it. As soon as he said it, Lin Shen began to try to practice the basic transformation technique given to him by Bai Shenfei, but the result disappointed him again. This basic transformation technique still didn't make him feel the power flowing in his body, which made Lin Shen a little depressed. According to Wei Wufu, only humans with extremely good talents can practice talent theory. If he can't practice it, it means that his talent is not very good, at least he is not a genius among 10,000. I still don't believe it. Lin Shen directly took the Heaven and Man Unity idealistic art he got from Tian Xian to practice. He wanted to feel what the flow of power was like first, and then try to practice talent theory, or the secret base transformation technique taught by Wei Wufu. If you don't practice, you won't know. After practicing, Lin Shen was shocked. Almost everyone can practice Heaven Heart art, which anyone with a strong base transformation can master, but he still can't practice it. Is my talent really so bad? Lin Shen was a little disappointed, but he thought about it again and felt something was wrong. Even if his talent is so bad, it won't be so bad that he can't do the base transformation technique that everyone can practice, right? Lin Shen didn't give up, and asked someone to get the other 2 of the 5 classic base transformation techniques back for testing. First tried Source Sutra, but the result was still the same. He practiced nerve transformation, and the result was still the same. He still couldn't practice it. Do I really not have the talent to practice? This is not right. The foundation of the general transformation technique is to complete the transformation. Since I have completed the transformation, it proves that I have the talent. Why can't I practice it? Lin Shen was puzzled. Wei Wufu couldn't explain what was wrong with Lin Shen. He had never heard of any transformation practitioners who couldn't practice the 5 basic transformation techniques. Lin Shen still didn't give up. He went directly to the study room of the third brother, broke the lock, and found several books of transformation techniques collected by the third brother to practice. He tried several more transformation techniques, but the results made Lin Shen's face look worse and worse. Just when Lin Shen thought he really couldn't practice the transformation technique, he tried again and it worked. Chapter 50. Lin Shen finally sensed what Wei Wufu meant by the flow of power, just like water flowing through sand. That power flowed through his body, washing his flesh, bones, and internal organs, as if he was not made of flesh and blood, but made of sand. The fine liquid continued to flow through his body, taking away the impurities in his body, and slowly excreting them out of his body. It's done. I can still practice. Lin Shen looked at the base transformation technique that saved his confidence. The 3 words evolution were written on the cover, one of the 5 basic base transformation techniques. It's okay if I can practice it. I practice evolution first. After I get used to the feeling of power flow, I practice other base transformation techniques. It should be twice the result with half the effort. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu discussed it, Wei Wufu also felt that Lin Shen's idea was feasible. He should practice evolution first, and then practice other base transformation techniques. Wei Wufu had read Theory of Evolution before, and when he read the Theory of Evolution that Lin Shen got from his third brother, he found some errors. Strangely, when Wei Wufu corrected those errors, Lin Shen could not sense the flow of power in his body. Practicing with the wrong version, it recovered. Strange. Even Wei Wufu thought it was too strange. He confirmed again and again that he was not wrong. The Theory of Evolution that Lin Shen took did have many errors. Anyway, it's just for transition, so it's okay if it's wrong. It doesn't have much impact. Lin Shen continued to practice with the wrong version of Theory of Evolution, and the effect was surprisingly good. After Lin Shen became proficient, He tried to practice the secret technique taught by Wei Wufu, but it still didn't work. I tried theory of talent again, but it was even worse. Is it really impossible to get the fire on the body of the white goddess? Lin Shen was a little melancholy. His plan to get both money and people was afraid that it would fail. Lin Shen tried all the base transformation techniques he could find again, and the result was still the same. Except for the wrong version of theory of evolution, he could not sense the flow of power when practicing any base transformation technique. The effect of practicing the wrong version of theory of evolution was unexpectedly good. After practicing for only a few days, the duration of the steel body was greatly extended, and even the duration of super base transformation was extended a little. Humans were originally flesh and blood. Using the steel body through base transformation not only consumes a lot of energy, but the body will also be overloaded and unable to maintain the state of the steel body for a long time. Therefore, ordinary base transformers, even at the crystal base level, cannot always maintain a fighting posture, and usually maintain the state of ordinary humans. Various base transformation techniques have the effect of extending the duration of the steel body, but it is just a question of whether the effect is strong or weak. The biggest advantage of the 5 basic transformation techniques is stability. The duration is also good, but not as obvious as Lin Shen's evolution. After just a few days of practice, it has been extended a lot, which makes Wei Wufu feel a little surprised. Since other transformation techniques don't work, I can only practice evolution. Lin Shen is still acceptable to the current result. Although he can't practice those secret or special transformation techniques, fortunately, the effect brought by evolution is not bad, and it is easier to find the later part of evolution. If I practice theory of talent, there won't be any follow-up parts, and I need to create them myself, which is too troublesome. It's a pity that I have no chance to meet Concubine Bai. Lin Shen knew that his chances of catching up with Concubine Bai were slim, so he officially put blind dates on the agenda. Now Lin Shen needs to practice theory of evolution every day, learn combat skills from Wei Wufu, and find possible fire sources. He has no time to fall in love. Blind dates are undoubtedly the most time-saving and cost-effective way for him to pass on the family line as soon as possible. For this reason, Lin Shen also spent a lot of money on matchmakers, but when the girls in the base heard that they were going to introduce Lin Shen to them, they shook their heads like fans and refused to even meet him. Lin Shen was very helpless. He had been mentally prepared for this situation. If it weren't for this, Lin Shen, who shouldered heavy responsibilities, would not have not been married until now. After all, marriage laws no longer exist in this era, and many people get married at the age of 17 or 18. Lin Shen is tall and energetic, and he has money. Although he does not participate in the management of the Lin family's business, the pocket money given to him by his eldest sister every month is a lot of money for ordinary people. The reason why no girl is willing to date Lin Shen is because Lin Shen has a well-known ex-girlfriend in Suanio Base, Lu Qing from the Lu family in Yashan Base. Yashan Base is one of the stronger bases nearby, and the Lu family is stronger than the Qi, Wang, and Lin families combined. Of course, that refers to the 3 families before they were seriously injured. Now they can't compare with the Lu family. Suanio Base and Yashan Base are not far from each other, and they often have trade exchanges. Once, Lu Qing followed her family to Suanio Base to open a store. After staying in Suanio Base for a few years, she fell in love with Lin Shen and soon developed a relationship. When Lu Qing left Suanio Base, she once said that whoever dared to touch her man in Suanio Base would bear the consequences. The problem is that Lin Shen had broken up with Lu Qing a long time ago, but no one in Suanio Base knew about it. Even if Lin Shen said it, others would not believe it. Instead, they suspected that Lin Shen could not stand the loneliness and wanted to develop an underground relationship while Lu Qing was away. Lin Shen really had no choice. He couldn't go to find Lu Qing and then drag her to Suanio Base to hold a press conference to publicly announce that she had broken up with him. Brother Xiaowu, when will the 3rd master and the 4th master come back? An old man found Lin Shen who was practicing fighting skills with Wei Wufu and asked anxiously, "Uncle Lei, when did you come back? Where's my eldest sister?" Lin Shen saw the old man and couldn't help but feel happy. Uncle Lei is the accountant in the Lin family and has always been with my eldest sister. Since Uncle Lei is back, my eldest sister should also be back. We had an accident at the Yashan Base. The main family and the goods were seized. Uncle Lei said anxiously, "Brother Xiaowu, please tell me when the 3rd and 4th masters will come back. This matter cannot be delayed. If it is delayed any longer, the main family will be in trouble. Uncle Lei, please tell me slowly, what happened?" Lin Shen's face darkened, But he still comforted Uncle Lei. Lei Shen hurriedly told the general situation. The eldest sister brought the goods to the Yashan base for sale. There was no problem. The sales channels had been established long ago, and the goods just needed to be shipped. After delivering the goods, they had to collect a batch of goods from the Yashan base, so they couldn't make a wasted trip. There was a problem when receiving the goods. The eldest sister received a batch of loose goods. She didn't find anything unusual at the time. Later, when she carefully counted them, she found a mutant egg in it. This discovery was naturally a surprise. Who knew that not long after, the person who sold the batch of goods to the eldest sister came back and asked for a refund. We are all doing business. We are willing to pay for the goods and have already settled the money. Of course, it is impossible to return the goods. The man didn't come to return the goods himself, but the Su family knew about the mutant eggs, arrested him, and took him to return the goods. The eldest sister naturally refused to return, so the Su family directly detained the eldest sister and the goods. Fortunately, the eldest sister saw the opportunity early and asked someone to send the mutant egg back to the Suanio base first, so they didn't succeed. Su Tiange released Uncle Lei to let Uncle Lei notify the Lin family to bring the mutant egg to exchange people. Lin Shen had heard of the Su family. Besides the Lu family, the only family in the Yashan base was the Su family, which was much stronger than the Lin family. Where are the mutant eggs? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. I've asked before, and they said that the person who sent the mutant eggs didn't come back. I don't know if there was an accident on the way, or something else happened. Uncle Lei said anxiously, Brother Xiaowu, when will the third master and the fourth master come back? This matter can only be solved by asking them to take action. Uncle Lei, take a rest and eat something first. When you are rested, we will go to the Yashan base. Lin Shen originally planned to go out to see if he could find fire in other bases and have a blind date. Now that something like this has happened, he just happened to go to the Yashan base. Brother Xiaowu, what's the point of you going to the Yashan base? It's up to the third master and the fourth master to go. Uncle Lei was too anxious and said something he didn't know. After he came to his senses, he hurried to explain, Brother Xiaowu, I didn't mean that. You know the strength of the Su family. If the third master and the fourth master come forward, they might even do you a favor. Uncle Lei, I understand what you mean, but I don't know when the third and fourth brothers will be back. It's important to save people now. Let's go to the Yashan base first to see the situation. At least we can't let the eldest sister be alone there without support. Lin Shen said lightly. But Uncle Lei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. No buts, Uncle Lei, if you are tired, you can stay and rest for a while. I go first. Lin Shen said. Brother Xiaowu, if you really want to go, the old man will lead the way for you. Uncle Lei saw that Lin Shen had made up his mind, so he had to grit his teeth and said. Chapter 51. In a cave on a hill more than 20 kilometers southwest of the Asian god base, Su Tiange leaned on a chair and hummed a little tune happily. He has been in a very good mood recently. As the best of the younger generation of the Su family, he was the first to be promoted to the alloy level, and was highly valued by the family. He might have the opportunity to become the helmsman of the Su family in the future. A few days ago, another mutant egg was found. Although it was taken by the Lin family's caravan first, he left the owner of the Lin family's caravan, Lin Miao, and the mutant egg would most likely return to his hands in the end. Su Tiange is not stupid. He knows the origin and background of the Lin family's caravan very well. The three families in the Suanio base are all on good terms with the Lu family. The Lu family also has a lot of business there. The Su family has always wanted to get involved, but there is no chance. Moreover, Su Tiange heard that the real powerful figures of the Lin family, Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Xiangdong, have not returned to the base for nearly 2 months. I am afraid that they are in danger. Of course, even if Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Xiangdong were there, Su Tiange didn't care. How could the Lin family, a mere Suanio base, be compared with their Su family? Even if Lin Zhongzheng and Lin Xiangdong came together, he would have to take the mutant egg. That was a mutant egg. With the mutant egg, who else in the younger generation of the Su family could compete with him? He heard that the brothers of the Lin family valued friendship the most, and would definitely not ignore Lin Miao's safety. It was a sure thing to recover the mutant egg. Boss, old man Lei from the Lin family is back with his men. The younger brother in charge of keeping watch ran back to report. Su Tiange's eyes lit up when he heard it, but he still suppressed his excitement and asked, how many people are here? There are 3 people in total, including old man Lei. The younger brother answered. 3 people, the ones who came should be Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng. It seems that the rumors are not credible. They are not missing. I heard that the two people are still quite capable, so we have to be careful to deal with them. Su Tiange pondered. Boss, that person calls himself Lin Shen, and the other person is his guard. The younger brother said hurriedly. Lin Shen? Who is Lin Shen? Su Tiange's face showed a blank look. He had never heard of this name. Lin Shen is the fifth child of the Lin family, the youngest in the family, who is not involved in the family business. He is in his 20s, and has not changed his genes. He is good for nothing except eating, drinking and having fun. An old man with white hair, but no wrinkles on his face said lightly. Mr. Zhou, do you know this person? Su Tiange was a little surprised that a crystal-based strongman like Mr. Zhou would know Lin Shen. I heard someone say that when Lu Qing from the Lu family went to the Suanio base, she dated him for a while, but they broke up soon after she came back. Old Zhou said. So it was him. After hearing what Old Zhou said, Su Tiange also remembered and said with a smile, such an important matter, he was the one who came to the Lin family. It seems that Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng are really missing. Bring them here. Since it was not Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng who came, Su Tiange did not have so many concerns. Compared with dealing with Lin Xiangdong and Lin Zhongzheng, Su Tiange naturally preferred to face Lin Shen, who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. At the foot of the mountain, Uncle Lei said with a bitter face, Brother Xiaowu, what are you planning? Now we don't have mutant eggs in our hands. Wouldn't it be suicide to go there? It's better to go back before Su Tiange comes and make a long-term plan. You go back first. Lin Shen said indifferently. How can that be possible, Xiaowu brother? Who do you think I am, Lao Lei? I am an old man, and I will die if I die. What is there to be afraid of? I am afraid that something will happen to you, and I will not be able to explain to the master later. Uncle Lei sighed. Before Lin Shen could say anything else, someone on the mountain shouted, Lin Shen, our boss asked you to come up and talk. Lin Shen walked up the mountain without hesitation, and Wei Wufu followed closely. Uncle Lei muttered to himself, God bless. Please don't get into trouble. The three of them walked up the mountain path. There were many radicals on both sides of the mountain path staring at them. When they entered the cave, they saw Su Tiange sitting on a chair with a big horse and a golden sword, looking like a bandit boss, and behind him stood the white-haired Zhou Lao. Tied him up. Su Tiange looked down at Lin Shen and said coldly. He thought that a kid like Lin Shen who was raised at home and had never seen the world could be easily controlled by just bluffing, so he had to give him a warning first. Anyway, there were only 3 people from Lin Shen, and with the crystal base sent by Zhou Lao's family to protect him, Su Tiange was not afraid that they could rebel. Upon hearing this, several younger brothers rushed up and stretched out their hands to hold down Lin Shen and the other 2. Ah! A scream stunned everyone. They saw that the base changer who rushed to the front had his head chopped off by Wei Wufu's sword, and his body fell down with a bang. The alloy knife in Wei Wufu's hand was still dripping with blood. His crystal-based Tang sword was lost on that planet. Lin Shen was temporarily unable to give him a crystal-based sword, so he could only give him an alloy sword to make do with. Su Tiange was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that under such circumstances, Lin Shen and his men would dare to take action and behead people right away. Are they reckless or stupid? Don't they know that the people of the Lin family caravan are in their hands? Uncle Lei was also stunned. He didn't expect that the guards brought by Lin Shen, who had been silent all the way, would not say a word and directly draw their swords to kill people. Isn't this courting death? You are courting death. Su Tiange was furious. The moment he stood up, the alloy armor had already wrapped his whole body. All the base changers of the Su family also changed bases and showed their weapons. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, Lin Shen said. Everyone was killed. Tell me how he misunderstood. Su Tiange's eyes were full of anger, and he asked harshly. My brother has social phobia. So many strangers came up and touched him, which made him very uncomfortable, so he had to take action. Lin Shen explained seriously. You call this social phobia? I'm still a fucking social bully. Kill them for me. Su Tiange gritted his teeth and said. Don't move. A group of mutators used their mutated powers and drew their weapons at the same time, rushing to punish Lin Shen and the other 2, but were shocked by Lin Shen's shout. Lin Shen was holding a revolver in his hand, pointing the muzzle at Su Tiange, and said, You'd better not act rashly, otherwise my gun won't recognize anyone. After a period of silence, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Even Su Tiange laughed, and then pointed his finger at his heart, saying sinisterly, Come on, aim here. If you can hurt me, I take your last name from now on. Su Tiange didn't recognize the pet capsule pistol at all, and thought that Lin Shen had an ordinary revolver in his hand. Even if the pistol was loaded with armor-piercing bullets, it couldn't break his alloy shell. Others also thought that Lin Shen was here to make fun of him. He actually threatened an alloy mutator with a broken revolver. Isn't that funny? Even Uncle Lei, his companion, thought that this Xiaowu brother was too outrageous. He sighed secretly, and felt that he might be in danger today. Old Zhou also looked at Lin Shen coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Not to mention that the bullets of the pistol could not hurt the alloy mutator. Even if they could, with his crystal base, it would be as easy to pick up the bullets with his bare hands as taking something out of a bag. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and when everyone was laughing, Lin Shen really fired the gun. Chapter 52. Lin Shen fired his gun, but he didn't shoot Su Tiange, but Elder Zhou, who was standing next to Su Tiange. The Su family knew the details of the Lin family, and the Lin family also knew about the Su family. Before Lin Shen came, he had already seen Su Tiange's detailed information. The most talented person in the young generation of the Su family, he was already an alloy-based transformer before he was 20 years old. In addition to the large amount of resources given by the Su family, he himself is also a very hard-working person, and there is a good chance that he will become the leader of the new generation of the Su family in the future. For a family with such future hopes, the Su family will definitely arrange experts to protect him. Elder Zhou's appearance with white hair and a childlike face is so outstanding, and he has been standing next to Su Tiange. When Lin Shen took out the gun, he subconsciously protected Su Tiange, and his contemptuous attitude towards Lin Shen's threat with a gun. If Lin Shen can't tell who is the expert who protects Su Tiange, then he is really a pig. Seeing Lin Shen firing his gun, and it seemed that the gun was off target, with the muzzle tilted towards him, the contempt in Zhou Lao's eyes became even stronger. If it was a base changer attack, he would still use the base changer power, and use the crystal-based carapace to protect his body first. But in his opinion, the gun was a waste. How could it hurt a noble crystal-based base changer like him? Zhou Lao wanted to show off, and wanted to take the bullet directly with his bare hands to let Su Tiange see the strength of him, an old servant of the Su family. But the moment the gun went off, Zhou Lao only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he didn't have time to react at all, and then his brain suddenly went blank. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Zhou Lao's brain only had time to flash a few thoughts, and then he fell straight back. In the center of his forehead, a blood hole was spurting out red and white things. For a moment, everyone in the cave was petrified. Su Tiange seemed to have turned into a robot. He turned his neck stiffly to face Zhou Lao, and watched Zhou Lao fall straight down. Some of the red and white things spurted out also splashed on his face. Zhou Lao is dead. He was killed by a gun. How could it be? It must be fake. I must not wake up yet. Su Tiange stood there woodenly for a while, as if he was possessed by a demon. The smiles of the other base changers in the cave froze on their faces. The more happy they were just now, the more uncomfortable they were now. Uncle Lei was surprised and happy. He couldn't believe his eyes. One bullet actually killed the crystal-based strongman next to Su Tiange. He even wondered if he was dreaming. What did you say just now? Where did you want me to aim? Lin Shen pointed the gun at Su Tiange again. So what if it's a crystal-based creature? A crystal-based creature without using the power of base transformation has a flesh and blood body that is still somewhat inferior to a crystal-based creature. The pet capsule in the gun is the alloy-grade black armored B that Tianqi originally put in. After being accelerated to a speed of 44 times faster than the crystal-based creature, it is not difficult to penetrate the skull of a crystal-based human. If Zhou Lao was not so arrogant and looked down on the gun in Lin Shen's hand, and used the power of base transformation early to protect his body with the crystal-based carapace, it would not be so easy for Lin Shen to kill him. Of course, it was also because Lin Shen did not give him a chance. Lin Shen was pointing at Su Tiange from the beginning. He turned to attack Zhou Lao the moment before firing the gun. Even if he wanted to use the crystal-based carapace to protect his body at that time, it would be too late. After all, using the power of base transformation also takes time, and that time can never be faster than the speed of a bullet. Su Tiange turned his head with difficulty and said with a forced smile, "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. In fact, I am also a social phobic. I was too nervous just now, and said the wrong thing. Don't mind it, brother." Su Tiange was really scared. He felt the fear of humans being dominated by guns and bullets more than 200 years ago. Even with the alloy shell protecting his body, he still felt like he was wearing nothing and had no sense of security. The body of Zhou Lao beside him was still bleeding, his eyes bulging, and he died with his eyes open. Jingji was shot to death. Su Tiange didn't think he was harder than Jingji. He didn't want to become a cold corpse at such a young age, when he still had a lot of bright future. The more things a person has, the less he wants to leave this world easily. Lin Shen walked to Su Tiange's side. Su Tiange didn't dare to move at all. He even raised his hands very talentedly. This action has not been used for many years. Lin Shen walked behind Su Tiange and pressed the muzzle of the gun against the back of his head. Don't shoot. Brother. Let's talk it out. I was wrong before. I apologize. When the muzzle of the gun was against his head, Su Tiange felt that his soul was about to break through his head and fly out, and said in a trembling voice. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen's methods of crippling people for a disagreement were simply insane, even more cruel than him. Who knows if Lin Shen will shoot him directly in the next second? Su Tiange was really a little scared. These two people just don't play by the rules. Where's my sister? Lin Shen said lightly. What are you all doing? A bunch of trash. Why don't you go and invite my sister over? Su Tiange yelled at the dazed mutants below. The mutants who had reacted quickly ran to the side cave. Stop, Lin Shen said coldly. Some people stopped, but some were still running inside. Bang! Another shot, the bullet flew past Su Tiange's head, and directly blew up the head of a mutant, who was still running to the side cave. Everyone stood still again, and dared not move. Su Tiange was numb, standing there woodenly, his legs trembling. The moment Lin Shen fired the gun just now, Su Tiange thought he was shot, and felt that his soul really left his body. Now he dared not move even more. At such a close distance, he did not see how the bullet flew past. The speed of the bullet was too fast, and it should not be the speed that a pistol could shoot out. Brother, you say what to do, and I will listen to you. Su Tiange swallowed the non-existent saliva, and said with some difficulty. Old Wei, Uncle Lei, go get our eldest sister. Lin Shen said to Old Wei and Uncle Lei. Okay. Old Wei responded, and walked towards the side cave. Little Fifth Master, don't worry, we go get the master right away. Uncle Lei was surprised and delighted, and unconsciously changed his address. Hey, you lead the way. Lin Shen pointed at a mutant casually. The mutant quickly led Old Wei and Uncle Lei to the side cave, not daring to delay at all. There was only one bullet in the Angel revolver before, but now there is more than one. Since Lin Shen returned to the Suanio base, he has tried every means to get pet capsules back and replenish all 7 magazines. Fortunately, he has money and the Lin family also has stocks, otherwise it would be really difficult. Lin Miao and the people in the caravan were locked up in a cave with alloy locks. Except for Lin Miao, who looked relatively calm, the expressions of the others were somewhat uneasy. They all knew that the third master and the fourth master were not at the base before the caravan set out. What if the third master and the fourth master had not returned yet? Who could replace them? Who dared to replace them? Lin Miao seemed calm, but she was not calm in her heart. She certainly knew that her third brother and the fourth brother were not at the Suanio base, but as the head of the family and the leader of the caravan, she could not fall down first anyway. Master, do you think the third master and the fourth master can come over? Although he asked many times, the young mutator in the caravan couldn't help asking again. Yes. Lin Miao answered calmly without any hesitation. The young man felt more at ease, leaned against the wall, and took a few deep breaths, and his emotions calmed down a lot. Suddenly, the stone door blocking the cave was opened, and 3 people walked in. Master, you have suffered, we are here to save you. Uncle Lei saw Lin Miao sitting on the ground chained, and immediately rushed over with tears in his eyes. When had Lin Miao ever suffered such hardship? Everyone was surprised and happy to see Uncle Lei coming. Lin Miao was also happy in his heart, but he still asked calmly, is it the third brother who came, or the fourth brother? Master, neither. The third and fourth masters have not returned to the base yet. Uncle Lei took the guard's key and said, while opening the alloy shackles for Lin Miao. No. Then who brought the mutant eggs to exchange for us? Lin Miao was slightly surprised. There are no mutant eggs. The person who sent the mutant eggs may have had an accident halfway, and did not return to the base at all. Uncle Lei said again. Then why would the Su family release him? Lin Miao looked at Uncle Lei in confusion. Since the third and fourth brothers were not here and there were no mutant eggs to exchange for them, why would Su Tiange release them? Everyone in the caravan also looked at Uncle Lei. They were just as confused as Lin Miao. It's Little Fifth Master. Uncle Lei said excitedly. Little Fifth Master? Which Little Fifth Master? Everyone was unable to react for a while. They couldn't figure out who Little Fifth Master Uncle Lei was talking about. In their impression, Lin Shen was the spoiled little fifth brother who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. Fifth brother is here? Lin Miao was the first to react. She knew Lin Shen's personality too well. It was not surprising that Lin Shen would come here when there was no one in charge at home. What puzzled her was how Lin Shen, who didn't have a mutant egg, got the Su family to release him. And judging from Uncle Lei's performance and the way he addressed Lin Shen, it seemed that her brother had done something remarkable. Little Fifth Master is so powerful, Uncle Lei said with great excitement, adding more details to the story. Everyone was stunned and confused, wondering if Uncle Lei was wrong or if they had heard it wrong. Is it possible to kill a crystal-based warrior with a pistol? I asked you to tell the story, not a myth. Chapter 53. Su family courtyard at Yashin base. You mean, he slapped you in the face, killed our Su family's Jingji, and followed you to Yashin base? Old Master Su narrowed his eyes, staring at Su Tiange, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, and said slowly. Yes. Su Tiange's face was burning with pain. But it was not Lin Shen who beat him, but he himself asked to apologize to Lin Miao and beat himself. If not, Su Tiange was afraid that Lin Shen would kill him to silence him, and would not let him go back. But in front of the old man, he still had to save face, and was embarrassed to say that he beat himself. What Su Tiange didn't expect was that Lin Shen had no intention of killing him at all. Not only did he not kill him, he also followed him to Yashin base, and only brought one Wei Wufu. Lin Miao and others had already returned to Suanio base under Lin Shen's arrangement. Shioga, how do you think this matter should be handled? Old Master Su looked at Su Tiange and asked. Su Tiange's heart tightened, but his face showed no expression. After thinking for a while, he said, Grandpa, if you let me handle it, I think we should not trouble Lin Shen again. Not only should we not trouble him, but we should also try our best to repair the misunderstanding between us, and it would be best if we can establish a certain friendship with him. What? Do you think our Su family is not as strong as his Lin family, and cannot avenge you? The old man said with a cold face. Su Tiange hurriedly said, Grandpa, you misunderstood. Our Su family is certainly stronger than the Lin family. The reason I said that is not because of how strong the Lin family is, but because of the people behind them. The one behind? You mean the Lu family? Do you think our Su family is afraid of the Lu family? The old man's voice became even colder. Seeing this, Su Tiange said with a stiff face, the one behind the Lin family is definitely not the Lu family, and the gun in Lin Shen's hand is not something that the Lu family can own. Go on. The old man stared at Su Tiange with an extremely oppressive look. Su Tiange said, that revolver is definitely not an ordinary thing. Our Su family doesn't have such a thing, and the Lu family shouldn't have it either. How can the Lin family, which is just a Suanio base, have such a thing? Lin Shen knew that the Yashin base was our Su family's territory, but he still dared to come here like this. I don't think he is a fool, so he must have something we don't know about. Also, the Lu family is on good terms with the Lin family after all. I didn't choose to take action in the base before, but to block their caravan outside, because I didn't want to conflict with the Lu family because of this matter. Lin Shen has already entered the base. If we want to move him, the Lu family will do it for their position in Suanio. We can't just sit back and watch the business of the base. Now we are in conflict with the Lu family, which is not in the interests of our Su family. Child, you have really grown up. After listening to this, Mr. Su's disguised coldness disappeared, and he showed a look of relief. It's good that you can ignore personal honor and disgrace and not be blinded by hatred. It's even better that you can make the right decision without relevant information. My Su family has a successor. Old man, do you mean that you know the origin of the gun? Su Tiange showed his sobriety and wisdom again. He didn't get carried away by Mr. Su's praise, but still heard the key points. Grandpa Su's eyes were full of approval. Yes, I have seen such a gun before. To be precise, it is not a gun, but a pet capsule launcher. That thing cannot be made by human power. Don't ask me where it came from, I don't know. The Lin family can own that thing, there must be someone behind it, you are right. After a pause, Grandpa Su said, what do you think the man who speaks strangely next to Lin Shen is called? Wei Wufu. Su Tiange answered quickly, he was still very impressed by Wei Wufu. His surname is Wei, so it should be correct. 1,000 people in a city, 100 years of Wei. Wei Wufu's Wei, I'm afraid it's that way. Grandpa Su continued with a burning look, I didn't expect that the people of the Wei family were actually related to the Lin family. Was it accidental, or was it a conspiracy? Grandpa, you said Wei Wufu is from the Wei family of Tianqing? Su Tiange's face changed slightly when he heard this, showing a worried look. Tianqing Wei family, even though they are thousands of miles apart, still has a very resounding reputation, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is deafening. There are many genetic mutation areas near Tianqing, and since the beginning of genetic mutation, they have faced waves of genetic mutation biological attacks. Tianqing Dashi Wei family had more than 1,000 people at the beginning, and they guarded Tianqing for more than 200 years. I don't know how many people with the surname Wei died, trying to keep the city intact. Tianqing is still named Wei. 1,000 people in one city, one guard for 100 years, that is the most indestructible line of defense for mankind. That's not an ordinary pet capsule launcher. It can only be found in places like the Wei family. Old Master Su pondered and said, the Wei family is the Wei family after all. They are not unreasonable. Even if they have some plans, they will not force us into a desperate situation. Just do as you said, and try your best to repair the relationship with the Lin family. Lin Shen didn't really touch you, which already explains a lot. You can go ahead, and do it without being afraid. I will send someone to Tianqing to inquire, and confirm whether Wei Wufu is a member of the Wei family. Don't worry, old man. I will be careful about this matter, Su Tiange said solemnly. At this time, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were strolling in the market of Yashan Base. Lin Shen wanted to try to see if he could find the genetic mutation eggs with fire in Yashan Base. The market of Yashan Base is much larger than that of Suanio Base. There are only shops selling genetic mutation eggs and pets on that street in Suanio Base. This Yashan market is much larger than the street of Suanio Base, at least 10 times larger. The roads in the market are crisscrossed, and there are shops everywhere. There are shops selling genetic mutation materials, genetic mutation eggs, pets, and recycling. Each category has its own area, and any area is much larger than the street of Suanio Base. When Lin Shen came to the sales area of genetic mutation eggs, he was dazzled. People were selling genetic mutation eggs on the stalls, in the shops, and even in some corridors. There are all kinds of varieties, big and small, colorful, and all kinds of genetic mutation eggs, and the quality is naturally different. Lin Shen basically just glanced through, first scanning the stalls outside, and did not see any genetic mutation eggs with fire. Strange, so many genetic mutation eggs, but not even a fire. When I was at the Suanio base before, I found a few casually. Forget it. Let's clean up the shops first, and then make plans. Lin Shen walked into one shop after another. After visiting many shops, he did not find any fire. When he came to a shop with a very luxurious front, Lin Shen hesitated and did not go in immediately. The plaque of the shop read "One Way with You." It was the Lu family shop. In the past, Lu Qing followed the Lu family to the Suanio base to open a shop, which was a branch of One Way with You. While Lin Shen was still hesitating whether to go in, he just glanced inside and saw several rows of genotype eggs on the shelf facing the store door, one of which was covered with thick mosaics. Fuck God, are you playing tricks on me? There's nothing else but here? Do you have to be so ridiculous? Lin Shen was speechless, but he didn't hesitate and walked in directly. Who cares about his ex-girlfriend or not? Not to mention that this is just a store opened by his ex's family. Even if the genotype eggs were laid by his ex, he would dare to buy them as long as they are willing to sell them. What's the value of face? The most important thing is the fire. Chapter 54. Lin Shen saw a girl in sportswear talking to the clerk at the counter. She was probably a customer who wanted to buy gynecological eggs. From the back, although she was wearing a formal sportswear that didn't show her figure and couldn't see any curves, her legs were really long, her hair was black and thick, and her ponytail made her look very healthy. Overall, it gave people the feeling that the girl was very punctual and had a large amount of sex every month. It looks like she is very suitable for having children. Lin Shen retracted his gaze. Now he was here to buy fire, and the matter of finding a woman to have children could be put aside for the time being. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the counter and pointed at the genetic mutation eggs on the shelf behind the counter and asked, "How much are those?" Before the clerk could answer, Lin Shen suddenly heard a familiar voice beside him and said in surprise, "Lin Shen? Why are you here?" Lin Shen turned his head to look at the girl who was talking. After seeing her appearance clearly, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Yi Yuzhen, why are you here?" Lin Shen not only knew this girl, but he would probably never forget her in his life. Love strategist Yi Yuzhen, this is her self-proclaimed name. She is Lu Qing's half-brother's best friend, but Lin Shen thinks the name of Love Military Dog is more suitable for her. Yi Yuzhen made great contributions to Lin Shen and Lu Qing's breakup. It can be said that without Yi Yuzhen's infinite efforts, Lin Shen and Lu Qing would not have broken up so quickly. I heard that my elder sister was in trouble. You came to the Asian god base for my elder sister, right? Yi Yuzhen said. That's my family's business, don't worry about it. Lin Shen said coldly, then looked at the clerk and asked, how much are those genetically modified eggs? The clerk smiled and said, the base transformed eggs on the shelf. The first and second rows of steel eggs start at 1,000, and the third and fourth rows of alloy eggs start at 30,000. Each egg has a different price. Whichever one you like is clearly marked on it. No one is cheated. Sir, you are Monsieur's friend. I can give you a 30% discount. Do I look like someone who needs a discount? Lin Shen pointed to a steel egg and said, I want that one. Wrap it up for me. How much is it in total? Okay, sir. The price of that steel-grade spiral snail egg is 999. Special price today. The clerk continued to serve with a smile. Here is 1,000 yuan. Lin Shen generously put a 1,000 yuan bill on the counter and said, don't forget to change. Lin Shen would not take advantage of the Lu family and Yi Yuzhen, but he would never let them take advantage of him. The clerk quickly wrapped up the spiral snail egg that Lin Shen wanted and handed it to Lin Shen with $1. Lin Shen took the things and turned away. There was nothing to say to Yi Yuzhen, and there was no need to say hello. Lin Shen, my elder sister's matter is a bit troublesome. If you come here to ask Lu Qing for help, I can help you contact her. Yi Yuzhen said. No need. Lin Shen didn't want to waste time talking to her, and left the Lu Yunai store directly. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen's back as he left, with a strange look in his eyes. After Lin Shen's figure completely disappeared, Yi Yuzhen retracted his gaze, pondered for a long time, and left the store. It's right to come to the Asian god base. Lin Shen got the genetic mutation egg with fire, and he was in a very good mood. Since he had gained something, Lin Shen planned to go through all the stores in one go. If he could find a few more fires, it would really be worth the trip. Unfortunately, after visiting all the shops, Lin Shen did not find any more genetic mutation eggs with fire, and he was somewhat disappointed. There are so many times more genetic mutation eggs here than in Suanio, but why is there only one fire? Lin Shen really couldn't understand what the pattern of the fire was. But getting a fire was not bad. Lin Shen wanted to find a place to sleep with a genetic mutation egg, and see what kind of fire ability he could get. Someone follow? Wei Wufu said. Let them follow. Lin Shen said lightly. He knew that the Su family must have been paying attention to them, but he came here to solve the problem thoroughly. Otherwise, when the Su family went to the Suanio base for revenge, he would not be able to protect the safety of the entire Lin family. It is better to fight in someone else's home, so Lin Shen came. Of course, Lin Shen is a pacifist. It is best not to fight if he can, and it depends on what the helmsman of the Su family thinks. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Su family was so patient. He had been at the Yashin base for 3 or 4 hours, but the Su family hadn't come to stop him yet. Since they don't come to find me, I just continue to do my own thing. After coming out of the market, Lin Shen went to the matchmaking agency. After a round of the Yashin base, Lin Shen found that there were still many young beauties in the Yashin base, at least more than in the Suanio base. The Suanio base was not that big, and they were all from the same old family. They knew each other well. It was difficult for Lin Shen to find someone there, so he thought it would be easier to find someone in the Yashin base. After all, he was from a wealthy family, and he was not bad looking, so it should not be difficult to find someone who met his requirements. He did not have time to find someone himself, so Lin Shen chose the most time-saving way and registered as a super VIP at the matchmaking agency. The fat lady boss of the matchmaking agency was so happy that she was almost massaging her shoulders and legs while serving tea. My requirements are very simple: a clean family background, beautiful, and easy to give birth, Lin Shen said while drinking tea. Don't worry, I will arrange it for you right away. They are all the best resources I have, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. The fat lady boss came back with a stack of information and photos. Handsome guy, look at this, the alloy goddess of war. She has a good family background and strength. You don't have to do anything after marrying her, just wait to count the money. The fat lady boss laughed as she said. A little short. Lin Shen looked at the photo and said, what about this one? Although it's only steel grade, she's pretty, gentle, and very obedient. The fat lady boss picked out another one without saying anything. She's a little thinner. Lin Shen looked at the photo again and frowned. It doesn't matter. We have many high-quality girls. How about this one? She's beautiful, has a good figure, has a good class, and has a good career. Why does the profile say she has a child? Lin Shen looked at the photo and thought it was okay, but after a closer look at the profile, he found that she actually had a child. It's a girl, It's not a big deal. The fat lady boss took it back and picked out another one. The two of them compared for a long time, but they didn't like this one or that one, and they couldn't choose one after choosing a lot. Handsome guy, I understand. The fat lady boss was very patient. She didn't get impatient at all. Instead, she smiled ambiguously. What do you understand? Lin Shen asked with a smile. What you want is actually just one word. The fat lady boss said with a smile. Which word? Lin Shen asked curiously. Big. The fat lady boss said a word directly. Big? After hearing this, Lin Shen blinked. Yes, big. The fat lady boss said with certainty. Big? Lin Shen's eyes were filled with laughter. Big. The fat lady boss's eyes met Lin Shen's, and as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding, they both laughed. Okay, big then. Lin Shen nodded. It will definitely be big. I guarantee you will be satisfied. You don't need to look at these. I will arrange it for you in the evening. Wait for my good news. The fat lady boss said confidently. Lin Shen left the matchmaking agency and wandered around the area. He found a place to have dinner with Wei Wufu, and then returned to the hotel he had booked. At night, the fat lady boss sent a message, asking Lin Shen to meet at a tea place. She had already made an appointment, and asked Lin Shen not to ask anything, because there would definitely be a surprise when they met. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the meeting place. Although it was best to do this alone, Lin Shen was afraid that the Su family would suddenly attack him, and he would feel uneasy without Wei Wufu. After entering the store and going up to the second floor, Lin Shen saw a beautiful woman sitting by the window, wearing a black-hipped skirt, with legs longer than her life and long wavy hair. Lin Shen could only see her side profile, and had to admit that the fat lady boss was quite reliable, and indeed a little big. Lin Shen looked at it at first glance, and thought it was really good. It must be easy to raise children. It seemed that she could have 2 babies in 3 years, and the children would not be hungry. I guess, you must be waiting for me? Lin Shen walked over, picked up the promise token on the table, a blue rose, and looked at the other person with a smile. When the two people's eyes met, Lin Shen was suddenly stunned, and the rose in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Why is it you? The two people shouted almost at the same time. The woman turned out to be the love strategist Yushin, and Lin Shen almost didn't recognize her. This woman usually wears loose sportswear, but I didn't expect her to be so sexy. Chapter 55. I never thought that a love strategist would end up on a blind date. Lin Shen picked up the teacup and took a sip before casually saying, After all, we are acquainted. Is it necessary to mock me like this? Besides, you are also here for a blind date, and you are not much better than me. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me? Yushin said while holding the teacup. Then I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have the opportunity to meet so many girls and sit here with you to drink tea? Lin Shen pouted and said. Yushin seemed to know that he was in the wrong. Surprisingly, he did not refute Lin Shen. After thinking for a while, he said, I know you are here for your elder sister's matter. You want to find Lu Qing. I can help you make an appointment with her. You help me make an appointment with her? I dare not meet her. Who knows what bad things you say to her about me behind her back? Don't let her help the Su family to deal with me. That would be really unfair to me. Lin Shen mocked. Lin Shen, can you be more polite? Yushin bit her red lips and said, That's a good point. Don't you understand the truth? Why didn't you be more polite before? Lin Shen said with a smile. Yushin glared at Lin Shen, stood up, picked up her bag and was about to leave. Don't leave yet. Lin Shen shouted casually, but who knew that Yushin would really stop? You haven't cursed enough? Yushin said. Aren't you here for a blind date? We haven't talked about anything yet, and you're leaving now. Isn't it inappropriate? Lin Shen said with a smile. No, Lin Shen, what do you mean? Yushin put the bag back on the table and sat back down. What can I mean? I'm here for a blind date, and you're here for a blind date too. It's not too much to get to know each other, right? Lin Shen said. No, are you crazy? Do you really want to have a blind date with me? Yushin looked like she had seen a ghost. Why would I come here if I wasn't going on a blind date? Lin Shen asked back. Okay, tell me how you want to discuss me. Yushin crossed her arms, looking like she was waiting to see what you could do to me. It was just this action that made her look particularly unreachable. Don't say such harsh words. I'm not you. I won't discuss anyone casually without any grudges. Without waiting for Yushin to refute, Lin Shen continued, Since we are both here for a blind date, I want to know how many boyfriends you have had. Is this not too much? It's not too much, but I don't want to tell you. Yi Yuzhen pouted. Then what do you think of me? Lin Shen continued to ask. You don't really want to go on a blind date with me, do you? Can you please stop playing tricks on me? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen suspiciously, with a hint of joy in her eyes. How many times do you want me to say it? Okay, I say it one last time. I'm here for a blind date, and you're my blind date. Can't I just go on a good blind date? Lin Shen said seriously. Looking at Yi Yuzhen's uncomfortable look, Lin Shen felt relieved. Because of Yi Yuzhen, he and Lu Qing had quarreled and got angry a lot before. When she was unhappy, Lin Shen felt very happy. On second thought, if he and Yi Yuzhen really got together, it would not be bad. To be honest, Lin Shen felt that if he really wanted to find a good girl, he would really hurt her. The ultimate purpose of his marriage is to continue the innocence of the Lin family. It can be said that the girl who married him was a tool. In addition, Lin Shen himself had already planned to embark on the road of evolution. No one knew when and where he would die. Maybe he would not be able to come back next time he went to that planet. Lin Shen himself felt that if a good girl married him, it would be a waste of her. Even he felt that he was nothing. But he had no choice. Now his brothers were in danger of death. He had to leave some blood for the Lin family before he left. For Yi Yuzhen, Lin Shen had no guilt. He had hated Yi Yuzhen for a long time. Thinking about the miserable appearance of Yi Yuzhen raising 2 children alone after Yi Yuzhen married him, if he died outside, he was still a little excited. No! Why should I die? Lin Shen suddenly realized that he was cursing himself. He spat several times in his heart. Pooh, 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 I can't die, so let her give birth to me and tire her to death. Besides, in terms of figure and appearance, Yi Yuzhen is really good. Why didn't I realize that Yi Yuzhen is so awesome before? Could she have had plastic surgery? Lin Shen just thought about it, and he also knew that Yi Yuzhen couldn't have had plastic surgery. If you really put something in your body, it will be almost impossible to become a genetic mutation. Foreign objects filled in the body are likely to cause serious problems during genetic mutation, leading to genetic mutation failure or even death, so few people will have plastic surgery now. Lin Shen remembered that Yi Yuzhen had already been a mutant, so it was impossible for her to have been plastic surgery. No way, you don't really like me, do you? Yi Yuzhen stared at Lin Shen in surprise, but for some reason, there seemed to be a little bit of subtle joy in his eyes. If you like me, just tell me whether you agree or not, Lin Shen said. Brother, can you stop playing tricks on me? What is our relationship? You don't want to take revenge on me, do you? Although he said this, the joy in Yi Yuzhen's eyes became stronger and stronger, and he could hardly hide it. What is our relationship? You got rid of my girlfriend, so you should give me another one, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and didn't know what to say for a while. Suddenly, there was a noisy sound downstairs, and soon someone went up to the second floor and walked straight towards them. The two of them turned their heads and found that the person who came was Su Tiange. Yi Yuzhen frowned slightly, turned to Lin Shen and said, I will help you stop this person, and our previous affairs are settled. As she said that, Yi Yuzhen was about to stand up to greet Su Tiange, but suddenly felt her hand being held down. In a blink of an eye, she saw Lin Shen's big hand pressing her hand, and her cheeks suddenly became hot. Drink tea, I will handle my own affairs. Lin Shen took back his hand, and said while making tea. Yi Yuzhen looked at Su Tiange, who was walking straight towards her, and did not stand up again. She thought to herself, let's see what Su Tiange is going to do first, and then it's not too late to help him. Anyway, he can't get into trouble. Yi Yuzhen didn't think that Lin Shen could really handle Su Tiange. She was still very clear about what kind of person Lin Shen was. He is in his 20s, and still hasn't changed his genes. He is not good at fighting, but he is good at eating, drinking and having fun. He is just a spoiled young master who has never suffered. Maybe he doesn't know how powerful Su Tiange is, nor how strong the Su family is. He came to the Asian base to save his elder sister with just a passion. His heart is good, but he will never succeed. Yi Yuzhen watched Su Tiange walk step by step. He had already walked to Lin Shen's side, but Lin Shen still didn't look at him. He was still making tea there. He couldn't help but frown slightly. This is too careless. What if Su Tiange suddenly attacks? How can he defend himself? This is not his fault. He has never been so worried and suffered so much. Yi Yuzhen wanted to get up again, but suddenly heard Su Tiange speak. What do you do? Is this how you are usually taught to take care of customers? How can you let Brother Shen make tea by himself? What if Brother Shen's hand is burned? Under Yi Yuzhen's incredible gaze, Su Tiange bent down to take the tea set from Lin Shen's hand, and said with a smile, Brother Shen, why didn't you tell me that you came to my store? You made tea by yourself. Isn't this a slap in my face? Brother, you do your thing, I make tea for you. After that, Su Tiange ordered the waiter, go and get the 2 tails of ancient tree new tea in my safe. How can this ordinary tea be matched with my brother Shen's mouth? Is Su Tiange crazy, or is there something wrong with my brain? Yi Yuzhen was stunned and a little dumbfounded. He looked at Su Tiange with a flattering face, and then looked at Lin Shen who was sitting there like nothing happened. He didn't know what was going on. Chapter 56. Things seemed to be a little different from what Yi Yuzhen thought. She originally thought that Lin Shen came to the Yashan base to deal with the Su family and seek help from the Lu family. Now it seems that this is not the case at all. Su Tiange's various behaviors made Yi Yuzhen very difficult to understand. He clearly intercepted the Lin family's caravan and captured Lin Shen's eldest sister. Why was he so friendly to Lin Shen, even to the extent of deliberately trying to please him? This made Yi Yuzhen doubt whether the information she got was wrong. The Su family did not hijack the Lin family's caravan at all. There was no hatred between the 2 families, and they were even very close. Of course, Yi Yuzhen knew that this was impossible, and the information would not be wrong. Brother Shen, how about trying my tea? Sister-in-law, you try it too. Su Tiange changed a set of tea sets to make tea again. After brewing, he first served a cup to Lin Shen, and then served another cup to Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen pursed her lips, glared at Lin Shen, but said nothing. Sit down and talk. Lin Shen drank a sip of tea before speaking to Su Tiange. Su Tiange's actions already represented the Su family's attitude, so Lin Shen naturally had to express his own attitude. He knew that the Su family must have some concerns, which led to such a statement, but no matter what they were concerned about, it didn't make much difference to Lin Shen. As long as he was given some more time to develop, it wouldn't take long before he didn't need to care about what the Su family thought or did, nor did he need to know what the Su family's attitude was. Su Tiange sat down quickly and said with a smile, Brother Shen, how long do you plan to stay in the Asian god base? After finishing my business, I go back in 2 days. Lin Shen said casually. If you need my help, just speak up. I dare not say anything else. I still have some faith in the Yashan base. Su Tiange said hurriedly. Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Shen did not reject the goodwill signal he sent, Su Tiange felt much more at ease. If it is easy to do it quickly. If it is not easy and not too urgent, you can put it aside for now. Su Tiange suddenly said this inexplicably. What do you mean? Lin Shen looked at Su Tiange and asked. Brother Shen, you don't know that our family has done a lot of investigations recently. Various signs show that within half a month, a large number of genetically modified creatures will emerge nearby, and it is likely to form a beast tide. It will be very troublesome at that time. It is better to avoid it as much as possible. Our family and the Lu family are already fully preparing to protect the base. Su Tiange said. Why don't I know about the beast tide? Yi Yuzhen frowned and said. If everyone knows that a beast tide is coming, I'm afraid most of the people in the base will run away. How can there be enough manpower to protect the base at that time? In order not to cause panic, only a few senior members of our Su and Lu families know about this matter. However, if you observe carefully, you should be able to see clues from some of the preparations that the Lu family is making. After answering, Su Tiange looked at Lin Shen and said, If it weren't for Brother Shen, I would never reveal a word of this news. Please help me keep this secret, Brother Shen and sister-in-law. If you have relatives or friends in the Yashan base, find a reason to take them to other bases to live for a few days. It won't be too late to come back after the beast tide recedes. Yi Yuzhen is a smart person. She just recalled some recent events of the Lu family, and soon realized that Su Tiange was not exaggerating. There were indeed clues to be found, but she had not thought about it in this way before. Yi Yuzhen now completely believes that Su Tiange really has a close relationship with Lin Shen, otherwise how could he tell Lin Shen such a deadly thing? But the fact that the Su family hijacked the Lin family caravan and Lin Miao before was definitely not fake, which is a bit contradictory. What did this person do to make the Su family's attitude change so drastically? Is this still the Lin Shen I know? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, feeling that the familiar face seemed to have become a little strange. What is the situation of the beast tide? Tell me in detail. Lin Shen was really curious. There are rarely beast tides near the Suanio base. Usually, at most a few lost genetically modified creatures broke into the base, and were surrounded to death. He has never seen the scene of a real beast tide attacking the city. Su Tiange was about to answer when he heard a beeping sound coming from Yi Yuzhen's side. They both turned to look at Yi Yuzhen. Sorry, I have something to do, and I have to leave first. Yi Yuzhen took out the communicator from his bag and looked at it, then stood up and said, "Communicators can generally only be used in some bases, because the equipment outside the base can be easily destroyed by genetically modified organisms. So outside the base, communicators are useless. There are no equipment in the Suanio base, so the communicator in the base is useless. Lin Shen does have a communicator, but unfortunately, he has no place to use it. The way Lin Shen uses the most to understand the outside world is radio broadcasts. I heard that some super large bases still have TV stations and networks. The Yashin base doesn't have those equipment, let alone the Suanio base." Yi Yuzhen stood up and walked towards the stairs. She didn't walk very fast, and she was very careful when she went down the stairs. But until her figure disappeared from the second floor, she didn't hear the voice she wanted to hear. "Asshole, don't you know how to ask for a contact number?" Yi Yuzhen spat in a low voice, and then left quickly. Lin Shen didn't mean to refuse, but he didn't think of it at all. He didn't use the communicator much in the Suanio base, and he didn't bring a communicator with him, so he naturally didn't think of it. "Tell me in detail, what's going on with this beast tide?" Lin Shen said again. Su Tiange thought for a while and said, "This beast tide is a bit strange. It has something to do with the mutant egg that your Lin family bought." "What does it have to do with that mutant egg?" Lin Shen was a little surprised. "There is a steel forest in the northeast of the Yashin base. The trees in the steel forest are somewhat different from ordinary metal plants. The trunks and leaves are blue. Looking at a large blue forest, it looks like a blue ocean. We locals call it the Green Tree Sea. The Green Tree Sea is very large. There were many kinds of genetically modified organisms in it, but recently there are fewer and fewer kinds of genetically modified organisms. Only one kind of genetically modified organism is increasing." Su Tiange detailed the whole story. After Yi Yuzhen left the tea house, he walked across the street, turned a corner, entered a store, and went straight into a private room without waiting for the waiter to greet him. "Yuzhen, why didn't you tell me that Lin Shen came to the Yashin base?" As soon as Yi Yuzhen entered the door, a sweet-looking girl with a little baby fat questioned her angrily. "You have broken up with him for a long time. Why should I tell you? You don't want to tell me that you, Lu Qing, want to go back to him, right?" Yi Yuzhen put her bag on the coffee table and sat down next to the girl. "Who wants to go back to him? I just heard that he went to our store, and I wondered if he came to see me." Lu Qing explained. "Why do you think he came to see you?" Yi Yuzhen leaned back on the sofa, her sexy and round legs crossed, looking at Lu Qing, and asked with a smile. "The eldest sister of the Lin family was kidnapped by the Su family. He must be here for the eldest sister's business. What else can he do except ask me to beg him?" Lu Qing pouted. "You want to help him?" Yi Yuzhen asked. "That depends on his attitude. If he comes to beg me, maybe I will help him," Lu Qing said. Yi Yuzhen thought to himself, "Please? That's impossible. The current Lin Shen is not the Lin Shen you know. I think he should be able to solve it himself," Yi Yuzhen said. "He solves it himself? How can he solve it? Don't I know what he is like? He only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long. He is a sister's treasure man and a brother's treasure man. How can he solve it? I tell you, I will wait for him to beg me," Lu Qing said angrily. "Then you wait." Yi Yuzhen wanted to laugh, but said, "Yeah, that's right. Just wait for him to beg you, and then he will apologize to us." "That's what I think. But you also know that he has never left the Suanio base. He is unfamiliar with the place here. I'm afraid he can't find the door even if he wants to beg me. How about this, you go to see him later. If he asks you where I am, tell him I'm here," Lu Qing said. "Okay." Yi Yuzhen smiled a little strangely. Chapter 57. Lin Shen and Su Tiange were still talking about the beast tide. According to Su Tiange, the batch of genetically modified eggs that the Lin family took back came from the Green Tree Sea. Some time ago, the number of genetically modified creatures in the Green Tree Sea decreased rapidly, while a steel creature called Mushroom Beast multiplied rapidly. A team of genetically modified people entered the Green Tree Sea to hunt mushroom beasts, killing a large number of mushroom beasts, and finding a batch of mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs. One of the mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs was slightly different. Those genetically modified people didn't understand it at all, and didn't think about the possibility of mutant eggs, so they sold the entire batch of mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs to Lin Miao. When Lin Miao was counting, he found the mutant egg and directly found a reliable person to send the mutant egg back to the Suanio base first. Later, Su Tiange accidentally heard a member of the genetically modified team talk about this while drinking. He guessed that it might be a mutant egg, so he robbed the Lin family's caravan. What Su Tiange wanted to talk about was not about him and the Lin family caravan, but that after that, he also took people to the Green Tree Sea to see if he could find mutant eggs again. As a result, after entering the Green Tree Sea, the situation inside surprised Su Tiange and other mutants. There were so many mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea that it was unimaginable, and the original mushroom beasts were all steel creatures, but they found a large number of alloy mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea. This discovery shocked everyone, and Su Tiange immediately came back and reported the matter to Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su personally took people to the Green Tree Sea to check the situation. All signs showed that it would not take long for the mushroom beasts to rush out of the Green Tree Sea. At that time, it was likely that a beast tide would form, and the Yashin base would inevitably bear the brunt. Grandpa Su personally met with the head of the Liu family. After the discussion, the two families began to prepare for war in secret. Brother Shen, when I went in, I saw a huge mushroom beast as big as a hill. And unlike the mushroom beasts with red veils, that huge mushroom beast had a blue veil. I think it was a mutant mushroom beast. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough people with me at that time. When my grandfather went there again, it had disappeared. It was such a pity, Su Tiange said with some regret. Lin Shen heard what Su Tiange meant. It was openly persuading him to leave quickly, but in fact it was trying to seduce him to stay and fight against the mushroom beast tide. Mutated creatures are indeed very attractive to ordinary mutators. Even if they can't get mutant eggs, the materials on the mutant creatures can be sold at a high price. It's a pity that Lin Shen is not an ordinary person. If Su Tiange didn't say there were mutant creatures, he would have a 1 in 10,000 chance of staying to watch the excitement. Hearing that there were mutant creatures in the Sea of Green Trees, Lin Shen immediately made up his mind to leave immediately, and resolutely not stay in the Yashin base. Originally, Lin Shen was thinking about finishing the blind date before leaving, but now, he didn't wait any longer, and planned to pack up and return to the Suanio base immediately. Brother Tiange, I suddenly remembered something. Let's talk about this today, and we can talk about it another day. Lin Shen got up and walked out. Brother Shen, wait for me, I take you there. Su Tiange was a little confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Lin Shen. He was talking well, and he hadn't finished talking yet, so why was he in a hurry to leave? But he didn't ask, and he almost couldn't catch up with Lin Shen's pace. He finally caught up, but Lin Shen had already walked to the gate with Wei Wufu. Stay. Lin Shen said hello and hurriedly left with Wei Wufu, leaving Su Tiange at the door in a daze. Where are you going? Wei Wufu asked. Home. Lin Shen said as he walked. What? Wei Wufu was slightly startled. No, let's go back. Lin Shen walked and repeated the time when there might be a beast tide rushing out of the Green Tree Sea. There are many beasts, just right, kill them, good thing. Wei Wufu's eyes lit up. No matter how many benefits there are, you have to be alive to get them. Who knows how many mushroom beasts, alloy creatures, and mutant creatures there are in the Green Tree Sea? What if there are crystal-based creatures? Tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of base-based creatures, even if they are not high-level, can tire us out. How long can your alloy shell last at a time? 3 hours or 4 hours? Okay, I count it as 24 hours. In 24 hours, can you kill hundreds of thousands of base-based creatures? Once you lose the alloy shell to protect your body, can you guarantee that you can survive in the beast tide? Lin Shen severely taught Wei Wufu a lesson. Exaggerated. Wei Wufu was obviously a little dissatisfied. What I said may be a little exaggerated, but who knows if I will be right. You only have one life, even if the chance is 1 in 10,000, you can't gamble with your life. There is no room for negotiation. Listen to me and go home now. This is not the place for us to stay. Before the Lin family has a successor, I have to keep this useful body, and can't make any mistakes. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu out of the Yashin base directly, summoned his mount, and left without looking back. Su Tiange was dumbfounded when he received the news. He didn't know why Lin Shen left. Wasn't he scared away by the beast tide I mentioned? The gun in his hand, Jingji could kill at will. What was there for him to be afraid of? Did I not tell the story well? That can't be right. What I told was very story-like, with a proper beginning, development, climax, foreshadowing and attraction. Why did he leave? Isn't the attraction of the mutant mushroom beast enough? Su Tiange scratched his head, wondering what went wrong with what he said. Originally, he wanted to attract Lin Shen and let him help in the beast tide, but he didn't expect that Lin Shen would run away just after he started. Lin Shen returned along the original route, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. While running wildly, Wei Wufu in front suddenly stopped his mount, and Lin Shen behind almost bumped into it. Old Wei, why did you stop suddenly? Lin Shen finally stopped his mount, and asked Wei Wufu next to him. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, just pointed to the road ahead. The road they were walking on was originally a county road. At this time, all kinds of weeds grew on both sides of the county road. You could still vaguely see that it was an asphalt road in the middle of the road, but it was already broken and full of potholes. This is because the caravan often passes by here, so it can maintain this state. If no one walks, it won't take long for the road to be covered with weeds and vines. At this time, there seemed to be a black cooking pot upside down on the ground in the middle of the road, only 10 to 20 meters away from the two people. Genetic creature? Lin Shen said, as he let his mount retreated to the back of Wei Wufu, used the power of basic transformation to transform into a shell to protect his whole body, and at the same time pulled out the angel revolver on his waist. Wei Wufu nodded slightly, and while using the power of basic transformation, he also pulled out the alloy knife on his back. Perhaps because the attack posture of the two people was too obvious, the black pot seemed to sense it and turned back and forth a few times. Then with a bang, it bounced up from the ground. Lin Shen then realized that the black pot was only a part of the mutant creature, growing on the top of the mutant creature's head like a mushroom cap. And under the black mushroom cap, there was a black and gold model similar to the Q version of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Overall, it looked like a Q version of a dinosaur metal statue with a mushroom cap, half a meter high, with a big head and a small body, disproportionate, but with a cute sense of harmony. Is this a mushroom beast? Lin Shen frowned slightly. He remembered that the general mushroom beast should have a red mushroom cap with gray and white spots, and a gray and white cast iron body underneath. Even the mutant mushroom beast that Su Tiange mentioned should have a blue cap, so how could a black cap mushroom beast appear? Its head is similar to that of an ordinary red cap mushroom beast, and its eyes are also black, like a big black gem. Chapter 58. Mutation. Wei Wufu said, leaping from his mount, and slashing the black-capped mushroom beast with his alloy knife with the force of thunder. Lin Shen did not stop him, but the muzzle of his gun was aimed at the black-capped mushroom beast. The black-capped mushroom beast was obviously a mutated alloy. As they were also alloys, Wei Wufu was fully capable of fighting against the mutants, so Lin Shen was not worried about this. What Lin Shen was worried about was that this was not the direction to the Green Tree Sea, so how could a mutated mushroom beast appear? Besides it, were there any other mushroom beasts nearby? He looked around, but did not find any other mushroom beasts for the time being. Wei Wufu's knife had already slashed the top of the black-capped mushroom beast's head. The black-capped mushroom beast had a chubby body and moved surprisingly fast. With a kick of its fat short legs on the ground, it actually avoided Wei Wufu's lightning-like strike. At the same time, it twisted its body and swung its round tail to Wei Wufu's waist. This is a unique attack method of genetically modified creatures. Humans cannot use such an attack method at all due to their innate limitations. Generators, who are used to fighting humans, can easily suffer a great loss when encountering such genetically modified creatures. Wei Wufu is obviously a genetically modified creature with rich combat experience. The moment the black-capped mushroom beast swung its tail, Wei Wufu's footsteps moved quickly, following the momentum of the black-capped mushroom beast turning around, and at the same time, he slashed at the neck of the black-capped mushroom beast again with a knife. The speed of the black-capped mushroom beast turning around could not exceed Wei Wufu's movement speed. The fiercely swung tail was always a distance away from Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu's knife was about to cut the black-capped mushroom beast's neck. Beautiful body movements, beautiful swordsmanship. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. When Wei Wufu taught him to practice swordsmanship, he once told him that body movements and swordsmanship are inseparable. If you don't practice body movements well, you can't practice swordsmanship well. If you only practice swordsmanship without body movements, you can't practice swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's talent in fighting is just average. After practicing with Wei Wufu for such a long time, he has only learned a little bit. Just when Lin Shen thought that Wei Wufu was about to succeed, I don't know if it was an illusion, Lin Shen actually saw a cunning look in the eyes of the black-capped mushroom beast, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "You've been fooled." The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly stopped twisting its body and turned to face Wei Wufu. Its chubby claws were raised quickly, and it actually clamped the alloy knife that Wei Wufu chopped down. Then the claws twisted, and the alloy knife broke with a click. The black-capped mushroom beast jumped up without hesitation and kicked Wei Wufu with a pair of fat hind legs in the air. Fuck, this mushroom beast actually knows Kung Fu. Lin Shen's eyes were about to pop out, and the series of actions of the black-capped mushroom beast made his scalp numb. Wei Wufu threw away the handle of the knife in his hand, blocked with his arms continuously, and collided with the metal fat feet of the black-capped mushroom beast, making a series of metal collision sounds. Every time he collided, Wei Wufu took a step back. Obviously, the strength of his arms could not match the strength of the black-capped mushroom beast's thighs. The strength of the man and the beast is top level in the alloy grade, and the difference is not much. But how much strength you have does not mean how much strength you can exert. In fact, in actual combat, having 20 strength means that the maximum strength is 20. Generally, the strength that can be exerted is only a dozen or so. Unless you are trained, use a specific way of exerting force, and prepare in advance, it is difficult to exert the full 20 strength. Even for a guy like Wei Wufu, who has first-rate fighting skills and power generation techniques, he can only exert about 70% of his strength in a fast battle. After landing, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly bent over and swung its tail, just like the sweeping kick in human fighting skills. Its tail quickly swept towards Wei Wufu's legs, which made Lin Shen tremble with fear. The attack routines of the black-capped mushroom beast were as smooth as flowing water, and Lin Shen felt a little depressed after watching them one by one. His fighting skills were not as good as those of a genetically modified creature. If he had gone up, even if his strength and speed were not much different, he would have been knocked down by the black-capped mushroom beast long ago. Wei Wufu seemed like an emotionless fighting machine. No matter what amazing attack methods the black-capped mushroom beast used, there was no way to change his expression even a little bit. Wei Wufu was so calm that it was scary. Even if the black-capped mushroom beast's claws almost brushed against his eyelids, he couldn't blink. His figure moved quickly, his movements kept changing, but his expression remained the same. Wei Wufu blocked the wave after wave of attacks from the black-capped mushroom beast in the most effective way. As soon as the black-capped mushroom beast made a mistake in jumping into the air, Wei Wufu passed through it, grabbed its tail, and threw it over his shoulder, throwing it heavily to the ground. The pupils of the black-capped mushroom beast shrank, and the next second, it was extremely furious, kicking Wei Wufu with both legs. The moment Wei Wufu let go and stepped back, the black-capped mushroom beast actually stood up with a somersault, then flew back and pulled away from Wei Wufu. The black-capped mushroom beast, with a pair of big black gemstone eyes, stared at Wei Wufu, as if it was extremely angry, and its body was shaking constantly. When Wei Wufu rushed towards it again, he suddenly saw that the mushroom cap on the black-capped mushroom beast's head actually lit up like a light bulb, emitting a hazy white light. This discovery made Wei Wufu stop and look at the black-capped mushroom beast carefully. Although Wei Wufu's name is Wufu, he is not a reckless man. There must be something wrong when something is unusual. He is observing. The black-capped mushroom beast did not give him time to observe, and rushed directly, hitting Wei Wufu with the mushroom cap. Wei Wufu was very careful, and did not punch its head. Instead, he quickly moved sideways to avoid the impact of the black-capped mushroom beast. The black-capped mushroom beast suddenly stopped, sank violently, and swung its tail again, hitting Wei Wufu's waist. Everything happened too fast, and Wei Wufu had no time to hide. He could only raise one leg, and use it to block the tail. Bang! The sound of metal collision resounded throughout the forest. Wei Wufu took 2 steps back, and was shocked to find that the alloy shell on his calf was rapidly fading away where his calf collided with the black-capped mushroom beast. Wei Wufu was still using the power of base transformation, and his alloy body was not withdrawn, but the metal shell on his calf had fading back, and there was no way to form an alloy shell to protect his body. It was fading, not breaking or falling off. The metal shell on the calf seemed to have a natural defect. The black-capped mushroom beast attacked continuously without stopping. Wei Wufu could dodge what he could, and could only block what he couldn't dodge. The strange thing was that wherever he had physical contact with the black-capped mushroom beast, the metal shell would disappear without a trace, and he couldn't summon it no matter what. What kind of ability is that? Lin Shen was surprised and knew that he could no longer watch the battle, so he pulled the trigger at the black-capped mushroom beast. The pet capsule transformed by the black armored bee flew out like a bullet, and at an incredible speed, it directly hit the mushroom cap on the head of the black-capped mushroom beast, which was emitting white light like a light bulb. Bang! The black armored bee, which had already transformed into a combat form in the air, was in a posture with its tail in front and its head behind, with a speed that exceeded the crystal base, and its tail needle hit the light bulb-like mushroom cap fiercely. Lin Shen guessed that this was the key to the black-capped mushroom beast's magical power. If he could destroy its mushroom cap, he might be able to break its strange ability. Chapter 59. The hardest part of the black armored bee is the stinger at the back of its tail. The hardness of 19.8 and the toughness of 19.6 make it both hard and tough. With the added speed of 44 and the innate skill of penetrating sting, the destructive power of the stinger reaches a very terrifying level. Even the crystal-based Zhou Lao had his head pierced directly. Although Zhou Lao did not use the crystal-based body at that time, it was enough to show how terrifying the destructive power of the black armored bee with the angel wheel can be. Under normal circumstances, the strength of the alloy level cannot withstand the force of a blow. In the worst case, both will be broken in the collision. However, the stinger of the black armored bee hit the mushroom cap of the black-capped mushroom beast hard, and a strange scene appeared. The body of the black armored bee seemed to have changed from an extremely hard alloy to a fragile tofu dregs. After hitting the mushroom cap, it was twisted and deformed and then exploded in all directions. The mushroom head that was shining white like a light bulb did not have any scars. "Oh wait, let's go." Lin Shen saw such a strange scene, and turned his mount without thinking and left, and at the same time shot at the black-capped mushroom beast to buy time for Wei Wufu to escape. Almost at the same time when Lin Shen said this, Wei Wufu had already jumped on his mount, and ran wildly behind Lin Shen. This was no longer a question of whether he could win or not. Before he figured out the strange ability of the black-capped mushroom beast, it would probably be a waste of time to continue fighting. The black-capped mushroom beast's deep eyes, like black gemstones, stared at Lin Shen, and it seemed that its hatred had been transferred to him. He wanted to rush towards Lin Shen, but was hit by the second bullet. Although the ability of the black-capped mushroom beast is strange, it is only alloy grade after all, and its speed is obviously not fast enough to avoid the bullets fired by the angel revolver. The pet capsule that was fired flashed in the air, and turned into an alloy-grade crosshorn horse, which hit the black-capped mushroom beast. The crosshorn horse looks like a horse, but like a rhinoceros, it has a horn on the front, and that horn is cross-shaped. The rest of this thing is not very hard, but the crosshorn is extremely hard, not inferior to the poisonous needle of the black bee. It was specially found by Lin Shen from the fourth brother's small treasury. With the angel revolver, the attack power is also amazing. In order to get this pet, the door lock of the fourth brother's small treasury was broken by him. The cross horn of the crosshorn horse hit the black-capped mushroom beast, and Lin Shen saw it clearly this time. The horn, which was obviously very hard, seemed to soften suddenly after hitting the body of the black-capped mushroom beast, and it even bent. Not only the cross horn, but the whole body of the crosshorn horse seemed to soften. The powerful impact force squeezed the body of the crosshorn horse into a pancake like a balloon, and then exploded instantly, turning into fragments and splashing base transformation liquid all over the sky. The body of the black-capped mushroom beast was still intact, but it was knocked back a few steps by the powerful impact. After stopping, the black-capped mushroom beast made a strange cry and chased after Lin Shen angrily. Bang bang bang. While urging his mount to run wildly, Lin Shen twisted his waist and shot at the black-capped mushroom beast continuously. One pet capsule after another was ejected like lightning, turning into a base-transformed pet in the air and crashing into the black-capped mushroom beast. Of course, these pets are not alloy grade, but steel capsules filled by Lin Shen. Steel pets are naturally less likely to cause harm to the black-capped mushroom beast, but the speed given to them by the angel revolver gives them a strong impact force. Every time they hit the black-capped mushroom beast, they can push it back a few steps, making it impossible for it to catch up. After all 7 capsules were fired, Lin Shen touched his pocket, and took out a few steel pet capsules from his pocket to fill them in. Pulling the butt, the key compartment also opened, and the previous keys had automatically broken into slag due to the death of the pets. Put the corresponding pet key in, the whole action was smooth, and then another round of shooting was fired at the black-capped mushroom beast chasing behind. The black-capped mushroom beast was furious, but it couldn't catch up and was soon thrown away. Just when Lin Shen thought he could get away successfully, he saw the mushroom cap on the mushroom beast's head emitting white light, and the light suddenly became stronger. It was originally just a hazy white light like an energy-saving lamp, but now it was shining like a small sun. Then Lin Shen heard it make that strange cry again, which was hard to tell what it sounded like. It sounded like the roar of an animal, and it sounded like the sound of an insect. It was extremely strange. When Lin Shen was wondering what the purpose of its actions was, he suddenly heard Wei Wufu shouting, in front. Lin Shen retracted his gaze from the black-capped mushroom beast and looked forward. He found that on the bare and dilapidated asphalt road in front, one after another red mushrooms with red background and white spots, as big as pot lids, appeared. Those red mushrooms appeared very quickly. In a blink of an eye, the road ahead was full of red mushrooms. There were also red mushrooms constantly popping out in the forests on both sides of the road. There was no end in sight, and no one knew how many there were. Pop! Pop! The red mushrooms bounced up one by one, turning into red-capped mushroom beasts, shouting and rushing towards Lin Shen, and Wei Wufu from all directions. Go! Lin Shen knew that he couldn't stop. If he was surrounded, he would have to fight to the death. He would most likely be trapped to death, so he could only rush back to the Yashin base. Wei Wufu took the lead and rushed to the front to clear the way for Lin Shen, knocking away the mushroom beasts that rushed up, and at the same time waving his fists to smash the mushroom beasts that flew over. Lin Shen jumped up, turned around and rode on the back of his mount, and from time to time, he quickly attacked the red-capped mushroom beasts that rushed over from behind. After being acupunctured, the red-capped mushroom beasts that flew over fell to the ground and were trampled by the mushroom beasts behind them, and soon disappeared. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and then the two saw a head with a huge blue mushroom cap on top of it coming out of the forest in front of him. It was a blue-capped mushroom beast that was as big as a real Tyrannosaurus Rex, or even bigger. Every time it moved, the ground seemed to shake. What was even more despairing was that in the forest on the other side, a huge blue-capped mushroom beast also came out, blocking their way back to the Yashin base on the left and right. The black-capped mushroom beast behind was still chasing them, and as the distance got closer and closer, the red-capped mushroom beasts around them also surged up like a tide. Oh my god, what's going on? There are so many mutant creatures that I rarely heard of before. What kind of shit luck do I have? Lin Shen started the super base transformation, and the shell on his body gradually burned red, and he was ready to fight to the death. Wei Wufu jumped up without hesitation and rushed to one of the blue-capped mushroom beasts. I lead the way, you go. The blue-capped mushroom beast crashed down head-on, like a giant hammer falling from the sky, colliding with Wei Wufu's fist. With a loud bang, the blue-capped mushroom beast's body was actually hit by Wei Wufu and staggered back, and the blue metal mushroom cap on its head sank into a pit. Wei Wufu's figure was also shaken down by the terrifying force, and fell into the group of red-capped mushroom beasts, and immediately started killing. Seeing another blue-capped mushroom beast rushing over with an earth-shaking momentum, and the black-capped mushroom beast had also rushed behind him, Lin Shen had to abandon his mount. As a capsule was shot out of the angel revolver, his figure quickly passed through and rushed behind the blue-capped mushroom beast, and pointed a finger at the acupuncture point of the blue-capped mushroom beast, causing the blue-capped mushroom beast's figure to freeze instantly. Lin Shen turned around, and saw the black-capped mushroom beast tearing his alloy mount into two halves, and chased him angrily again. After the blue-capped mushroom beast froze for a moment, it also turned around and strode towards him. It was not that he didn't want to press the black-capped mushroom beast, but he hadn't found the acupuncture points on the black-capped mushroom beast. The red-capped mushroom beasts around him also came in waves. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The power brought by the super base transformation allowed him to punch the mushroom cap of a red-capped mushroom beast to pieces, and there was no need to press the acupuncture points. He continued to rush forward, stepping on the corpses. The punch was like a raging fire, and steel flowers flew everywhere. One red-capped mushroom beast after another lay dead at Lin Shen's feet, but it also blocked his escape speed. Seeing that the black-capped mushroom beast and the blue-capped mushroom beast were catching up again, Lin Shen gritted his teeth and prepared to shoot again. Suddenly, he felt the backpack behind him move. The fat bird woke up by the shaking, pushed the lid open with its head, and jumped out from inside. Lin Shen didn't bother to retrieve it. He rushed out while firing his gun, putting some distance between him and the black-capped mushroom beast. When he was about to continue rushing forward, he found that the originally violent beasts suddenly became strangely quiet. Chapter 60. All the mushroom beasts stopped their movements, staring at Lin Shen. This strange scene made Lin Shen and Wei Wufu stop and look behind them. They were both stunned. The mushroom beasts behind them also stopped attacking, including the black-capped mushroom beast. The difference was that on the mushroom cap on its head stood a fat pigeon like a snowball. The black-capped mushroom beast stood there motionless, and the glowing mushroom cap returned to its original black color. Lin Shen seemed to be able to see that its expression was a little stiff, and the corners of its eyes were twitching uncontrollably. "Fatty, what's going on?" Lin Shen was surprised and happy. For a moment, he couldn't be sure what this strange white bird Fatty, he raised, did to make the entire group of mushroom beasts stop attacking. What is certain is that the mushroom beasts have not lost their ability to move. They glared at the fat boy on the top of the black-capped mushroom beast, and their eyes seemed to be about to spit fire, but no one rushed forward. Coo! Coo! The fat boy made a pigeon-like sound, and the black-capped mushroom beast under its claws suddenly moved. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu both retreated subconsciously, but found that the black-capped mushroom beast was not rushing towards them, but was moving forward step by step, not very fast. The mushroom beast in front slowly made way, still glaring at them. What's going on? Taking hostages? Lin Shen and the others followed the black-capped mushroom beast and walked forward in the group of mushroom beasts. Wherever they went, the mushroom beasts reluctantly made way, and even the two blue-capped mushroom beasts, after roaring angrily, moved their huge bodies to make way. With countless mushroom beasts watching, the two followed the black-capped mushroom beast that seemed to be held hostage and walked slowly forward. Fatty stood on the black mushroom cap, occasionally making a cooing sound, as if warning the mushroom beasts not to act rashly. After walking for several miles, they finally passed through the group of mushroom beasts. The group behind them began to move, as if they wanted to rush up again. The black-capped mushroom beast stopped moving forward, staring at Lin Shen and the others fiercely. Coo! Coo! Fatty called to Lin Shen a few times, as if telling them to go first. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and at the same time ran wildly towards the direction of the Yashin base. While running, Lin Shen couldn't help but look back at Fatty, thinking about how it would get away later. Fatty still stood on the black-capped mushroom beast's head without moving, until Lin Shen and the others ran a long distance, and then suddenly flashed away. Lin Shen felt his backpack sink, and Fatty somehow got back into it. The strange cry of the black-capped mushroom beast came from behind him, with extreme resentment and unwillingness in the voice, as if warning Lin Shen and the others not to appear in front of it again, otherwise they would be dead. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu ran desperately without looking back. Fatty in the backpack stared coldly at the black-capped mushroom beast with red eyes through the gap of the backpack. He looked cold and fierce in the shadow, like a blood eye in the dark hell. They ran for more than 10 miles, and did not see the mushroom beasts catch up, so they stopped to breathe. The shell on Lin Shen's body had retreated, and he felt sore all over as if it was falling apart. He took off the backpack, opened the lid, took out another genetic mutation egg and fed it to Fatty, saying happily, "Fatty, well done." Fatty stretched out his round head, opened his mouth and swallowed the small genetic mutation egg, and rubbed his head on Lin Shen's palm twice, looking very cute. If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's hard to imagine that this cute pet Fatty with flesh and blood can suppress the weird black-capped mushroom beast. Without it, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu would probably find it difficult to escape unscathed. I just wanted to stay away from this place, but I didn't expect to encounter such a big trouble. Putting the backpack on again, Lin Shen said to Wei Wufu, "The black-capped mushroom beast has already hated us. It will be very dangerous to leave the Yashin base now. It seems that we can only hide in the Yashin base for a while." Okay. Wei Wufu didn't have any objections. Summoning 2 iron-horned horses of the steel grade, there were no alloy mounts available, and the two could only make do with what they had. Returning to the Yashin base again, Lin Shen was thinking about what to do next. The beast tied in the Green Tree Sea is not ordinary, and it is unknown how many terrifying mushroom beasts there are in it. Once a beast tide is formed, it is unknown whether the Yashin base can withstand it. Fortunately, there are crystal-based strongmen in the Yashin base, which is much stronger than the Suanio base. Relying on the defense engineering of the base, it should not be massacred. The premise is that there are not many crystal-based mushroom beasts among the mushroom beasts. At least Lin Shen and his team did not see crystal-based mushroom beasts. However, thinking about the weird black-capped mushroom beasts and the countless mushroom beasts, it still makes people feel scared. We need to find a safe place to stay. The number of mushroom beasts is too terrifying. Lin Shen feels that the outer defense line of the Yashin base is difficult to withstand. There may be street fighting at that time. We need to find a safer place to live. The places with the best defense engineering in the Yashin base are naturally the Liu family and the Su family. There is no need to consider the Su family. Lin Shen is afraid of being tricked by them. The Liu family is a good choice, but it's a pity that Lin Shen really can't bring himself to go to the Liu family. After thinking about it, Lin Shen decided to buy some pets first. The previous battle almost consumed all his pets. If the beast tide really rushes in, a close battle will be inevitable at that time. At least we have to ensure that the Angel Revolver can be used normally. With the little money Lin Shen has, he can't afford alloy pets at all. He bought more steel pets as bullets. If the Yashin base can't be defended, he still has a chance to rely on the Angel Revolver and the 7-step weapon to rush out and escape. Because he didn't have much money, Lin Shen could only go to the market stalls and try to buy some cheap goods. Anyway, they were all used as bullets, and it was fine as long as it was a pet. The level and attributes didn't matter. After shopping for a while, Lin Shen, who didn't have much money, could only compare prices. While shopping, he suddenly saw a familiar figure standing in front of the stall opposite, talking to the boss. Why is Yushin here? Lin Shen felt a little surprised. Although Yi Yuzhen was Lu Qing's best friend, she didn't come from an ordinary family, so why would she go to the stalls to buy genetic mutation eggs? Today's Yi Yuzhen was completely different from the day of the blind date. She was wearing the sportswear she usually wore, which completely covered her good figure. However, the proportion of her figure was still very conspicuous, and coupled with her white and tender skin like a baby and her black and shiny hair, it was still worth seeing. The only flaw was that Yi Yuzhen's appearance was not the kind of sweet or pure beauty in the traditional sense. If she were an actress, she would probably only be able to play the kind of beautiful, strong, and ruthless villain who could kill the main characters until only the title of the play was left. Lin Shen subconsciously moved closer to listen to what she was saying to the boss. After listening for a while, the surprise in his eyes became more and more intense. He seemed to have heard a really incredible secret about Yu. Chapter 61. Yi Yuzhen seemed to sense something, turned around and saw Lin Shen, and his face suddenly became a little ugly. Lin Shen smiled, turned around and prepared to leave. Yi Yuzhen immediately rushed over, stopped Lin Shen, adjusted his mood, and asked casually, "When did you come back? I heard that you left the Asian god base, didn't you? Not too early or too late, just when you said to throw, steal, head, and penetrate. How many sounds were those words? Why can't I remember it a little bit?" Before Lin Shen finished speaking, Yi Yuzhen covered his mouth and pulled him to a place where no one was. "Why are you pulling me? Pay attention to your image. You are a military advisor, and a military advisor can only talk but not do things. How can you personally go out and do it?" After Yi Yuzhen let go of his hand, Lin Shen said seriously, "I warn you, if I hear a word related to this matter outside, I will definitely not let you go." Yi Yuzhen threatened viciously. "I'm a soft-hearted person, but someone wants to threaten me. I have to print some flyers," Lin Shen said jokingly, and was about to leave. Yi Yuzhen quickly reached out and grabbed him, biting her lip and said, "What do you want?" "Take me home." Lin Shen restrained his smile, and said seriously, "What do you mean? Take you home, to whose home?" Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with confusion, not understanding what he meant. "Of course I'm taking you home," Lin Shen said. "Why should I take you back to my home? Are you crazy?" Seeing that Lin Shen's face was gloomy, and he was about to leave, Yi Yuzhen quickly grabbed him again and whispered, "You have to tell me why you want to go to my home, right? I'm quite satisfied with your blind date. Isn't it reasonable to meet your family?" Lin Shen said. "It's reasonable, sister. I've already apologized to you. Can you stop playing with me?" Yi Yuzhen said depressedly. "Just tell me whether you will take me back or not." Lin Shen made up his mind to go to Yi Yuzhen's house. The defense works of her house should be very good. After the beast had attacked the base, it should be a relatively safe place. Since he had caught Yi Yuzhen's braid, how could he not make good use of it? "Impossible, I will never take you to my house, you can forget it," Yi Yuzhen said with gritted teeth. "Impossible, right? What should be written on the flyer later? Someone threw, stole, head, penetrated." Lin Shen pretended to be thinking hard, and slowly turned around to leave. Hui, if you want to go to my ancestral grave, I will take you there, okay?" Yi Yuzhen grabbed Lin Shen and said hatefully, "I won't go to your ancestral grave for now. We talk about it when we are buried together in the future." Lin Shen paused and said, "I'm going to see my parents. What gifts should I bring?" "Who and your parents?" Yi Yuzhen was so angry that she laughed. "Throw, steal, head, penetrate." Lin Shen started chanting again. Okay, it's yours, it's all yours, everything is yours, okay?" Yi Yuzhen said depressedly. "No, what do you want to do? If you don't feel relieved, can you just beat me up? You can beat me however you want, I will accept it even if you beat me to death. How can I bear to beat you? I finally found someone I like, and I'm waiting to marry you. It will be bad if you disfigure me. Don't think about it. Let's go and buy some gifts to meet our parents." Lin Shen put his arm around Yi Yuzhen's shoulders and walked into the market. Yi Yuzhen twisted his waist and tried to push him away a few times, but failed, so he was too lazy to care about him. Arriving at the gift shop, Lin Shen bought a few things directly. "You are so generous. These things must add up to more than 100 yuan. It really cost you a lot of money." Yi Yuzhen saw the things Lin Shen brought out clearly, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. A gift of a goose feather from 1,000 miles away is more valuable than a token of friendship. Lin Shen was really broke. After buying a pet, he didn't even have money for food, otherwise he wouldn't mind spending a little more money. Now he was determined to hold on to Yi Yuzhen. At least he could get food and accommodation. "If you carry these things to see my parents, do you believe they will break your legs and throw you out with these garbage?" Yi Yuzhen said, reaching out to grab the things in Lin Shen's hand, throwing them directly into the trash can, and then walking to another high-end gift shop. Don't throw it away. It's all money. You can return it if you don't like it. Lin Shen quickly picked up the things from the trash can and went to the boss to return the money. After a while, Yi Yuzhen came out with a few exquisite handbags and handed them to Lin Shen. Take this. Lin Shen took it and handed it to Wei Wufu. Hold it for me. No, you still want to take him to meet my parents? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen as if he was looking at a lunatic. Who doesn't bring a bodyguard with a rich man? This is a symbol of our noble status. Let's go back quickly. Our parents are waiting anxiously. Lin Shen half hugged and half pushed Yi Yuzhen forward. I don't know what sins I did in my previous life. Yi Yuzhen twisted a few times reluctantly, complaining, while walking forward. When they arrived at the door of the house, Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a guilty conscience and said, Are you really going in? Of course I'm going in, otherwise what am I doing here? Lin Shen looked at the castle-like home of the Yi family, and felt particularly satisfied. Okay, you're so cruel, don't talk nonsense later, Yi Yuzhen said, as he walked towards the door. Not long after he pressed the doorbell, someone opened the door from the inside. The castle with white walls and blue roofs looks like a fairy tale. From the outside, it can't be seen that it is built with base materials, but the door alone is half a meter thick, which shows how well the defense project of this castle is done. The Yi family is safer than Lin Shen imagined, and it may not be worse than the Lu family and the Su family. Of course, in terms of scale, the Lu family and the Su family are much larger, but in terms of configuration, they may not have the higher configuration of the Yi family. It seems that Yi Yuzhen's parents are more sophisticated than I thought. Although Lin Shen has not been out much, he knows that Yi Yuzhen's parents are not simple by looking at the architectural specifications of the castle. Before Lin Shen and Yi Yuzhen entered the castle, a beautiful lady, who looked only about 30 years old and dressed very decently, saw the two of them clearly on the surveillance camera. Is that Lin Yun's youngest brother? The lady looked at the two people who seemed awkward and ambiguous on the surveillance camera, and asked the old man beside her. Yes, madam, his name is Lin Shen. He is the youngest among the 5 siblings of the Lin family. When he was in the Suanio base, his reputation was not very good. However, this time the Lin family caravan was robbed, and the 3rd and 4th masters of the Lin family were not in the base, so Lin Shen had to come forward to solve it. According to the information sent back by our spies in the Su family, although this little 5th master himself is not very capable, he has a pistol that can shoot crystal-based level. It should be a pet launcher, and the level and origin are unknown. The old man was in detail, and even told Lin Shen and Yi Yuzhen what they talked about when they met, word for word. How do you think he compares to Lin Yin back then? After listening to him, the noble lady simply asked. Of course they are very different. One is in heaven, the other is on earth. The old man answered without hesitation. A huge difference? Not necessarily. I think he is quite interesting. The noble lady smiled meaningfully. Chapter 62. Lin Shen followed Yi Yuzhen into the castle. The castle was not very large, so the structure inside was quite compact. There was no big garden or anything like that. There were all kinds of buildings and defensive projects everywhere. It was obvious that the owner of the castle was a cautious person who prepared for a rainy day. In such a compact layout, there were many amazing small designs in the details. A touch of elegant flowers in the corners made the steel castle more warm and beautiful. A strict male owner and a gentle female owner, a tiger and a rose, this is a perfect match. The iron wall and the green leaves and flowers made Lin Shen have a good impression of the owner of the castle before he met him. He liked this safe and comfortable place the most. There were almost no servants or maids in the castle. Those who came and went were all mutants, and each mutant wore a very exquisite uniform. Lin Shen saw a very special flower mark on the left chest of the dark blue uniforms worn by those people, but it was a pity that Lin Shen did not recognize what flower it was. Yi Yuzhen led Lin Shen to a building in the center of the castle. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen, took a deep breath, and then pushed the door open and went in. The entrance was a living room with a very retro decoration. A lady who looked about 30 years old was sitting on the sofa, holding a black cat without a single stray hair in her arms. Her slender fingers gently fiddled with the kitten's ears. Lin Shen, let me introduce you. Yi Yuzhen brought Lin Shen to the lady, and was about to introduce her to Lin Shen, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. Do I need to introduce you? You look so similar, and both are so beautiful. I can tell at a glance that you are Yuzhen's sister. My name is Lin Shen, and I am Yuzhen's boyfriend. Lin Shen said first. The lady smiled and said nothing. Yi Yuzhen scolded angrily. Sister, you big-headed ghost, this is my mother, I'm sorry, I really didn't see it. I didn't expect that you are so young and you are Shen's mother. Shen apologized quickly. Shen, your boyfriend is quite interesting. Stay at home for dinner tonight. The lady smiled and said. Shen was about to say that Shen was busy, but Shen said first, thank you, auntie. You guys play, I have something to go out for. If I'm not back before 6 o'clock, you can eat first and don't have to wait for me. Shen, if you have nothing to do, stay at home for a few days. We can have a good chat when we have time. The lady stood up and said. He has something else and will leave in a while. Shen said first, no longer giving Shen a chance. Aunt, you are Shen's mother. You asked me to stay for a few days. Even if there is something important, I have to put it aside. Besides, I don't have anything important to do. It's okay if you don't mind my noise. Shen was secretly happy. He didn't expect that he could get such a big thigh so smoothly. This Madame Yi is really a female bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. I asked the housekeeper to clean up 2 guest rooms for you. You can stay here first, the lady said as she walked out. When she reached the door, she took a hat with a veil from the coat rack and put it on her head, covering her face with the beauty of a mature woman. When she pushed the door and was about to go out, the lady suddenly stopped, turned her head slightly, and said to Shen, you can also call me Sister Yi. After saying that, the lady turned around and left. Shen and Shen were both slightly startled, not knowing what the lady meant by this sentence. Shen glared at him fiercely. Who asked you to agree to live here? What do you want to do? It was Sister Yi who asked me to stay here. You can ask her. Shen sat down on the sofa and said tiredly, how about you help me clean up the guest room first? I'm a little tired and want to sleep for a while. He had just experienced a big battle before, and used super base transformation to overdraw his energy. In addition, he was running for his life and shopping in the market. He was really very tired. If it weren't for Shen's family, he would have wanted to lie down as soon as he touched the sofa. Don't even think about it. Get out of here. Shen picked up a hug and threw it at Shen, saying hatefully. That? A few sounds. Shen pretended not to remember. Do you know anything else besides this sentence? Shen's red lips were about to be bitten. If you think it's inconvenient for me to stay in the guest room, then I take a loss and stay in your room. Shen took the pillow and said. Are you daydreaming? Take them to the guest room on the 3rd floor. Shen glared at Shen fiercely, then called the old housekeeper and said. The old housekeeper politely asked Shen and Wei Wufu to go upstairs. There was even an elevator here. After settling in the guest room, Shen fell asleep almost as soon as he touched the bed. He was too tired today. This sleep was really hearty. When he woke up, it was already dark. It was still a knock on the door that woke Shen up. If there was no knock on the door, Shen could sleep until tomorrow. Mr. Lin, it's time for dinner. Miss, please go downstairs to eat. Shen opened the door, and the old housekeeper standing outside the door said very politely. Is Madame Yi back? Shen thought for a while and asked. Madame is not back yet. The old housekeeper replied. Got it, I wash my face and go down right away. Shen returned to the room, closed the door, and did not go to the bathroom to wash his face. He took out the backpack and took out the spiral snail-based egg with mosaics from it. Sure enough, the mosaics on it disappeared. In fact, without looking, Shen knew that the mosaics on it should have disappeared, because after he woke up, a new fire seed information had appeared in his mind. Failed super base evolution fire seed gun fighting technique. Shake your wrist at the moment of firing, giving the bullet a centrifugal force, so that it flies along an arc trajectory. Isn't this a bullet that can turn? After Shen thought carefully, his eyes lit up. Gunfighting only exists in previous film and television works. In actual use, almost no human has ever done it. In fact, a team has done experiments before. Not only can humans not shoot bullets flying in an arc by shaking their wrists, but even mechanical arms that are much stronger and faster than humans cannot make bullets fly along an arc. This is another skill that seems to make sense, but has no practical application and only exists in imagination. This skill is not very useful for ordinary people, but Shen has a 44-speed Angel revolver in his hand, so gunfighting is still very useful for him. When he doesn't have gunfighting, he must shoot head-on, which means he will face the danger of being attacked by the opponent. With the gunfighting technique, he can hide in the dark without showing his face. He can shoot the enemy with this curved bullet. Others can't even see how, and when he fired the gun. It is simply a necessary skill for sneaking up on people. With the gunfighting technique, Who would be willing to be a close combat shooter and shoot stupidly face to face? Isn't it better to stand in a place where the enemy can't see and shoot coldly? It's a pity that although Lin Shen likes gun-fighting technique very much, this fire seed ability can't make his strength improve qualitatively. Go back to the market and see if you can find a few more genetic mutation eggs with fire seeds. Lin Shen knew that these were not enough to control his own destiny. After washing his face, Lin Shen called Wei Wufu to go downstairs to the restaurant and saw Yi Yuzhen sitting at the table waiting. In addition to Yi Yuzhen, there was another person, but it was not Mrs. Yi, but a man. "Brother, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Lin Shen. He's very powerful." Yi Yuzhen suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person, coming over and hugging Lin Shen's arm very intimately, with a happy expression on her face, leaning against Lin Shen's side, as if the two of them were really a couple in love. Lin Shen felt his arm sinking into a soft elastic, warm and comfortable, but he couldn't help but frowning, thinking to himself, "Something is wrong, Yi Yuzhen is not right, there must be a conspiracy." "Lin Shen, right? You have courage, I admire you very much. But one horse is another horse, although I admire you very much, but I made a vow at the beginning, if you dare to hit my sister, you have to pass me first, this vow cannot be broken, since you dare to come, you should be ready, right?" The man came to Lin Shen and said with a smile, "Sorry, I don't know how to fight." Lin Shen pulled out a chair and sat down, took a sip of the water cup. He didn't want to accept any test, this was too cliché. "What a coincidence, I can't fight either." The man still had a smile on his face. "Then what can you do?" Lin Shen was startled when he heard this, and asked subconsciously. This seemed a little different from what he thought. "I can play the flute," the man said seriously. Cough. Cough. Lin Shen almost spit out the water he drank, choking his nose, and it was so sour that he burst into tears. Chapter 63. Playing the flute horizontally and the shao vertically. When the man took out a shao and put it to his mouth for demonstration, Lin Shen was completely stunned. He didn't know what the others saw. From his perspective, a big man who was as tall as Wei Wufu, but a little thinner, was holding a mosaic-shaped object in his hands and slowly brought it to his mouth. This scene made Lin Shen feel a little hot, but his eyes continued to look at the shao covered by the mosaic. A shao, there was actually a fire on it, which surprised Lin Shen very much, but it was a pity that he couldn't see what the shao looked like. "Have you ever played the shao?" the man said while fiddling with the shao. "No." Lin Shen shook his head quickly and repeatedly. "It's okay. I teach you when I have a chance." The man said calmly, "The rules are simple. You sit there and listen to me play the flute. After a song is over, if you can still sit there, I will consider you to have passed this level. Can you not listen?" If someone had said this to Lin Shen before he saw the flute, Lin Shen would have thought he was crazy. But there was a fire on the flute, it must be something special, so he should be careful. "Okay, leave now, and don't show up in front of my sister again," the man said calmly. If he didn't show up in front of Yi Yuzhen, Lin Shen might still be able to do it, but it would be impossible to let him leave. There is such a safe place to survive the beast tide, how could he bear to leave? "Since you can't bear to leave my sister, then listen to my song." The man mistakenly thought that Lin Shen couldn't bear to leave Yi Yuzhen, and was willing to take the risk to listen to his song for her. He nodded secretly, and put the flute to his mouth. Seeing Lin Shen doing this, Yi Yuzhen's eyes lit up. "I haven't agreed yet." Lin Shen didn't have time to say this, because the flute in the man's hand had already made a low and melodious sound. The moment the flute sounded, Lin Shen felt that all the pores in his body trembled, and his heart twitched violently. What the hell is this? Lin Shen was secretly shocked. He only knew that music could infect people's emotions. How could the man's flute sound actually make his body produce a physical reaction? It's not an illusion. The sound of the flute can really directly affect my body. As the sound of the flute continued to sound, Lin Shen could clearly feel the changes in his body. Vibration. Lin Shen felt that all the cells in his body seemed to be vibrating, making him feel like he was a piece of glass that was about to be shattered. Is there really such a thing as sound wave power in the world? Could the fire on the flute be the sound wave power? The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. If I could get that flute and the fire on it, in the future, as long as the music can reach a place, I can kill people without being seen, which is safer and more efficient than shooting. Unfortunately, now is not the time to think about these things. Lin Shen felt that his brain was buzzing. If he continued, even if his body could hold on, his brain would be damaged and he would have a concussion. When Lin Shen was about to change his base, and use his steel shell to resist the sound wave vibration, The theory of evolution in his body actually led the power in his body to flow. The power actually flowed with the rhythm of the song and also produced vibrations of the same frequency. Because of the resonance, Lin Shen's body vibrated even more violently. Use the power of mutation to resist the sonic attack. Yi Yuzhen on the side could not help but remind him. Wei Wufu's calm eyes were always focused on Lin Shen, and one hand held the hilt of the knife. Once Lin Shen's life was in danger, he would draw the knife without hesitation. Even though they were in the same room, Yi Yuzhen and Wei Wufu were not affected by the sonic waves at all. Lin Shen did not have a mutation, and his body shaking gradually weakened after a while. The theory of evolution was unexpectedly mysterious. With the power of sonic vibration, it refined his body, and made Lin Shen gradually adapt to the vibration. Under the baptism of the vibration of the power in his body, Lin Shen felt as if some tiny impurities were expelled from his body, and his flesh and blood became pure and more able to adapt to the vibration brought by the sound waves. His body was actually mutating to adapt to the vibration of the sound waves, rather than eliminating the vibration. Suddenly, a strange idea emerged in Lin Shen's mind. The evolution theory he practiced was a base change technique. In addition to the base change technique evolution theory, there was also a famous theory called evolution theory. Lin Shen roughly knew that the theory of evolution was about adapting to nature, natural selection, and survival of the fittest, and it was a process in which life was forced to mutate and evolve. Lin Shen only had a general understanding of it, and his understanding was not necessarily correct, and the evolution theory itself was controversial. This was not the point. The point was that the base change technique evolution theory he practiced seemed to coincide with the theory of that evolution theory. In the vibration of the sound wave, the evolution theory used the power of the sound wave to refine his flesh and blood, allowing him to gradually adapt to the vibration of the sound wave. This was really a bit similar to the theory of another evolution theory. But as far as Lin Shen knows, as one of the 5 classic transformation techniques, evolution is widely spread, and there are many people who practice evolution. I have never heard of such an effect. Could it be that my wrong version of evolution has really worked well? Lin Shen was surprised. As the power in his body vibrated and circulated, constantly baptizing his body, Lin Shen felt that his flesh and blood body had obviously become stronger. Every time a mutator undergoes a transformation, his flesh and blood body will become stronger, but the main part that becomes stronger is the outer shell. The upper limit of hardness and toughness is also mainly reflected in that layer of shell, and the hardness and toughness of the flesh and blood body itself cannot reach the upper limit. With the baptism of vibration, Lin Shen obviously felt that his flesh and blood body had become stronger, especially the resistance to sonic vibrations. Seeing that Lin Shen had not undergone a transformation, he actually used his flesh and blood body to withstand his sonic attack, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The sonic attack produced by his flute is very special. The flute itself does not have destructive power, but it converts the man's own power into the power of sonic vibration. The stronger the man's own power, the stronger the sonic vibration power will be. The flute is equivalent to a power converter. Although the man only used 30% of his power, he is a top-level crystal base with a power value of 40. Even if it is only 30% of his power, it is not something that ordinary steel base changers can bear. That is when the steel base changer uses the base change power and fights with a steel body. The man has a certain understanding of Lin Shen from Yi Yuzhen. He knows that Lin Shen did not have a base change before he was 20 years old. Now he is at most a steel base changer, so he still has some control when playing the flute. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen's performance was somewhat beyond his expectations. He withstood his 30% power sonic attack with only flesh and blood, and he looked like nothing happened. This kid is a little different from what Yuzhen said. The man looked at Lin Shen while playing the flute, secretly amazed in his heart. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a complicated look. Lin Shen made her feel more and more unfamiliar. Chapter 64. At this time, Lin Shen was in a very complicated mood. The mutation technique of the theory of evolution has a sense of déjà vu that the worse the environment, the more comfortable I am, the harder I fight, the more addictive it is. Isn't this just a masochistic mutation technique? Lin Shen is a person who has not suffered much, and he doesn't like to suffer. He can enjoy life, so why should he suffer? What's more, the worse the environment, the more dangerous it is, and the higher the possibility of losing your life. If possible, Lin Shen feels that it is necessary to change a mutation technique. The problem is that except for this wrong version of the theory of evolution, other mutation techniques cannot be practiced. It seems that I have to find a few more mutation techniques to try. If I can't find them on this planet, I can only look for them on other planets. Lin Shen said in his heart. Although he thought so, even Lin Shen himself had to admit that this masochistic transformation technique was really useful. Although his whole body was still shaking, he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Under the cleansing of evolution, his body really adapted to the vibration brought by the sound waves. This made Lin Shen very suspicious. If he fell into the sea, would evolution give him the ability to breathe underwater? If I go to a planet without oxygen, can evolution help my body adapt to an environment without oxygen? Lin Shen thought secretly. Seeing that Lin Shen was indifferent, the man changed his mind and no longer limited his strength to 30%, but increased the output of the sound wave attack. Evolution is obviously not omnipotent. It can help Lin Shen adapt to the sound wave attack, but if the power of the sound wave attack exceeds the limit that Lin Shen's body can bear, then it can't do anything. When the man increased the power of the sonic attack to 40%, which was equivalent to about 16 points of power, Lin Shen felt that his body could no longer bear it, and felt severe pain. As a last resort, Lin Shen could only use the base change power. The mirror-like steel shell wrapped his whole body, which made him feel much better. The steel shell plus his own resistance to sonic shock allowed him to withstand the 16-point sonic shock attack with only 11 points of hardness and toughness. The man was even more surprised to see that Lin Shen was indeed just a steel base changer. He had already had some doubts that Lin Shen was not the steel base changer that Yuzhen said, but had been promoted to the alloy level. Otherwise, how could he withstand his 40% power sonic attack? The fact surprised him a little. Lin Shen was actually just a steel base changer. He could withstand his 40% power sonic attack with a steel body. Even he couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. How much more can he bear? Lin Shen aroused the man's curiosity and desire to win, and added another 10% of his power. Lin Shen's whole body immediately trembled violently. He could no longer bear such a force, and stood up without thinking. He wanted to stay to save his life, not to die. If he continued, he would die. What was the point of staying? Oops. Seeing Lin Shen's situation, the man also realized that he was too reckless. It was a miracle that Lin Shen could withstand 40% of his strength. How could a steel base changer withstand 50% of his strength? Seeing that Lin Shen was about to stand up, the man quickly reduced the strength of the sonic attack and stretched out a hand to hold Lin Shen down to prevent him from standing up. Just kidding, Yuzhen asked him to help act, but he didn't really ask him to drive Lin Shen away. If he really drove Lin Shen away, there would be no way to end it, and there would be no way to explain to Yuzhen. If he got hurt again, Yuzhen would have to turn against him. Lin Shen, who wanted to stand up, was suddenly held down by the shoulder, and his face suddenly changed. He thought the man wanted to hurt him. Just as he was about to draw his gun, he found that the power of the sonic attack was greatly reduced, and he couldn't help but be full of doubts. It's true that the waves behind push the waves ahead, and each generation is stronger than the previous one. Yuzhen, you have a good eye. Lin Shen is not only handsome, but also gifted, and his strength is unfathomable. He is much stronger than me, my brother. Just now, I was a little reckless in showing off my skills in front of an expert. The man was afraid that he would hurt Lin Shen, and Yuzhen would turn against him. After the song ended hastily, he immediately made up for it frantically. Lin Shen looked at the man suspiciously. The man's strength was obviously much stronger than his, so why did he suddenly restrain his strength to let him pass and say such words? After a little thought, Lin Shen seemed to have figured something out and looked at Yuzhen with a strange look. Are you okay? Yuzhen was obviously not so easy to fool. He had already seen the trick. He glared at the man and walked quickly to Lin Shen's side. While checking Lin Shen's physical condition, he asked worriedly, "It's okay. I also want to thank your brother for showing mercy." Lin Shen lifted the base change and said with a smile, "I passed this level. Is our business settled?" "What business?" Yuzhen asked in confusion. "Get married." Lin Shen thought it would be good to marry Yuzhen. If they had children in the future, in case he died, with such a family, no one would bully Yuzhen with the child. It seems that the lesson I just gave you is not enough. Yuzhen glared at him unhappily, with 3 parts of anger and 7 parts of coquettishness in the corners of his eyes, which was quite charming. "I think that brother Lin Shen is a responsible man." The man laughed at the side. "If you think so, then go and marry him." Yuzhen glared at the man fiercely, and his eyes were really fierce, which was completely different from the time when he glared at Lin Shen before. Ahem. The man pretended to cough and dared not speak again. "This is my elder brother Tianjin." Yuzhen saw that Lin Shen was indeed fine, so he was relieved and introduced the man to him. "From now on, we are all family members. You can call me Tianjin or elder brother." Tianjin smiled. "Brother Tianjin, You can actually use sonic attacks, which is really amazing. Shen was thinking about how to get Xiao to sleep with him, and he climbed up after answering. It's not that I'm strong, but this Xiao is strong. It's the Xiao that transforms my strength into the sound wave power that can hurt people, Yi Tianjin said with some pride. There is such a magical thing in the world. Brother Tianjin, where did you find such a treasure? Shen felt a little troubled. If he asked to borrow such a precious treasure to sleep, could Yi Tianjin lend it to him? Speaking of this Xiao, it is also related to your Lin family. Don't you know it? Yi Tianjin said. Related to my family? Shen was slightly startled. He didn't know when his family had a relationship with this magical Xiao. Your second brother is called Lin Yin, right? Yi Tianjin asked. Yes. Shen nodded. That's right. This Xiao originally belonged to your second brother Lin Yin, and then he lost the bet to my family, and this Xiao stayed in the Yi family. Yi Tianjin slowly told the whole story. This flute originally belonged to my second brother? Shen was more and more confused. How come he had never heard his family mention it? Chapter 65. After hearing that the flute originally belonged to his family, Shen was a little troubled. It didn't matter if he was shameless, but he couldn't ruin his second brother's reputation. How could he borrow something his second brother had given away unless he could win it back in an upright manner? Brother Tianjin, can you tell me about this flute? Shen could only find out the origin of this flute first. Maybe it would be helpful for his research on the origin of the fire, and then make plans later. Yi Tianjin thought for a while and said, Actually, I don't know much, but I heard from Sister Yi that this crystal flute was won by her from Lin Yin of the Lin family in a bet. It seems to be made of a part of a crystal-based creature, which has the function of converting power into sound wave damage. Wait, you are Yushen's elder brother, right? Shen looked at him strangely and asked. That's right. Yi Tianjin understood Shen's doubts, and said with a smile, Yushen is an only child. My father is her uncle. Because he died early, I lived with them when I was very young. Sister Yi doesn't like others to call her too old. Except for Yushen, most people still call her Sister Yi. But you are different. It's better to call her Yushen. Shen turned it over in his mind several times before he figured out the relationship between Yi Tianjin and Yi Yushen. Their fathers are brothers. Brother Tianjin, do you know what kind of creature this flute is made of? Shen asked again. You stumped me. When Sister Yi gave me the crystal flute, she didn't say what kind of creature it was made of. I really don't know. You have to ask Sister Yi or your second brother. Yi Tianjin answered. Several people sat down to eat and chatted while eating. Yi Tianjin looked tall, but he was quite gentle and caring, and often spoke witty words. This meal was a pleasant one. Shen thought of several excuses to borrow the crystal flute, but in the end, he felt it was inappropriate, and did not speak. By the way, what bet did my second brother make with the Yi family? After thinking about it, Shen could only find a way to win back the crystal flute. But it was not convenient to borrow it. If it could be borrowed, he could not keep the crystal flute, and sleep with it for one night before returning it to the Yi family. But he had to take this flute in an upright manner. I don't know. Yi Tianjin shook his head again. He didn't know what bet was made at the beginning, nor did he know how to win it back. It seems that if I want to know the inside story, I can only ask Mrs. Yi. Shen thought helplessly. After dinner, Yi Yushen suggested going out for a walk, but was directly rejected by Shen. He didn't feel like going out for a walk now, he just wanted to figure out whether the correct way to open theory of evolution was the same as he thought. Back in the room, Shen went into the bathroom, turned on the faucet of the bathtub, filled it with water, and then laid down in it. The water submerged Shen, and Shen in the water ran theory of evolution to test whether theory of evolution was the same as he thought. The feeling of suffocation came over him, making Shen feel like his chest was about to explode, and he couldn't stand it anymore. Theory of evolution was running all the time, but unfortunately it didn't evolve the ability to breathe in water, as he thought. Splash. Shen stood up suddenly, sat in the bathtub, shook off the water on his face, and gasped for breath. If it was a little later, he felt that he would be suffocated to death. No! Am I wrong? Shen still didn't give up. After getting out of the bathtub, he thought of a new trick. The process of flooding is too slow, and the stimulation is not strong enough. Perhaps extreme stimulation is needed to stimulate the mutation and evolution effect of theory of evolution. Shen found an iron rod, and burned one end red. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his pampered white arms, and pressed the red-hot end of the iron rod down on his arm. When the iron rod was about to touch his skin, Shen's hand stopped. After all, he couldn't bear to hate himself. What should I do? Lin Shen gritted his teeth and tried several times, but it was difficult to be cruel to himself. Forget it, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do such a thing as self-harm. Lin Shen thought about it, and called Wei Wufu over. Old Wei, take this. Lin Shen handed him the red-hot iron rod. Old Wei looked at him with confusion, not knowing what he meant. Old Wei, here, you hold the iron rod and burn my arm, ah? Lin Shen rolled up his sleeves to reveal his white and tender arm. As soon as he said this, Wei Wufu poked the red-hot end of the iron rod directly on it. There was a sizzling sound, accompanied by the smell of burnt and Lin Shen's screams. Lin Shen threw away the iron rod and shook his burnt arm desperately. He still felt very hot and painful. He ran into the bathroom quickly and immersed his arm directly in the bathtub. The water he had just put in was not wasted. Fortunately, he still had a few bottles of medicine in his bag. He took out the medicine and poured it on the wound. The burnt and blistered skin gradually got better. Looking at the shocking burn on his arm, Lin Shen said depressedly, Old Wei, I'm not ready yet. How come your hand is so fast? Not ready yet? Why are you calling me? Wei Wufu said. Okay, let's not talk about this first. You put the stick down first. Lin Shen felt that this was not okay. It was too painful. He really couldn't bear it again. And it seemed that the burn did not stimulate the evolutionary mutation effect of evolution theory. This trick still didn't work. Too slow is not okay. Too fast seems not to work. Does it need a long-lasting stimulation like sonic attack to be effective? What kind of method is needed to stimulate and last? Lin Shen pondered hard, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of a training method he had heard of before. Before there was no base mutation, humans wanted to enhance their ability to resist blows, so they would choose to have people hit their bodies with suitable tools to train their ability to resist blows. Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that this method should be feasible. Ordinary humans can use this method to enhance their ability to resist blows. As a mutant with the theory of evolution, it should be effective anyway. Looking around the room, it seemed that there was nothing useful, so he had to pick up the iron rod and hand it to Wei Wufu. This time, Lin Shen learned his lesson and said, Don't do it yet. Listen to me. When I say start, you can do it. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen took off his shirt, revealing his muscular upper body. The only flaw was that because he rarely went out, his skin color looked a little too white. Old Wei, you hit me with the iron rod, remember? Don't hit me too hard. I have to be able to bear it and not get hurt. Don't hit me too lightly. It won't work if it's too light. Lin Shen took a horse stance, held his breath, and tightened his muscles, gritted his teeth, and after a few psychological preparations, he closed his eyes, and said to Wei Wufu cruelly, Come on, hit me. Chapter 66. Lin Shen waited for a while, but Wei Wufu didn't come to fight. He opened his eyes, and saw Wei Wufu standing there motionless. He couldn't help wondering, Why don't you fight? No start. Wei Wufu said seriously. Well, my fault. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but looking at Wei Wufu's face, he felt powerless to refute, so he could only say, Okay, let's start again. Bang! As soon as Lin Shen finished speaking, the iron rod in Wei Wufu's hand was thrown directly on him. Lin Shen grimaced in pain, his face twisted silently, his hands clenched into fists, and he jumped and turned in circles on the spot. I haven't said start yet. Why did you start? After Lin Shen got better, he questioned Wei Wufu. Flexibility. Wei Wufu replied. Brother, I beg you, we don't need to make compromises. You are such a principled person, you should stick to your principles, and not be led astray by those who are unprincipled and undisciplined. Let's just shout and start, okay? Lin Shen's eyes were filled with tears. Okay. Wei Wufu nodded heavily, while holding the iron rod. Also, Lao Wei, when you attack, be a little less forceful. It's not that you didn't do well enough, it's that I, your brother, didn't rest well recently, and my physical fitness is a little bit worse. Lin Shen gestured and said, I understand. Wei Wufu looked like I understand. Then let's start. Lin Shen shouted after he was ready. Wei Wufu swung the iron rod and hit Lin Shen's chest muscles directly, causing Lin Shen to grit his teeth and groan. This was not a groan of injury, but the sound of breath bursting out when muscles burst out with strength to fight against external forces. Wei Wufu's control of force is perfect, and his grasp of the body structure is also very exquisite. When he hit with the stick, the muscles bear the force, and the internal organs and bones will not be damaged at all. Come again. Lin Shen felt that the force was okay. Apart from the muscle pain, there was no big impact on other things. One stick after another, although Wei Wufu didn't understand what Lin Shen was going to do, he still did as he said. In the backpack on the bed, the fat boy's little head stuck out, his eyes curiously looking at the beaten Shen, who seemed to be very confused about what he was doing. Change the place. Don't just hit one place. Shen seemed to feel that it was somewhat effective. The force of the iron stick hitting made evolution theory react. The force flowed to the damaged muscles, making those muscles start to heat up, as if they were receiving some kind of baptism. According to Shen's request, Wei Wufu used the iron stick to hit him all over his body. Sure enough, there is a reaction. Shen could clearly feel that the heat in his body was washing the parts of his body that were hit, causing slight changes. But this change was too weak, and no obvious effect could be seen for a while. Okay, Lao Wei, let's stop here today. Shen chose to stop, firstly because the beating was too painful, and he couldn't stand it, and secondly because he felt that the effect was not good enough, and he had to change another method. Through this beating, Shen could confirm that the wrong version of evolution was indeed a masochistic mutation technique. When his body was affected by bad external factors, evolution could make his body mutate and strengthen. However, this kind of mutation enhancement is still limited. For example, if the stimulation is too strong, Shen's body cannot bear the force, and the evolution theory will be useless. If the stimulation is too weak, the ability of the evolution theory will not work. There must be an appropriate external force for the evolution theory to work, which is a long-term process. Of course, this is just Shen's current research. Whether this is all the abilities of the evolution theory, or just the tip of the iceberg, he can't say clearly now. After realizing that the evolution theory is unexpectedly useful, Shen is thinking about whether to continue practicing based on the evolution theory. There are two disadvantages to practicing the evolution theory now. One is that the wrong version of the evolution theory only has the part of the base mutation, and there is no content behind it. In the future, when I advance to a higher level, I don't know whether the part behind the genuine evolution theory and the part behind the wrong version of the evolution theory can be used interchangeably. If they are interchangeable, it's fine. If not, then Shen can only find a way himself. Another thing is that it is too hard to practice this thing. Shen has never suffered any hardship since he was a child, so he is really a little uncomfortable. There are so many children in the world who are not good at studying. Is it because they have no talent? Of course not. Most of them are lazy and afraid of hardship. Shen is one of them. No matter what, I can't use the hitting method anymore. I have to think of a better way. Shen thinks that this method of hitting, in addition to being too painful, has the disadvantage of not being comprehensive and cannot strengthen every subtle part of the body. The effect of the sonic attack was quite good, and it was not too uncomfortable. However, the crystal flute was not in Shen's hand. When he got it back, he could use it to improve his physical strength. Is there really no other better way? Shen couldn't think of a better way for a while. The next morning, when Shen got up to eat breakfast, he found that Yi Tianjin and Yi Yuzhen were not at home, and Mrs. Yi didn't seem to have come back either. The hosts were all away, and only Shen and Wei Wufu were the two guests, eating breakfast under the hospitality of the old housekeeper. Fortunately, the two of them were thick-skinned and didn't feel anything wrong, so they had a very pleasant meal. After breakfast, Shen planned to go to the market again to see if he could find a few more fires. Before leaving, Shen also greeted the old housekeeper specifically to prevent the old housekeeper from misunderstanding that he was leaving, so that he could open the door for him when he came back. After taking Wei Wufu to the market, he found that the market today was particularly deserted. Not to mention the people buying things, even the vendors selling things were much less. "Boss, is the market closed today?" Shen asked a stall owner who was packing up. "Why close? This market is open all year round," the stall owner said while packing up. "Where did all those people go?" Shen asked. "Don't you know? Recently, many mushroom beasts in the egg-laying period were found near the sea of green trees outside the base. I heard that someone got the alloy base egg, and now they are running to hunt mushroom beasts to find the base egg." The boss packed up his things, put on his backpack and left. He looked anxious, probably wanting to get some benefits. Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. After they left the base, the mushroom beasts they encountered were too strong, so they ran back. Wouldn't it be the same as seeking death for those ordinary mutants to go out? But it seems that not many mutants are in danger, otherwise the news would have spread long ago. And how could so many people dare to go out to look for mushroom beasts and mutant eggs? Could it be that high-level mutants like black-capped mushroom beasts and blue-capped mushroom beasts have not appeared again? Shen was a little confused. Should we go and have a look again? Maybe we were just unlucky to encounter black-capped mushroom beasts before. Now that so many people have left the base, we should not be so unlucky, but we happen to encounter black-capped mushroom beasts, right? Lin Shen was a little tempted. If we can escape before the beast tide forms, it would be the best. Chapter 67. After discussing with Wei Wufu, the two decided to go out and check the situation first, and not to leave the base too far. If they encountered a black-capped mushroom beast, they could directly escape back to the base for refuge. Walking all the way outside the base, they saw many mutations rushing out of the base. After leaving the base, most mutations went in the direction of the Green Tree Sea, but Lin Shen and Wei Wufu chose a direction different from the Green Tree Sea. Sure enough, there were fewer people here, but the two did not walk far before they saw a red-capped mushroom beast lying in the grass. Seeing the two humans appear, the red-capped mushroom beast screamed strangely, rushed out of the grass, and pounced fiercely on Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu raised his knife and directly chopped off the head of the red-capped mushroom beast, and the headless body also fell to the ground with a bang. The head that flew out, however, cracked from under the top of the mushroom cap, and sprayed out more than a dozen small mutation eggs. The mushroom beast actually hatched the genetic mutation eggs directly on itself. This thing is very fertile. It laid so many eggs at once. No wonder the mushroom beast group has developed so quickly. Lin Shen picked up a genetic mutation egg and said with some surprise. Although it was just a steel genetic mutation egg, a mushroom beast gave birth to so many genetic mutation eggs. If all the mushroom beasts he met before could give birth, how many small mushroom beasts would he give birth to at a time? I forgot to ask how often the mushroom beast lays eggs. Lin Shen collected all the genetic mutation eggs and put them in his backpack as snacks for Fatty. Now he didn't have time to hatch these genetic mutation eggs. Even if he had time, there was no incubator. Under normal temperature, the genetic mutation eggs would not hatch. The two did not dare to leave the base too far, so they wandered around nearby, and the result surprised Lin Shen. After wandering around the base for a while, they encountered 4 red-capped mushroom beasts, and each red-capped mushroom beast had a few to more than 20 mushroom beast eggs in its mushroom cap. This made Lin Shen a little frightened. If black-capped mushroom beasts and blue-capped mushroom beasts were also so fertile, what a terrible result it would be. Thinking of the scene of groups of blue-capped mushroom beasts and groups of black-capped mushroom beasts rushing towards the Yashin base like a tide, Lin Shen couldn't help but shudder. It shouldn't be that bad. Steel creatures need less energy and less material to lay eggs, so it is easier to lay eggs in large quantities. It may not be so easy for alloy creatures and mutant creatures to lay eggs in large quantities. Lin Shen thought to himself. Mushroom beast. Wei Wufu suddenly pointed in a direction and said something. Lin Shen was a little confused. Wei Wufu never talked nonsense. There was no need to talk to him when he saw the mushroom beast. He just went up and chopped it with a knife. He suddenly said this, so it must be not an ordinary mushroom beast. Looking in the direction of Wei Wufu's finger, a mushroom beast that looked about the same size as an ordinary red-capped mushroom beast, but the mushroom cap on its head was purple-red with white spots, was slowly walking out of the woods in the distance. I haven't seen a purple-capped mushroom beast before. Is it a steel creature? Lin Shen looked carefully, and it looked like a steel creature, but it was a little different from the red-capped mushroom beast. I don't know if it is mutated or what. Let me do it. Lin Shen didn't let Wei Wufu go over. He took out the angel revolver and shot the purple-capped mushroom beast. The capsule turned into a steel creature and struck the purple beast mushroom mon like lightning, smashing its head and mushroom cap together. The genetic fluid and the genetic eggs in the mushroom cap fell out. Just as Lin Shen thought, it was just a steel creature. The two went over to pick up the genetic eggs that fell on the ground and remained in the mushroom cap. There were only 3 in total, which seemed to be much less than the genetic eggs bred by the red-capped mushroom mon. Lin Shen, little star. Wei Wufu took out a genetic egg stained with genetics from the mushroom cap and handed it to Lin Shen, but suddenly retracted his hand and said this. Little star? What little star? Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu in confusion. 1, 2, 3. Little stars. Wei Wufu pointed in front of him, as if counting something. Throw away the genetic egg. Lin Shen knew something was wrong, threw away the genetic egg in his hand, and shouted at the same time. In fact, Wei Wufu had thrown away the genetically modified egg in his hand, but his eyes were covered with a layer of purple mist. Lin Shen also felt that something was wrong with his body. His whole body was itchy. In front of his eyes, he vaguely saw flashing lights spinning and elves flying in front of him. Poisoned, the purple-capped mushroom beast is poisonous. Lin Shen knew where the problem was, and hurriedly reached into his pocket and took out 2 potions, one for Wei Wufu and one for himself. These potions can treat external and internal injuries, but I don't know if they are useful for toxins, but at least they are not harmful. Wei Wufu opened the potion and drank it. Lin Shen opened the lid and was about to drink it, but he felt that the theory of evolution in his body was running again. Evolution can also resist poison. Lin Shen was delighted and closed the lid of the potion again. As the power in his body flowed, the itching on his body became stronger. There were flashing elves flying around him everywhere in front of him, making him dizzy. But soon, the little stars in front of his eyes began to decrease, and the itching on his body was also weakening rapidly. Under the baptism of the toxin, Lin Shen felt that his body seemed to have some changes again, and soon returned to normal. Wei Wufu was still counting stars on the side, and it was obvious that the potion did not have the effect of detoxification. Fortunately, the effect of the toxin was not strong, it just made people have some hallucinations and itchy feelings. When Lin Shen was about to pull Wei Wufu back to the city, the effect of the toxin on Wei Wufu's body had begun to weaken. After a while, Wei Wufu's condition was much better. Although the effect of this toxin is not very strong, if you are poisoned when the beast tide attacks, it will be enough to kill you in just a short time. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu to take a rest first, and he carefully picked up a base mutation egg, and was not poisoned again. He applied a little base mutation liquid with his fingers again, and this time he felt a little itchy on his body, but there was no hallucination. The theory of evolution took effect again, and soon the itching disappeared again. When Lin Shen came into contact with the base mutation liquid of the purple-capped mushroom again, he basically had no feeling. It seemed that his body had evolved and mutated to the extent that it could resist the mushroom toxin. In order to confirm whether the theory of evolution was working, Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, who had recovered, to try to contact the base mutation liquid with toxins again. As a result, Wei Wufu was hit again and had a brief hallucination. Obviously, he did not develop resistance due to the last poisoning, at least not as strong as Lin Shen. The effect of the toxin was not strong for Wei Wufu, an alloy-based mutation, and it could only cause him to have some hallucinations, and the duration was very short. Wei Wufu's hallucinations disappeared quickly. Lin Shen was excited. In the future, he could strengthen himself through toxins and have a toxin-resistant physique. Just when he was fantasizing about being immune to all poisons in the future, the fat boy in the backpack suddenly jumped out, stood on Lin Shen's shoulder, and stared sharply in one direction in the forest. Chapter 68. Lin Shen looked over vigilantly, and saw a black figure standing behind a big tree in the forest, half of its body exposed, staring at him coldly. It's that black-capped mushroom beast. Lin Shen recognized it immediately, and his heart tightened. That guy was actually spying on him in secret, and it seemed that he really had a grudge, which made Lin Shen's plan to leave before the beast tie completely fail. After being discovered by Fatty, the black-capped mushroom beast stared at Lin Shen intently, and its figure slowly retreated into the forest and disappeared. Looking at its eyes when it left, Lin Shen knew that if he couldn't get rid of it, it would definitely come to him first when the beast tie came. You really think I'm easy to bully, right? Lin Shen frowned slightly, thinking about how to kill it next time he met it. Go back? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and asked. No, its IQ is not low, it knows it can't do anything to us now. As long as we don't leave the base too far, it shouldn't attack us. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. He also wanted to see if there were other types of poisonous mushroom beasts, and get some toxic transformation fluid to strengthen himself, which would definitely be of great help to the upcoming beast tide. Lin Shen took out a water bag, and collected all the remaining transformation fluid in the poisonous mushroom beast. This kind of transformation fluid cannot be swallowed directly by ordinary transformation people, but it is the best supplement for Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt that the wrong version of evolution was quite practical. With its ability, Lin Shen could swallow various transformation fluids directly, and there was no need to worry that the unprocessed transformation fluid would harm his body. The two did not go deep, just wandered around the base, hunting mushroom beasts for genetic mutation eggs and genetic mutation fluid. The number of poisonous mushroom beasts was obviously relatively small, and they did not encounter the second one after a long time. As the two continued to look for mushroom beasts, they saw a group of people riding high-end pets and dressed very elegantly coming towards them. Those people were not coming for them. When they passed by not far from them, one of the girls riding a platinum beast stopped and looked at Lin Shen standing beside him. The two met each other's eyes, and Lin Shen's expression did not change much, but the girl looked very surprised. Lin Shen, why are you here? Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, turned over and got off the back of the platinum beast, and walked in front of Lin Shen. Others also stopped, looking at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Seeing that the two had no mounts, and there was a fat pigeon like a snowball standing on Lin Shen's shoulder, their eyes were more or less contemptuous. In this era, few people keep ordinary pets. Long time no see. Lin Shen smiled and greeted Lu Qing. It's hard to say who was right or wrong in their breakup. It's just that the distance between them became farther, and they couldn't see each other anymore. As time went by, their feelings naturally faded. Although Yi Yuzhen was involved, if their feelings were really that strong, it wouldn't be something Yi Yuzhen could easily destroy. Even if there was no Yi Yuzhen, there might be Li Yuzhen or Zhao Yuzhen in the future. As long as two people are separated for a long time and can't be together, there will always be problems. Before Lu Qing met Lin Shen, she was very proud. But when they really met, she seemed to lose her spirit all of a sudden. I asked my family for help with my elder sister's matter before, but because the Lu family and the Su family had a very unhappy quarrel recently, the Su family did not agree to release the people, nor did they admit to robbing my elder sister's caravan. Lu Qing explained in a low voice. Thank you, it's okay, it's been resolved. Lin Shen didn't want to dwell on the past, it would not benefit anyone, and paused and said, you should go and do your work first. Solved? Lu Qing was slightly stunned. Lin Shen looked at her expression, and couldn't help but feel a little confused, thinking, did Yi really not tell her that I had rescued my elder sister? Yes, it's resolved. Lin Shen didn't want to be nosy, so he didn't say much. Lu Qing didn't quite believe it, and said with a complicated look, we are still friends. If there is anything I can help you with, I will definitely help you. Thank you, it's really resolved. Lin Shen still kept a smile and distance. Feeling Lin Shen's estrangement, Lu Qing felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. She bit her lip and seemed to want to say something, but she heard someone in the team behind her say, Lu Qing, since they don't appreciate it, why bother talking to them? Maybe they have great means, and the Su family would have cried and begged to send them back. The person who spoke was a young man about the same age as Lin Shen. Obviously, he knew about Lin Shen and the Lin family caravan, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Zheng Yan, this is my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Qing glared at the man, then looked at Lin Shen and sighed. I asked Yuzhen to tell you before. She said that you had left the Asian base and went back. I didn't expect you to be here. If there is anything I can help you with, you can find me at the number 3 store on Luyo. I am usually there. I have something to do today. I guess I can go back tomorrow at the latest. Lu Qing added. Okay, I will definitely come to you if there is anything. Lin Shen sighed. Lu Qing is actually a good person. When they were together before, their relationship was indeed very good, but the past is in the past, and Lin Shen does not want to have anything to do with her anymore. Lu Qing, business is more important, let's do business first, don't let the Su family get ahead. Zheng Yan urged. Lu Qing wanted to say something, but seeing that Lin Shen didn't seem to want to continue, he bit his lip and said nothing more. He just said goodbye, and when he climbed onto the platinum beast and was about to leave, he heard a sound of hooves from behind. Everyone turned their heads and saw another team of people riding high-level pets coming over here. Lin Shen saw Su Tiange leading the way from a distance and thought to himself, why are the Lu and Su families coming here? This is not the direction of the Sea of Green Trees. Lu Qing subconsciously controlled his mount and blocked Lin Shen, fearing that Su Tiange would cause trouble for Lin Shen. Perhaps what he feared would come true. Su Tiange really came over here, and he came towards Lin Shen with a clear goal. Su Tiange, what do you want to do? Lu Qing looked at Su Tiange, who had already arrived in front of him, and asked coldly. Miss Lu, I'm not here to find you. Why are you so nervous? Su Tiange turned over and jumped off the back of his mount, walked around Lu Qing, and walked towards Lin Shen. Lu Qing wanted to stop him again, but was stopped by Zheng Yan. He doesn't appreciate your kindness. Why do you have to do this? Let's see what the situation is first. When he suffers, he will naturally beg you. I said, this is my business, you don't need to intervene. Lu Qing shook off Zheng Yan's hand holding her arm, and was about to stop Su Tiange again, but Su Tiange's behavior stunned her. Chapter 69. Brother Shen, is there anything I can do for you? In this small piece of land of Asia God base, whoever messes with you is messing with my Su family. Su Tiange stood beside Lin Shen, facing the people of the Lu family. The mutants brought by Su Tiange also swarmed behind the two of them, and confronted the mutants of the Lu family. Lu Qing and others were a little confused. For a moment, they didn't know what was going on. Why did it seem that they wanted to bully Lin Shen, and Su Tiange came to help Lin Shen? Originally, they all thought that Su Tiange was coming for Lin Shen. Zheng Yan had already made up his mind that when Su Tiange dealt with Lin Shen, he must stop Lu Qing and not let her interfere. But now it seems that it is not the case at all. Su Tiange not only did not make trouble for Lin Shen, but also acted like this is my eldest brother. If you dare to touch him, I will fight you to the death, which caught Zheng Yan and others off guard and confused about the situation. You? Lu Qing was also a little surprised. He looked at Su Tiange and then at Lin Shen. Only then did he believe that what Lin Shen said just now was true. He just didn't know what means Lin Shen used to make the Su family protect him. It was hard to figure out. It's okay here. Go do what you need to do, Lin Shen said to Su Tiange. So it was a misunderstanding. That's good. You go first. I have something to talk to Brother Shen about. I find you later. Su Tiange asked his people to leave first, and he stayed. Let's go too. Zheng Yan was afraid that the Su family would take the lead, so he hurriedly urged Lu Qing. Go. Lin Shen nodded to Lu Qing. Seeing that all the people from the Su family except Su Tiange had left, Lu Qing believed that Su Tiange was not acting. It seemed that he and Lin Shen had a very special relationship. Lin Shen. See you again if we are destined to. Lu Qing didn't know what to say. He sighed softly, got on the platinum beast, and left with Zheng Yan and the others. After Lu Qing and the others had gone far away, Su Tiange whispered to Lin Shen, Brother Shen, someone found a mutation box over at Jinshui Lake. We were just about to rush over there, but we didn't expect to meet you. Do you want to go with us? There is a mutation box here? Lin Shen was a little surprised to hear this. Since meeting Wei Wufu and Tianqin, Lin Shen is no longer the homebody who knew nothing at the beginning. The mutation box and the mutation point can be regarded as the same thing, which is the starting point of mutation on this planet. In the past, Lin Shen only knew that the mutation point was the source of transmission, infection, and mutation. Mutation boxes were found near some mutation points, but most of them were damaged. Combined with the information obtained from Tian Xian and Wei Wufu, Lin Shen already knew that the base mutation box was actually a space transport warehouse. Because space travel takes too long, life forms often need to hibernate in the transport warehouse to survive the long travel time. Of course, some transport warehouses are used to store goods, such as base mutation eggs, which are goods that need to be stored in the transport warehouse. The base mutation boxes that fell around the world more than 200 years ago were transport warehouses carrying base mutation eggs. No one knew where they came from, or why they fell on this planet. What is certain is that the spacecraft carrying these transport warehouses did not crash on this planet. It should be that something went wrong in space, and the transport warehouses were scattered. Most of the transport warehouses were damaged in space. After falling to various parts of the world, the genetically mutated eggs inside fell out and became the source of infection, which led to the genetically mutated points and genetically mutated areas known to the general public. Those things called original eggs are actually genetically mutated eggs transported from alien planets. What puzzled Lin Shen was that no transport warehouse had fallen since that time more than 200 years ago. If there was a transport warehouse near the Yashan base, it should have been discovered long ago. Why was it not discovered until now? There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that this transport warehouse is one of the batch that fell more than 200 years ago. It's just that because the transport warehouse was not damaged, the genetically mutated eggs inside were sealed and did not become the source of infection. And because the place where it fell was relatively secret, it was not discovered. There is another possibility, that is, this transport warehouse fell recently, and is not the same batch as the one more than 200 years ago. The mushroom beasts in the green tree sea are rampant. Could it be related to the transport warehouse? Lin Shen thought about it, and felt that it was not right. The green tree sea and the golden water lake were in two opposite directions. If the mushroom beasts in the green tree sea were rampant and related to the transport warehouse, then the transport warehouse should also be in the green tree sea. Intact? Damaged? Wei Wufu obviously thought of this and asked Su Tiange. The base transformation box is intact. Su Tiange actually understood what Wei Wufu meant, but he didn't know that the base transformation box was actually the transport warehouse. Lead the way, Wei Wufu said directly. Lin Shen frowned slightly, but looking at Wei Wufu's expression, it seemed that he was determined to go. After a moment of silence, Lin Shen also nodded to Su Tiange. With Brother Shen and Brother Wei's participation, those bastards of the Lu family are doomed. The genetic transformation box will definitely be ours. If there are original eggs in it, how about I buy it at a high price? Su Tiange said. Okay. Wei Wufu didn't seem to care whether there were original eggs in the genetic transformation box. Su Tiange was overjoyed and no longer hesitated. He got on his mount and led the way in front. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu also summoned their mounts to follow, but unfortunately they were still riding iron-horned horses and couldn't keep up with Su Tiange. Su Tiange thought for a while and said, "Brother Shen, Brother Wei, I go first, so that my brothers won't suffer from the Lu family. You can go straight to Jinshui Lake from here, and you will see us there." "Okay, you go first." Lin Shen just had something to ask Wei Wufu, and it was inconvenient for him to ask with Su Tiange here, so this was exactly what he wanted. Su Tiange repeatedly told Lin Shen and Wei Wufu to hurry over as soon as possible, and then galloped away. "Old Wei, why do you want to go?" Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu and asked. Wei Wufu knew their current situation. The black-capped mushroom beast must be watching them in secret. It is really not right for him to get involved in other things. Wei Wufu said with a firm look, "The base transformation box is unknown and needs to be confirmed." Risks strangled. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant and smiled bitterly. "Have you never thought that you are also in danger? We have no choice but to do it." Wei Wufu thought for a while and said, "You go back, I will go." "I'd better go with you." Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu's expression and knew that he would not be able to persuade him. Considering that Jinwan Lake is not far from the base and so far from the Green Tree Sea, he is sure that he can escape back to the base if there is danger. It is better to follow Wei Wufu to take a look. He has not seen the base transformation box yet. If there is a super base original egg in it, there is hope for the promotion to alloy. When the two arrived at Jinshui Lake, they saw the people of the Lu family and the Su family from a distance. Surprisingly, there was no friction between them. Both groups stood by the lake, looking at the surface of Jinshui Lake. Seeing Lin Shen and Wei Wufu coming, Su Tiange hurriedly called them over. The base changers of the Lu family were somewhat puzzled when they saw Lin Shen and Wei Wufu riding iron-horned horses. Everyone here knew Lin Shen's origins. The Lin family of Suanio base was nothing to the Lu and Su families. How could Su Tiange be so polite to such two people? Lin Shen stood on the lake and saw a strange oval device suspended on the clear lake. It was a bit like a metal rugby ball. It was 1 meter high from top to bottom and less than half a meter in diameter. There were also rings of crystal rings with lights surrounding the periphery, which kept overlapping and running. It looked mysterious and full of technology. Chapter 70. Old Wei, can you swim? Lin Shen looked at the bottomless lake, turned his head, and asked Wei Wufu. No. Wei Wufu's answer made Lin Shen breathe a sigh of relief. When Wei Wufu fought with mutant creatures in the sea, he suffered a great loss, partly because he didn't know how to swim. I can't swim either. It seems that we can't participate. Let's go back and rest early, Lin Shen said. Brother Shen, don't worry, I have asked someone to find a boat, and it will be here soon, Su Tiange said hurriedly. What's the use of a boat? If you fall in, you will die. Anyway, I will never get on the boat. Lin Shen pulled Wei Wufu, and was about to leave. Lin Shen was a little surprised that Wei Wufu, a stubborn guy, was pulled away by him. He felt very surprised, and couldn't help but look at Wei Wufu. No, the transport warehouse, Wei Wufu said. If it's not a transport warehouse, what is it? Lin Shen was stunned for a moment. He had never seen what a real transport warehouse looked like. He just heard Tian Xian and Wei Wufu mention the name. When he saw it just now, he thought that the transport warehouse of a spaceship looked like this. Lin Shen had never seen it, and the people of the Su family and the Lu family probably hadn't seen it either. They all thought it was a base transformation box, waiting for the ship to come and prepare to open the blind box. I don't know. Wei Wufu didn't know what it was either. For things he didn't know, Lin Shen felt that he had to stay away from them. What if this thing was a bomb sent by aliens? Whoever was closer would die first. Buzz. When Lin Shen was wondering if it was a big bomb from aliens, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. He immediately subconsciously pulled Wei Wufu, and the two of them fell to the ground. At the same time, they used the power of base transformation, and soon the metal armor wrapped their bodies. Unfortunately, that was not a sign of a bomb explosion. The Lu family looked at the two people lying on the ground with eyes, like they were looking at fools, with contempt on their faces. Although they were also frightened just now, at least they did not fall down like those two people, so they certainly had the qualifications to laugh at them. Lu Qing and Su Tiange both wanted to come over to help Lin Shen, but after walking a few steps, they were attracted by the strange sound that sounded again, and they could not help but turn their heads to look at the thing floating on the lake. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu climbed up, and they didn't feel embarrassed. In Lin Shen's opinion, even if he did it again 10,000 times, he would still fall down. Those guys didn't fall down, which only showed that they reacted slowly, not how brave they were. Even if they were really brave, it was just reckless behavior. After Lin Shen got up, he took a look at the thing on the water. He saw that outside the rugby-like machine, the circles of crystal rings were rotating rapidly, and the speed of rotation was still accelerating. The crystal rings themselves could no longer be seen, only the afterimages were flowing, as if forming a strange light hole. Go! Lin Shen called Wei Wufu to quickly get away from that thing. Unfortunately, he was still a little slow. When he was running desperately, he suddenly heard an emotionless cold voice from behind. The self-inspection of the number 014 Kai King training device has been completed. All projects have passed safely. The device is safely starting. Buzz. Lin Shen only felt a buzzing sound in his head. He couldn't help but cover his head with both hands. His body was pulled backwards by a huge force. The scene in front of him was blurred in an instant, like a time tunnel running backwards. Bang! Lin Shen fell heavily to the ground, as if he was severely seasick. He lay on the ground and retched a few times, but he didn't vomit anything. Hearing the same sound next to him, he turned around and saw Su Tiange also lying on the ground vomiting. On the other side, Wei Wufu had just stood up and was shaking off the sand on his body. Not far away, Lu Qing was sitting on the beach, covering his chest with his hands, and he didn't look good either. Wait. The beach. Why does it look so familiar? And this gravity. Lin Shen woke up completely and immediately stood up to take a look. Isn't this the beach he and Wei Wufu had been to before? This familiar strong gravity is not the gravity environment he is used to. Thinking of something, Lin Shen looked down again, and sure enough, he saw a watch-like device on his wrist, but it was slightly different from the last time, and it was white. The previous one should have been black, and I don't know what the difference is between the two devices. Turning his head to look, Wei Wufu, Su Tiange, and Lu Qing all had the same white transmission device on their wrists. Lin Shen glanced at the number displayed on the watch, 71 hours 59 minutes and 4 seconds. Like the black teleporter, it has a 72-hour countdown, so it should be possible to activate the teleporter and go back after 72 hours. What? What is this place? How did we get here? Where are the others? Su Tiange finally reacted and screamed in horror. Where are we? Lu Qing's face was also very ugly. She stood up and stumbled to Lin Shen's side and sat down. It was obvious that she was not used to the gravity environment here. Don't worry, see the watch on your hand? After the countdown is over, we can go back. Lin Shen comforted the bewildered Lu Qing. Brother Shen, do you know where this is? Before Lu Qing could speak, Su Tiange came over first and excitedly pulled Lin Shen's hand and said, Let go of me. Lin Shen shook off Su Tiange's hand and explained to the two, This is no longer our planet. Don't make a fuss. This is normal. We humans have already entered the interstellar era. Interstellar teleportation is a normal thing. You just don't know it. Lin Shen spoke as if he had experienced interstellar teleportation countless times, as casual as eating and sleeping. Only Wei Wufu knew that, including this time, Lin Shen had only teleported twice. He himself was a novice among novices. However, after Lin Shen said this, Su Tiange and Lu Qing were obviously not as nervous as before, but they still looked incredible. Brother Shen is indeed well informed. I, Su Tiange, also have a keen eye for talent, and have not recognized the wrong elder brother. Su Tiange changed the subject and asked carefully, Brother Shen, why are there only 4 of us here? Where did the others go? The transmission is random, but the distance should not be too far. If you want to find someone, you can look around by yourself. There are many genetically modified creatures here, and many of them are mutated. Just be careful. Lin Shen said. No, I follow your lead, Brother Shen. Wherever Brother Shen points, I will fight. Wherever Brother Shen goes, I will go. We are brothers of one mind, and our strength can break metal. Su Tiange thought to himself, Lin Shen's identity is indeed not simple, and his origin may be greater than I previously speculated. In such a mysterious place, he is like an old horse who knows the way. This shows that I am lucky that I did not choose to turn against him before. In this strange place, Su Tiange was determined to follow Lin Shen, the old hand. As for those genetic mutations of the Lu family, if they can be found, they will be found. If they can't be found, they will die. It is better than dying by himself. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Shen had only been here once, and most of his teammates who came with him last time died. It is the most dangerous to be his teammate. Let's find a place to hide first, so as not to be targeted by the genetic mutation creatures here. Lin Shen looked around and didn't find the reef area he had seen before. He estimated that this place should be far away from the reef area. While looking for a place to hide, he suddenly felt the transmission device on his wrist vibrate. The signal has been connected, and the picture is being synchronized. The training device will synchronously play the image of the trainer, and provide it to the observer to determine the correctness and safety of the training, so that the observer can provide timely rescue. The information on the watch was playing slowly. On Jinshui Lake, the crystal ring outside the strange device had stopped rotating, but a beam of aurora shot out directly from the top of the device, as if the sky was a curtain, projecting a huge image occupying the sky, which was many times more real than the naked eye 3D effect of humans. Chapter 71. The entire sky was transformed into a projection screen, shocking the whole world. In bases all over the world, people all raised their heads to look at the distant sky, watching this miraculous scene. Even at the peak of human technology, there was no ability to project the entire sky as a screen. Moreover, these images were too real, not like projections, but like the legendary mirage. But mirages were not so clear, let alone close-ups. Most humans regarded this shocking scene as a mirage, and only a few people knew that it was not a mirage at all, but a sky projection system commonly seen in some more developed alien civilizations. Many human mutants, who have been to alien planets with more developed technology, have seen this sky projection system, and their faces were a little uncertain. The sky projection system is only available in advanced civilizations, and it is not something the human civilization can currently create. The sudden appearance of the sky projection system here made them worry whether aliens had come to this planet. The current strength of human beings is not enough to fight against alien races of this level of civilization. Once the alien races start a war, it is likely to be a war that destroys the family and the clan for human beings. The Tiancheng Base, Cape Base, Wanderer Base, God's Love Base, and other super bases have sent many people to start looking for the location of the sky projection system. They both hope to find aliens, and don't want to find aliens, and their mood is quite complicated. Who are those people? The place in the mirage looks so strange. Where is this? Look, why is the sun blue? Why are there so many perspectives? It seems that everyone has an exclusive view, as if they are being filmed. Can a mirage be like this? What on earth is this? Who are those people? Most people have such doubts, and the people in the Asian God base quickly recognized the mutations of the Liu and Su families, and they were even more confused. The people of the Liu and Su families reacted very quickly, and sent people to explore the vicinity of Jinshui Lake again at the fastest speed. Soon they saw the king of the realm cultivation device, but did not see Su Tiange, Lu Qing and others. For a while, no one dared to touch the strange device. Some people tried to approach the device. After a burst of alarms, those who tried to approach the device were directly turned into ashes after a halo burst. People watching the images soon found that the images in the sky were just like a wilderness survival program. Everyone encountered different mutation creatures in that dangerous place. What made them feel incredible was that they had never seen the mutant creatures there, and in just a few hours, several different mutant creatures appeared in different places. Oh my god, is that a mutant crystal? It's so scary. Why is that mutant running so slowly? Is he really a mutant? Two of them are dead. Bai Shenfei was also looking at the image in the sky, with a very complicated expression. She knew where that place was because she had been there herself, but she never thought that the place would be projected. Those old guys should be in a headache now, right? Bai Shenfei seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Bai Shenfei's eyes fell on a familiar figure in the image, and she couldn't help but frown. Why is he there? In the Suanio base, the faces of the senior executives of the Lin, Wang, and Qi families were not very good. The Qi and Wang families originally thought that it was a secret that belonged to them exclusively, and only they who controlled the Suanio could enter that mysterious place. In the future, all the genetic resources there will be theirs. They can use the resources there to develop and expand their own family. After a few decades, they can develop into a large family like the super base, and may even become the top family. Now not only have other people entered that mysterious place, but they have also been projected out of the void, which makes them both afraid, disappointed and angry. Lin Miao is worried about Lin Shen's safety. He doesn't know why Lin Shen is in that place. The genetic creatures there are too scary. Lin Shen and his companions temporarily found a small forest to hide in. This small forest was very close to the beach and not very large, so they were just hiding there temporarily. Old Wei, didn't you say that you have used the teleportation device many times and visited many planets? How come you can't even recognize the teleportation device? Lin Shen pulled Wei Wufu aside and asked him in a low voice. The device is different. Wei Wufu shook his head. Lin Shen thought so too, so he asked again, have you heard of the words Kai King cultivation device and observer? Wei Wufu continued to shake his head, and it was obvious that he had heard of it for the first time. Lin Shen was somewhat helpless. Even Wei Wufu didn't know anything about it. It was difficult to find out the origin of the Kai King cultivation device. Of course, Lin Shen didn't care what the Kai King cultivation device was. No matter what it was called, it was just a transmission device. He mainly wanted to know who the so-called observer was. From the known clues, the Kai King cultivation device should have come from an alien planet. However, Lin Shen had learned from Tian Xian that space travel requires a spaceship, and it is impossible for a single instrument to cross the void. They only saw the Kai King cultivation device, so there are two possibilities. One possibility is that the spaceship has come near their planet, and the Kai King cultivation device was dropped by them. Then the so-called observer should be the aliens in the spaceship. They use it to observe humans, and they must have some intentions. But there is another possibility. Maybe there was a problem with the spaceship that transported the Kai King cultivation device, and the device happened to fall on their planet, just like the transport warehouses that transported the original eggs more than 200 years ago. If that's the case, there will be no observers. So where will the Kai King cultivation device synchronize their images? Lin Shen guessed that it was probably just played on the device, and few people would be able to see it. Lin Shen obviously underestimated the ability of the Kai King cultivation device, not knowing that they were being watched by humans all over the world. Coming to this planet again, Lin Shen was still quite confident that he could survive successfully. Because after coming to this planet again, he quickly adapted to the gravity here. And it's not just as simple as adapting. The theory of evolution took effect again in the gravity environment, allowing Lin Shen's body to be strengthened and mutated, and further become stronger. Under the baptism of the gravity environment, Lin Shen clearly felt that his bone density and strength were increasing with the flow of evolution. Of course, there were 3 times of sensing the sacrifice plus 1 prompt, which also let Lin Shen know that 3 of the people who were sent here with him should be dead now. With the experience of the last time, Lin Shen already knew how to use the fire power of offering sacrifices to the sky, hiding the halo obtained after offering sacrifices. Of course, the most powerful killer is the fat boy who sleeps the sweetest in the backpack. Now Lin Shen's ability to survive is much stronger than when he came last time. Su Tiange and Lu Qing are both alloy level, and they have crystal-based pets on them, but in this place, they still decided to follow Lin Shen and follow his lead. Brother Shen, a genetically modified creature has emerged from the sea. Su Tiange, who was in charge of keeping watch, quietly slipped back and said in a low voice. A few people moved closer to the edge of the grove, hid behind the grass and looked towards the beach. Sure enough, they saw a genetically modified creature coming out of the sea. Fuck, what kind of genetically modified creature is that? Chapter 72. The one who explained was not any of the 4 people including Lin Shen, but the people who were watching their exclusive videos. Many people who were watching the videos were attracted by this side. In fact, since the projection of the Sky video, many people have been attracted by Lin Shen and his 4-person team. There are handsome men, beautiful women, and strong men. Who doesn't like to watch this? Unfortunately, the 4 of them hid in the grove for half a day and didn't go anywhere. They were as timid as a nest of mice. There was nothing to watch. However, some other temporary teams had fought several battles with the genetically modified creatures, and there were casualties, which attracted more attention. Originally, there were fewer people on Lin Shen's side, but after the genetically modified creature came out of the sea, it immediately attracted many people's attention, and many people looked over. The genetically modified creature that came out of the sea was dressed in gorgeous golden armor, and held a golden harpoon in his hand, like a golden statue of a god. Apart from anything else, the shape of this genetically modified creature is too eye-catching. It is golden all over, reflecting dazzling golden light under the sunlight. More than 2 meters tall, it is as majestic as the gods in Greek mythology wearing golden armor. Who cannot be confused when seeing it? This genetically modified creature looked so strong, it should be an alloy creature, right? Is the 4-man team with poor development finally going to fight the genetically modified creature? Those 4 people look young. I wonder if they have been promoted to alloy level. Do they dare to fight? We must fight. What's the point of fighting? Let's run. Those 4 guys have been hiding. They must be of low level. Maybe they are all steel level rookies. If we go, we will be defeated. Such a gorgeous genetically modified creature, and it's humanoid. It would be great if I could keep it as a pet. Don't dream. It's almost impossible for an adult genetically modified creature to give up the key to become a pet. At this time, people seemed to suddenly find the pleasure of those humans who watched videos and live broadcasts more than 200 years ago, and people from all over the world watched a large-scale live broadcast together. Do you have a pet? Let's send one out to test the waters. Seeing that the genetically modified creatures had come over here, they must have discovered them, so Lin Shen said to Su Tiange. He was reluctant to use his pet, because those were all his bullets. Su Tiange didn't waste any words, and threw out a pet capsule directly. When it landed on the beach, it turned into an iron-horned horse. See, what did I say? Only pets like iron-horned horses, they must be steel level, so they have been hiding and dare not go out. Some people saw the iron-horned horse, and immediately showed disappointment. The plot of several steel-level humans being slaughtered by genetically modified creatures was not what they wanted to see. Some people felt that the people in the video were not very good, so he could go. Under Su Tiange's command, the iron-horned horse ran towards the genetically modified creature. When it was close, it lowered its head and hit it with its horn. The genetically modified creature, which looked like a golden armored god, did not dodge or evade, and even did not use the golden harpoon in its hand. It stretched out its free hand and grabbed the horn of the iron-horned horse. The iron-horned horse stopped its momentum of attack in an instant. No matter how hard its four hooves tried, it could not move forward half an inch, and could not break free from the control of the genetically modified creature. It could only slide on the spot. Crack! The genetically modified creature seemed to have only exerted a little force to break the iron horn of the iron-horned horse, and threw it on the ground. The iron-horned horse retreated with a painful scream, but before it could take 2 steps back, it was pierced through the body by the sudden golden harpoon and nailed to death on the beach. So strong. That genetically modified creature that looks like a golden god is so strong. Strong is secondary, the key is handsome. This shape, this method, is really handsome. The 4-man team is in trouble now. Look, the golden god is walking towards the place where they are hiding, and must have discovered them. Watching the golden god walking step by step towards the grove where the 4 people were hiding, many people's hearts were in their throats. Old Wei, leave it to you. Lin Shen glanced at Su Tiange, and seeing that his eyes were a little evasive, he said to Wei Wufu beside him. Su Tiange is not unable to defeat the alloy-based creatures. He also has a crystal-based pet given by the old man. He can handle a few more alloy creatures. The problem is that Su Tiange is not familiar with this place. He doesn't know the characteristics of the base-based creatures here, and he is unwilling to take risks easily. Lu Qing seems to have a strong personality, but Lin Shen knows her better. She is actually a girl with no opinion. She needs someone to help her make decisions. She is a person who needs to be led. Wei Wufu responded, and walked out directly. This person seems to be quite capable. Among the 4 people, he should have the highest combat power, right? I think he may be alloy level, otherwise why would he dare to fight, while the other 3 are hiding and dare not come out? While people were discussing, Wei Wufu suddenly exerted his strength and ran towards the genetically modified creature, and the genetically modified creature also ran towards Wei Wufu. During the run, a purple alloy shell appeared on Wei Wufu's body. Ding! The moment the 2 figures crossed each other at high speed, a crisp sound of metal collision was heard. Before people could see clearly what was going on, Wei Wufu and the genetically modified creature had crossed each other and rushed out, back to back, and rushed out 7 or 8 meters before stopping. Wei Wufu had an alloy knife in his hand, pointing to the sky. Without even turning his head, the blade slowly dropped, letting the genetically modified liquid on it flow to the ground. The genetically modified creature behind him suddenly fell to the ground, and during the fall, the head and body separated. Oh my god, it's amazing. Who is this guy? With such strength, why are you hiding anything? Go kill the genetically modified creatures. That knife is so fast. People were amazed at Wei Wufu's fast knife, but soon someone screamed, because in the waves, genetically modified creatures, like golden gods, came out of the sea one after another. 1, 2, 3, 7, 10, 13. In a moment, more than a dozen genetically modified creatures, like golden gods, walked onto the beach through the sea water, and more were coming out of the waves behind. Brother Shen, do you want to leave or fight? Su Tiange looked at Lin Shen and asked for his opinion. Let's go! Lin Shen answered without hesitation, wanting to call Wei Wufu to retreat together. But when he looked at the other side of the grove, he found that there were also several genetically modified creatures, like golden gods, surrounding him. Looking at other directions, there are those genetically modified creatures. I don't know when those genetically modified creatures have surrounded the grove. Making a plank road in the open, secretly crossing Chinsong, The previous genetically modified creature was just used to attract their attention, and those genetically modified creatures can actually use military tactics. With so many alloy creatures, can they rush out alive? I think it's difficult, unless the other three are as strong as the guy with the knife. Seeing that they were surrounded, Lin Shen said to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, "Try to use pets to fight. Don't go yourself unless it's absolutely necessary to save your energy." As he said, he completed the genetic transformation first, and the mirror-like steel shell wrapped his whole body. Su Tiange and Lu Qing responded, and each of them completed the genetic transformation, and the alloy shell appeared on them. Oh my god, there are actually 3 alloys among these 4 young men. What were they hiding from before? That's not right. Why do I feel that the 3 alloy-based mutators seem to listen to the steel-based mutator? Is he the young master of a big family? Are the 3 alloy-based mutators his bodyguards? It's so cool to come from a big family. A steel with 3 alloy bodyguards, including a beautiful bodyguard. He really knows how to have fun. With so many alloy creatures, can 3 alloys protect him? Chapter 73. Charge out. Lin Shen chose a direction, and Wei Wufu rushed out first. He had no high-level pets to use, so he could only charge on his own. Lin Shen followed behind Wei Wufu, and Lu Qing and Su Tiange followed Lin Shen on the left and right. Almost at the same time, they each threw out 2 pet capsules, which turned into 2 alloy pets to protect their backs. Wei Wufu was too fierce. He rushed in front alone, and while moving quickly, he avoided being besieged while swinging his sword at an alloy creature. The alloy creature raised its harpoon to meet it, but it was a step too late, and Wei Wufu cut off its arm with his sword. Wei Wufu fought 1 against 4, and still seemed to be at ease. The alloy creatures in other directions rushed over, but were blocked by 4 alloy creatures, and could not rush over for a while. Lin Shen held the angel revolver in his hand, and did not rush to shoot, because his gun was filled with steel capsules. If he did not hit the vital points, it would not be easy to kill these alloy creatures. The people watching the battle were amazed at Wei Wufu's bravery, and also worried about Su Tiange and Lu Qing's pets. Under the siege of so many alloy creatures, the 4 alloy creatures might not last long. When their eyes fell on Lin Shen, the picture was a little distorted. Lin Shen was a steel-based changer, and he was holding a small pistol in his hand. They didn't know what use the pistol would have on alloy creatures. If you get an anti-tank rifle, it might be a little useful. Why are you making fun of yourself with a small pistol? Some people even saw a pigeon in the backpack on Lin Shen's back. The round little head stretched out from the opening of the backpack and looked around curiously. This young master is really amazing. In such a dangerous place, you took a pistol. I can barely understand that you lack a sense of security and seek psychological comfort. But you have such a big backpack. Even if you don't put more pet capsules on you, you should put some food and water. What's the point of putting a real pet pigeon in it? Do you think this is a vacation? Some people couldn't help but complain. Because they have never seen Lin Shen use a pet, many people have this idea. Most people think that Lin Shen is a burden. In such a dangerous environment, he is likely to cause trouble for his teammates. Especially Lin Shen's behavior looks so abstract that people can't understand what he is thinking. Only a few people who have seen the pet capsule launcher know that the gun in Lin Shen's hand is a high-end product, which ordinary people can't really get. On the 2nd floor of a tea house in Suanio Base, Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuang were drinking tea while looking at the mirage-like image in the sky. Brother Tian'er, what do you think of this matter? Qi Shuang's face was not very good. The place they regarded as a forbidden place was now made public, which was a major blow to Qi Shuang and the Qi family. The Wang family was no exception. Wang Tian'er smiled bitterly. What else can I think? Now the whole world knows that there is such a place. I believe that it won't be long before the big families of the super base will come to find it. This secret will definitely not be kept. That may not be the case. Qi Shuang glanced at Lin Shen and said, I think it is probably the Lin family's Suanio's credit that they can get in. As long as Lin Shen and Suanio die in there, without Suanio, who else can find Hulu Mountain? Qi Shuang obviously guessed the wrong direction, thinking that Lin Shen really had a black bird in his hand. The people of the Lu family and the Su family were all brought in by Lin Shen using the black bird. Do you think that if he dies, those big families will not be able to find out? As long as someone comes out alive, it will be the same. We still can't keep the black bird in our hands. Wang Tian'er sighed. Qi Shuang was silent for a moment, sighed helplessly, and seemed to be deflated. Our 2 families have been planning for so long, but in the end we have nothing to gain, and we may even be making wedding clothes for others. This is too aggrieved. Don't think about those things now, or think about how to save your life and the safety of your family. Wang Tian'er usually looks like a brave and fierce person, but when it comes to things, he sees it more clearly than Qi Shuheng. Those big families will find us sooner or later. The black bird can't be kept anymore. You have to think about it carefully, and what to exchange it for. Qi Shuheng said bitterly, "You are right. It's time to think about these things, but I just don't want to accept it. Ah, the opportunity to rise is right in front of us, all because of those bastards of the Lin family. What if I am unwilling? This is the way the world is, only the strong can survive." Wang Tian'er paused and said, "In fact, for us, this is not an opportunity. I don't know how the Lin family made such a fuss, making the mysterious place completely exposed to the whole world, but because of this, even those big families can't monopolize the mysterious place. Although we can no longer hold the black bird, we may be able to retain some places to enter the mysterious place. It is safer to enter there by relying on a big family than to go in by ourselves, and we will gain more." "I hope so." Qi Shuheng still looked at Lin Shen's figure unwillingly and said, "In any case, the people of the Lin family really deserve to die." The damned Lin family. Lin Shen was not dead yet. He kept looking at the alloy creatures rushing over, and the gun in his hand never fired. "No, I can't stand it anymore. Su Tiange, stop hiding, and take out the pet at the bottom of the box." Lu Qing said, took out a red jade-like pet capsule, and directly turned it into a fighting posture in his hand. A red jade lion roared and jumped out, pounced on the alloy creatures rushing over, and directly threw an alloy creature to the ground, and the sharp claws tore its chest apart. The hard golden armor was like paper under the claws of the red jade lion. Su Tiange no longer hid his own, stretched out his hand, and threw a golden crystal pet capsule, which turned into a golden crystal giant bull, and rushed all the way, knocking the alloy creatures over. The bull's horns directly knocked through the body of an alloy creature, picked it up, and threw it into the air. The appearance of the two crystal-based pets immediately changed the situation of the battle, like a tiger entering a pack of wolves, and killed several alloy creatures in an instant. The golden harpoons of those alloy creatures could not cause any damage to them, and they could only be slaughtered. Damn, those two bodyguards actually have crystal-based pets. Whose son is that guy? His bodyguards all use crystal-based pets? Isn't this the strongest second-generation ancestor? No wonder he, a steel-based transformer, dared to go to such a dangerous place with a pigeon and a small pistol. Seeing the two crystal-based pets showing their power, more people were attracted, and more people looked at the images of Lin Shen and his team. Chapter 74. In a short while, the two crystal pets killed 7 or 8 base mutated creatures. The other base mutated creatures dared not attack them anymore, and turned around and fled to the sea. The ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horn bull chased them, and killed several more base mutated creatures. The remaining base mutated creatures fled back to the sea. Clean up the battlefield. Lin Shen took out the water bag, and went to collect the base mutated liquid from the base mutated creatures. The alloy level base mutated liquid is still worth some money. For Lin Shen, who is now penniless, these base mutated liquids are a considerable fortune. Su Tiange and Lu Qing were a little dumbfounded. They didn't bring anything to collect base mutated liquid when they went out. Originally, they were just looking for base mutated boxes. Who would have thought that they would come to such a place? They were not prepared at all. The subordinates did have some, but those people were not here now. Seeing their appearance, Lin Shen knew that they definitely didn't bring anything, so he took out a rolled-up portable plastic water bag from his backpack, gave them 2 each, and asked them to collect the base transformation liquid. They need to stay in this place for 3 days, and they also need food and drink. Lin Shen will have to distribute it to them at that time. Lin Shen doesn't want to work to provide them with food and drink. Lin Shen is indeed well prepared. It seems that he has long known that the Kai King cultivation device will teleport us to this strange planet, so he brought so many water bags. Su Tiange has a preconceived idea. He thinks Lin Shen is well prepared for everything. Lin Shen did not let Wei Wufu collect the base transformation liquid, but let him be responsible for keeping watch at the beach. In case those base transformed creatures come back, he could issue a warning in the first place. While collecting the genetic fluid, Lu Qing suddenly heard a surprised voice. "There is a genetic egg." Lin Shen and Su Tiange hurried over, and saw a golden genetic egg in the chest of a genetic creature whose breastplate was torn by the ruby lion. "See if there is any in the chest of other genetic creatures." Lin Shen walked over to the corpse of a genetic creature next to him, but unfortunately the chest of that genetic creature was not broken, so he could not see if there was any genetic egg inside. "I help you open it." Lu Qing controlled the ruby lion to come over and tear open the breastplate of that genetic creature. Unfortunately, there was no genetic egg inside. "I found one too." Su Tiange over there was lucky, and actually found a genetic egg. The three of them searched all the corpses, and found a total of 3 genetic eggs. Su Tiange found 1, Lu Qing found 2, and Lin Shen found none. Lu Qing wanted to give 1 to Lin Shen, but was rejected by Lin Shen. The chance of the base mutated creatures in this place breeding base mutated eggs is very high. Should we go hunt some more base mutated creatures? Lu Qing was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning, and was thinking about the feasibility of hunting. Brother Shen, with the strength of the 4 of us, even if we encounter crystal-based creatures, as long as there are not many, there should be no problem. Su Tiange also said. The probability of the base mutated eggs here surprised him a little. It is not so easy to find base mutated eggs in their place. Only a few base mutated creatures can breed base mutated eggs, and after breeding base mutated eggs, most base mutated creatures will find a hidden nest to wait for the laying of base mutated eggs. Basically, they will not come out again, and it is difficult to find them. Many people watching the battle here also felt that this 4-man team should go out to hunt for base mutated creatures instead of hiding like before. Their team has 4 people, 3 are alloys, and 2 have crystal-based pets. This strength can be ranked in the top 3 among all temporary teams. The other 2 teams with strength that are not worse than theirs have been hunting for base mutated creatures everywhere, and the harvest is very good, unlike them who are so wretched. After thinking about it, they can only attribute the reason to Lin Shen. It is generally believed that Lin Shen, a second-generation ancestor, is greedy for life and afraid of death, and only wants to grow wretchedly, so he hides and does not hunt base-mutated creatures. Suddenly, a huge wave swept towards the beach, much farther than the previous waves, and Lin Shen and the other 2 retreated. While waiting for the sea to recede, the bodies of base-mutated creatures that were closer to the sea before had been swept into the sea. When the people watching felt sorry, they saw a golden figure walking out of the waves in the sea. There are still golden armored sea monsters that dare to come out. Su Tiange's eyes lit up, but after seeing it clearly, his face became solemn. When they killed these genetically modified creatures just now, they had learned from their watches that these genetically modified creatures were called golden armored sea monsters, alloy-grade genetically modified creatures. But this creature that came out of the waves was not the alloy-grade golden armored sea monsters they had killed before. The size of this golden armored sea monster was obviously much larger than the previous ones, and its height reached more than 3 meters. The armor on the whole body was like a golden crystal. Under the sunlight, countless golden threads in the crystal armor were shining. His armor was even more gorgeous, with ancient and mysterious patterns on it, and his helmet was like a crown. He was holding a golden crystal trident instead of a simple harpoon. Crystal-based creatures. Lu Qing, who had just started to show some enthusiasm for hunting base-based creatures, also looked at the crystal-based golden armored sea monster with a serious face. Lu Qing, how about we kill him together, and split the profits? Su Tiange hesitated for a moment, thinking that if they were 2 against 1, they should not be afraid of crystal-based creatures. The probability of base-based creatures here breeding base-based eggs was so high that killing this golden armored sea monster might give them crystal-based eggs. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen and said, Lin Shen, you hide in the grove first, and when we kill it, we will give you a share of the base-based fluid. The previous battle made Lu Qing less nervous and more confident. Like Su Tiange, she also realized that the base-based creatures here had a high probability of breeding base-based eggs, which was a rare opportunity. No need. Whoever kills the mutant creature will own it. Lin Shen said and made a gesture, asking Wei Wufu to retreat with him to the grove. Su Tiange and Lu Qing didn't know the situation here, but he knew it very well. There were a lot of mutant creatures here, and the golden armored sea monster might not be just an ordinary crystal base. Lin Shen didn't persuade them. Cutting off someone's wealth was like killing their parents. Although blocking Su Tiange and Lu Qing now would not necessarily turn against each other, they would definitely have some grudges in their hearts, and it would be difficult for them to get along harmoniously in the future. Su Tiange and Lu Qing looked at each other, and at the same time ordered the ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horned bull to rush towards the golden armored sea monster. The hardness and strength of the golden crystal giant horned bull exceeded 39 points. Although it did not reach 40, it was already a very strong tank-type pet. The ruby lion was more balanced, with all 4 stats above 36 points. In addition, it had tearing claws and a fast pursuit speed, making it a very scary attacking pet. The golden crystal giant horned bull rushed forward, and the 2 huge golden crystal bull horns on its head violently hit the golden armored sea monster that had just stepped onto the beach. The golden armored sea monster had a smooth face armor, no mouth or nose, and only a horizontal bar on the eyes flashing with golden light. Seeing the golden crystal giant horned bull rushing over, The trident in his hand was horizontal, blocking the pair of giant horns. The golden crystal giant horn bull had unparalleled brute force, and a heavy tank would be easily pierced and knocked away by the force of a collision. Ordinary crystal-based creatures would most likely be knocked back repeatedly if they took this collision, or even be pierced through the body by the giant horns. However, after the trident in the golden armored sea monster's hand blocked the two horns, it could not move at all, and its strength was not inferior to that of the golden crystal giant horn bull. Chapter 75. Almost at the same time, when the golden armored siren held the trident horizontally with both hands to block the impact of the golden crystal giant horn bull, the ruby lion jumped up from behind the golden crystal giant horn bull and instantly pounced in front of the golden armored siren. With the lion claws, with the talent skill of tearing claws, it grabbed the golden armored siren's head like a gust of wind. Success? We should have done this earlier. With such a powerful crystal-based pet, what on earth were you doing before? The ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horn bull are also top-level pets among the crystal-based pets. One is an attack type, and the other is a tank type. They are originally a perfect match. People watching the battle from all over the world seem to have seen the scene of the golden armored siren's head being torn apart. With the golden crystal giant horn bull restraining it, the golden armored siren no longer had the extra energy and means to resist the ruby lion's attack. Not good. Wei Wufu, who was watching the battle with Lin Shen in the grove, suddenly said this. In the castle of the Yi family, Yi Yuzhen, who was watching the battle, also shook his head slightly. Lu Qing's temper is still too impatient. The golden armored sea monster's eyes flashed with golden light, and its legs spread apart, like two sea stakes stuck in the sand, and the hands holding the trident suddenly burst out with terrifying power. With a terrified cow cry, the trident stuck with the horns turned over, turning the body of the golden crystal giant bull horn over, and the halberd of the upright trident pierced into the abdomen of the flying red jade lion. The red jade lion pounced down, which was equivalent to hitting the halberd blade on its abdomen, and most of the more than 1 foot long halberd blade went through it. The golden armored sea monster swung the halberd and directly lifted the red jade lion up, smashing it heavily on the beach. Impossible. Su Tiange screamed. Many of the spectators also screamed. The strength of the golden crystal giant horn bull is already top-notch among crystal-based creatures. Even a crystal-based creature with a full strength of 40 is not much stronger than it. It is impossible to flip it over like this. Unless it is not an ordinary crystal-based, but a mutant crystal-based. When Su Tiange thought of this possibility, his face became very ugly. He regretted acting on his own and not asking Lin Shen for his opinion. The ruby lion was seriously injured, and Lu Qing regretted it even more, but now there is no time for them to regret it. The golden crystal giant horn bull climbed up and hit the mutant golden armored sea monster again. Su Tiange knew in his heart that if the ruby lion died, the golden crystal giant horn bull would not be a match, and they would die even more miserably. Facing the golden crystal giant horn bull that was charging over, the mutant golden armored sea monster suddenly withdrew and avoided the impact of the bull's horns, and the trident inserted in the ruby lion's abdomen was also pulled back. The ruby lion climbed up, and the base transformation liquid flowed out of its abdomen. Lu Qing did not dare to take it back, so he could only let it continue to fight. The two crystal-based pets fought with the mutated golden armored sea monster, but the situation was not optimistic. It's over. That's the mutated crystal-based. Where the hell are they? Why are there so many mutated creatures? This is the second mutated crystal-based that appeared, right? The second one. The mutated crystal-based that appeared before killed the alloy duo. There are currently 2 mutated crystal-based, 2 mutated alloys, and 7 or 8 mutated steels. I really want to know where it is. If you have enough strength, it's simply a paradise for base transformers. Heaven is bullshit. For those 4 people, it is hell now. The 2 crystal pets can't hold on for long. What awaits them next is a ruthless massacre. Even some big families in the super base were also very surprised at this time. Many of them have been to many other planets. The probability of mutant creatures appearing on some planets is indeed much higher, but such a high mutation probability has never been seen before. We must find a transmission device to enter that planet. Many families have added manpower to search for the location of the sky projection system again, trying to find a way to teleport to that planet. Such a high mutation probability, such a high probability of producing mutant eggs, plus there are no advanced creatures above the mutation. For human mutants, that planet is simply a huge treasure house. Any super base that can occupy there and use the resources inside can continuously cultivate excellent descendants. Who wouldn't be jealous? Brother Shen, run away. Su Tiange retreated to Lin Shen's side and said with gritted teeth. He also knew that he was doomed this time, so he had to make a heroic move and take advantage of the fact that the golden crystal giant horned bull and the ruby lion were still fighting to hold back the mutated golden armored sea monster. They still had a chance to escape. If they waited until the two crystal-based pets were killed, they would not even have a chance to escape. Lu Qing also retreated and said helplessly, "They can't hold on for long. Don't worry, let's wait and see." Lin Shen was not in a hurry to leave, and said with his eyes fixed on the mutated golden armored sea monster in the battle. He had been observing those golden armored sea monsters before. There were more than a dozen acupuncture points on ordinary golden armored sea monsters. When collecting the base transformation fluid just now, he used the leaf blade to test it. The places where those acupoints are located are the weak points of the golden armored sea monster. There are not so many acupoints on the mutant golden armored sea monster, only 3 in total, 2 of which are not very obvious, and 1 acupoint is relatively obvious. The location of that acupoint is also the weakest point on the ordinary golden armored sea monster. Through the battle between the ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horned bull, Lin Shen found that the mutant golden armored sea monster was very concerned about that position. It seems that there should be a weakness on its body. If they run now, the mutant golden armored sea monster may not be able to catch up with them after killing 2 pets, and they will only die more miserably at that time. The speed of the mutant crystal base is not comparable to them. Instead of betting whether the mutant golden armored sea monster will chase them, it is better to kill it now. While staring at the mutant golden armored sea monster, Lin Shen pressed the wheel of the angel revolver and replaced a capsule. The angel revolver is filled with steel capsules. Even with the 44 speed boost, it is estimated that it is difficult to penetrate the weaknesses of the mutant crystal-based creatures. Now, to penetrate its weaknesses, a stronger bullet is needed. Lin Shen has only 1 capsule that can penetrate the weaknesses of the mutant golden armored sea monster, and that is the evolving dead fan. Aren't you evolving? Aren't you not caring about anything and swallowing the benefits to evolve yourself? If you don't help me, I will use you as a bullet. Lin Shen filled the pet capsule, and Qi transformed by the dead fan into it, thinking viciously in his heart. His movements were very concealed. Others only saw him fiddling with the pistol, and thought he was loading bullets, but could not see what he was loading. Why don't you run now? Are you waiting to be wiped out? Damn, why is he loading bullets? He doesn't really want to use that little pistol to shoot the mutant crystal base. Crazy, that guy must be scared crazy. He actually wants to use a pistol to shoot the mutant crystal base. I told you, that second-generation idiot will definitely do something bad. Even Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuang, who were watching the game, felt that the kid from the Lin family had a broken brain, so he would have such a wild idea. Everyone watching the game felt it was very absurd, and Lu Qing also looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression. Su Tiangda knew the power of the gun in Lin Shen's hand, but Lu Qing didn't know. She was more or less dissatisfied with Lin Shen's decision to continue watching the game. Lin Shen saw Lu Qing's thoughts, but didn't explain anything. He just sighed in his heart. Trust is the key for 2 people to go on together. Obviously, the trust between Lu Qing and me is not enough for us to keep going. Let's go after shooting this gun, Lin Shen said softly to Lu Qing. Chapter 76. The trident in the hands of the mutant golden armored sea monster was wielding in all directions, and the blade of the halberd was actually flashing with a strange golden light. Wherever the golden light reached, the thick and hard crystal body of the golden crystal giant horned bull was easily cut open. It is certain that this is not the destructive power that the trident should have. The upper limit hardness of the mutant crystal base is only 41, which is harder than the golden crystal giant horned bull, but it is a bit far-fetched to say that it can easily leave deep marks on the thick body of the golden crystal giant horned bull like cutting wood. Just like the hardness of 5 chrome steel is slightly worse than that of 9 chrome steel and 10 chrome steel, but you use 5 chrome steel to make a thick shield, and use harder 9 chrome steel to make a knife. It is impossible to cut through a thick shield with a knife. If the knife is thinner, it is even possible that the knife will break first. The blade of the trident is not thin, but it is impossible to easily leave such a deep wound on the golden crystal giant horned bull. There is only one explanation. The mutant golden armored sea monster has a special talent skill on its trident, which enhances the destructive power of the trident, so that such an effect can be achieved. Just like the tearing claws of the ruby lion, they all have a strengthening effect, but the mutant golden armored sea monster's skill is more powerful. The golden crystal giant horned bull and the ruby lion have been killed and scarred, with deep wounds on their bodies that can see the crystal bones, and the base mutation fluid is constantly dripping from the wounds. Lin Shen seemed to ignore all this, standing behind a steel tree similar to a coconut tree, holding a pistol and quietly aiming at the mutant golden armored sea monster that was showing its power. Brother, put away your magical power, stop making trouble, and run quickly. Brother, you have a small pistol in your hand, not a laser gun. Let's stop making trouble, okay? I can understand that people are willful because they have money, but I have never seen such a willful person. Brother, take your female bodyguard and run away quickly. It would be a pity if such a beautiful woman died. Bang, the gunshot. A small pet capsule flew out, at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Unlike the pet capsule that Lin Shen had launched before, this pet capsule did not turn into a pet after leaving the launcher, but remained in the capsule state. The trident in the hands of the mutant golden armored sea monster pierced into the abdomen of the golden crystal giant horned bull, and it did not notice the flying pet capsule at all. By the time it sensed it, it was too late. The distance was too close, and the speed was too fast. Even with the speed of the mutant golden armored sea monster, it was too late to dodge. With a strange sound, the mutant golden armored sea monster that was about to pull out the trident suddenly stopped its hand movement. Time seemed to freeze, and everyone's eyes were focused on the mutant golden armored sea monster standing still. A bullet hole appeared in the middle of the mutant golden armored sea monster's line-like eyes, and the golden base liquid slowly flowed out of the bullet hole. Along with the slowly flowing base liquid, the mutant golden armored sea monster loosened the trident in his hand, stepped back a few steps, and then fell down with a bang, hitting the beach heavily, without any movement at all. Lu Qing widened his eyes, and seemed to be a little bit unbelievable about what he saw. Su Tiange was also surprised and happy. He knew that the gun in Lin Shen's hand was very powerful, but he didn't expect that it was so powerful that the mutant crystal base could be killed with one shot. Now Su Tiange is even more grateful for his wisdom and power, and did not choose to be an enemy of Lin Shen. This shot killed a mutant crystal base. Although the Su family had many crystal base strongmen, they could not withstand such a killing. How could he know that killing a mutant crystal base was not so easy? The angel revolver was only one of the factors. The capsule bullets transformed by the dead powder were also indispensable. Unless they could be replaced with crystal-based capsules, ordinary alloy capsules could not achieve this effect. Moreover, it was necessary to know the weakness of the mutant golden armored sea monster, and it was necessary to shoot accurately, and it was a cold shot in secret. These conditions were indispensable. If the mutant golden armored sea monster saw Lin Shen shooting and prepared in advance, Lin Shen's shot might not be able to hit its weakness. It was not a fluke that he could hit the weakness with one shot. Lin Shen liked to play those street toys since he was a child. He spent a lot of money on catching dolls, putting rings, and hitting balloons. This accurate shooting skill was practiced when he was a child when he was hitting balloons. From giving money to the boss at the balloon hitting stall at the beginning, to almost hitting the target every time later, Lin Shen himself didn't know how much money he spent in the middle. Later, shooting balloons with an air gun was no longer satisfying for Lin Shen, so he begged his fourth brother to get him a real gun for target practice. For this, his fourth brother was scolded by his eldest sister. In order to be able to shoot accurately, I don't know how many bullets he fed at that time. It can be said that Lin Shen's ability to shoot accurately was purely due to the bullets he fed. In order to play, Lin Shen spent a lot of money. Fortunately, he had several good brothers and sisters. If he were in other families, he would not be so tossed. Unexpectedly, the toys he played with before are now useful. Being proficient in eating, drinking, playing and having fun is not necessarily a bad thing. That thing is a gun? That thing is really a gun. Can a pistol kill mutant crystals? Am I crazy or is this world crazy? It's fake, it must be fake. Those images are actually filmed for a variety show, right? They must be scripts, all scripts. Has human technology made another breakthrough? A pistol can kill mutant crystals. The spring of mankind is back. What are we afraid of in the future? Give me a small pistol, and I will kill the whole family of mutant creatures. Once again, it proves that this world is a virtual world. Iron Level uses a pistol to blow up the mutant crystals. This is a bug in the virtual program. The whole world is crazy. The scene of Lin Shen killing the mutant crystals with one shot is too shocking for ordinary people, even a little absurd. At the beginning, the mutant creatures that humans could not completely eliminate with continuous missile bombing and even nuclear weapons were killed by a small pistol. What a crazy thing. Everyone is thinking about one thing in their mind. Where can they buy this kind of pistol? I told you, you can doubt the second-generation ancestor's ability, but you can't doubt his knowledge and strength. You think he is courting death, but he is actually on the 5th floor and has everything under control. I would like to call him the strongest second-generation ancestor. He has a really solid foundation. The little brother looks so handsome. Does anyone know where he is from? I want to make friends with him. Not for anything else, but because I like little brothers with good marksmanship. If Lin Shen knew that he was mistaken for a second-generation ancestor with a solid foundation, he would probably feel inferior. His ability to squander money and his family background are far from those of a real second-generation ancestor. At most, he is just a small rich second generation with some family background. How can he dare to call himself an ancestor? Kill the mutated crystal-based creatures and the mutated sea monster general. The information of killing the base mutated creatures appeared on the watch. Before, those golden-armored sea monsters were killed by others, and there was no prompt on Lin Shen's watch. This prey belongs to me, no objection? Lin Shen's eyes swept across Su Tiange and Lu Qing's faces. Brother Shen, is there any need to say this? It was originally yours. Su Tiange said very cooperatively. Lu Qing looked at Lin Shen with a complicated look. At first, she felt that Lin Shen was too flat and had no ambition. In addition, they were separated for a long time, and there were people around him who fanned the flames, so a relationship ended in vain. But when she saw Lin Shen again, this time, she felt that he seemed a little different from before. Seeing Lu Qing nod that he had no objection, Lin Shen walked to the body of the sea monster general and collected the base mutated liquid with a water bag. Call Wei Wufu over, give him the leaf blade, and ask him to help cut open the chest of the Siren God General. The body of the mutated Siren God General was too hard, and Wei Wufu used the leaf blade for a long time before he could remove its breastplate. Seeing what was inside the chest of the mutated Siren God General, Lin Shen's eyes suddenly lit up, and even Wei Wufu couldn't help but say, "Damn it!" Chapter 77. The structure inside the chest of the mutant Siren God General is very strange. It looks like an organ of a living creature, and also like a mechanical part. In the strange organ, there are two identical golden crystal eggs. They are two base mutated eggs. There are countless golden threads interwoven in each base mutated egg, which looks dazzling and indescribably charming. Obtained a mutant crystal base egg, a mutant Siren God General. Obtained a mutant crystal base egg, a mutant Siren God General. The mutant Siren God General actually gave birth to two base mutated eggs. It's probably the best luck to obtain two mutant crystal base eggs at once. No wonder even Wei Wufu cursed. It's really too eye-catching. The spectators saw that Lin Shen actually dug out two base mutated eggs from the body of the mutant Siren God General. For a moment, they were so jealous that they couldn't think. Now many people have an impulse to immediately run to where Lin Shen and the others are, killing base mutated creatures and exploding base mutated eggs. There were even some radical people who wanted to kill Lin Shen directly and snatch the pair of mutant crystal eggs in his hand. Lin Shen and his team suddenly became the most popular among all the temporary teams. The whole world was talking about Lin Shen's angel revolver and two mutant crystal eggs. Although Su Tiange was a little jealous, he knew that he had to rely on Lin Shen to survive here, so he didn't dare to show it at all, and even stepped forward to congratulate Lin Shen. Lu Qing also sighed that Lin Shen's luck was really good. These two mutant crystal eggs, whether for personal use or for sale, are quite explosive. That bastard's luck is pretty good. Yi Yuzhen was actually a little happy when he saw Lin Shen got two mutant eggs. However, when he saw Lu Qing approaching Lin Shen and saying something to him, Yi Yuzhen's mood suddenly became a little bad. Wei Wufu reached out and took the trident in his hand, waved it a few times, and seemed to be very satisfied, and hung it directly on his back. If you can take it away, it belongs to you. After digging out the death powder capsule in the head of the mutant sea monster god, Lin Shen pointed at the corpse and said to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, "The mutant crystal-based material is also very valuable, but Lin Shen has eaten the meat, so it's okay to give them some soup. The main reason is that this thing is not convenient to carry. In a place with such strong gravity, the steel pet may not be able to drag it, and he has no advanced pets available, which seriously affects his escape speed. Lin Shen doesn't plan to stay in this place any longer. Who knows what monsters will run out of the sea later? If a few more powerful guys come, it will be difficult to deal with." He didn't know how far he had to go before he could find a place to hide, and he didn't want to waste time on the road. Su Tiange was very happy to hear that. This was a mutant crystal-based material. Although it was not as valuable as the two mutant eggs in Lin Shen's hand, nor as valuable as the trident in Wei Wufu's hand, it was not low in value. Lu Qing's eyes flashed with a trace of loss. Lin Shen seemed to have divided her and Su Tiange into a group, so that she didn't have the joy of getting high-level mutant materials at all. "Drag it away first, and we discuss how to divide it when we get back." After discussing with Lu Qing, Su Tiange got an alloy-grade powerful diamond elephant to drag the body of the mutant sea monster god. The ruby lion and the golden crystal giant horn bull were taken back by them. These two pets were seriously injured, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to recover in a short time. After discussing, the four people planned to stay away from the beach and find a safer place to stay. The four people walked and stopped. The speed was not fast, and they did not encounter any mutant creatures. It looked very boring. But the discussion about them has never stopped. Shen was abruptly given the nickname of a second-generation ancestor. People who were not aware of it regarded Wei Wufu and the other three as his bodyguards. At this time, the popularity of another team quietly surpassed Shen and his four people. Zheng Yan and the other 6 alloy mutants became a temporary team. Because they were all originally mutants of the Lu family, they were very familiar with each other. They often worked together in the past, and the cooperation was unusually smooth. Under the leadership of Zheng Yan, the 7 people killed a lot of mutant creatures nearby, and even luckily encountered a mutant alloy, but unfortunately no mutant eggs were found. Not long after Shen and his team killed the mutant sea monster god, Zheng Yan's great opportunity also came. In a valley, they actually found a nest of crystal-based eggs. The nest of crystal-based eggs was in a stone pit in a valley, with some small metal branches underneath and several huge metal leaves on top. Zheng Yan and his team accidentally came to the stone pit, lifted the leaves and took a look, and they were all stunned. There were actually 3 crystal-based eggs that looked like jadeite inside, 2 of which were green, like imperial green jadeite, and the other one was blue-green, which made them even more overjoyed. The blue-green crystal-based egg was likely a mutant egg. Put it away first, and we divide it when we get back. A trace of greed flashed through Zheng Yan's eyes. But reason still defeated greed. In order to prevent the team from falling apart and fighting among themselves, Zheng Yan repeatedly promised that they would divide their spoils equally after returning, which stabilized the other 6 alloy-based mutators in the team. The spectators were all amazed at their good luck. Shen and his 4 companions at least had a big fight with the mutant sea monster general before they got the benefits. They actually picked up 3 crystal-based eggs, one of which might be a mutation. Zheng Yan first put away the 3 crystal-based eggs, and when he was about to leave, he heard an angry roar resounding throughout the valley. A crystal-based creature with green crystal scales all over its body, which looked like a dragon, but without dragon wings, and like a lizard but walking upright, screamed and flew down from the top of the valley. The almost 90-degree mountain wall was like flat ground under the monster's feet. After a few takeoffs, it had already descended into the valley. At that speed, Zheng Yan and his team had no chance to escape, and a war broke out immediately. The base changer summoned alloy pets one after another, but they were no match for the base changed creature. After just one encounter, an alloy pet was torn in half by the monster with its bare hands. Its claws had nails like jade daggers, tearing the body of the alloy pet like tearing a cardboard. Everyone was shocked. They were no match at all. It was only after Zheng Yan summoned a crystal-based ruby lion that the situation was stabilized. Zheng Yan and Lu Qing's ruby lions came from the same place, which was also a major resource area controlled by the Lu family. With the addition of the ruby lion, the situation was barely maintained. The crystal-based creature was faster than the ruby lion and had a high IQ. It did not fight the ruby lion head-on, but adopted a tactic of feinting to the east and attacking in the west, attacking Zheng Yan and his team again, and soon killed several alloy pets. The ruby lion could only chase it, but it was always one step behind, watching the crystal-based creature rushing left and right. An alloy-based mutant was not careful and retreated a little slowly, and was pierced through the heart by the soft sword-like tongue of the crystal-based creature that rushed through the pet defense line. Zheng Yan was also miserable. This crystal-based creature had a higher IQ than any crystal-based creature he had seen. It did not confront the ruby lion head-on, which made him very passive. If this continued, I am afraid that all of them would be killed by this crystal-based creature, and the ruby lion would be useless. Zheng Yan gritted his teeth and was about to order everyone to escape separately, but suddenly saw an incredible figure appear above the valley. Oh my god! What did I see? Someone exclaimed. Chapter 78. The white wings emit a holy halo under the sunlight, the golden curly hair is dazzling, the white robe and the handsome face that does not look like a human make him look like the kind angel in the legend, who is not worldly, and saves the world. Some people from big families change their faces when they see this angel-like creature. The ordinary people are more amazed and praise, amazed that there are angels in the world, and also praise the kindness and love of angels. Why else can a kind and beautiful angel appear at this time? Of course, It is to save the humans who are being killed by the mutants. Some humans with faith have even begun to pray to the angels. Even atheists believe that angels must come to save humans. There are also several mutants in Zheng Yan's team who think so. Unfortunately, what they met was not a real angel, but a celestial being who looked a bit like an angel. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the angel turned into a white rainbow and descended into the valley, covered with holy white jade armor while flying. The crystal-based creature discovered the angel, and seemed to be aware of the danger. The roarer jumped up and grabbed the angel's chest with lightning speed. Whether it was an angel or a demon, no matter who came, it could not stop it from taking back its eggs. At the moment when the angel and the crystal-based creature were about to touch, the angel's speed suddenly increased and flashed past the crystal-based creature. The crystal-based creature was cut in half in the air, and the base transformation fluid and the corpse fell together. The angel landed gracefully, without a speck of dirt or dust on his body, just like an angel who came to the world to save the world. Angel, thank you for saving us. A believer in the team saluted the angel excitedly. The other people were also somewhat relieved to have escaped the disaster. Only Zheng Yan frowned and looked at the angel. I saved you. How are you going to repay me? The angel looked at the people with interest and suddenly spoke. The people were stunned. They had never heard that angels actually need to be repaid for saving humans. Angel, how do you want us to repay you? The salutator who saluted the angel asked suspiciously. I like making friends with people the most. Do you want to make friends with me? The angel said with a smile. Of course. The believer was overjoyed. He felt that he might be the first human in the world to make friends with an angel. Since you are willing to be friends with me, leave all your belongings behind and get out of here. The angel suddenly changed his expression. This sentence made all the humans watching the battle open their mouths wide, and those believers felt that their three views were shattered, and they were horrified beyond words, as if the world was coming to an end. An angel was actually robbing humans, and among them were his believers. This world is fucking crazy. God, is it the greed and stupidity of humans that makes you angry? So you sent down angels to punish ignorant humans? Some believers trembled, as if this unbearable world was about to be destroyed. It seems you want me to do it myself. The angel looked at the shocked people. A hint of sarcasm flashed in his eyes. The angel wings behind him vibrated, and he turned into a phantom and rushed towards Zheng Yan, who was in the lead. Zheng Yan was horrified and quickly ordered the ruby lion to meet him. But the ruby lion was no match for the angel. After just one encounter, the angel's feet wrapped in white jade shells stepped on the ruby lion's head, and the ruby lion fell directly to the ground, smashing a big hole. Seeing the angel flying towards him, the handsome face was almost touching his face, but the angelic face was no different from a demon in Zheng Yan's eyes. Angel, take whatever you want. Zheng Yan shouted loudly, and at the same time raised his backpack and presented it to the angel. That's good. I like obedient friends the most. The angel took the backpack, looked at the things inside, and then looked at Zheng Yan, and said casually, and your pet. Under the gaze of humans all over the world, an angel robbed 6 humans, looted everything on them, and didn't even leave them a pet capsule. The angel even searched the dead mutant's body until he was sure that there was nothing left, and then he took all his things and flew away, leaving only 6 penniless humans and a corpse in the valley. Now people realized why the angel killed the crystal-based creature with one blow, but only stepped on the ruby lion, because he wanted to take the ruby lion for himself. The appearance of the robber angel shocked the world. People were discussing where the angel came from, and whether he was a real angel. In less than a day, the information brought to humans by the sky projection system was enough to subvert the worldview that humans had formed over thousands of years. And this was just the beginning. In the next dozen hours, the robber angel frequently appeared on screen and robbed one temporary team after another. Even Zheng Yan and his men had no ability to resist, let alone other teams. Fortunately, the robber angel only robbed and had no interest in killing. Of course, the premise is that you are willing to hand over everything on your body and make friends with him, and everyone has seen the fate of not making friends with him on an alloy-based transformer. No one wants to see it again, and no one is willing to refuse to be friends with the angel again. For a time, the attention paid to the robber angel far exceeded that of everyone else, almost making Shen, a second-generation ancestor, temporarily forgotten. Occasionally, someone would think of Shen and the other 4, and wonder if they would choose to make friends with an angel if they met one. If they were unwilling to make friends, they would probably end up in a miserable state. The angel was so powerful that it made people feel that he was not on the same level as humans. No one thought that Shen and the others could survive after refusing to make friends. Some people prayed that Shen and the others would not encounter the robber angel, while others wished that Shen and the others would be found by the robber angel immediately. The things on Shen's body made a small number of people jealous and crazy. It was not a happy thing that the things they could not get were taken away by the angel. If there was no chance, they would be eager to lead the way for the angel. At least this would comfort them psychologically. If no one had it, they would naturally feel balanced psychologically. It was a pity that there was no exclusive screen for the robber angel on the sky projection system. The robber angel could only be seen when he appeared near those humans. More and more people were paying attention, and they all wanted to know when the robber angel would find Shen and the other four. Chapter 79. Those who hoped that the robbery angels could find Shen and his group, when they saw the situation on Shen's side, were so angry that their teeth itched. Since leaving the beach, Shen and his four companions were very lucky to find a relatively hidden cave, and there were no genetically modified creatures entrenched in it. The four people hid in the cave. It has been almost 40 hours, and they have no intention of coming out of the cave. It's really too hideous. That second-generation ancestor obviously has such powerful weapons and bodyguards, but he has been hiding like this. Don't be silly. He has a huge fortune to inherit. Who knows who will benefit from his death? Of course he has to hide. They are hiding like this. It is estimated that it will be difficult for the robbery angels to find them before the countdown ends. I really want to see them being robbed by the robbery angels. During such a long time, the genetically modified people of the Lu and Su families have already known the function of the watch, and the spectators naturally know it too. In their opinion, this is more like a variety show. Only a few people know that this is not a variety show at all, and there is no script. If you die, you die. Lu Qing and Su Tiange are now listening to Shen wholeheartedly. Even Shen, who has the ability to kill mutant crystal-based creatures, is so cautious in such a place. Why are they so unscrupulous? In fact, they were led astray by Shen. This planet is indeed very dangerous for humans, but it is not that dangerous. In general, the ocean and some mountains are the most dangerous places, and the probability of crystal-based creatures appearing is the highest. The forest is also a high-risk area, but the plains are different. They are not that dangerous. They are mainly steel creatures and alloy creatures. Some people from the Lu and Su families were lucky enough to be teleported to the plains. Now they have hunted a lot of prey, including mutants, and some have even got mutant eggs. Of course, Shen didn't know these. He came here twice, both times by the sea, and there are mountains nearby, which can be said to be one of the most dangerous places. In addition, he encountered so many terrifying mutations, which made Shen feel that he had to hide here, and didn't dare to go out and hunt base mutated creatures casually. Even if he wanted to go out and hunt base mutated creatures, he had to wait until he was promoted to alloy or crystal base, and had the ability to protect himself. In addition, the four people had already made some gains, and the gains were quite high level, so they were lying down with peace of mind. The other three people were sleeping, and suddenly heard Su Tiange, who was watching the wind, say that there was movement, so they got up quickly, went to the entrance of the cave, and looked out quietly. Not long after, more than a dozen figures were seen walking towards this side. After a closer look, Su Tiange and Lu Qing were overjoyed. Among the dozen people, there were people from the Lu family and the Su family. Originally, they thought that in such a dangerous place, their own mutants were already in danger, but there were still so many alive, which was a pleasant surprise. Brother Shen, you see they are all our own people, why don't you let them come and hide together? Su Tiange learned his lesson this time, and did not act on his own. Seeing that Lu Qing was also looking at him with a pleading face, Shen agreed directly. First, those people were walking this way. Even if he didn't agree, they might find this cave later. Secondly, Shen also wanted to get some information from those people to see what the situation was like nearby. These people had varying strengths, and being able to survive until now meant that this place might not be as dangerous as he thought. With Shen's permission, Su Tiange and Lu Qing went out of the cave and greeted their own mutants. When the mutants saw Su Tiange and Lu Qing, they were surprised and happy, and hurried over. Shen stood in the cave, looking at those people coldly. Their situation didn't look too bad, but it wasn't very good either. There were so many people, but none of them had a mount, which was very strange. If all the pets were sacrificed, how could they have so many injuries in such a fierce battle? But it didn't seem like they had many injuries, and some of them didn't even have any injuries at all, and their clothes were clean and tidy. No matter how you look at it, it's a bit strange. Shen certainly couldn't have imagined that these people were robbed by the robbery angels, and hadn't been able to get new pets. They did get some more genetically modified eggs, but genetically modified eggs can't be turned into pets immediately. Zheng Yan was overjoyed to see Lu Qing. After being robbed, they hunted genetically modified creatures while hoping to find Lu Qing. As a result, they ran into some people, but unfortunately, they were not Lu Qing. Zheng Yan was very worried that Lu Qing would get into trouble. If Lu Qing really got into trouble, he would have a hard time explaining it when he returned. Moreover, he didn't want Lu Qing to get into trouble. He also planned to use Lu Qing to enter the core circle of the Lu family. Seeing that Lu Qing was fine, Zheng Yan was very happy, but when he saw Lin Shen standing in the cave, his brows frowned again. Su Tiange and Lu Qing took everyone to the cave. When Zheng Yan and the others saw the body of the mutant sea monster in the cave, they were slightly surprised, but they didn't say anything. They thought it was an ordinary crystal-based creature. Su Tiange and Lu Qing asked about their situation, and Lin Shen listened quietly. As Lin Shen thought, except for the dangerous ocean and mountain areas where they were, there were not so many crystal-based creatures in other places. They were all lucky. They were not teleported to a particularly dangerous place. Except for Zheng Yan and the others, they basically didn't encounter crystal-based creatures. So they had a low awareness of danger, and actually walked all the way to the mountains. When Lin Shen listened to them, almost everyone mentioned the robbery angel with gritted teeth and talked about their experience of being robbed by the robbery angel. Lin Shen understood why he felt so strange before. It turned out that their pets were not sacrificed, but were robbed by the robbery angel. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu looked at each other, and thought of the same person in their hearts. That guy Tianqin is still here? I thought he had gone back. Lin Shen thought to himself. He had robbed Tianqin before, and Tianqin had nothing on him. Logically, he should have gone back to prepare again. Unexpectedly, Tianqin did not go back, and has been lingering on this planet. I originally wanted to get some high-tech products from alien planets from him when I came back next time. It's a pity that he didn't leave. Lin Shen felt a little regretful. There may be the remains of the ancient king of the world, and the 3 treasure chests on this planet. Tianqin came here secretly, and didn't dare to let others know. Even if he went back, he would definitely keep it secret. After all, with his strength, he is naturally very strong compared to humans, but among the powerful races in the universe, he is just a small shrimp. If this news is really spread, there is no way he will get the things of the ancient king of the world. So no matter what, Tianqin will definitely not spread the method of entering this planet. Chapter 80. When everyone was talking, they naturally couldn't help asking about Su Tiange and Lu Qing's situation. After all, it seemed that their situation was relatively the best. They even hunted a crystal-based creature, and had not been robbed. Su Tiange was smart. He didn't mention that Lin Shen got the mutant crystal-based egg. He only said that they worked together to kill the golden armored sea monster, and hunted the mutant sea monster general. This is a mutant crystal-based. Everyone realized that the corpse was actually a mutant crystal-based, and they couldn't help but exclaimed. What surprised them most was that Su Tiange actually said that Lin Shen contributed the most when killing this mutant crystal-based. Zheng Yan's eyes flickered. Although Su Tiange didn't say that Lin Shen got the mutant crystal-based egg, nor did he mention Lin Shen's gun. But he still keenly noticed something wrong. How could Lin Shen, a steel-based mutator, contribute the most? The only explanation is that he has a powerful pet, powerful enough to kill mutant crystal-based creatures, so it is at least a crystal-based pet, and it may even be a mutant crystal-based pet. In addition, when he heard that the body of the mutant sea monster god general actually belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, he thought of more. Why did Lin Shen contribute the most? But the body of the mutant sea monster god general was given to Su Tiange and Lu Qing. Although Lin Shen took the genetic fluid and Wei Wufu took the trident, the value of these things is higher than the body. But Zheng Yan always felt that something was wrong. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility, that is, Lin Shen might have got a better harvest. Thinking of what Su Tiange said before that they killed the golden armor sea monster and dug out the genetic egg, Zheng Yan guessed that Lin Shen might have got the genetic egg of the mutant sea monster god general. Zheng Yan felt very unhappy when he thought that he had a chance to get a mutant crystal egg, but it was taken away by the robber angel, while Lin Shen got a mutant crystal egg and might be able to survive until the countdown ended and go back. After everyone exchanged information, most people decided to return to the plane to continue hunting mutant creatures. After coming to such a magical place, you can't go back empty-handed. Since you were robbed, you can hunt some more mutant creatures and get some materials or mutant eggs back. There are so many mutant creatures here. If you are lucky enough to get a mutant egg, even if it is just a mutant steel egg, all the losses will be recovered and you can make a lot of money. As for the robber angel, they are not too worried. After all, the robber angel usually only robs and does not kill people. At most, they will be robbed again. Anyway, they have nothing to lose. Shen was also moved when he heard this. Since the plane is not so dangerous, he also wants to get some benefits. After all, he was still very short of money. Now he regretted giving the body of the mutant sea monster to Su Tiange and Lu Qing. If he had known that this place was not so dangerous, he could have rest assured by slowly dragging the body to the plane. He could have spent more time dragging the body over. But it was hard to say. If he dragged it too slowly, and something went wrong on the way, it would not be worth it. After resting for a while, everyone set out together and left the cave. Shen and Wei Wufu rode on iron-horned horses, swaying at the back of the crowd. Before they came, their mounts were rubbish, but now they were the only 4 people with mounts, which made them look a bit eye-catching. Why is the mount of the second-generation ancestor so rubbish? He is so rich, can't he get a better mount? You know nothing. This is called not showing off your wealth. The richer the person, the more low-key they are. Before the second-generation ancestor made a move, didn't you think he was just a piece of trash? In the end, he shot the mutant sea monster general to death with one shot. So that's it. The spectators all thought that Shen was being low-key. If Shen knew, he would probably laugh so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. If he had money and a high-end pet, who would ride this broken iron-horned horse, which is slow and uncomfortable? The other mutants felt very uncomfortable and hated the robber angel even more. If it weren't for the robber angel, how could they only walk on 2 legs, helpless? The robber angel was too strong, so they could only curse in their hearts, and no one dared to really seek revenge on the robber angel. The location where Shen and his friends were was originally a mountain pass leading to the plain by the sea, not far from the plain. They arrived safely at the plain area. As they said, there were many steel creatures on the plain. From afar, they could see groups of steel creatures, like sheep nibbling on metal grass leaves. Unfortunately, those ordinary steel creatures were too low in value. The mutants from the Lu and Su families didn't care about them unless they were mutated. Before, they wanted to go to the mountainous area to find some advanced mutants. But they didn't dare to go there anymore after hearing that the seaside was so dangerous. Because there were too many people, it was not convenient to hunt mutants together. This place was relatively safe, so everyone planned to hunt separately. Su Tiange and Lu Qing were the leaders of the Su and Lu teams respectively. Naturally, they had to go hunting with their own teams at this time. The body of the mutant sea monster god became a problem, because it belonged to Su Tiange and Lu Qing, and it seemed that neither of them was suitable to carry it. If you trust me, put the things here, and I will help you watch it, Shen said. Brother Shen, of course I trust you, no problem. Su Tiange immediately expressed his opinion. Lu Qing looked at Shen in confusion and asked, "Aren't you going hunting?" "There is not much time left, and it is difficult to find a suitable prey here, so I won't go," Shen said with a smile. "The plain is safe, but the benefits are really not good. Looking over, there is not even an owl in sight. The place is too big, and I don't know how much time it takes to walk. Shen doesn't have a good mount to use, and he is too lazy to walk anymore. Instead of wasting time and energy looking for alloy creatures, it is better to rest here for a while, and you can also avoid danger." Lu Qing and Su Tiange had no objection. They temporarily placed the body of the mutant sea monster here for Shen and Wei Wufu to take care of. The two went out with their respective teams to look for prey. Shen and Wei Wufu sat down under a big tree, looking at the flocks of sheep wandering in the distance, and felt much more relaxed. Lu Qing and several mutants, under the guidance of Zheng Yan, came to a place where the plain and the mountains meet. Zheng Yan and his team had been to this place before, and found a kind of alloy creature here, but they didn't like it at the time, so they didn't stay for too long. Now this alloy creature is the most suitable prey for them, who don't have pets, and there is nothing to pick and choose. Lu Qing, you take people to hunt here, I will go to other places to see if there are more suitable mutant creatures for hunting. After Zheng Yan said this, he turned and went to the other side. After Zheng Yan left the side of Lu Qing and others, he turned to the other side, and went all the way to the valley where he was robbed by the angel. Not long after entering the valley, an angel figure was seen falling from the sky, and a hint of joy flashed in Zheng Yan's eyes. "Why is it you again? What bad luck?" Tian Xian glanced at them, and found that it was Zheng Yan who had robbed, and couldn't help but feel a little depressed. "But since I'm here, how can I go back empty-handed? Give me some face, friend." Tian Xian narrowed his eyes, and walked towards Zheng Yan again. "Wait a minute, I know someone who not only has a crystal-based pet, but also a mutant crystal-based egg." Zheng Yin suddenly spoke. Chapter 81. Zheng Yin originally only wanted to take a look at the place where they were robbed by the angels before, but he didn't expect to meet the robbing angels here. Oh, so you are here to report the news. Tell me, what are your conditions? Tian Xian looked at Zheng Yin with a smile. How dare I put forward conditions in front of the angel? Zheng Yin said respectfully. Don't worry, you lead the way for me, then we are friends, and friends naturally need to help each other and share wealth and glory. Tell me, what are your conditions, or what do you want? Tian Xian's smile became more and more intense. I just want to make friends with the angel, and I don't ask for anything else. If the angel gains too much and can't take it all away, I will be grateful if you give me the rest. Zheng Yin bowed his head and said, I like to make friends with people like you. Don't worry, as long as what you said is true, you will definitely benefit from it. Tian Xian promised. Thank you very much. Zheng Yin pretended to be flattered, and then said, Angel, can we always be friends? Of course. In that case, please don't expose our relationship, Angel, otherwise, I will not be able to provide you with information in the future, which would be a waste of the long-term friendship between friends. Zheng Yin said. Uh-huh. Tian Xian laughed happily. Don't worry, you go first later, I will follow you secretly, and when you get there, you just need to make a gesture, and you don't have to worry about other things. Thank you for your help, Angel. I will be your friend for all eternity. Zheng Yin bowed and saluted, and bowed to the ground. Zheng Yin thought he had done it perfectly, and he never thought that his despicable behavior had been despised by people all over the world. Because of the information gap, Zheng Yin could not accurately guess the current situation like Lin Shen. He thought that the so-called observer must be an alien. What would happen if aliens saw what he did? It would have no effect on him. It was impossible to imagine that the Kai King cultivation device fell down accidentally, and there was no observer at all. Of course, even Lin Shen did not expect that their footage would be seen by the whole world, and Zheng Yin was even more unlikely to think of it. Zheng Yin even suspected that the so-called observer was actually this angel, and that he was making a deal with the angel, which was a deal with the observer. Zheng Yin calculated very well, but he did not expect that his ugly face had been seen by countless people all over the world. The people of the Lu family looked even uglier when they saw what he did. Zheng Yin didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. He originally wanted to lead the angels to rob Lin Shen by himself without alerting Lu Qing and the others. But now, he has already negotiated with the angels. He thought that if he went back alone now, he would inevitably be suspected if he was seen. It would be better to find an excuse and go back with Lu Qing and the others. First, it can avoid being discovered that he led the robbery angels there, and second, it can also let Lu Qing see the embarrassment of Lin Shen being robbed. Thinking of this, Zheng Yin talked to Tian Xian for a few more words and left alone. When they were almost at the place where Lu Qing and his friends were hunting, Zheng Yin pretended to be panicked and ran to Lu Qing and his friends, who were hunting alloy creatures. He lowered his voice and said, Lu Qing, we must take people away from here quickly. There is a very scary genetically modified creature nearby. If we alarm it, none of us will survive. After Su Tiange and Lu Qing took their people away, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu sat under a tree to rest. Lin Shen felt a little hungry, so he took out the water bag containing the genetically modified liquid of the mutant sea monster and drank 2 sips. If you just want to resist hunger, ordinary genetically modified liquid will do. Logically speaking, given Lin Shen's current situation, the mutant genetically modified liquid should not be of much use. Unfortunately, Lin Shen has a habit. When he eats, he always eats the best food first. He eats what he likes first. Because of this habit, he was scolded by his elder sister when he was a child. At that time, Lin Shen gave his elder sister an example, and since then, his elder sister has never scolded him for this habit again. The story Lin Shen told was actually very common. It was about an old man who would eat the apples with problems first after buying them. As a result, the remaining good apples would have problems after a while, because they were stored for too long. So the old man could only eat the apples with problems every time, and never ate the best and freshest apples. Of course, this example was not the same as Lin Shen's current situation, but it did not prevent him from drinking the best base transformation liquid. After 2 sips of base transformation liquid, Lin Shen suddenly felt like 2 balls of fire sliding down his throat into his stomach, and then spreading to his whole body. Lin Shen suddenly felt like there was a furnace burning inside his body, and his clothes were soaked with sweat in a moment. He was only at the iron level, and the energy contained in the mutant crystal-based base transformation fluid was too much, so he couldn't hold on. Fortunately, the theory of evolution played a role again. using the energy of the mutant-based transformation fluid to continuously refine his body, allowing his body to gradually strengthen the mutation, and soon, he would be able to adapt to the burning feeling. Absorb the mutant sea siren god's base transformation fluid. Base transformation rate at 1. The content prompted by the vibration on the watch made Lin Shen slightly stunned. He originally thought that he had to find a super base creature to improve his base transformation fluid, but he didn't expect it to be like that. He looked at his information on the watch, and the base transformation rate really became 1%. I have used the mutant base transformation fluid before. Why didn't the base transformation fluid increase? Is it because the level is not enough, and the crystal-based mutant base transformation fluid must be used? Lin Shen was a little puzzled for a while. It was a good thing that the base mutation rate could be improved. Lin Shen drank the base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god one mouthful after another. At the beginning, the base mutation rate did increase a little, but the base mutation liquid increased more and more slowly. Finally, after the base mutation liquid he drank could no longer make his body feel hot, the base mutation rate stopped increasing. Lin Shen looked at it, and found that his base mutation rate had reached 5%, and the remaining base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god was less than 1/10. Lin Shen simply drank it all, but the base mutation rate did not increase at all. Could it be that the reason why my base mutation rate can be improved is related to the effect of evolution? Otherwise, why did the base mutation rate stop increasing after the evolution stopped working? Lin Shen took out some base mutation liquid of the golden armor sea monster for experiment. It may be because the base mutation liquid of the golden armor sea monster and the base mutation liquid of the mutant sea monster god have the same properties, and it can no longer stimulate Lin Shen's body to start the evolution. Lin Shen thought of the poisonous mushroom beast transformation liquid he had collected before. He didn't know if that thing was mutated or not, so he decided to drink it and give it a try first. Chapter 82. Take out the poisonous mushroom beast genetic transformation liquid and take a big gulp. He already has a certain immunity to the genetic transformation liquid of poisonous mushrooms, but he only touched it with his skin before, and did not drink it directly. After taking a sip, he really had some reactions. Lin Shen felt an itchy feeling in his body, and there appeared a flying elf without clothes in front of him. The theory of evolution started again, and kept running. Soon, the hallucinations and itchiness disappeared, but the watch prompted, absorb the mutant poisonous mushroom beast genetic transformation liquid, the genetic transformation rate +0. Lin Shen continued to drink the poisonous mushroom genetic transformation liquid unwillingly, making the symptoms of poisoning in his body more and more serious. Finally, when he was about to drink up the mutant poison mushroom beast's base transformation liquid, the watch prompted that his base transformation rate increased by 1, reaching 6%. At this time, Lin Shen had a rough idea in his mind. It turned out that it was not only the mutant crystal base that could increase his base transformation rate. It was very likely that any mutant base transformation liquid would be enough, but it had to be of different types. If the same type of base transformation liquid was used more, it would no longer increase the base transformation rate. The key is still the theory of evolution. Before the theory of evolution, using the mutant base liquid will not increase the base rate. This is the key point. With this discovery, Lin Shen was very excited. He was finally able to improve his base rate, and the promotion to alloy was just around the corner. Although it was a little difficult, it was necessary to find different types of mutant-based liquids to improve the base rate, but it was better than not being able to improve it. Based on previous experience, Lin Shen roughly guessed that the higher the level of the mutant-based liquid, the more the base rate would be improved, just like the mutant sea monster general, which could increase his base rate by 5 points, and the mutant poisonous mushroom would increase it by 1 point. By this calculation, if there are mutated crystal-based creatures, he only needs to find 19 more different species to achieve a 100% base mutation rate. If it is a mutated steel creature, then 94 different species will be needed. It is not easy to calculate this way. It is definitely not possible in his hometown, but it should not be too difficult on this planet. After the countdown is over, do you still want to stay here? Lin Shen was thinking about this question. If he does not stay here, it will be difficult for him to advance outside. If he stays here, it will not be easy to kill the mutated crystal-based creatures. He has to risk his life. He does not have many trump cards in his hand. Angel Revolver counts as 1, Fatty counts as 1, and if the dead powder can complete the evolution, it can also count as 1. The problem is that these 3 trump cards are not the kind that can output stably. Angel Revolver requires advanced capsules. Lin Shen currently does not have 1, and only 1 dead powder is available. Fatty does not know how strong he is. If he says it is not strong, it can suppress the black-capped mushroom beast. If you say it is strong, why didn't it kill the black-capped mushroom beast? Although the black-capped mushroom beast has strong intelligence and ability, it is just a mutant alloy after all. Its most powerful point is not its level, but its intelligence and too many subordinates. When encountering a mutant crystal-based creature, how much role the fat boy can play is still unknown. The die-hard fans don't know when they can evolve completely, and now they can only be used as bullets. In fact, Shen has another trump card, but too many people need to die for that trump card, so he doesn't count on it. Shen was thinking about it, and suddenly saw Wei Wufu walked in front of him, holding his shoulders with his strong hands, and looking at him with eyes full of emotion. "Old Wei, what are you doing?" Shen wanted to retreat, but there was a tree trunk behind him, so he couldn't retreat. Emotional injury, anesthesia, it's useless, cheer up, stand up, she will change her mind. Old Wei seemed to speak more fluently than before. Shen immediately understood that Old Wei saw something between him and Lu Qing, and thought that he still had feelings for Lu Qing, and used the gene mutation fluid of the poisonous mushroom beast to anesthetize himself. "Brother, I know, can you let me go first?" Shen said with a smile. "It's uncomfortable. Practicing swordsmanship is useful." Wei Wufu let go of Shen and handed him his alloy sword, saying with a firm look. Shen didn't want to take it at first, but seeing Wei Wufu's look, he still took the sword. It's rare that Wei Wufu can comfort people. He felt that if he didn't cooperate, he would feel a little sorry for Wei Wufu. Shen took the sword, and Wei Wufu began to demonstrate the swordsmanship to him. Wei Wufu's swordsmanship is really strong. Even if it's just a demonstration, Shen is dazzled. There are too many and too complicated changes in swordsmanship and body movements. Shen's memory is very average. He forgets the latter after remembering the previous ones. After learning the latter ones, he can't remember the previous ones. He has to practice many times before he can remember them. "Old Wei, is there a simpler swordsmanship?" Shen sighed. He really didn't want to practice anymore. "Simple, learn it in one day," Wei Wufu said. Shen didn't want to learn it anymore. "You learned it in one day. I've been learning for so many days, and I haven't even remembered all the changes. It's really annoying. Old Wei, don't you think it's boring to practice swordsmanship like this?" Shen put the knife aside, sat down and said, "No, it's interesting." Wei Wufu shook his head. "Okay, you are not a normal person. It is normal for you to find such boring practice interesting. But I am an ordinary person. Such practice is too boring and meaningless for me. Even if I learn it, I can't practice it. If I can't practice it, I won't be proficient. If I'm not proficient, there will be flaws. If there are flaws, it will be easy to be killed. Just say it." Wei Wufu interrupted Shen. "Have you ever thought about teaching me in a different way?" Shen narrowed his eyes and said, "Change form?" Wei Wufu asked in confusion. "Look, for example." Shen became interested, stood up, picked up the heavy golden crystal trident beside Wei Wufu with both hands, and walked to the big tree. Then he used the trident to draw circles on the big tree, big circles inside small circles, like tree rings. After drawing a lot of circles with great effort, Shen was satisfied and stepped back a distance. Then he held the handle of the alloy knife, aimed at the circle he drew, and then threw the knife out. The alloy knife was inserted into the tree, just inside a circle. "Look! The outermost circle is 1 point, the part a little inside is 2 points. 3 points. 4 points. The center point is 10 points. Shen explained on the side. The people watching the video of Shen were dumbfounded. Shen was not practicing swordsmanship at all, he was just playing darts. Although Wei Wufu only demonstrated a few swordsmanship moves just now, anyone who knows a little bit can see that Wei Wufu's swordsmanship has probably reached the level of a master of swordsmanship. I don't know how many people want to learn swordsmanship from Wei Wufu, but can't. Even if they are just taught a few by him, it is enough to benefit people endlessly. A master of swordsmanship taught Shen step by step, but he didn't want to learn it, thinking it was too troublesome, and even made up a knife-throwing game. This was simply an insult to Wei Wufu, a master of swordsmanship. Many people could only sigh that rich people are willful, and second-generation rich are second-generation rich. It's a pity that he could think of it. Okay. Wei Wufu didn't care, and actually nodded to approve Shen. Chapter 83. Too easy. Not good. Wei Wufu came over, pulled the alloy knife off the tree, and put it back into the sheath. He reached out and took the trident from Shen, stood at a distance of 1 halberd and 1 arm from the tree, held the end of the trident with one hand, and suddenly shook his hand, and stabbed continuously. The trident was like a machine gun firing, flashing back and forth, and instantly stabbed countless times, each time accurately stabbing the center point of 10 points. 10 times. 10 times. Wei Wufu retracted his hand and stepped back, handing the trident in his hand to Lin Shen. Interesting. Lin Shen took the trident, and then walked to where Wei Wufu had just stood, imitating him, holding the end with one hand, and suddenly raised the trident with force, stabbing it into the circle on the tree. As a result, this stab only hit 7 points, and the halberd blade could not be inserted. Lin Shen was able to hit 70% of the target, not because he had 70% of the ability, but because he was unable to control the position of the halberd blade, and the halberd blade randomly hit the 70% area. For Lin Shen, this trident was too heavy, and the gravity of this planet was too strong. He could still play with the trident with both hands, and could barely play with it with one hand holding the middle, but holding the end like this was a bit beyond his ability to control strength. This stab was already caused by explosive power, and there was no control at all. Lin Shen could not guarantee whether he could stab 10 times in a row, let alone as fast and accurate as Wei Wufu. This is really interesting. Lin Shen tried to stab a few more times, but he could not control the position of the halberd blade at all. Once he used too much force, and it slid to the side. Not to mention scoring, he could not even stab the tree. Lin Shen's operation made the people outside laugh. They all thought that someone like Lin Shen who couldn't endure hardship would probably give up soon, and who knows what excuse he would find to stop practicing. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Shen put the trident aside and sat down to stop practicing. It was different from what they thought. He didn't lose patience and didn't want to practice anymore, but his wrists and arms were so sore that he couldn't use strength anymore. Although he stopped practicing, Lin Shen didn't say he didn't want to practice anymore like he did last time. Instead, he was thinking in his heart how to practice to control the trident. What he lacked most now was definitely strength. If he didn't have enough strength, he couldn't control the trident stably. However, he recalled Wei Wufu's movements and the way he exerted force. It seemed that he didn't control the trident with strong force, but also used a kind of clever force. Closing his eyes, Lin Shen repeatedly recalled Wei Wufu's movements. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was indeed some cleverness in it, and strength was not everything. While running the theory of evolution, he was thinking. The theory of evolution effectively relieved the pain in his arm. After getting better, Lin Shen stood up and tried again, but the result was still not satisfactory. This time it was even worse. The probability of piercing the tree was lower than before. He pierced the tree 5 times in total, and failed to pierce the tree 3 times. It seems that God is still fair. Although the second-generation ancestor has everything, talent is innate, and cannot be bought with money. Guess when he will give up this time? I think it's almost done. He should give up soon. I'm curious about what excuse he will make later. In fact, I think that Wei Wufu's move was not easy. If it were us, we would probably be about the same as Lin Shen. It seems that it has become a daily routine for many people to gather 3 or 5 friends to watch the sky projection and discuss the performance of those people. Lin Shen sat down to rest again. The reason why he performed worse than before was because he wanted to imitate Wei Wufu's skills, but it was not so easy. Before the skills were mastered, his control ability became worse. But Lin Shen had no intention of giving up. He was actually very patient with things he was interested in. Lin Shen rested for a while, and when he was about to try again, he saw a figure coming towards him in the distance. Both of them stood up and looked over, and found that the people coming were Lu Qing and the Lu family. Wei Wufu and Lin Shen both felt a little strange. They had only been gone for a few hours, so why did they come back so soon? Could it be that something happened? After a while, Lu Qing and others had already run close, and many of them were panting. What happened? Lin Shen looked at their situation, and found that they had no injuries, and did not look like they had been attacked. We encountered a crystal-based creature that looked very strong over there. We were afraid of alarming it, so we came back first. Zheng Yan said first. Very strong? How strong? Lin Shen frowned and asked. He felt that Zheng Yan's adjective was a bit strange. Very huge. Zheng Yan said casually. Zheng Yan's words were unclear. When Lin Shen wanted to ask again, he suddenly saw a figure flying from the sky in the distance. When everyone saw that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu's eyes were not right, they all turned their heads and looked over. They immediately saw a vague figure in the sky in the distance flying towards them at high speed. Because the distance was a bit far, they couldn't see what the figure looked like, but just from the pair of angel wings and the white robe, they could already determine his identity. Robber Angel. Someone trembled and shouted, probably remembering the fear of being dominated by the robbing angel. At this time, people all over the world were furious, and many people with bad tempers were cursing Zheng Yan for being shameless. He was robbed by an angel, so he couldn't stand others being better, and he even took the initiative to sell out his teammates. He was simply a scum. Yi Yuzhen's heart was tightened, and his clenched palms were sweaty. Most people don't know where Tianqin came from, but Yi Yuzhen knows that Tianqin is not an angel at all, but a famous celestial race in the universe. Celestial races are born crystal bases. Even if an adult celestial race has not been promoted, its combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary crystal bases. Yi Yuzhen also recognized the capsule launcher in Lin Shen's hand. In her opinion, the capsule launcher was indeed good, but being able to shoot the mutant siren god general was somewhat lucky, and he also took advantage of the sneak attack. It is much more difficult to kill an adult celestial being with that capsule launcher than to shoot the mutant siren god general. Everyone in the celestial race has a pet capsule launcher, and they are much more skilled than humans. It is impossible for them to give Lin Shen a chance to sneak attack, and they will not stand like the mutant siren god general and let him hit them. What's more, Lin Shen no longer has the golden crystal giant horned bull and ruby lion to restrain him, and the celestial beings have snatched many human pets, including a ruby lion from Zheng Yan. How are you going to deal with it? The white goddess stood in front of the fence on the roof, watching Lin Shen's picture with interest. Chapter 84. Angel is coming. Tian Xian slowly landed in front of the tree. His white wings, golden curly hair, and white robe all looked so holy in the sun, like an angel without any dust. As he landed, his eyes gradually passed over the dense treetops, and saw the face of the man standing under the tree. This face. Tian Xian's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately recognized Lin Shen, and then saw Wei Wufu. He was furious and couldn't help but say, "You two bastards, you dare to come here? If I don't take off your underwear today, I'm not Tian Xian." When he was secretly swearing, Tian Xian caught a glimpse of the body of the mutant siren god general beside him, and his heart was immediately startled. He had been here for so long, and had seen the mutant siren god general before. He originally wanted to hunt the mutant siren god general, but unfortunately, he didn't get the upper hand in the sea. The fighting ability of the mutant siren god general in the sea is not inferior to the giant sea python he killed before, and it can even be said to be more difficult to deal with. Tian Xian didn't know that Lin Shen and the others killed the mutant siren god general after he came ashore, and he was a little entangled in his heart. Looking at the hole on the head of the mutant siren god general, his heart skipped a beat again. It can be seen that the mutant siren god general has no other injuries on his body, only a hole on his forehead, which means that the mutant siren god general was killed by a single blow. Tian Xian is naturally very afraid of the power that can kill the mutant siren god general with one blow. After all, he is still a crystal base level. Although he is considered to be the top of the crystal base level and is stronger than ordinary mutant crystal base creatures, he is not to the point of being able to crush it, and it is even more impossible to kill the mutant siren god general with one blow. Looking at Lin Shen again, Tian Xian remembered Lin Shen's strange ability to make him unable to move with just a finger. His brain was dominated by fear again. Lin Shen's figure seemed to have become taller, and there seemed to be a mist shrouding him. In a trance, he seemed to see a faint smile on the corner of Lin Shen's mouth. This guy is not an ordinary human. He didn't kill me before, and now he is back. He must have been fully prepared. The mutant sea monster general was killed in one blow, which shows how vicious the means he prepared are. Maybe he is waiting for me to come to his door and rob me again. Thinking of this, Tian Xian suddenly became clear and realized in his heart. I said, why would that damn human betray his companions and inform me? How could there be such a person? It turns out that this is all a conspiracy, and those two bastards want to rob me. Tian Xian glanced at Zheng Yan with a cold look, and cursed his 8 generations of ancestors in his heart, and swore that he would make him wish he could not live or die if he had the chance. Robbery Angel. Run away separately. Lu Qing, you go first. I cover you. Zheng Yan's acting skills are amazing. He pulled Lu Qing to run with a look of horror on his face, and he didn't forget to shout to remind his companions. The people watching outside couldn't help but praise Zheng Yan's acting skills, and they all felt that this man was really fucking insidious. If it weren't for seeing what Zheng Yan did from a god's perspective, I'm afraid I would be moved by him at this time. This man is really shameless. Even Wang Tian'er couldn't help but sigh. That man is really boring, but if he can kill Lin Shen because of this, it may not be a bad thing. It depends on whether Lin Shen will be robbed obediently. Although the pistol in his hand is very powerful, it should not be a match for the robber angel. Judging from the performance of the robber angel, as long as Lin Shen is arrogant enough to refuse the robbery, he will be dead, Qi Shuheng said. Wang Tian'er looked at Qi Shuheng and said with a complicated expression, Lin Shen's death may not be good for us. Why not? Didn't you see the power of his gun? If he comes back alive, he will be a huge threat to our two families with that gun, Qi Shuheng said. Do you really think he is a threat to us? Wang Tian'er said. Why not? Qi Shuheng felt that Wang Tian'er's words were a little strange today. Let's put it this way, Qi, Wang, Lin, three families. Why are our two families closer? Before Qi Shuheng could speak, Wang Tian'er sighed and continued. Although we don't want to admit it, we should know in our hearts that we can't beat the brothers of the Lin family. We couldn't beat them when the second master was here, and we still can't beat them when the second master is gone. Because we know deep down that the Lin family has the ability to destroy us, so we subconsciously want to stick together for warmth. We couldn't deal with the third master and the fourth master before, and now the fifth master is almost a threat. But so what? If the fifth master dies, can we beat the Lin family? Have you forgotten the person we met in Giant Mountain? Qi Shuheng was silent after hearing these words. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also knew that Wang Tian'er was right. Now the secret of Hulun Mountain can no longer be kept. It is only a matter of time before the people from the big families come here. In fact, our three families should be comrades standing on the same front. If the three families unite, we will have more opportunities to gain the most benefits from those big families. After all, we have lived together in a base for so many years. You and I know what kind of people the Lin family is. They are not the kind of people who will kill us all. Otherwise, our two families would not be in this situation now. Wang Tian'er continued. Qi Shuheng was silent for a long time, then he sighed and said, We were hoping that place would help us turn things around, but now we have nothing. On the alien planet, all the people in the Lu family who had been robbed fled in all directions, and no one wanted to be robbed again. They had finally accumulated some belongings, and if they were robbed again, they would really lose everything. You go. Lu Qing gritted her teeth, but did not run away. She shook off Zheng Yan's hand, and ran to Lin Shen instead. Zheng Yan's face was a little ugly, but at this time, he couldn't say much. Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing with some surprise, and didn't expect her to do this. Seeing Lin Shen looking at her, Lu Qing pretended to be relaxed and said, Don't get me wrong, I just feel that I can't run away anyway, so I won't waste my energy. Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing and thought to himself, Lu Qing is really good, but fate is too hard to figure out. Lu Qing turned her head away, not daring to meet Lin Shen's gaze, and looked at the angel who had already fallen on the opposite side, thinking that at worst they would be robbed together, and she didn't want to leave Lin Shen alone again. Everyone's eyes were focused on the angel, waiting for his familiar opening remarks, waiting for him to say let's make friends. What Lin Shen would choose was also a point of curiosity for everyone. Would this second-generation ancestor be robbed obediently? Or would he use that magical pistol to fight the angel? Not many people were optimistic about him. After all, Lin Shen's own level was too low. If he really started fighting, he might not even have the chance to shoot. After all, shooting also takes time. There was no chance to shoot coldly this time, and the angel would not give him the chance to shoot. Chapter 85. Tian Xian, who was expected by everyone, wanted to turn around and leave at this moment. He regretted that he didn't see who was here and ran over arrogantly. He wanted to leave, but he was afraid to show his back to Lin Shen and let Lin Shen catch his flaw. He had seen Lin Shen's speed. He was obviously a steel level, but he was faster than him. This was really unscientific. Tian Xian was calm in her dress, but she refused to move forward. She showed an elegant smile and looked at Lin Shen and said, It's a pleasure to have friends from afar. My dear friend, it seems that you have been doing well recently. Everyone was looking forward to Tian Xian saying the iconic quote of robbing to make friends, but when Tian Xian opened her mouth, it was different from what they thought. She also dragged a sentence in classical Chinese, which confused everyone. An angel, it's outrageous enough for you to speak Mandarin, and you still use classical Chinese. What kind of rhythm is this? Little Tian Xian, it turns out to be you, come here. Lin Shen smiled, and waved to Tian Xian. Wei Wufu knew that Lin Shen was calling Tianqin, but others didn't know. When other people heard this, it became, Sweetheart, it's you, come here. Once this sentence came out, all the people who were a little confused were dumbfounded. What the hell? Sweetheart? Oh my god, what does this second-generation ancestor mean? Does he recognize this angel? More than knowing each other, he even called her sweetheart. This relationship is extraordinary. There must be an affair. The second-generation ancestor is amazing. He even didn't let the angel go. So, is the angel a man or a woman? Lin Shen's words confused everyone in the world. Lu Qing, who was standing next to him, also widened her eyes, and looked at Lin Shen, and then at Tianqin. She was also thinking in her heart, this angel must be a man, right? What did Lin Shen call him just now? It's only been a short time since we separated. How can Lin Shen have this hobby? Bah! What am I thinking? It must not be like that. Tian Xian saw Lin Shen's performance, and he was more certain that Lin Shen was plotting against him. He dared not go over there, and wished he could grow another pair of wings and fly away at double the speed. Friend, I have something important to do today, so I won't talk about the past with you for now. We can talk about it another day. Tian Xian saw that Lin Shen was staring at him, and he didn't dare to turn around and leave even after he finished talking. He took out 2 things and threw them to Lin Shen. I am happy to meet a good friend. It's just that I was in a hurry today, and I didn't expect to meet a good friend. I didn't bring any good things with me. This is my personal collection. Just treat it as a gift. I hope our friendship will last forever. Tian Xian said beautifully, but the subtext was saying, I was in a hurry today, and I didn't bring any valuable things with me. It's useless for you to rob me. This is the only thing on me that is worth some money. Take it, and don't bother me anymore. Tianqin threw it a bit high, and the 2 things were on the left and right. Lin Shen looked up and saw the 2 things. After reaching out to catch them, when he looked at Tianqin again, he had already flown away. Seeing Tianqin going away, Lin Shen looked down at the things in his hand. It was a ruby-like pet capsule, and a key of the same material, which looked very similar to the ruby lion he had seen with Lu Qing. After collecting the things, Lin Shen had no intention of chasing after them. He couldn't fly, so he couldn't catch up. The advantage of the Celestials being able to fly is really too great. Zheng Yan, who didn't run far, watched from a distance and waited for Lin Shen to be robbed, saw what happened here, and felt as if someone had hit his chest hard with a black tiger's heart, and felt that his heart was about to stop abruptly. How come this development is totally different from what he thought? They are both friends, but the angel robbed all his pet capsules, but gave the ruby lion he robbed to Lin Shen. What the hell is this? Lu Qing stared at Lin Shen, and the things in his hand in a daze. The rumored robber angel came to Lin Shen. Not only did he not rob him, but also gave him a ruby lion as a greeting gift. The robber angel stopped robbing, and gave gifts instead. This change is hard to accept. Everyone thinks that Lin Shen's background must be extremely strong. Originally, they thought he just had a little background, but they didn't expect his background to be so strong. When the robber angel saw him, not only did he stop robbing, but he also gave the things he robbed to Lin Shen. It was just like a mouse meeting a cat. For a while, everyone was guessing what Lin Shen's identity was, and which family he came from. Even those big families that had entered the universe were stunned, guessing which family Lin Shen came from. Some people from big families have begun to focus on investigating Lin Shen's identity. However, communication between bases is difficult, and Suanio Base is a small base located in a remote area, which has little contact with those large bases. Lin Shen has never left Suanio Base before, so it is difficult to find him in a short time. The fastest way is to find the Lu and Su families first. The reputation of the second-generation ancestor is getting louder and louder. For a while, Lin Shen has become the most wealthy son in the eyes of ordinary people. Now if someone says that Lin Shen's family is a wealthy family in the universe, I am afraid that many people will believe it. Because there is no Lin in the families of those well-known super bases, there have been rumors that Lin Shen is the son of a hidden family. Compared with those well-known big families, they are not worth mentioning at all, and are not on the same level. Lin Shen himself didn't know that he had such a big background, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He carefully looked at the information on the red capsule. It was the Ruby Lion, a small crystal-based top grade, with all 4 stats above 38, and 3 skills. When he summoned it, the Ruby Lion was majestic, without any injuries on its body, and full of fighting power, not comparable to the injured Ruby Lion on Lu Qing. Brother Lin, the Ruby Lion was robbed from me by an angel. The Ruby Lion is only in the Lu family, and Lu Qing can prove it. If Brother Lin is willing to return it, we have a little capital to survive here, and I can protect Lu Qing. The entire Lu family will be grateful to Brother Lin, and will definitely reward him handsomely in the future. Zheng Yan actually ran back to blackmail Lin Shen morally, and even dragged Lu Qing to get his Ruby Lion back. What a bitch. I've never seen such a disgusting person. This guy is really amazing. How can there be such a person? He stinks all over. Even the people watching outside couldn't stand it anymore. If they could send barges, Zheng Yan would probably be sprayed to death. Get lost? Lin Shen didn't buy into Zheng Yan's tricks at all. He said coldly without even looking at him. He put away the red jade lion and walked back to the tree to sit down and rest. He had already noticed that something was wrong with Zheng Yan. He was thinking about how to deal with him. It was not good to kill him in front of him, and he wanted to confirm his inference from Zheng Yan. Zheng Yan gritted his teeth secretly, but pretended to look at Lu Qing with an aggrieved expression on his face. Lu Qing turned his face away and pretended not to see it. Chapter 86. After Tian Xian left, the mutants of the Lu family came back one after another. After discussion, they decided to stay here and wait for the countdown to end. They are not Lin Shen. If they meet Tian Xian again, they will only give Tian Xian a gift. They don't want the mutant eggs and materials they just harvested to be robbed again, so they decided to stay with Lin Shen. Of course, Zheng Yan's instigation is also indispensable. He is afraid that after he leaves here, the angel will come to trouble him. Although I don't know why the angel not only did not rob Lin Shen, but gave him the red jade lion, but this is obviously not a good thing, and is very disadvantageous to him. Lin Shen just watched coldly, and said nothing. He has decided to go out to find mutant creatures, but he agreed to help guard the body of the mutant sea monster god. Su Tiange didn't come back, and it was not convenient for him to leave now. Fortunately, there are not many hours left before the countdown ends, and Su Tiange should be back soon. Lin Shen doesn't need this little time. After the countdown ends, he doesn't plan to go back for the time being. Since the plane is relatively safe, and can be teleported back at will after the countdown ends, there is nothing to worry about. Safely hunting mutations, and obtaining the base mutation rate are what Lin Shen needs to do most now. The steel level is still too weak. Now he relies on external forces to solve the battle. If his own strength is not improved, it will still be unsafe. After resting for a few hours, Su Tiange finally came back with his people. Their harvest was quite good, and they also got 2 mutant steel eggs, which was unimaginable before. Some people have lived their whole lives and have never seen mutant creatures, let alone mutant eggs. Lin Shen looked at the time. It was almost time. There was less than an hour left. He simply chatted with Su Tiange and the others to find out where they had been and what they had encountered. In a place like this, the more information you know, the better. Lin Shen planned to wait until Lu Qing and Su Tiange left before looking for mutant creatures. Time passed quickly, and when the countdown ended, something unexpected happened. The previous Black Watch transmitter had the option to go back or not, but this White Watch transmitter had no option at all, and without their consent, it directly teleported them back when the countdown ended. Lin Shen only felt a violent dizziness, and when he came to his senses, he was submerged in water. I can't swim. Lin Shen immediately held his breath, and tried to move his arms and legs to float himself. For so many years, he had not been in the water, and didn't know how to swim at all. It was okay if he didn't move his limbs, but this movement made him sink even more. Lao Wei, come and save me. Lin Shen could only think of Lao Wei to save him, but then he thought that Lao Wei didn't know how to swim. Lao Wei's situation was a little better than Lin Shen's, but not much better. He could do a little doggy paddling, but he was not very skilled. He paddled desperately in the water, trying to rush to Lin Shen's side. The water was pushed up by him to a wave more than one person high, but his body just wouldn't move forward. At the critical moment, a figure swam over like a mermaid, came to Lin Shen's side, and pulled him up. After a while, the two floated to the surface of the water. Lin Shen breathed heavily, and was almost suffocated to death. Don't worry, I'm here, breathe slowly, don't move around, stay relaxed, and leave the rest to me. A familiar voice came to my ears. Lin Shen knew it was Lu Qing, so he didn't say anything. He just stayed relaxed as she said, and let her take him swimming. There were boats on the lake, and people from the Lu and Su families came to rescue, and got everyone on the boat. After being pulled on the boat, Lin Shen looked at Lu Qing, who was sitting next to him, and was soaking wet, and said thank you. Lu Qing rolled her eyes at him, and said angrily, "What's our relationship? Why are you so polite to me?" After saying that, she felt something was wrong, her cheeks blushed slightly, and she quickly explained, "When we were on that planet, you always took care of me, and now we are even." Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. The people from the Lu and Su families were unusually polite to Lin Shen, which made Lu Qing and others a little confused. Zheng Yan's face was not very good, as if he had thought of something, but he was not sure. From the way the Lu family looked at him, he had realized something. After taking a look at the direction of the Kai King cultivation device, they found that the Kai King cultivation device was the same as when they first discovered it, with no movement at all. After they were teleported out, the sky projection of the Kai King cultivation device had ended, so Lin Shen and the others did not see the projection. After landing, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu said goodbye to Lu Qing and Su Tiange, and went straight back to the Asian god base. Along the way, both of them felt strange, and everyone who passed by them seemed to look at them with strange eyes. The young girls and wives smiled at them, and Lin Shen could understand it, because he looked white and clean and not bad. But why were those grown men grinning at them? This made Lin Shen speechless. Lin Shen probably guessed what was going on, and quickened his pace to the Yi family's castle. Master Lin, Master Wu, you still remember to come back? Before Lin Shen reached the castle gate, he saw Yi Yuzhen standing at the gate, smiling a little maliciously. Why didn't I know to come back? Lin Shen asked with a blink of his eyes. Hero saves beauty, beauty protects hero, both willing, old love rekindles. I thought you went home with your old lover. Yi Yuzhen's words sounded a bit sour. Lin Shen thought, sure enough, the video of us inside should have been seen by someone. It seems that the picture synchronization produced by the King Kai training device should have been broadcast nearby. It is impossible that everyone in the sub-god base has seen it. How is it possible? A good horse does not eat grass when it returns to its original state. What's more, I am related to grass and I am destined to be eaten. Lin Shen smiled and stepped forward to hug Yi Yuzhen's slender waist. What kind of grass are you? Yi Yuzhen twisted his waist to avoid Lin Shen's hand and asked curiously. I'm not grass, I'm cabbage, you're cabbage, I won't let anyone else dig it except you. Lin Shen said seriously. Cabbage? Yi Yuzhen was stunned at first, but immediately reacted and started to pinch. Who are you calling a pig? You are the pig. Back in the castle, Lin Shen asked Yi Yuzhen what the situation was. Yi Yuzhen roughly told him the current situation, and Lin Shen was stunned. Void projection. Doesn't that mean that our every move is seen by people all over the world? Lin Shen said with a strange look. It should be, the projection is very strange. I heard from Tai Power that the image is like the atmosphere, covering the entire planet, and can be seen anywhere. Yi Yuzhen smiled and said, you are now big figures with a name all over the world. What name? Lin Shen asked curiously. Wei Wufu is respected as the god of war, and you are now the strongest. Second-generation rich man admired by everyone. Yi Yuzhen said with a smile. Chapter 87. Lin Shen doesn't care about his nickname of second-generation rich. What others think of him has no effect on him. Zheng Yan's actions are known to the whole world. This makes Lin Shen very curious about how the Lu family will deal with him. But it doesn't matter. Whether the Lu family will deal with Zheng Yan or not, he will not give Zheng Yan a second chance. Even if the Lu family protects him, they will take his life. What worries Lin Shen now is that there are more and more mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea, and mushroom beasts can be seen everywhere near the Yashan base. The spies sent by the Lu family and the Su family have discovered a huge purple crystal mushroom beast, which is as huge as a hill and exudes purple poisonous gas. It should be a crystal base level. At present, the Yashan base is trying its best to eliminate the mushroom beasts nearby, but the more they kill, and they can't kill them all. However, many people have obtained the genetically modified eggs of mushroom beasts, and many have hatched. Now almost everyone has a mushroom beast pet. The appearance of crystal-based mushroom beasts, coupled with a huge number of mushroom beasts, the situation of the Yashan base is very bleak. According to Yi Yuzhen, all the crystal-based strongmen in the Yashan base can add up to more than 20, and the crystal-based pets are conservatively estimated to be 40 to 50. If there are not too many crystal-based mushroom beasts, it should be able to defend, but it will be difficult to take care of the entire base. At that time, a large number of mushroom beasts may flood into the base, and street fighting is probably inevitable. If there are too many crystal-based mushroom beasts, it will be troublesome at that time. Why not take the initiative to attack? Don't give those mushroom beasts a chance to reproduce. Rush into the sea of green trees and kill them. Lin Shen asked with some doubt. Do you think the Lu family and the Su family don't want to do this? The key is that in the Green Tree Sea, some areas on the outside can be entered and exited, and the deeper area is a base change point with many crystal-based creatures. The people in the sub-god base may not be able to defeat it. Yi Yuzhen thought for a while and said. Lin Shen felt that this matter was a bit serious. There was actually a base change point in the Green Tree Sea. If something went wrong, the sub-god base might not be able to defend it. You don't have to worry too much. I heard that the Lu family and the Su family have spread the news of the king of the realm cultivation system here through their channels. Yi Yuzhen said again. Lin Shen understood immediately. The Liu and Su families are really open-minded. They just gave such a great opportunity. It's only a matter of time. It's better to get some benefits now than to be robbed by then. I believe that a large number of mutations will come soon, including strong people from big families. Even if there are any accidents in the sea of green trees, it won't be a big problem. Yi Yuzhen glanced at Lin Shen and said with a smile, "You should be careful. Those guys from big families may be very interested in you. You will protect me, right?" Lin Shen asked with a smile at Yi Yuzhen. "You are so shameless. Go ask your Lu Qing to protect you. What's the relationship between you and me? Why should I protect you?" Yi Yuzhen pretended to be angry. "Forget it. I go to Lu Qing to ask later. I'm tired. I go to sleep first," Lin Shen said, and walked towards the guest room on the second floor. Yi Yuzhen was angry. Halfway up the stairs, Lin Shen seemed to remember something, turned around and said, "Can you lend me your incubator? Since the whole world has seen what he did on that planet, there is nothing to hide. First, hatch the 2 mutant siren god generals. When the beast tide arrives, this will be his main battle. When he goes to that planet again in the future, with 2 mutant crystal-based pets, he can almost walk sideways." Yi Yuzhen also guessed that he wanted to hatch the mutant siren god general, and without saying much, he took him to his special hatching chamber. Lin Shen put the eggs of the 2 mutant siren god generals and the mushroom beast in, hoping that they can hatch earlier. Yi Yuzhen's hatching chamber is a high-end product at first glance, much better than Lin Shen's, and it is estimated that the hatching time can be much shorter. "Don't worry, I am the only one using this hatching chamber. No one can enter here except me, so don't worry." Yi Yuzhen also said this deliberately. "What do I have to worry about? Mine is yours, and yours is mine. You can take it if you want. We are all family members, and it doesn't matter who you are," Lin Shen said with a smile. He had no other choice. He couldn't wait until the beast tide was over before going back to hatch, right? The beast tide was the biggest threat to him, and he had to hatch before the beast tide. Now the best option was to hatch in the Yi family. "It sounds good, but who knows what you're thinking?" Yi Yuzhen said this, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling up. Back in the guest room, Lin Shen just laid down on the bed and wanted to rest, and he felt something moving in his pocket. "Fuck you, you didn't come out when I needed you, and now that everything is fine, you evolved, are you kidding me?" Lin Shen saw a red rope-like thing coming out of his pocket and crawling out along his body. It was the dead powder. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the dead powder and lifted it out. After the evolution, it looked more delicate. It was like a translucent dark red cow tendon rope, 3 or 4 meters long, with a smooth and round head and a thin and pointed tail. The weight increased a lot compared to before. Although it was not as heavy as the trident, it was heavy enough for ordinary people. "Is it promoted to the crystal level?" Lin Shen was happy and hurriedly checked its properties. Mutated Death Crusher, Super Base Alloy Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Base Transformation Talent, Super Base Devouring, Super Base Evolution, Super Base Armor Breaking Thorn, Super Base Instant Speed, Super Base Refining, Super Base Solidification. Huh, it didn't get promoted to the crystal level, but mutated into a super base? Lin Shen was a little surprised. The surroundings did not change, but all the talent skills became super base prefixes, and there was an additional super base solidification. Lin Shen was thinking about how to test how much these talents were enhanced. He shook it casually, and the dead powder that was originally as soft as a rope suddenly stood straight, like a large javelin, with the tail as the spear head. Lin Shen was stunned at first, and then immediately reacted. This should be the Super Base 100 refining talent of the dead powder. After swinging it twice, it was quite smooth, but it was a little heavy, just a little lighter than the trident. It's not bad to practice stabbing with it at ordinary times. Lin Shen shook the spear and stabbed it out, and the tip of the spear instantly turned into a phantom, incredibly fast. The Super Base Instant Speed is much stronger than the previous enhanced Instant Speed. Lin Shen was very surprised. This was not just a little bit stronger. The speed of the alloy, after using the Super Base Instant Stab, could catch up with the speed of the crystal base. There is still no way to test the Super Base Swallowing and Super Base Evolution, and the Super Base Solidification has no effect. Lin Shen estimates that this Super Base Solidification is likely related to the ability of the mutant stinging turtle to solidify the human body. If it is really that ability, then this dead fan guy is really a bit powerful. As long as you are injured by it, it is equivalent to being finished. If I use the Super Base Solidification of the dead fan to stab myself, Will it trigger the enhanced mutation of the evolution theory? Lin Shen thought to himself. Chapter 88. Lin Shen only thought about it. He was not crazy enough to risk his life for the experiment. He would first try it on the genetically modified creatures, and then make plans. Lying on the bed, Lin Shen thought a lot, especially about the mysterious planet. His future promotion path must be inseparable from that planet. But the Liu and Su families have spread the news about the Kaiwan cultivation device. It will not be so convenient to go through the Kaiwan cultivation device in the future. Moreover, the Kaiwan cultivation device will broadcast the whole process live. Lin Shen himself is not a person who likes to show off, so he will not go through the Kaiwan cultivation device unless necessary. We have to find a way to get the Suanio back from Wang Tian'er and Qishuang. Going in from Hulu Mountain is the best choice. Lin Shen began to think about how to get the Suanio back. There are two huge advantages to going through Hulu Mountain. One is that if you go in from Hulu Mountain, it will not be broadcast live. Lin Shen has too many secrets, and it is not suitable to be exposed to the public. Second, there is no time limit after entering Hulu Mountain. After the 3-day time limit is over, you will not be forced to teleport out. This is a huge advantage, which means that Lin Shen can hunt genetically modified creatures on that planet indefinitely, without having to compete with others for the 3-day time limit. More importantly, after the 3-day countdown of the Black Watch transmission device is over, he can teleport out at any time. What is the concept? This is equivalent to having an extra life. If you encounter a genetically modified creature that you can't beat, or a situation where you must die, you can teleport back directly. Is there any more powerful life-saving artifact than this? So Lin Shen thought about it, and decided that he had to get the Suanio, and it would be best if he could make the people of the Qi family and the Wang family shut up and keep the secret of the entrance to Hulu Mountain. This required careful planning. Lin Shen planned to return to the Suanio base immediately after the beast tide ended to get this done first, so as to avoid more trouble. But before leaving, he had to deal with Zheng Yan, the traitor. If the Liu family did not take any action, he had already made up his mind to take action during the beast tide. When I have 2 mutant sea monster generals in hand, and I have fatty and dead powder to protect me, plus the crystal-based ruby lion, where can I not go on that planet? I can kill mutant creatures at will, let alone upgrading to alloy. Even upgrading to crystal is just around the corner. Lin Shen slept particularly sweetly today. He slept particularly well this time, and he was woken up by Wei Wufu in the morning. It's not even daybreak yet. Why are you calling me so early? Have the beasts invaded the base? Lin Shen stretched and yawned, still a little sleepless. Practice. Wei Wufu said only 2 words. Practice doesn't have to be in the morning. The air quality in the morning is not good, and the viscosity of blood in the morning is the highest in the day, which is not suitable for practice. Lin Shen said, and was about to lie down on the bed again. Let's go! Wei Wufu didn't care, and pulled Lin Shen out. Don't be in a hurry, at least let me wash up first. Lin Shen said helplessly. Wei Wufu let him go, and after Lin Shen washed up, he wanted to have breakfast first, but was denied by Wei Wufu. Helpless, Lin Shen could only practice on an empty stomach. The Yi family's castle doesn't even have a garden, but it has several indoor martial arts training grounds. Yi Yuzhen also has a special small indoor martial arts training ground. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu used this small martial arts training ground. When they arrived, Yi Yuzhen had already started practicing. Huh? Lin Shen, who was lazy and listless just now, entered the small martial arts training ground and immediately became energetic after seeing Yi Yuzhen. Now Lin Shen knew why Yi Yuzhen had a separate private martial arts training ground. If she went to those public martial arts training grounds, it would probably easily lead to crime. Sister, you are practicing martial arts, not dancing. What's the matter with your white lace? Lin Shen swallowed his saliva and walked in and said righteously. Today, Yi Yuzhen did not wear her usual sportswear. She wore very sporty shorts and a vest, plus a pair of lace-edged stockings. The lace and shorts formed a very eye-catching absolute zone. A pair of round long legs made people unable to take their eyes away. You said her outfit is not suitable for martial arts, but it is actually quite sporty. You said her outfit is suitable for martial arts, but it seems a little wrong. I can wear whatever I want, and I didn't ask you to watch. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Yi Yuzhen rolled her eyes at Lin Shen and continued to practice. Lin Shen thought, how can I not like it? All men like to watch it. After watching for a while, Lin Shen couldn't help but applaud and said, you practiced really well. I have never seen such an amazing boxing. Can I ask, what is the name of your boxing, lady? Angry punch pervert fist. Yi Yuzhen said, and turned around and threw a swinging fist at Lin Shen. Lin Shen stepped back and dodged, thinking, you should call this a gangster excitement punch. Practice. Wei Wufu brought a target over and pulled Lin Shen over by the collar. Lin Shen was full of helplessness and secretly complained in his heart, martial arts practice is not as important as having a partner. You are ruining my important plan of passing on the family line. Wei Wufu pulled Lin Shen in front of the target and threw the trident in his hand to him. Lin Shen caught it with both hands, but threw the trident back to Wei Wufu, smiling and saying, I use mine. Too light, useless. Wei Wufu wanted to say that ordinary weapons are too light, and practice will not have much effect. Not light. Lin Shen took out the death powder capsule and turned it into a pet state in his hand. Useful? Wei Wufu looked at the limp rope in Lin Shen's hand and frowned. Yi Yuzhen also looked at the death powder in Lin Shen's hand curiously, wondering why Lin Shen took out such a pet. Aren't they going to practice stabbing? How can a rope-like pet be used to practice stabbing? Of course it is useful. Why would I take it out if it is useless? Lin Shen shook it casually, and the originally soft death powder instantly became straight. Lin Shen originally wanted to wave it a few times, but found that the death powder seemed to be much heavier today than yesterday. It originally felt much lighter than the trident, but today it seemed to be almost as heavy as the trident. What is that thing of yours? It was so soft just now, how come it suddenly became so hard? Yi Yuzhen was also well informed, but he had never seen such a pet. I won't tell you. This is my secret weapon. Lin Shen looked serious, as if it was some state secret. Who cares? Yi Yuzhen turned around disdainfully, and continued to practice her boxing. Heavy enough? Wei Wufu asked again. Try it yourself. Lin Shen threw the powder to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu caught it, and weighed it. He felt that it was indeed not light, not much lighter than the trident. He was very satisfied and threw the powder back to Lin Shen. Practice. Lin Shen caught the powder, and began to practice the stabbing technique that Wei Wufu taught him. A simple stabbing is the most essential technique in cold weapon techniques. Chapter 89. As the saying goes, an inch shorter, an inch more dangerous. The most common technique used by assassins in ancient times was stabbing, and even its name was named after stabbing. In close combat, the effect of stabbing or poking is far greater than that of seemingly fierce moves such as chopping and slashing. And an inch longer is also an inch stronger. Among the ancient military forces, spearmen are the most famous and the most practical. As long as spearmen are trained a little and learn a stabbing move, they can go to the battlefield. Using the advantages of length and group fighting, enemies with swords and knives can't get close to them at all, and they can be directly stabbed into a hornet's nest by random spears. Therefore, except for special arms such as archers, sword and shield soldiers and cavalry, spearmen stabbing is the main theme of fighting on the battlefield of cold weapons. Even in the early stage of hot weapons, there are weapons such as bayonets that combine the advantages of daggers and guns active on the battlefield. Therefore, the stabbing technique is the most practical and fiercest technique. This technique is not difficult to master, but it is difficult to master it. Lin Shen tried again and again, but the probability of success was not high. Fortunately, the target that Wei Wufu brought him also had score lines drawn on it like a dartboard, so Lin Shen treated the practice as a game and didn't find it boring at all. As he practiced, Lin Shen felt something strange. When he practiced before, the weight became heavier and heavier, and soon his arms were so sore that he couldn't lift them. But today, it was a little strange. He felt as if the weight became lighter and lighter. The originally heavy dead powder seemed to gradually reduce its weight in his hands, becoming lighter and lighter, making him feel more and more relaxed as he practiced. Is it the dead powder that's causing trouble? Lin Shen originally thought it was the problem with the dead powder, but soon he found out that it wasn't the problem with the dead powder. Lin Shen suddenly remembered that his infinite strength contract was signed with the dead powder. As long as he carried the dead powder, his strength would increase as the weight of the dead powder increased. I see, no wonder. Lin Shen knew that it was the infinite strength contract that worked. The weight of the dead powder increased, so his strength also increased, which was why he felt that the dead powder in his hand was getting lighter and lighter, not because of the dead powder. In order to verify his thoughts, Lin Shen reached out and took Wei Wufu's trident. The weight of the trident was about the same as the dead powder, maybe a little heavier than the dead powder, but not much heavier. Now Lin Shen held the trident in his hand, and suddenly felt much lighter than before. It didn't feel so heavy anymore. He held the end of the dead powder in one hand, and raised it easily. This infinite strength contract is not bad. How much strength has it increased for me? This must be more than 11 points of strength, right? Lin Shen was surprised and happy. If the dead powder can continue to increase its weight, then his strength can be infinitely improved. Maybe when he reaches the iron level, he can have strength comparable to that of a crystal-based creature. Just imagine an iron level, smashing the head of a crystal-based creature with one punch. Lin Shen felt extremely happy. Of course, this is just Lin Shen's imagination, and he doesn't know if the dead powder can continue to grow and increase its weight. With such a strong power, Lin Shen can practice much more easily. But he didn't dare to show it, firstly because he didn't want others to know that he had this bug-like ability, and didn't want to be remembered. Secondly, he was afraid that Wei Wufu would increase his strength. His current strength has far exceeded his own level, so there is no need to train strength anymore, just practice skills. Seeing that Wei Wufu was concentrating on practicing the base transformation technique on the other side, and didn't look at him, Lin Shen put down the trident and continued to practice stabbing with the dead powder. He didn't use force to control the aim, but still practiced the skills purely, using explosive force and inertia to stab the center of the target again and again. Lu family. Uncle Li, how is the matter I asked you to investigate going? Lu Qing was a little anxious. She wanted to know where Lin Shen went. I have found it. Uncle Li hesitated. Lin Shen is in trouble? Lu Qing looked at Uncle Li's expression, and her first reaction was that something happened to Lin Shen, and she was a little anxious. No, Lin Shen is not in trouble. He is in our base. Uncle Li said. Then where does he live now? Lu Qing asked impatiently. He lives in the Yi family now. Uncle Li sighed. Yi family? Which Yi family? Lu Qing didn't react at all for a while, because she didn't think that Lin Shen would live in Yi Yuzhen's house. It's Miss Yi's home. Miss Yi? You mean Yi Yuzhen? Lu Qing couldn't believe it, and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yes. How is it possible? How could Lin Shen live in Yi Yuzhen's home? Why would he live there? Lu Qing still couldn't believe it. Uncle Li sighed and said, I have asked someone to confirm that Lin Shen is living in Yi's house now, and he didn't just go to Yi's house now. He had lived in Yi's house before you went to that planet. Some people also saw that he and Miss Yi were quite close, and their relationship seemed to be unusual. Lin Shen. Yi Yuzhen. Lu Qing only felt a bang in her brain, like a bolt from the blue, and she couldn't recover for a long time. The past scenes flashed through Lu Qing's mind like a movie. What's so good about Lin Shen? He's over 20 years old, and hasn't even completed his transformation. He won't rely on you to protect him in the future, right? Look at him, he's eating, drinking, having fun all day, and not doing his job. Do you really want to spend your life with such a person? Even if you want to, will your family agree? Has he ever come to see you since you came back? Don't be silly. If he has you in his heart, how could he not come to see you for so long? Lu Qing thought about what Yi Yuzhen said before, and her blood rushed to her head, making her feel dizzy. You're so good, Yi Yuzhen. I treat you as my best friend, but you treat me like this? Are you still a human being? Lu Qing felt like she was about to explode. She couldn't stand Yi Yuzhen's betrayal, and she couldn't accept that she was deceived like this. Miss, are you okay? Uncle Li saw that Lu Qing's face was extremely ugly, and she was a little dazed, so he asked worriedly. I'm fine, Uncle Li, you go back first. I have to go out for a while. Lu Qing gritted her teeth and rushed out directly. She wanted to find Yi Yuzhen and ask her why she treated her like this, and what she had done wrong to him. In the small martial arts training ground, after Yi Yuzhen finished practicing boxing, he drank water and rested beside him, but his eyes looked at Lin Shen from time to time. When she went to the Suanio base with Lu Qing before, they knew Lin Shen at the same time. At that time, her impression of Lin Shen was very different from now. At that time, Lin Shen was not serious all day long. When he was chasing Lu Qing, he took them to eat, drink, and have fun. He was good at everything, but he just didn't like to practice. He had never seen him practice so seriously. Suddenly Lin Shen, who was practicing stabbing, stopped and walked straight towards her. Yi Yuzhen panicked, like a little girl who was caught peeking at something bad. She didn't dare to look into Lin Shen's eyes, and moved her eyes to the side, pretending to drink water. Lin Shen walked in front of Yi Yuzhen, almost face to face, but he didn't mean to stop. What are you doing? Yi Yuzhen pressed Lin Shen's chest with her hand to stop him from getting closer, and asked in a panic. Lin Shen put his lips close to her ear and said with a smile, If you keep looking at me like that, I will mistakenly think that you are obsessed with me to the point of being unable to extricate yourself, and there is no room for anything else in your eyes except me. Bah, who is obsessed with you? Don't be so narcissistic. Yi Yuzhen was embarrassed and wanted to push Lin Shen away. But she felt her waist tightened, and a strong arm hugged her waist, forcing her body to lean forward, and the two bodies suddenly became close. The two people faced each other, and could clearly feel each other's breath, and their eyes communicated at close range, and the atmosphere became extremely ambiguous for a while. Yiyu's heart beat faster, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing became rapid and uneasy. Bang! The door of the martial arts training ground was suddenly pushed open, and Lu Qing walked in, staring at the two people angrily. Her beautiful eyes were about to spit fire. Chapter 90. Yiyuan, I never thought you would be such a person. Lu Qing gritted her teeth. She had never been so angry when she broke up with Lin Shen. Lu Qing, it's not what you think. Yiyuan hurriedly pushed Lin Shen away, and wanted to explain to Lu Qing. You two are already like this, what else do you have to explain? I was really blind to treat you like a real sister. When I was with Lin Shen before, I was greedy for you, right? You tried every means to destroy our relationship. You said so many bad things about Lin Shen in front of me, and tried your best to persuade us to break up. Now you finally got your wish, congratulations. Lu Qing said coldly, which was not only scolding Yiyuan, but also to Lin Shen. She wanted to let Lin Shen know that Yiyuan was not a good person, and the reason they broke up was because of Yiyuan. Yiyuan, who originally wanted to explain, got angry after hearing what Lu Qing said. Lu Qing, if you say that, then let's talk it out now. What bad things did I say about Lin Shen? Tell me clearly one by one. Yiyuan was also getting angry. Don't you know what bad things you said? Do you need me to tell you? I really don't know, you tell me. Okay, tell me. You said that Lin Shen was just eating, drinking and having fun and not doing his job. Didn't you say that? I did. You said that he was in his 20s, and hadn't undergone a genetic mutation. What kind of future can he have? Do you agree? I agree. You said that he was born in a low family, and my family would definitely not recognize him. Didn't you say that? I did. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu watched the two women arguing with each other. The smell of gunpowder was about to explode, and they dared not interrupt, and could only watch from the side. The war between women is more terrible than the battle between men, and even Wei Wufu was helpless. Lin Shen, you heard it all. Now you see her true face clearly, and know what kind of woman she is, right? After asking, Lu Qing turned to Lin Shen and said. Of course Lin Shen knew, in fact, he had known it for a long time, but what does it matter? He just wanted to find a suitable woman to continue the incense of the Lin family, and Yiyuan is now the most suitable candidate. Lin Shen wanted to say something, but Yiyuan said first. Yes, I mean that Lin Shen only knows how to eat, drink and have fun, that he has no ambition, that he comes from a humble family, and your family will definitely not agree to you being together. I have said all these, but who told me these words? How many times have I met Lin Shen before? How do I know what kind of person he is? Who told me these things? Lu Qing, you are noble, you are a good person, you let me say what you don't want to say, let me be the villain, and now you blame me for breaking you up. Okay, I am a bad person, I am despicable and shameless, I am not worthy of being your sister, from now on you go your way, I go mine, we will no longer have any relationship. As he said, Yiyuan walked to the door, opened the door and said, Go away, you are not welcome here. I will go counterattack. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were stunned. The duel between the two women was more dazzling than the duel between two martial arts masters. The back and forth was too exciting. You? Lu Qing was speechless for a moment, and looked like she had been completely defeated. Please. Yiyuan made a gesture of invitation with a cold face. Lin Shen, do you believe me or her? Lu Qing was still unwilling to give up, and looked at Lin Shen and asked. Let the past be the past. Lu Qing was not a bad person, but Lin Shen was not a person who would go back to his ex. From the moment they broke up, it was impossible for him to have any relationship with Lu Qing anymore. Lu Qing's mood suddenly fell to the bottom, and he said nothing more. He left the martial arts training ground in a daze, feeling uncomfortable in his heart. After Lu Qing left, Yiyuan turned and looked at Lin Shen. Now you know what kind of person I am. Why are you still standing here? Yiyuan, there is something I am curious about. Lin Shen looked at Yiyuan with a complicated look. What is it? You tell me. Anyway, it's already like this. There is nothing that can't be said. I will tell you everything you want to know. Yiyuan has begun to break the jar. I could hear your secrets in the market before. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Lin Shen asked. Yes, I arranged it on purpose. What about the blind date? I arranged it too. I knew you were going on a blind date, so I went to find the fat boss lady. I am such a scheming green tea bitch. Are you satisfied? Then I don't understand. You know my situation very well. I only know how to eat, drink and have fun. I don't have any ambition. For others, I can be considered a rich second generation. For a family background like yours, My family background is really nothing. Compared with you, it is not an exaggeration to say that I am a poor family. Why do you spend so much time on me? Lin Shen was really curious about what Yi Yuzhen was thinking. Did she just want to steal her best friend's boyfriend? Did she have such a hobby? Yi Yuzhen hesitated for a moment, but it had come to this point, and her emotions had reached this point. So she simply said without caring, "You are not doing your job properly, you have no ambition, your family is average, and you are not serious all day long, but so what? I am just cheap, I just like you, and I just want to get you right. Those problems are problems for others, but not for me. You have nothing, I have everything, you can play if you like, do whatever you like, I am a rich family, what's wrong with me supporting you?" Lin Shen stared at Yi Yuzhen in a daze, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He could only say that this sister was too tough. "But let me be clear, when you were with Lu Qing, I didn't do anything to let Lu Qing down. If she doesn't want you anymore, can't I still want you? Now that you are fine, you want to go back. Why should I give you up?" Yi Yuzhen was completely desperate today. Before Yi Yuzhen finished speaking, he was suddenly embraced by Lin Shen's strong arms. Lin Shen kissed Yi Yuzhen's forehead, feeling that this woman was not as he thought before, and he actually liked her a little bit. Am I also a scumbag? Otherwise, why do I think that scheming women seem a little cute? Indecent assault, ignore. Wei Wufu turned his head silently. Yi Yuzhen trembled all over, his cheeks flushed, his mind was blank, and after a long time, he used his only reason to push Lin Shen away. "Do you really not mind?" Yi Yuzhen raised his head and looked up at Lin Shen, his eyebrows and eyes seemed to be caressed by the spring breeze. "What do you mind?" Lin Shen asked knowingly. "I really don't mean to belittle you. Those are really not shortcomings to me. I don't mean to insult you. I used to think it was okay if you didn't strive for progress. I could support you, but now I know that you don't need me at all. No, don't think that way. My stomach is not very good. The doctor said I can't eat hard food. I have to eat something soft." Lin Shen interrupted Yi Yuzhen quickly, fearing that she would misunderstand.